The sky was red, mountains of the dead lay on the ground, and a light breeze blew dust in all directions. Suddenly, a terrible monster appeared from somewhere. With red eyes, long sharp teeth, he was screaming, and saliva was spraying from his mouth. Even though the guy was holding a knife in his hands, he was very scared and started screaming, either from fear or from surprise. The monster pressed him against the mountain, but the young man stuck his hand with a knife into its mouth so that he could not close it. But the monster did not give up. It tried to cope with the man, but its mouth did not close, and saliva mixed with blood flew in all directions. It was very difficult for the young man. He was holding back the monster with all his might, gritting his teeth. A few minutes later, the huge worm no longer posed any danger, and the guy was sitting on the ground and coming to his senses. He was glad that he was able to defeat such a huge monster, and then wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeves. The guy said that he was finally able to kill the monster with his own hands, and then he heard a voice calling him and was surprised. He looked in front of him and saw a huge number of monsters and guys who called him awakened. They started yelling at him and asking what he was doing, and said that if he went to be a porter, then he needed to work normally and collect drops. The second guy asked if he was blind, if he could see corpses, and noted that they had hired him for a reason. The hero got scared and asked for forgiveness. The young men climbed the mountain with the monsters, swore, and said that the porters were useless. And the guy stood still and calmly watched what they were doing. No one noticed that he had dealt with a huge monster, but the world had changed after the opening of the abyss. The abyss is another dimension where monsters that existed only in fantasy actually live. After the discovery of the abyss, extraordinary powers awakened in people, and with them, humanity began to destroy monsters and conquer it. Because of all this, people began to be evaluated not by personality and efforts, but by the rank of awakening. If you have a high rank, then a good life is guaranteed for you. The guy found the crystal and thought that it was not for him, because he was a simple porter who carried the things of the awakened, and he still had not been able to awaken at 35 years old. The young man thought that until he woke up, he would not be able to live their life, and shouted to ZD that he had collected all the loot. He looked ahead, his eyes wide with horror and his face wet. The young man looked in front of him and saw dead guys, and just a few minutes ago they had spoken to him. He was very surprised because he could not understand what had happened to them, whether they had really died. The guy realized that he was completely alone. He heard some sound behind him and turned around. He was either scared or surprised, but he saw in front of him a monster of very high rank, Asmodeus. A few seconds later, the young man held out a knife in front of him and screamed as if he were furious. The huge monster was calm. It did not make any sounds at all. It only put its hand forward, and the guy's hand, which held the knife, dissolved as if under the influence of acid. The hero fell to the ground, holding his other hand with his healthy hand and screaming loudly in pain. He understood that the monster was very strong, and he would not be able to deal with it like he had with that huge worm. And Asmodeus stretched out his paws and began to attack the guy. It was as if he was struck by lightning or an electric shock. Tears began to flow down the young man's face as he thought about what kind of death awaited him. He thought about his parents dying in a car accident, being bullied at school, and being ignored for the rest of his life because he was unawakened. The guy thought that he would die as a porter, began calling himself a loser, and noted that life is very unfair. He gritted his teeth in self-pity and thought about who needed that awakening and why. How then he saw a creature that glowed with a cold white light and heard that all the conditions for awakening were met. The guy raised his head, his eyes wide open, and he thought about who it was in front of him. The man from whom the glow emanated stopped, the wind ruffling his equally light long hair. The young man was very surprised and said that indeed it was, but Asmodeus stopped. The light man just laughed and then asked the boy if he was surprised that someone like Asmodeus stopped. The hero looked at the stranger, his eyes were wide open, and asked who he was. He just smiled and replied that no one knows, but some call him the king, but the guy shouldn't worry about that. He sat down on a huge chair and told the young man that he must grant him power. The guy looked at his opponent and thought about what kind of king he was, what kind of power he had, what he was talking about, and whether it was really he who stopped Asmodeus. The man with long hair told the young man that he shouldn't be so distrustful. He added that he recognized the hero's will and tenacity, and that is why he chose him. And then he added that it would be much better if the guy thought that such a miracle would not happen again. These words surprised him very much, and he asked why the king chose him. The young man asked what was really going on, and his opponent replied that he could only wait for the moment, and added that the day would come when he would understand everything. And the king added that then they would meet again and handed the young man his key. The guy thought that he heard someone's voice. The man swore and said that he was sleeping, called him names for not responding to them. The young man began to open his eyes and heard that the guys were going to wake him up. He was very surprised when they wished him good morning. The young man didn't have time to understand anything before the dark-haired guy hit him in the face with all his might. The hero's cheek began to swell, and the opponent sarcastically asked whether the guy had woken up or not. The brunette smiled sarcastically and said that the young man only listened when he was being beaten, and he found out that it was Ba Hexu. The guy was thinking about how that bully from high school ended up here. Some of the students were laughing. Someone asked Taehyung why he was silent. The hero thought that he had just been in the abyss. He was being hit in the face, and he remembered the king's words about power. A system message appeared in front of the young man about his name, age, rank, and skill. He immediately realized that this was a status window and he had returned 16 years ago, and Taehyung was very happy. Hexu held him by the shirt, and the young man laughed cheerfully. The guys near him could not understand what was happening. Bae, taken aback, began to stutter and asked what was wrong with this crazy guy and noted that Kim had gone crazy. The brunette called the young man names and then noticed that he was asking to be beaten. Taehyung was fed up with the way his opponent was making fun of him, so he hit him in the face with all his might. The guys who attacked the young man with him were very surprised and began to call their leader by name. The young man had tears streaming from his eyes, and he was talking about what this all meant, that he too was awakened. Bae lay on the tiled floor, and his friends began to slowly approach Kim, who stood with his back to the wall. The young man wiped away the tears that were running down his cheek with his fist and became collected and serious. The dark-haired guy yelled at Taehyung, called him names, and then asked if he was crazy, and then added that he was nobody. He didn't think for long, but immediately began to attack Kim, but he immediately began to fight off the attacks. Kim crouched down and then punched the attacker in the face with all his might. He certainly didn't expect such a turn of events. He kicked the second attacker, the one with green hair, in the stomach with all his might, and he screamed in pain. Taehyung thought about how for 35 years, his entire unawakened life, he did everything he could. Started with physical training and ended with studying all the information about the abyss and its monsters. The young man also actively collected data on various skills and read a lot of books. He was also interested in fighting skills. The guy tried himself in various martial arts. Kim said that he would never lose to some bullies who don't even know the most basic fundamentals. And the young man began to hit his opponents with all his might. He was very angry and put hatred into every blow. He was stretching his arms and talking about how he would need to train again, but then he heard a noise. The guy turned his head and saw B.A., who began calling Kim names again because he had made him so angry. The enemy began to use his unusual powers. He told the young man that he was now a corpse, and his stone skin strengthened his body with stone growths. The opponent didn't think for long, but immediately began to attack the young man. He barely dodged the stone fist. Kim gritted his teeth and began to understand that his opponent was not as simple as he seemed from the very beginning. The young man crouched down below, raised his head up and saw how Bae folded his arms and flew towards him. Literally a second later, the stones hit the ground, broke into small pieces and flew in different directions. The enemy was sitting near a pile of stones, and the wind was blowing dust in different directions. Kim was not hurt at all. He was safe and sound, quietly sneaking up on his opponent, who began to listen to what was going on behind his back. The guy crept closer to Hex, gritted his teeth, and hit him in the head with all his might. He looked at his opponent with a frown, beads of sweat running down his face, because he put all his strength into his blow. But the guy just smiled and looked at Kim with hatred, and then asked how he was doing. The young man began to stretch his arms and thought that he had only done himself a lot of harm. He began to shake with horror, covered himself with his hands, and the enemy was already ready to attack him again. Bae hit Kim with all his might, so much so that he flew back several meters and hit his back very hard against the wall. The opponent laughed and said that Taehyung should know his limits in acting, and then asked if the young man had come to his senses. He smiled mischievously and said that the young man was a worthless and unawakened bastard. Bae asked the guy what he would do now and asked if he would run away again. The opponent did not calm down and asked whether the young man would continue to try with his awakened skills. Kim lay there and thought about how all awakened people, without exception, receive a skill and rank. Starting from F rank, they are almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person, but S rank gives the right to be called a monster. But he received an unknown skill, and also the worst rank, and he began to understand that he would not be able to cope with Hexu, who had a high level. The young man looked at B, who frowned, and was most likely thinking about continuing to attack him. Hexu seemed to be filled with new strength and said that he felt that he would not lose. The opponent looked in surprise at what was happening to the young man and stuttered and asked what was going on. Then he shouted that this couldn't be, and then asked if it was true that Kim had awakened. Taehyung looked at his hand and thought that he was a predator. The guy began to feel how magic obeyed him. His eyes were burning red, and he said to himself that he himself did not know what was happening. Kim saw an enraged BAE running towards him and said that everything would end if he killed the spellcaster. The young man was not at all afraid of his opponent. He stood still and only put his hand forward. Tex's expression changed dramatically. His hand was burning and he was screaming in pain. Kim bit his lip and stared at his opponent, his hand emitting intense heat. Bae screamed very loudly, and at that time, all the stones that had formed on his skin began to fly off in different directions. At this time, the school children were on break. Some were looking at their mobile phones, others were talking to each other. As a few seconds later the sky turned blood red, the young people could not understand what was happening. But nothing stopped Kim. He continued to attack his opponent as best he could. The guy didn't have any protective stones in the form of spikes on his body. He felt very bad. Literally a few seconds later, he simply fell right at Tex's feet. He didn't even have the strength to stand on his feet. Sweat was pouring down the guy's face like a river. He looked tired, but he didn't need to exert any more effort since the fattening was already completed. And as a result of absorbing the target, his rank changed to E and stone spikes began to appear on his hand. But that was not all, as in addition to everything else, a new skill, stone skin, was registered. After everything that happened, the young man went to the medical center, which was located at the school. The nurse heard someone enter the office, turned to the door, and her eyes widened at what she saw. Kim dragged Bae to her, as well as the guys who had attacked him and gotten hurt along with him. The young man raised his head and greeted the nurse. His appearance was also far from ideal. The girl's face became covered in beads of sweat. Her eyes opened wide in surprise, and she asked what happened. After the fight, Kim carried all the victims to the medical center so that they could receive the necessary assistance. The nurse also cured him, as she had special healing skills. Kim lied to her when she asked how they got hurt. He said that they all rolled down the stairs together. She did everything without asking any questions. The guy thought that now he was completely healthy, and that it was wonderful because he not only woke up, but also got even with B.A. Hexu. He thought that the whole problem was only in the predator, but he had not been able to raise his rank before, even though he had trained all his life. Now everything has changed dramatically, and the rank has increased immediately after the first battle. He understood that it was F rank, but his strength was much higher and could be compared to C rank, and he could also absorb other people's skills. The guy climbed the steps and thought about why the king gave him such power, why he regressed him. Kim had many questions, but there were no answers to them. He looked ahead and thought about the fact that in the end he had only one thing left to do: find out more about the predator. The man stood in front of the building for a few minutes and admired it, as if he was seeing it for the first time. The young man raised his head and began to look at his house, and thought that he had not been there for so long. The young man recalled that after his parents died, he stayed with his uncle. Kim entered the apartment and said that his uncle would be late, and he had time to look for information about skills similar to his. He looked to the right. The guy's eyes became very big in surprise and his mouth opened. He saw unfamiliar guys. Two of them had balaclavas on their heads that hid their faces, and his nephew was scurrying about on the floor. He raised his head, looked in front of him. Beads of sweat appeared on the boy's face, and he asked if it was really Kim Taehyung. The man recognized Hwang Jae-yun and asked him in surprise why he wasn't at school. Kim thought that even before his regression, the boy wanted to make friends with other gangsters, so he took money from home and got into trouble. The strangers began to ask Hwang who had come to the house and what he was doing there, but he did not know what to answer. The young man looked at everything that was happening and thought that who would have thought that this was today? He thought about how he was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be Jaehan's cousin. One of the bandits approached Kim and said that if he didn't want to get it, he should forget about everything that was happening and get out, because they would still take what they needed and leave. The blond man with a bandage on his nose put his hand on the young man's head and told him that he was an unawakened elder. Taehyung looked calmly at his opponent, then smiled and noted that everything was fine. And then he added that he wanted to try something. The bandit was very surprised when he heard these words. The young man did not hesitate for very long, but immediately, with all his might, hit his opponent in the face with his hand, and he could not stay on his feet, but immediately fell. This was very unexpected for the bandit. He coughed so much that saliva flew out of his mouth in all directions. The blonde's accomplices saw everything that was happening perfectly well and were very tense. Kim leaned over the guy with the taped nose who was sweating from fear. He saw Taehyung's hand moving towards his face and he started screaming for him to stop. But the young man put his hand forward and began to pronounce the word predator syllable by syllable. His opponent spread his arms out to the sides and didn't even try to defend himself. Kim's pupils narrowed in anticipation of defeating his opponent, and there was a satisfied smile on his face. The guy's mood changed very quickly. He was very surprised, since the predator function was unavailable. The blonde continued to lie on the floor, sweat running down his face in streams. He couldn't understand what was happening. The young man's sweat began to run down his face in streams, and he was very upset that the predator had not activated. The bandit realized that our hero did not pose any danger to him, so he hit him in the face with all his might and called him a crazy bastard. Kim did not expect such a strong blow. He flew back several meters and hit his back very hard. He wheezed from the pain. The blonde guy with a bandage on his nose quickly got to his feet and started yelling at the guy to die. One of the bandits from his group began to attack the young man with chains, which was exactly the skill he possessed. The second one began to spread a very strong poison on the young man. Thus, he tried to get rid of it, and the blonde himself decided to use his skill of bleeding. The bandits decided that together they could very easily deal with the young man, who bowed his head and covered it with his hand. Then something very unexpected happened. A purple, very thick fog appeared in front of the villains. The blonde put his hand forward and asked how the unawakened dared to pretend to be awakened, and added that the guy didn't know his place at all. Suddenly, a system message appeared stating that skill usage was detected. Skills such as chains, poison, and bleeding were confirmed, and resistance was obtained through mystical power. Kim smiled and said that the predator suddenly didn't work and then neutralized the opponent's skills. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise and said that he didn't know what was going on. Tae-hyung didn't think for long. He walked up to his opponent and hit him with all his might with his hand with stone spikes right in the face. The young man's eyes changed dramatically, the pupils narrowed, the irises turned white, and a sly smile appeared on his face. The bandit screamed in pain. The guy knocked out his tooth. He screamed that Kim was incredibly strong. Literally a few minutes later, a calm young man stood by the window, as if nothing had happened, and said that he had now learned two things. The first is that the status window is only visible to awakened ones. It does not display all the information, and also that there was no shortage of mana, but the predator still did not activate. He realized that there was something other than mana in the activation conditions, and besides that, the predator's passive effect was not listed in the description. Kim realized that he would neutralize all the negative effects such as bleeding and poison, and he would gradually be able to confirm his assumptions. A drop of sweat appeared on the young man's face. He tried to analyze something else, but heard someone's voice. The leader of the bandits began to ask the guy what he was doing, and Tae-hyung calmly looked at him. The little boy, Kim's cousin, was on his knees and said that he had seen his incredible side, so he repented of what he had done and asked for forgiveness. The boy asked what he should do, lick the man's shoes or bark. He was ready to do whatever he said, and our hero thought that Hwang was very pathetic and a real fox. Kim grimaced. A bead of sweat appeared on his face, and his cousin began to bark and make other sounds typical of a dog. The young man understood perfectly well that the problem was not in the boy, but in what would happen very soon. And he calmly told his cousin that he would forgive him, and he stuttered and asked if he was telling the truth. Kim folded his arms across his chest and said that in exchange Jae-yeon would have to go with him, and he looked at our hero in surprise. The gates to the businesses were closed, and there was a sign in front of them stating that only authorized persons could enter the premises. A group of people looked up. The girls were very scared, but the man was absolutely calm. They saw that a gate had broken through, a phenomenon where a path from the abyss suddenly opens up for monsters. And if nothing is done, a dungeon catastrophe is possible. The man said that 10 years had passed since the last disaster, and that time a gate suddenly appeared and the monsters began to crawl away. The girl said that if they did nothing, there would be only a few moments before the disaster. The second asked if perhaps it would be worth evacuating the nearby areas. The young man noted that this was not necessary, since he had a skill called barrier. And then he added that besides, the rank of this gate is only C, so there is no need to worry about it. The man noticed that the strongest monster that could come out from there was also a C rank. He continued to say that even if an unforeseen crisis were to occur, but he was not allowed to finish. The girls saw how monsters were swarming behind him. The leader turned his head to where his charges were looking with fear and surprise. He definitely did not expect such a development of events. And after just a few seconds, the monsters were near the man, but he didn't even try to run away. He pulled himself together and told the girl that they, as B-ranked, would be able to hold back the breakthrough. The boy ran down the street calling the young man and asking if everything shouldn't be okay. He didn't get an answer to his question, so he noticed that the man himself said that the personnel manager was already there, which meant that everything would be fine. Kim told his cousin to stop calling him sir, and then pointed out that the kid was right, Because the original mana of this gate is at the C rank level, the personnel there are B rank, so C rank monsters are no obstacle to them. Huang's face was covered in sweat from the strain, and he noticed that he had said exactly that. His pupils narrowed greatly, and he noticed that this was all true if the gate was actually C rank. The man leaned over the monsters and thought that it was very strange that these low-ranking monsters were able to break through his B-rank barrier. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from worry, and he thought that it couldn't be that the mana coming from there was of a higher rank than his. The leader was torn from his thoughts by his charges, who began shouting that there was something inside the gate. They all raised their heads up and began to stare, their mouths wide open in surprise. The huge monster opened its mouth wide, bared its huge sharp teeth, and growled very loudly. The leader's pupils became like dots. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He could not understand what was happening. And the monsters became more and more numerous. They approached people, shining their red eyes and clicking their teeth. The leader and his charges were very confused. They did not understand what to do in such a situation. The huge monster screamed very loudly, and fragments of the gate flew in different directions. It was a giant ogre that belonged to the A rank. The wind blew in the leader's face. Sweat began to flow down his face, and he said that this monster was definitely not a C rank. The man began to suspect something. He saw a fiery flame in front of him and said that this monster was of a rank. Literally a few seconds after his words, a powerful explosion occurred. The cousin shouted at Kim that, let's say the young man was right, and then noted that it was stupid and asked how he knew all this. And he thought that he had already gone through this. Huang said that not only was there no monster here, but the area wasn't even being evacuated, and the guy told him that he had good intuition, and these words surprised the cousin. The nephew asked again what Taehyung meant. He said that his intuition told him so, and the cousin accused our hero of lying. The boy turned to the man and told him not to say that he was fooling him. He wanted to say something else, but he saw how people were running away from the monsters. They were all very scared. They barely managed to break away from the monsters. They shouted for the guys to run away too, because the gates had been broken through. From different directions, people could be heard asking for help. Huang turned blue and was covered in beads of sweat. The man calmly asked him if the boy remembered that he told him what to do and ordered him to act. The boy looked at the man and asked with surprise in his voice what he would do. The guy opened his eyes wide, his pupils narrowed, beads of sweat appeared on his face. He thought for a bit. And then he said that he would deal with this abomination and would be there. Huang was very surprised when he saw that stone growths began to appear on his uncle's body. The man stood by the huge window, looking at the evening city and asking if he had been correctly informed that the situation was escalating and that the C-rank gate breakthrough turned out to be A-rank. He noted that it was impossible to send reinforcements since the others were busy in the dungeons or exploring the abyss, and added that the only solution to the crisis was an awakened A-rank. The boy turned his head to the side and told the man that he was his hope, and asked him to help them. Blade of Madness. And Hensu bit his lip at this suggestion. This was the awakened A-rank. Tears started flowing from his eyes, and the man said that they should all hang in there. And he was going to them, by the way. The 8th grader syndrome was his peculiarity. One of the scary monsters received a strong blow to the head. He clenched his teeth very hard, because he did not expect such a rebuff. Taehyung fought back against the huge and scary monsters as best he could. Some of them were bigger than the guy. The young man dealt with huge monsters and threw them in stacks on top of each other. He put his hand forward to use his skill because there were a lot of monsters. After a while, the guy smiled, and despite the absurdity of the situation, he began to understand that the predator skill did not work because of fatigue. It exceeded the required indicator. Most skills use mana, but that doesn't mean you only need to worry about it. The thing is that there is also fatigue. It increases if you use skills or move. The higher the fatigue, the more the power of skills decreases and the heavier the body becomes. The man thought that it was a pity that he had to think about so much, but he realized that he could absorb the bodies of monsters, thereby restoring mana without spending it. A message appeared in front of him, saying that the target's life activity had stopped and mana would not be spent. He had succeeded in the hunt and had restored it. The guy was very happy about this. He was also informed that his rank had been raised to D. He understood that the more he used Predator, the stronger he would become, and at this rate, he could become a first SSS rank. When the monsters were destroyed, the young man noted that the job was done and he needed to return to his cousin, but he heard some noise behind him, so he turned his head to the side and looked there in surprise. He saw a man fighting a very large monster and was very surprised. The stranger beat the monster, called him a dirty monster, and shouted that he would avenge the souls of those killed. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he spoke of how the warrior of justice and Hensu would judge the monster. Taehyung's eyes and mouth widened in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The man attacked the monster, and it only rolled its eyes and screamed very loudly in pain. And Hensu did not stop. His attacks were like fiery lightning, but the monster did not resist him. The pillar of fire that appeared after the force was applied was visible from afar, and it seemed to be going into the sky. Our hero stood to the side and watched everything very carefully. His mouth opened in surprise. The young man thought that the man could easily defeat an A-rank monster. It must be the awakened one who had allowed the gate breakthrough in his past life. The youth watched as Madness, Blade, and Hensu climbed onto the monster and thought that he really was as strong as everyone said. And he laughed cheerfully, squinted one eye, and said that the stupid monster died from his sword of justice. Our hero looked at Anna, and in his head, there was a huge number of thoughts that were not connected to each other. The man folded his hands as if he was going to pray, and then told the residents that he hoped that the residents would be at peace. Kim watched everything that was happening carefully. A system message alerted him that the use of a skill was being felt. He saw a monster approach the Blade of Madness and stab him with a knife. The man was unable to react to this in any way. Beads of sweat appeared on Anna's face. He began to wheeze, cough, and blood flowed from his mouth like a fountain. The monster smiled sarcastically. The blood vessels in his eyes burst, and he said that Hensu had been caught. And at that time, it became very dark outside. A very strong wind was blowing, which dispersed the dust. There were no people at all in the markets and bazaars. From the outside, it might have seemed that the city was dead. Hwang stood near the sofa and looked at the school nurse. She was feeling very bad. The boy looked at her. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He frowned and wondered if this was all really normal. His pupils narrowed very much when he heard that a lot of people would die today. Kim also added that their school nurse Choi Nayeon would also die. The boy looked at him with disbelief. The man said she would die because she would help others instead of evacuating. The young man asked his cousin if he could put people to sleep with his sleep skill, and he answered in the affirmative. So our hero asked him to put the girl to sleep and evacuate her. Taehyung looked at the boy intently and said that he would handle the rest himself. Hwang stood next to Choi and thought about how Kim could have found out about all this. He was very surprised. The boy had a whole swarm of thoughts in his head. He was so nervous that beads of sweat appeared on his face. The boy looked at the nurse and understood that his uncle's proposal made sense. He clenched his fist and thought about the fact that Kim was awakened with the precognition skill. Hwang said that having a skill like foresight was very cool, but the man said that it was not so. Kim asked with a smile on his face if anything could go wrong, but then cursed in his mind. He watched Anne and the monster and thought that something was definitely going wrong right now. Hensu held his wound and began to ask the monster who he was and demanded that he reveal himself. And he started laughing in response and noted that the man was alive, even with his vital organs punctured, and that this was amazing. He said that this was very amazing. The bald monster smiled and said that it would be more fun this way. It was the B-rank villain Han Sando who had the stealth skill. The awakened ones who committed a crime are called villains, and the bald guy is one of them. This is a deadly maniac who during the gate breakthrough killed people for his own pleasure. Kim watched everything that was happening and thought that he was sure that in their past life these two people had definitely never met. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he began to guess that the future had changed because of him. And frowned, called Khan a malicious bastard, and shouted, "How dare the villain do this?" He became very angry, used his skill, started running towards his opponent, and shouted that he would punish him with his own hands. But after a few minutes, Hen's face changed dramatically. He heard some strange sounds. He, just like the villain, froze in place with a weapon in his hands, and stones and dust began to fly in different directions. The monster that Anne had dealt with some time ago began to get up, and the guys who were on it also began to fall. The monster became very angry. It bared its huge teeth and screamed very loudly. Hens was very surprised when he saw the living ogre giant, and the villain began to laugh and noted that this was incredible regeneration. This was expected from an A-rank monster. The monster became very angry and tried to deal with two men at the same time. Sando was able to jump aside, started laughing, and said that there was nothing he could do in this situation, so he would leave Anna to this freak. He turned his head towards Kim and noted that in any case, they had an observer here. Khan started laughing and then said that this was great, because the more victims, the better. His eyes burned with the fire of hatred. He swung at Kim and began to scream for the guy to die. Our hero stood calmly. There was a smile on his face. The villain did nothing to him. As stone spikes appeared on the guy's skin, he called the attacker an idiot and hit him with all his might, so hard that he fell. Sando jumped to his feet very quickly and noticed that the person in front of him was awakened. He wanted to hit the young man with his sword again, but he froze in place because Kim said that the villain in front of him was a B-rank villain. Our hero noticed that in front of him stood a psychopath who loved to kill people while using the stealth skill. The guy asked if he had named all the enemy's regalia correctly, and when he didn't receive an answer to his question, he noted that it was great that they met. The Khan was not going to give up. He began to attack the young man, but it was all in vain. The sword hit the stone growths. But this did not stop the villain. He continued to attack Taehyung again and again. Our hero was serious, calm, and collected. He crossed his arms in front of him, which were covered with stone spikes. The villain had a crazy look. Despite the fact that the blows did not cause any damage to the guy, he continued to attack, and Kim defended himself. Sando laughed and noted that the man was skilled enough to be confident in himself. And then he added that who would have known that the blades did not work on the young man, and he continued to wait for new attacks. Han said he doesn't know how his opponent figured out who he is, but Kim probably thinks he has a chance since the villain's attacks don't work on him. The guy listened attentively to his opponent, looked at him intently, and was ready to attack. And he asked if the young man knew that he needed to understand that the world does not follow plans. After a few seconds, his trail disappeared, as if he wasn't standing in front of Taehyung, who immediately realized that he had used a skill called stealth. The young man became very tense, began to cover himself with his hands, and thought that even though he had used his skill, it still wouldn't change anything. The villain's stealth doesn't affect anything, since his attacks don't hit him anyway. Suddenly, Kim heard the villain's voice behind him, asking if the guy was sure that he wouldn't be attacked. Beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face, and Khan hit him with all his strength on the arm. Blood spurted out of the wound. Taehyung was very surprised when he saw the blood, and his opponent began to laugh very happily. The villain continued to hold his weapon in his hands and asked the guy if he knew how many like him he had already killed. He had a sarcastic smile on his face and said that they were all fools who believed that their skills were invincible. But upon realizing their weakness, they immediately became lost and died. Kim gritted his teeth as Sando told him that there were some things he needed to understand before he died. He attacked the guy and then said that all skills without exception have weaknesses. The young man knelt down and thought that he had no idea that stone skin had any flaws. As it turns out, it doesn't block the blow completely, and the unbearable shock breaks the stone. And the destroyed part is replaced, but with a stone of significantly increased strength. Finally, the guy realized that this was exactly what the villain had been trying to achieve from the very beginning. Taehyung gritted his teeth and thought that he was now completely confident that he could handle a one-on-one fight against a B rank because his physical abilities were far above the average D rank. And he calmly said that it was necessary to finish with the tests. The villain was very surprised and asked what he said. But literally a minute later, he started running at the guy, laughing and saying that he was cornered and that most likely that was why he went crazy. Kim asked Han if he knew why he wanted to meet him, but he only asked what the young man was yapping about. But the young man did not listen to the villain and continued to talk about how he wanted to take away his skill. Sando opened his eyes wide and wondered what this ominous manna was, while his opponent had been hiding it all this time. But his mood changed very quickly. He smiled through his teeth and called our hero an idiot. The villain said he didn't know what that skill was, and then asked if Kim could hit him without seeing him. The young man replied to Khan that he himself had told him that all skills have weaknesses, and he himself added that he realized this when he was absorbing monsters. Some of them constantly left his field of vision. Taehyung was silent for a moment, and then added that in the end, the predator caught up with everyone. The young man said that no matter where his enemy was hiding, Khan tensed up after these words. Kim noticed that wherever the villain ran, the villain's eyes became huge, and he asked again what the guy said. And the young man looked closely at his opponent and noticed that the predator would catch him no matter what. And our hero, with the help of his special skill, began to attack his opponent while he was absolutely calm. The city was very quiet, the sun was rising, but the streets were still empty, deserted. On the path, among a huge number of stones, a man was lying face down. He was alive and mentally swearing. He thought that if it weren't for that villain, everything would have been completely different. And Hyun-soo thought that he was a hero of justice, an invincible warrior who could not defeat death. The huge monster folded its hands into fists, its eyes glowing with hatred. It walked straight towards the guy who passed out. The monster folded his hand into a fist and began to scream as if he were mad. He was very much ruined. The monster hit with such force that dust and dirt flew in all directions. He could not stop. After a few minutes, he stopped and screamed like a wounded animal, his eyes burning red. When the huge monster calmed down, he looked at the place where the guy was and saw only a dent. Our hero asked what was going on and noticed that the monster's opponent was sprawled on the ground so that he was not visible. Kim told the monster that it was all no surprise, but in fact he managed to save an hens because he used a new skill. He held the guy by the scruff of the neck. There was a smile on his face, and he himself said that it was much easier this way. The man and woman opened the doors and were very surprised and also happy with who they saw. Huang laughed and told his parents that he was already home, and Kim asked if everything was okay with his uncle. And the elderly people had tears in their eyes and frowned as they were very worried about their son. The boy laughed and said that nothing had happened, and his parents replied that they found the house in disarray. The boy tearfully reported again that nothing had happened, and the young man laughed and noted that everything was complicated. The man held a mobile phone in his hands and watched the breaking news about the gate being breached. The announcer said that, according to government statements, the current threat of a gate breach had been completely eliminated. He then said that given the possibility of another breakout, the government had ordered nearby schools to close for a week. The news also reported that the survivors have begun to recover successfully, and the public can breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the nurse explained to the police that when she woke up, she was already in this place. Anne gave an interview in which he said that it was not he who defeated the giant ogre. The real hero is a completely different person. The announcer reported that the body of the giant ogre was not found, and the identity of the villain who attacked people is not known for certain. He noted that everyone is worried that security measures are not enough. Kim looked and listened carefully to this news and said that it was excellent. He was very pleased. The young man was glad that not a word was said about him. He had no plans to become popular. He looked at the cave into which the railway led and said to himself that it was time to take the next step. Kim thought about how he now had 3 skills. He noticed that getting stealth was quite successful, but at the current level, it was difficult to use 3 skills at once. He knew that using it stupidly would use up all his mana and increase his fatigue level, and it would end up pretty badly, so potions would be the best solution. Potions are elixirs that are created for various purposes, such as restoring mana or fatigue. The guy thought that they were quite expensive, so he first needed to earn money. But he needs an official permit to hunt, and even simply using his skills without one is considered illegal. That is why he has only one thing left to do: clear out unexplored dungeons. The monsters became curious about how a mortal could find them and dare to come here. One of them suggested paralyzing the guy and throwing a feast, and Tai-hyung noticed that he met highly developed monsters. The guy looked at them and noticed that he didn't have enough B rank to change his rank. He would have to destroy 100 of these monsters. The monsters shouted at him how dare he and asked if the man even understood the situation he was in. The monster took in so much air that her cheeks became huge, like 2 balloons, and her eyes burned with the red fire of hatred. It spat in the direction of the young man and screamed that they would eat him alive. The monsters laughed like madmen and asked how the guy was doing now, wondering if he felt his body turning to stone and becoming paralyzed. But Kim looked at them with a smile on his face. A system message appeared in front of him that resistance had been received due to mystical power. The monsters suddenly stopped laughing, and the young man noted that he had thought that they had useful skills. Screams and squeals could be heard from the cave. Kim saw a message that he had succeeded in the hunt, and a new skill, paralysis, was registered. There were 2 security guards at the entrance to the new South Korean Players Association. Go Tae-wook, deputy manager and personnel officer of the New Korea Players Association, was thinking about the 2 best players. The player is an awakened one who is allowed to use his skills for various purposes, such as exploring the abyss, clearing dungeons, and the like. In South Korea, there were only 5 such player centers. 4 great guilds that had indivisible fighters, alchemist masters, wizard mages, and nightwalker informants. The authorized agency that managed the players, including the 4 great guilds, was the new South Korean Players Association. The young man frowned and thought about something, but he was suddenly distracted from his important thoughts. He was distracted by Yu An, the leader of the Nightwalkers Guild, and an S-rank player, who told the chairman that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The silver-haired man thanked the girl for coming and said that he knew that she was very busy. The chairman of the new association was called Ji Jinwi, and he was also an S-rank player. He asked the beauty if she had learned anything, and she asked if they were talking about the Villains Guild. The Villain Guild was a criminal organization founded by the most hardened of villains, and members of the guild wore gold rings with 3 skulls. Yu handed the document to Ji and said that it listed all of their movements, as well as a list of the players they were targeting. The girl said that she was sure that the man did not call her to personally hand over the documents and asked why she was invited here. The man laughed cheerfully, took the paper in his hands, and said that he wanted to know her opinion. Anne looked closely at her opponent. She was very surprised that the chairman cared about her opinion. Jinwei formally asked when Miss had passed the player test. The girl was surprised by this question, but she answered that it was when she reached the qualifying age, at 19 years old. She wanted to add something else, but she was thinking very hard about the question that was asked. The girl started to talk about something, but the chairman smiled and began to ask a new question. He was interested in Yu's opinion on whether a high school student could fight a monster, and he was sitting on the mountain with the monsters that had been killed. The guy put his cell phone to his ear and asked if he had reached one of the 4 great guilds, called the Alchemists. On the other end of the line, they confirmed that he had reached the right place, and the young man said that he wanted to buy several types of potions from them. The 7-day closure of the school due to the breach of the gates was over, and the children were rushing to classes. What happened during these 7 days? Kim and her cousin were pumping up their endurance and strength. The young man not only did physical training, but also cleared dungeons. The guy also managed to visit one of the 4 largest alchemist guilds and greatly surprised its employees. They looked at the magic stones and couldn't believe that there were so many of them, and promised to take the young man to SVP to make a deal, and Kim was able to buy the potions. The young man was also able to reach the sea level. He thought that despite this, he still had a very long way to go. But besides everything that happened, he has to go to school, because it is one of his responsibilities. The boy's classmates approached him and began asking if it was true that he had single-handedly wiped out Bei Hexu's henchmen, and then they asked if he had awakened. Kim replied that no matter what happened, but his opponent had big problems, they were very surprised and asked why, if he knew the reason for this. The guy wanted to answer something, but he heard someone's footsteps and began to listen to them. He looked intently to the side, and the pupils of his eyes narrowed very much, but despite all this, he was calm. The young people who walked through the office did not stand on ceremony, but clung to desks and chairs, which fell to the floor with a loud crash. But this didn't bother them at all. They looked ahead and went where they had previously planned. One of the guys put his feet right on the desk, thus showing his superiority. He told the young man with a smirk on his face that Lee Youngjai would not just let this go. The guy looked at Kim and told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was the awakened S-Rank Lee Youngjai. He was the leader of the Tisen High School gang, and his parents were the owners of the corporation that sponsored it. It was he who set Hexa, who constantly bullied him, on our hero. And John Z did all this because the young man was unawakened. Kim looked at his opponent from under his long bangs and noticed that he was not his friend, and he just laughed. The boy heard a kid from Lee's entourage tell him not to talk nonsense and to get lost. He felt on top of things and talked about how Taehyung was a bastard and how dare he even talk to John Jay. The boy tried to say something else, but suddenly he got a punch to the nose with all his might. Lee stood up and asked the guy in his retinue if he could see that he was busy talking. Kim calmly watched everything that was happening and did not even get up from his seat. John Jay told him that he knew that the young man was very inspired after defeating Bei Hexu. Then he asked through clenched teeth whether it was possible to tease an opponent while looking him in the face. A drop of sweat appeared on Kim's face, and he thought that this was the magical power of the awakened S-Class, and it was simply off the charts. The guy put his hands in his pocket, and his opponent told him that he should pay attention when important things are said to him. The young man took his hands out of his pockets, used his skill, and wondered what it would be like for Lee when he met the predator. A girl with blue hair approached John Jay. She noted that everything should be in moderation and asked him to leave. A guy from his retinue extended his hand to her, but she grabbed him so hard that he howled in pain. The beauty's name was Lim An, and she also asked Taehyung to finish what he started. The boy frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he began to smile timidly at the girl. He was embarrassed. Lim An was not only the head girl, the most promising and educated, but also rich and an S-Class awakened. She stood calmly and looked at Lee, and he was only thinking about the fact that it was simply impossible to retreat. But he smiled, asked who should be left alone, and noted that there was a misunderstanding. It was just a conversation between friends. Lim calmly noted that they were not friends, and she knew it very well. The guy smiled, looked at the girl with hatred, and asked her not to cross the line. But she did not back down and said that if Lee did not leave voluntarily, she would help him and demanded that he leave. Kim watched everything that was happening and thought that it would be better for them to really leave everything, because if they continued, the class would be in danger of being destroyed. John Jay couldn't stand the girl's piercing gaze, turned around and said that he was leaving, and then added that he didn't intend to fight for nothing. Literally a moment later, he turned around, pointed his hand at Lim, and asked her if she really thought that was what he would say. A fireball appeared in Lee's hands. His eyes glowed with the red fire of hatred, and his pupils narrowed very much. The girl did not expect such a turn of events. Beads of sweat appeared on her face from fear. But then everything was interrupted by a call. The broadcasting department was about to tell the school children some very important information. The voice from the speaker announced that there would be a special lecture in the main hall of the Players Association, so all students should immediately gather in the main hall. The message was repeated one more time, and John Jay stood as if in a stupor and could not understand anything. Lim and Kim looked at him calmly. They understood that the skirmish did not happen only because they announced important information. Lee smiled sarcastically and said through clenched teeth that this was all very timely, although he himself did not think so. He walked towards the exit and noticed that the young people were lucky, while the guys from his retinue just made faces. Ayan turned her head towards Taehyung and asked if he was okay. Beads of sweat appeared on her face from worry. She started to say that the guy shouldn't thank her, but before she could blink, the chair he was sitting on was empty. The young man was already at the door. He asked why the girl was standing and inquired whether she had heard the announcement about the gathering in the main hall. Lim looked at him intently, and the young man said that he would go there quickly. The beauty opened her mouth in surprise and wondered if Kim had always been like this. A huge number of young people gathered in the hall. They were talking about what the special lecture organized by the Players Association would be about. The students opened their mouths and eyes in surprise. The man greeted them, said that he was the HR director, and his name was Go Tae-wook. The man said that there were 2 reasons why he had gathered them here, the first being the lack of response to the gate being breached. He noted that he was offering an apology from the Players Association and also said that he would conduct safety training. And the second reason for this meeting, the HR director noted, was that changes had been made to the player exam. Lee listened very carefully to what the man was saying, grimaced, and then called him a bastard. Lim was thinking about Kim. She wanted to find out more information about him later. Meanwhile, the young man barely listened to the HR director's report. He yawned from boredom. The students began to talk about how the players' exam affected them and noted that it was for 19-year-olds and they would not be able to participate this year. Go said that this is what they think and then said that it concerns them, so he is here to give them advice. Tae-wook said that an unexpected event had recently occurred. A gate had broken through, and due to the sudden increase in the number of monsters and dungeons, the association admitted that they were short of personnel. He noted that starting this year, they plan to allow even high school students to receive recommendations. After these words, the students opened their mouths wide in surprise. They couldn't believe their ears that they would also be able to receive recommendations. Go noted that the guidelines for each school included testing aptitude, grades, and behavior. He said that they planned to select people based on complete numerical data. Kim thought this was a lie. The guy looked at the man and thought that this exam could really only be taken by high school students, but the selection itself was already underway. Taehyung stared ahead and thought that this was Go Tae-wook's skill. The man could determine the observer with his gaze. He looked at each student and assessed him. The observer's eye, the ability to quantify the total number of abilities of the person you're looking at, and even see the player's status window information when concentrating. The man continued his report, but at the same time he kept a close eye on each senior student. Go thought that the numbers here were definitely better than other places. These students would become great players. His eyes were shining with joy because he saw something very amazing. He turned his attention to Lee Young-jae, whose ability level was at its peak. Also, Lim Ayan caught Go's attention. She had the highest level among all the students. The man recalled being given a piece of paper with a request from the association's president and thought about receiving a list of recommended targets from the Nightwalkers. But such numbers are high for an unprepared awakened one. Guo thought that he would have to write a letter of recommendation once he returned. His thoughts were interrupted by Lee, who raised his hand up. He wanted to ask the man questions. Tae-wook looked at the audience in surprise. He was not prepared for the fact that they would ask him questions. The guy noticed that Go said that he would provide recommendations for the player's exam, and then asked if there were those who were not at all suitable for this position. The man asked if he was talking about unsuitable candidates, and Lee said that the exam was a kind of test that allows one to determine whether an awakened person has the right to become a player. And then he said sarcastically that he thought the unawakened didn't need to listen to all this. The player is not only his strength, but also the rank of the awakened, the ability to cope with various situations, extensive knowledge of the abyss. All these complex abilities must be tested to be eligible to become a player. John Z noted that the first difficulty lies precisely in awakening. And then, with a sly smile on his face, he asked whether the unawakened would suffer if they listened to this and looked towards Kim. He looked at his opponent and thought that he was making such a speech to check whether he was awakened or not. Lee looked at the young man and thought if Taehyung was awakened, he had to prove it. Lim turned her head and shouted at the guy, but his face still had the same sarcastic smile as before. Kim got angry and asked the girl what she was doing because he didn't ask her to help. Although she expected such a reaction, she turned her head, clenched her teeth, and thought that she didn't care about anything. One of the students said that he hoped to be pulled out of there as soon as possible, and a chuckle went through the hall. And Go noted that attending the lecture depended only on them. Lee couldn't calm down. He again turned to Taehyung and asked if he was ashamed because he still wouldn't be able to get a recommendation, as he was unawakened. The opponent couldn't calm down and started asking the guy if he really didn't care about things like testing players. The young man thought that if he could not clearly prove that he was awakened, then he would not have a chance to pass the exam. He realized that he didn't have to prove himself in person to get a recommendation. The hall became very dark, and only Kim, Lim, and Lee were illuminated by a bright light. Go looked at them. The man thought that John Jae was an S rank, but he was just a hooligan, and he felt annoyed by it. Then he looked at Kim Taehyung and thought about how the students thought he was unawakened, his potential level unknown. Our hero was thinking about something when a system message appeared in front of him saying that it was impossible to confirm the information. The HR director was very surprised, his eyes wide open and beads of sweat appeared on his face. And the young man calmly answered him that he was right and that he was narrow-minded. And Lee turned his head and looked in his direction. He asked what benefit there was in listening to such information for the unawakened, since it would only hurt his pride unnecessarily. The guy showed his opponent an obscene gesture and calmly told his opponent that he would leave the assembly hall. John Z did not calm down and told the young man to stay and listen to the excellent lecture and said that he was really annoying him. Go watched everything that was happening and thought that his observer's view hadn't worked. He also remembered that he had scanned the association's president quite calmly. The man's skill did not fail him when he wanted to see Yu-In, the guild leader. This had never happened before, but on this brat the skill somehow failed and stopped working. Go watched Kim walk away, beads of sweat appearing on his face, and a system message announced that the information could not be confirmed. The young man turned his head and looked at the association's head of staff with a slight smile. The man's pupils narrowed very much. He opened his eyes wide and frowned. After all, what he saw shocked him. He was finally able to see information about this guy. The young man went to the school library and said that he was thinking of using his free time to look for clues about the king. 3 guys came in to see him, and Kim said that there was no point in staying here now. The boy with a bandage on his nose told our hero that John Jae was looking for him and demanded that he follow them. The young man turned the page of the book and with a smile on his face said that he did not want to do this. The opponent smiled sarcastically and asked Kim if he ran his aunt's restaurant. The guy was very surprised, tore his gaze away from the pages of the book and looked at the boys. The main one among them noted that this was what Lee had asked to convey. The most important one among them told our hero that he had no parents and that his aunt was having a hard time, and then asked if he wanted to make her life even more difficult. The boy with a bandage on his nose told Kim not to worry and noted that they would make him go anyway. But he didn't have time to finish speaking because something unpredictable happened in the library. The guy who had only been smiling slyly for a few minutes was now screaming in horror. He wheezed as Taken grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up so that his feet were off the ground. And the guys who came to the library with him were lying on the floor. They didn't have the strength to get up. Kim continued to hold the wheezing boy by the throat and told him not to make him ask twice and to ask where Lee was. The young man entered the gym and saw John Jae with a man standing in the middle of the room. The bald man extended his hand forward and said that it was all amazing, and the guy asked what he meant. The man frowned and noticed that ever since the youth arrived here, he had used a status-reducing skill several times. It was the A-rank Hunter Saul Hundo, Lee's bodyguard. He noted that if the guy had such a level of resistance, then he was most likely an awakened A-rank. John Jae laughed and noted that Kim was awakened after all. The opponent smiled at Taehyung and offered to talk to him as a friend. The bodyguard stood behind him and was quite serious. But the young man looked calmly at his opponents, but said nothing in response. Lee noticed that he was being harsh, but he didn't really mean to hurt him. He just wanted to find out more about the guy. He then said that after graduating, he was going to create a guild that would become the successor to the Taesen group, but he couldn't do it all alone. Kim stood there and didn't answer, and he continued speaking as if nothing had happened. He raised his finger and noted that what was most important to him were the personnel, not the losers like B.A. Hexu, but the real talented ones. The guy pointed his finger at our hero and said that he needed people like Kim. He smiled broadly and asked the young man to forget about old grievances and be with him, and then he would definitely have wealth and fame. The opponent's eyes shone like a madman's, and he added that the young man's family would also be able to escape from life in the gutter. Taehyung was tired of listening to all this nonsense, and he noticed that Lee was talking complete nonsense. He was not prepared for such a development of events. And at this time, stone spikes began to appear on the face of our hero, and he asked what riches and dump they were talking about. After some time, the guy also developed stone growths on his hands, which covered all of his skin, and he noticed that John Jay had crossed the line. The opponent was very surprised. He was not prepared for the guy to perceive his words exactly like that. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and noticed that all this was true. But literally, a minute later, everything changed. His eyes became crazy, and he noticed that the dogs needed to be shown their place. He fell to his knees and wanted to use a skill like space. It helped surround the space with a shield, and the magical powers inside could not be felt from the outside. Lee's bodyguard clapped his hands and said that thanks to this, the whole school would not know about their fight. He stated that the investigation had already begun, and the young people began to attack each other. Kim gritted his teeth and continued to fight off his opponent's attacks with all his might. It wasn't easy for him. And John Z felt great. He looked intently at his opponent. His pupils narrowed very much from tension. Kim clenched his teeth tighter as the attacks were so intense, the fire getting between the stone growths and burning his body. The young man's stone protection began to fall off his hands, and beads of sweat appeared on his face as he stared intently at Lee. He didn't think for long, but immediately used his special skill, which was similar to a lightning strike. Our hero felt very bad. His body was burning, and he began to cough very badly. The enemy laughed cheerfully. His eyes were crazy, and then he asked the young man if he understood everything now. Sol Hundo watched everything that was happening and thought that he felt very sorry for Taehyung. He thought about the fact that the guy was most likely an A-rank awakened with high body strengthening skills. And with such a level of combat instinct and willpower, it was hard to believe that he was a schoolboy. Bodyguard Lee thought that the young man probably couldn't even find an opponent for himself. But today's battle surprised the man, and he thought that this was the fruit of an S-rank talent. Sol pressed his lips together and knew that Taehyung had no chance of winning this fight, so he just needed to learn his lesson. But the man's incomprehensible flow of thoughts stopped very abruptly. He was surprised by what he saw. Kim had no intention of stopping. He got into a frenzy and attacked his master beautifully. Each of his next attacks was confident and very accurate. The young man punched his opponent in the face with all his might. And a few minutes later, the guy threw John Jay aside with such force that dirt and dust flew in all directions. The bodyguard did not understand how it all happened. Large beads of sweat appeared on his bald head and face, and he screamed that Kim had thrown Lee away. The floor beneath the enemy gave up the ghost. He wheezed and coughed, and his head was filled with a whole swarm of incoherent thoughts. He caught his breath a little and started calling Taehyung names and asking how he dared to attack him like that, and then he noticed that he couldn't move. Saul was so shocked that he just opened his mouth and wondered if it was true that his master couldn't move. He looked at the young man and thought that his skill was not limited by armor. The man also became very curious about who was in front of him. Kim had a satisfied smile on his face and said that he finally succeeded. He has 3 skills that are gained from the Predator skill. These are Stone Skin, Invisibility, and Paralysis. But the young man didn't use all of his skills from the start, as C-rank Paralysis couldn't easily overcome S-rank resistance. At the same time, Invisibility is very quickly destroyed by a wide range of fire attacks. And the Predator skill is a last resort and should not be used casually. Therefore, Taehyung's goal was to accumulate a skill like Paralysis in the enemy in close combat. The status reduction skill has a greater effect if it is enhanced by a direct hit rather than applied at a distance. If Paralysis is applied several times with continuous hits, then resistance is meaningless. Thanks to this special tactic, everything worked out for the young man, which could not but please. The bodyguard's face was covered in large beads of sweat, and he thought that it was incredible. The guy defeated the gentleman in a direct confrontation, and this exceeded all expectations. Lee continued to lie on the broken floor, unable to get up, and Kim simply looked at his opponent. The red-haired guy groaned and said that he acknowledged his opponent's victory. He noted that he had underestimated his opponent, and then noted that otherwise he wouldn't have been beaten by trash like Taehyung. John Z held the blue crystal in his hands and admired its beauty. He wanted to say something to his opponent, but he didn't bother himself with long conversations, but simply took it and squeezed it hard, and fragments flew in all directions. Kim's pupils narrowed to the point that they became like dots, and he opened his mouth wide in surprise. The young man saw in front of him a huge fiery skeleton that looked quite frightening. Lee put his flaming hand to his head, bared his teeth, and said that he would be a worthy opponent. The guy began to run headlong away from the monster, which attacked with fire from several meters away. The flaming skeleton was a few meters away from the young man, a little more, and it would have caught up with him. But Kim stopped and decided to use the stone skin skill. He clenched his hand into a huge fist. Retreating was not in his nature, so he prepared himself for the enemy to be attacked. He hit him with all his might with his hands, and because of the strong blow, the stone spikes began to fall out of his hands. The young man fell to the floor and screamed very loudly because he miscalculated his strength. He did not think that the enemy was so strong. The huge fire monster towered over the guy, baring its huge teeth, and Lee's bodyguard watched all this with interest from the side. Saul thought that this skill of the master was the true form of the flame heart, because in his normal human form, it would be difficult to reveal the true power of the S-class. But John Z used a magic enhancement stone before that. It is the heart of a monster. It is obtained through processing. Thanks to him, the magical power of the awakened one increases several times. The bodyguard looked at Lee and thought that if this was what he saw, then his master was now capable of fully unleashing his S-rank strength. But the man frowned. Sweat began to pour down his face, but he began to understand that there was some kind of problem. He started shouting for John Jay to stop, and then asked if the guy was really going to kill Kim. Hundo noticed that this magical power was too strong for the guy, and he most likely wouldn't be able to handle it. At the slightest thing, all his blood vessels would burst due to the leakage of magical energy. And then what Lee's bodyguard had said happened. There was a huge explosion. The man started running away wherever his eyes looked. He was very scared. John Jay yelled at Saul to shut up and pointed out that he was only a bodyguard and therefore had no right to give orders. He said that Kim had humiliated him. So he said that he would not listen to the man's advice and did not plan to stop. Our hero looked at his opponent in surprise. The pupils of his eyes narrowed very much. But Lee still couldn't stop. He screamed as if he was mad. He shouted that the bodyguard shouldn't give him orders. Then he started laughing and screamed very loudly for Taehyung to die quickly. Saul was very tense. He thought that his master had gone crazy. He had no idea how to stop him. There was another loud explosion. Hundo shouted if Kim was alive and asked the guy to stop and stop fighting. He said that he would somehow stop the gentleman and the young man should act quickly. Lee's bodyguard wanted to say something else, but he was suddenly hit in the face. He screamed in pain, and not far from him there was another very strong explosion. Dust and dirt flew in all directions. Kim was surprised by this proposal. He noted that John Jay was the first to start a fight and why he should run away. He said that he admitted that S-rank was completely different, but then he would also become himself, especially since fatigue, stamina, and mana had already been restored. The chairman of the New Players Association, Ji Jinwei, gathered his subordinates in his office. The man frowned. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and asked if it was true that one of the seniors had 1,900 points and the other 2,300. The head of personnel said that Lee Jung-jae had 1,900 points and Lim Ayan had 2,300 points. Both of them confirmed S-rank awakened. The girl said that even if they were S-rank, Lee had 1,900 points even without training, which is comparable to an A-rank hunter and equal to a Japanese saint. Go Taewook heard someone cheering and saying that Korea finally had a saint-level hunter. The saint was a hunter who represented Japan. She was 19 years old when she first tested her level and turned out to be a monster whose total points exceeded 2,500. Go thought about Kim and didn't understand what the hell was going on with his points, since their number was more than 5,000. He wondered if this could be a simple illusion, or if there was a mistake in his skill. Taewook was very serious and came to the conclusion that he had to find out everything personally. Saul was on his knees. He was saying that this couldn't be. The man was shocked. He looked at Taehyung and was very surprised. The man asked who our hero really is. Kim did not answer this question, but began to repel the attacks of his opponent Lee. He also began to ask why the young man had thrown him away, since he had an S-rank and was the heir to the T-San group. He continued to scream, calling his name, calling his opponent names, his face twisted in horror. Kim continued to calmly attack him and said that he didn't care what rank Lee was, and also noted that he didn't care that he was someone's heir. And he said that he didn't care about the enemy's regalia when he had the power of the king. John Zay raised his head and looked at the young man in surprise. He was definitely not prepared for this turn of events. He opened his eyes wide in shock, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. It was very quiet in the schoolyard, the sun's rays reflected in the huge windows. And literally a few seconds later, there was a very strong explosion, and dust and dirt rose up in a column. The building was destroyed. Glass was blown out of some windows, and it began to burn. Lee was lying on the floor, covered in dust and dirt, his mouth slightly open, barely breathing, feeling very ill. His bodyguard, who was standing apart from his master, was shaking with terror, and sweat was running down his face in streams. Kim opened his eyes wide and told the man that he had surprised him very much. An A-rank hunter pulled Young-jae out of the center of events at the very last moment when Taehyung used Predator. The boy thought that it didn't matter now since he had already taken his skill anyway, and Saul asked the boy what he was even thinking about. The man said that his master was the heir to the T-san group and how he was going to deal with the consequences. Kim asked who started it first, and he would also say everything. The young man smiled mischievously and asked if he looked like the kind of person who would be scared by something like that. He looked at what was left of the school and told the bodyguard not to worry, since he had no intention of killing Lee anyway. Saul asked what he needed then, and the guy replied that in return he should receive payment for his life. The man did not understand anything. He opened his eyes wide, and Kim said that John Jay was not an ordinary guy, but the heir to the T-san group. Taehyung smiled and asked if he shouldn't get 1 billion for it. The children ran out into the schoolyard. They were very scared because they did not understand what had happened. Someone was shouting for everyone to move away. The senior students were asking each other what was going on. They didn't understand what had happened. Lim knew that this was not an attack by a monster or a demon. She felt magic and a strong flame and immediately realized that this was the power of Lee Jung-jae. She became curious about who his opponent was. She immediately remembered that he always dealt with Kim and became very nervous. The teacher was saying something to the students, trying to calm them down, but Ayan didn't listen to her and started running somewhere. The woman started shouting after the girl to stop, but as if she had heard and seen nothing. She looked at the gate from which smoke was seeping and fire was visible, and thought about how she hadn't checked the gym. Yu ran into the middle and blamed herself for not running here right away and thought about Taehyung. It was very important to the girl that the young man remained alive. She thought about this the whole way. But the first person she saw was Lee, who continued to lie on the floor with his mouth open. Then Yu looked up and saw Kim, who had his hands in his pockets and was standing there as if nothing had happened. The girl was stunned by what she saw. She lost her power of speech and it became very quiet. And then the guy told her that she came in just in time because he needed someone to help move Lee to the medical center or to the hospital, but Ayan couldn't utter a word. She sat down next to John Z and asked what happened here. KM scratched his head and replied that he didn't know what the boy was doing here, but he found him here. Most likely he fell down the stairs. Yu thought about the words he said, and the young man said that he did not know what happened here and asked the girl not to tell anyone that she saw him here. The young man announced that he was leaving, and the beauty asked him to first explain everything properly. The guy didn't answer her, and a few seconds later he disappeared without a trace. The girl was sitting with Lee and was shocked. The beauty was definitely not prepared for such a development of events. She was confused. Kim was already far away. He was looking at the city and the sunset from above. It was already getting dark. He said that Lim would take care of Lee. T-san group would not bother him either. The guy came to the conclusion that the issue was resolved. The young man was very surprised when he saw the system message because he was notified of a new skill, such as the Heart of the Monarch. It increases the abilities of the party members. He also became curious about what charm was. He asked if it wasn't just about looks like celebrities. The guy became curious about how he got it. He wondered if luck had turned away from him, and the skill he had acquired was not called Flame Heart, but Monk's Heart. Kim mentally asked Lee if he was an idiot. He was surprised that his opponent had such a skill. After a few minutes, the young man smiled and realized that this was actually very good. The guy thought that skills that affected the entire party were rare, no matter their level. Since he had several skills, he could combine them. But Monarch's Heart was much better. Kim was walking down the road, talking about how cool it was, when he suddenly heard a noise behind him. The young man turned his head and saw several foreign cars behind him. Several men got out of the car, and Go Taewook, who was walking first, said that Kim had finally been found, and then added that he had a few questions for him. The guy opened his eyes wide. He looked at the man and thought about why this man was here now. Go's eyes glowed purple, and he began to ask the young man what he had done in the gym. The man held a glass of alcoholic drink in his hands, with ice cubes floating in it, and spoke about what this means and what the result is. The dogs barked, and he continued to talk about how his only son was in the hospital. But as if that wasn't enough, he paid for his life. The compensation was 1 billion. The man asked his interlocutor if he could deal with the problem that had arisen as quietly as possible. Before him, kneeling, was his bodyguard Saul, who asked for forgiveness and replied that he would do whatever his master ordered him to do. His interlocutor ordered him to do whatever he thought was necessary, and then noted that the guy was impudent, and it was very funny. The man pointed his finger forward and said that no matter how much they paid, they should also receive compensation. The sweat was streaming down the bodyguard's face, and he told the director that his son's rival was a very young boy, and that it was merciless. The man looked at Sol with hatred and ordered him to shut his mouth. as he did not allow the dog to bark. His name was Lee Jong-soo. He was the CEO of T-San Group and an S-Rank hunter. Tae-wook repeated his question, wondering what Kim was doing at the gym, and the guy wondered how the man ended up there. The young man could not understand what Go was talking about, the explosion or the incident at the lecture. The guy understood that the deputy director of the association was in front of him. The chances that he would personally visit the scene of the fire were small, but he could know that he was the culprit and make his move. The young man had sweat running down his face, and he began to think that he needed to find out everything, and he asked if his opponent was talking about the explosion in the gym. Go opened his mouth in surprise and could not understand what the young man was telling him. Then the man looked to the side and clarified that they were not talking about a fire by any chance, and said that other organizations would deal with this problem. Go said that the guy never answered his question, and Tae-hyung thought that Tae-wook didn't know anything about the explosion. A satisfied smile appeared on the guy's face, and the man, for the umpteenth time, asked him what he was doing in the gym. The young man was silent for a moment and asked if the deputy head of the association was not yet aware of this. Go couldn't understand what Kim meant, and Kim said that he was sure that his visit was because they wanted to invite him to the hunter test. The man laughed in response and answered on what basis they could invite him to the hunter test. The young man showed his points and noted that this was actually his basis and asked if this was not enough. The men's mouths opened wide in surprise. They thought that this simply couldn't be. They looked at the guy and thought about the fact that in these few hours, he had become even stronger, which meant that number was neither a coincidence nor a mistake. Kim looked at them intently, and they wondered who he really was. Go asked why the boy's clothes were so dirty, but he didn't know how to answer that question. Tae-hyung's cousin stood at the door and asked if the young man was really going to the hunter's exam, and he said that it was true, and it would take place in a month. The boy shouted that Kim was a god, a general, an emperor, because he was very surprised by this news. Then he fell on his knees and began to bow, and the young man asked him in surprise if his cousin was joking. The young man held a dumbbell in his hands and thought about the fact that as for the gym, T-San Group would take care of everything, and Go Tae-wook's suspicions would most likely be dispelled. The exam was in a month. He needed to focus on training. Kim was thinking that there would be no more problems when the mobile phone lying on the table rang. The unknown individuals grabbed the man by the neck and asked why the association's hunter was guarding the house of a high school student. He began to wheeze, and the villain said that the guy was most likely one of those participating in the next hunter test. Then he added with a wry smile on his face that this is exactly how the association takes care of rising stars. It was the two assassins, Black Brother and White Brother, A-rank demons. The second of them noticed that the young man they were guarding was just a brat with little experience. His companion laughed and noted that although the boy was a promising hunter, he was nothing without sufficient experience. He smiled with all his teeth, but his eyes were angry and said that they would show everyone what the real awakened ones are. As the white villain began to scream furiously, the guy grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. Black had a weapon in his hands. He began to run to help his brother and at the same time asked the young man who he was. Kim, and it was he, let White go, looked at his brother and asked who he was asking questions to. Without waiting for an answer, he hit the villain in the face with his knee with all his might. He did not expect such a response. The guy looked intently at his opponent and cheerfully said that he was their small fry with no experience. And a few hours before this, when the school building was burning, a very interesting conversation took place. Saul asked about the billion, and then said that if he kept silent about this incident, then it would not be up to him to decide. Tae-hyung waved his hand, looked at his opponent and said, "Who doesn't know this?" Our hero noted that he was not such a bad person as to hold his subordinates accountable, and asked the man to simply do everything possible to reach an agreement. A chain appeared in his hand, and he said that if Hundo wanted to betray him, he had something interesting. Kim looked at the man and asked him if he could make a conclusion, while he himself read the oath of the awakened. With its help, one can make a contract using magical power. Saul frowned, and the young man said that the conditions were very simple, along with the requested compensation of $1 billion. They needed to make every effort to hush up the incident in the gym. The news reported that the fire in the gymnasium of Daesan Middle School was caused by a gas explosion, and there were no casualties. There was a second condition. Lee's bodyguard called the young man's mobile phone. The man's face was beaded with sweat as he said that by his awakened oath, he was to give Kim information about the killers, and that he should be informed in advance of any retaliatory action. The black villain, who was already holding blades in both hands, gritted his teeth and began to attack the guy. But even though he fought off his attacks perfectly with his bare hands, he was not afraid of his opponent's weapons. The villain wanted to attack the young man from behind, but he failed. The young man hit his opponent with all his might. He fell to the ground and small stones and dust flew in all directions. And the guy said that they say that the main feature of the Black and White Brothers is hidden attacks using invisibility. Taehyung put his foot on his opponent's head and said with a smile on his face that he thought so, and then added that there was nothing special about it. After a few seconds, the young man noted that this was, in the end, all they could do. A luxurious black car was flying through the city's night streets, and inside it was no ordinary person. It was Yu Ian who said that she heard that the selection of participants for the hunter exam was over, and it would gather promising hunters from all over the country. She spoke with the chairman via video link and asked who he was waiting for, and noted that it was most likely Shin Yunbak from Busan, who has an S rank. Ji Jinwei was still at work. He was standing near the window in the dark office, and he laughed, and added that the man was really gorgeous. Then he laughed even more cheerfully and said that he was actually expecting the girl's younger brother. Yu replied that he couldn't achieve anything in their family, and Ji laughed again and noted that the girl, as always, was very picky. He asked Ayan who she was looking forward to, if it was that boy named Shin Yubak. The girl chuckled mysteriously and replied that he hadn't heard anything interesting yet, and the man was very surprised. Yu admired the evening city and said that in addition to other S ranks, she heard that there was a guy who was personally visited by Vice Director Go Taewook. Meanwhile, the Black and White Brothers were sitting next to each other and talking about how this awakened one, Kim, had an interesting level of skills. The young man looked at his hand in surprise and wondered why everything was like this again. A system message informed him that he was physically out of commission and that overload made it impossible to use the Predator. The Black and White Brothers sat back to back, and someone said that they were annoying the hunters of the association, and now they had stooped down to the high school students. The guy asked the girl if she thought these demons were only getting more disgusting. Go thanked Taehyung for informing him about this and asked if he had any ideas on who might be behind this attack. The young man pressed his lips together. They became like a thread and looked intently at his opponent. After a few minutes, he lowered his head and said that he had no idea who it could be. Taewook asked if it was possible that the list of participants had been leaked, and then said that he would most likely have to call for reinforcements. And Kim thought that if he had blamed Taisan Group, he would have only gotten a lot of problems, and now there are other priorities. A system message appeared in front of him, notifying him that he lacked physical capabilities, so it was impossible to use the Predator. The guy walked and thought about the fact that due to his physical abilities, he couldn't even use his skills. He wondered why he needed them then, because in the end, he would have to work on improving his abilities. He was worried about how to improve his abilities, and he drew various schemes in his mind. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face. He winced, cursed, and asked if there was really only one solution to this problem. He entered the room where he was met by a beautiful girl. She said that the young man entered the best training center in New Korea. She was Yura, his guide to Blackhead. She smiled cheerfully, narrowed one eye, and said that she would help the young man in any way she could. Hwang asked Taehyung why Blackhead, because here to register, you need to have not only money, strength, but everything. The boy also asked if the young man wanted to come here. He answered in the affirmative. Yura saw the school children and told them that they had a training center here. The young man handed her a card and asked her to register 2 people. She took the card in her hands and began to examine it, and Kim asked if this would be enough. And she thought that this was an SVIP card of the Alchemist, one of the 4 largest guilds. The young man extended his hand to take the card, and Yura wondered where this guy got it from. Perhaps he was a relative of a high-ranking hunter or the owner. The girl had beads of sweat on her face, and she thought that if she just made the payment and something happened, there could be big problems. She didn't know what to do. The man standing to the side raised his hands up, laughed, and said that it looked like Miss Yura was in a dilemma. He laughed and told Kim that this was not a place where you could enter just by paying money. It was the strongest Mr. Kangchul. The cousin turned to Taehyung and said that the man had a cool name. He flexed his muscles in front of them and said that he was a rookie killer and gave his name. The guys who were standing nearby noted that they felt sorry for the rookie kids because Kangchul was pestering them. And he continued to show off his muscles, laughed, and asked if the guys saw how everyone was shaking when they heard his name. If they came in, he would show something. But Kim asked what he was yapping about and called the guy a weak brat. The jock frowned, looked at his opponent from under his eyebrows, and asked the young man through his teeth what he said. Yura and Taehyung's cousin were very tense, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces from their worries. Kangchul got angry, frowned, and asked how the guy dared to say that he was stronger than him. The young man smiled and replied that if his opponent did not believe him, then they could argue, and suggested that the loser pay his opponent a membership fee for 1 year. The jock laughed and noted that the kid was apparently out of the loop and agreed with this proposal. The young people suddenly found themselves in an unusual place, and Kangchul shouted for the guy to prove to him what he was talking about. They were sitting in chairs, with gaming glasses on their heads and special devices on their hands. The fans were screaming like crazy, and Jae-yeon couldn't understand what was happening. It seemed to him like an abyss. Yura said that this was a virtual training program, a virtual porter. This really surprised the boy. Virtual Porter is a competitive training game where you need to carry the maximum weight, defeat the maximum number of B-class monsters, and reach your destination in the shortest time. The girl noted that when it comes to fighting for supremacy in the training center, this is the most common way, but it is too disadvantageous in relation to the opponent of the strongest Kangchul. The game began. The jock's eyes were shining with excitement. He was completely confident that victory would be his. The man called the guy a stupid brat and asked how he was going to argue with him. He couldn't calm down and talked about his muscle enhancement skill. Then he added that maneuverability and dexterity are ideal for a virtual porter. Strongest Kangchul added that the weight he can lift is on a whole other level. He wanted to say something else about how his opponent was like a first grader here, but at one point his face changed. Although the young man was not familiar with a game like Virtual Porter, he did not even think of giving up. The way he played the game surprised even the most avid player, his competitor. Kim dealt with his opponents very well, even though they were virtual. And by the way, there were a huge number of them. The guy smiled as he managed to show superiority to his opponent. The game ended very quickly. Strongest Kangchul was not prepared for such a development of events, but he was confident that victory would be his. But he said he had only planned a visit for 30 days, and beads of sweat were streaming down his face. Then the bodybuilder added that due to the maximum weight, the training went well, and the fans who stood on the sidelines were impressed. Taehyung told his opponent that the bet was really tough and the game was new to him. The young man smiled triumphantly and told Kangchul to pay the money for the annual subscription and get lost. 30 days have passed since the announcement of changes to the Hunter exam, and finally the long-awaited day has arrived. A huge number of people gathered, as it was a significant event. The reporter who was in the helicopter said that the Hunters Association had stated that this time minors were invited to participate, on recommendation. He added that people of all ages flocked to the testing center, but there are the most unexpected hunters. One of them is Hong Julnuk, who has no equal in close combat. His rank is A. Lee Gil-san has an excellent fighting sense that even S ranks can't defeat. He is also an A rank. Shin Yun-bak, who is S ranked, has no rivals in Busan and is also often called Thunderer. Lim Ayan, she is an S rank. This girl is rumored to have the highest score among those taking the exam. She is a rising star of the Saint level. The reporter continued to voice the names of the hunters who came to take the exam, and he noted that there were a lot of people who wanted to take it. New reporter Kim from Psy Economic had tears in her eyes. She realized that everyone was very far away from her, and if she didn't report again today, she would be fired. She was behind the people who came to the exam, fell to her knees, and said that not only would she not be able to interview the participants, but she would not be able to take photos either. The girl said that her E rank was to blame for everything, and then added that her life was ruined. She cursed, looked around and heard the stranger ask why there were so many people here. Tears were streaming from her eyes. The girl turned around and thought that in front of her was an exam participant because he was interested in how to move forward. It was Taehyung who decided that no matter what, he needed to move forward. The reporter continued to sit on the ground and look at the guy. He smiled and said that it was all deadly boring. He was a participant in the hunter's exam, and his rank was designated as C. The reporter came to her senses very quickly. She extended her hand to the young man and began to beg him to give her an interview. Kim Taehyung was called to come into the room since the exam was supposed to start in a minute. He laughed and said that he was almost late because of the sudden interview. But the guy wasn't upset at all, as he understood that he needed to take care of his image in advance. He stood at the very end, but there were a huge number of people who came to take the exam. The participants had sweat running down their faces in streams. They were very worried. This was an important event in their lives. Ayan approached our hero. She didn't expect to see him here. She was so surprised that she didn't even know what to ask the guy. He also didn't expect to see her here. She asked what happened to his body, and the young man said that he had just been practicing a bit. Lim looked at Kim and thought about how this was called a little. She heard that he had awakened, but how could so many changes happen in a month? The headman remembered Lee Jong-jae and wanted to ask something, but she couldn't formulate a sentence properly. An announcement was made that the youth would carry the future of the new Korea, and everyone was welcomed in this way. Those present were informed that the first round of the test would take place in this hall. where future hunters would be chosen from among the awakened, and the rules were also going to be explained to them. The exam organizer said that first you need to look at your chest. There is an exam badge with the engraved number of each of the participants. At the first exam, you will need to collect 5 badges, including your own. If you don't have one, the person is eliminated. The presenter raised his hand and said that this was the so-called fight for the examination badge. The man said that the exam was already starting and time was limited. The participants had only 1 hour. The floor changed. The young people were not ready for such a complication. The whole space began to change, and the host noticed that during this test, everything was allowed except murder. A wicked smile appeared on the man's face, and he shouted very loudly that the first round of the exam had begun. The exam participants were not delighted. They screamed in horror. Everything was aggravated by the fact that the floor was unstable. Someone shouted at Lim An to attack first if she didn't want to get beaten. The girl looked very confused. This recommendation encouraged her, and she realized that she needed to act first. And behind the glass were examiners who carefully observed everything that was happening in the room and the subjects. They discussed the hunters, assessed their skills, singled out one future star, and noted that the rest of the test subjects were unremarkable in their opinion, all surpassed the previous test subjects. The members of the examination committee looked at one of the examinees very intently. They were especially expecting special results from Shin Yunbok from Busan, S-Rank, after the test. The examiner said that 20 minutes had passed since the start of the test. Shin's every blow was effective, and no one could get close to him. The committee members continued to discuss the boy's amazing abilities, wondering who was better, Lim An or Shin Yunbok. Go Taewook stood to the side and thought that if you take the points into account, then their interest was natural. He smiled and remembered that he had seen a much more interesting number. Kim Tae-hyung would definitely pass this test very easily. He was sure of it. A bead of sweat appeared on the man's face, and he mentally asked the guy to show them all his strength, everything he had. He watched closely as the young man fought his opponent. What he saw surprised him greatly. He spread his arms out to the sides and could not understand what was happening. Sweat was pouring down Guo's face, and he screamed, asking what was going on. Awakened to rank A, Hong Jong-wook was currently using the Iron Skin skill. He fought against the awakened C rank, Kim Tae-hyung, who used the skill Stone Skin. Taewook spread his arms out to the sides and asked if he had misunderstood our hero's skills. He couldn't believe that he had only been tricked by an awakened Class A man because the guy hadn't dodged a single blow. The man frowned and thought that the young man had not avoided a single blow. Go watched the fight carefully, and his disappointment grew exponentially. And at that moment, the enemy punched the guy in the face with all his might, and he didn't even try to dodge the blow. Kim flew to the side and asked Jungkook if he was challenging him. The kid shouted that Stone Skin was a perfect backwards compatible skill with Iron Skin, and it wasn't enough to fight him head-on. He was deliberately striking. Taehyung said that there was a lot of chatter, and a few seconds later he said that in general it makes sense. His stamina and charisma increased. Even after a month of training, the seal on the Predator was not broken, meaning that his abilities are still insufficient. The way to improve performance through training is to provide the maximum stimulation the body can handle, which means training is a struggle at the limit. So his training was not over yet, and he hit his opponent with all his might. Jungkook fell to the ground. He did not expect such a development of events and told Kim that he was a monster. And the young man took the badge off his opponent, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Go started laughing and then shouted that the guy was definitely crazy. The other examiners noticed that the vice principal was very excited. He was probably looking forward to the rising stars. Taewook thought that this method of training in a large-scale battle for survival was very brave, but it was frightening. He thought that it was a problem now. It was all for the sake of stats, but he had used up too much stamina in this battle. The man thought that the young man would now take care of her, so it would be best to collect the badges of the weak. The examiners looked out the window at the subjects in surprise and talked about who the awakened C rank was. Apparently, he didn't know who his opponent was or was going to surrender voluntarily. Kim looked at Shin Yunbok, who had dealt with a huge number of people. The boy looked at the young man and asked who he was. He was an awakened S rank. He already owned 147 badges. Our hero asked him how many badges he had and began to count them one by one. Tae-hyung clenched his fist and happily said that there were many more than 5 of them. Suddenly, on the platform where our hero was standing, a very strong explosion occurred, and the guy was thrown to the side. There were a huge number of explosions. Yunbok stood calmly, since it was he who used his abilities. The guy was collected, calm and confident in his victory, so he caused explosion after explosion. Kim was not injured, as he managed to dodge the explosion at the last moment. He decided to use a skill called Stone Skin, and stone spikes appeared on his knife. The guy picked up speed and began to jump onto the platform towards his opponent, but he stood there as if nothing had happened. Already in flight, stone spikes began to slowly fall off our hero's leg. The guy's eyes widened when he heard his opponent ask if he was really that fast. Shin calmly asked how Taehyung didn't see his attack at all. He already knew how to deal with this young man. Literally a few seconds later, a powerful explosion occurred on the platform where Kim was standing. But fortunately, the young man managed to retreat in time and remained safe and sound. The guy looked at the enemy, thinking about his S-rank, as well as the Thunderer's skill. Shin extended his hand forward, a smile on his face, and Kim thought that he didn't think it would be this hard. The young man thought that powerful lightning surrounded his entire body. They not only blocked attacks, but also had a destructive range and power. They could be used in close and long-range combat. Kim knew he was in a situation where using the Predator was still impossible. He didn't understand how he could break through it. And Shin smiled and with surprise in his voice, asked why the guy didn't attack him and suggested that they leave here. He began to approach Taehyung. He as before was absolutely calm, and he himself wanted to use a special skill. Literally a few minutes later, the young man felt it in full and winced in pain. A few meters away from the guys, a very strong explosion was heard again, and stones, dust, and dirt flew in all directions. Shin didn't even think about stopping. He continued to attack his opponent without stopping. Kim began to slowly retreat as he understood that he could not resist him, and Yunbok ran after him and shouted where he was running to. And he attacked the guy again. This time it was several times stronger than the previous ones. Kimu screamed like a madman. He felt so bad and rolled his eyes. The opponent began to laugh cheerfully and offered to fight the boy, and then noted that then he would not be able to escape. Our hero gritted his teeth in pain and anger and used his stone skin skill, which began to appear on his face. His hand became very large. It consisted almost entirely of huge stones. The guy began to attack the enemy again. Shin snapped his fingers and the stones started falling from his hand. They became very small, and he called Taehyung a blockhead. And he began to attack the young man again and again, and barely managed to escape from them. Beads of sweat appeared on our hero's face. He clenched his teeth and crossed his arms over his chest. And his opponent began to attack the cube on which the guy continued to stand, and pieces of stones flew in different directions. Kim was flying down from the cube at great speed and screaming in fear. He tried to group himself. The opponent started laughing, and then asked if the guy was really capable of enduring something like that, and remarked that he was cool. He was quite pleased with himself. A smile was shining on his face, and a huge number of thoughts were swirling in his head. Yunbok remembered how just a few minutes ago the other test subjects had been doing nothing but running away from him. The boy thought that only Lim Ayan would be able to entertain him during the hunter's exam. Shin continued to laugh, his eyes glowing blue. He thought that Kim was a very interesting toy. But then something extraordinary happened. The boy got hit in the face. The blow was so strong that he threw his head back. There were drops on his face and he couldn't understand what had happened. He just looked up. Yunbok looked at his opponent, wiped his face with his hand, and thought about what happened. He looked at Kim and thought that no attack from this guy could affect him. Shin rolled his eyes and began to shout like a madman, because he understood that the stone skin could not penetrate the wrath of the rain god. Even when they go beyond their limits, such blows leave no trace. But here even the examination hall is different. It was originally made from a material that can withstand the power of an awakened being. Unlike the stone skin, it does not lose its properties even if it is crushed. So if you use it as a weapon, it is the only way to overcome the wrath of the god of thunder. Kim had a satisfied smile on his face. He looked at his opponent and told him that he was a bastard. He hit Shin in the chest with all his might, and the badges flew in all directions, and told the kid that he was no match for him. The examiners who were behind the glass watched everything carefully. They couldn't understand what happened, how a C rank could beat an S rank. They were surprised at what Kim Taehyung was doing. Go scratched his beard and thought with a smile on his face that the guy was making people nervous and came to the conclusion that he was a good guy anyway. Yunbok was lying on the floor, and Kim was calmly collecting the badges that were lying near him. He looked at his catch and happily said that now he had all the badges, and noted that now all that was left was to wait for the exam to end. But everything was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. A piece of ice flew towards our hero. The young man tensed up very much and was able to dodge it almost at the last moment. He realized that there was ice in front of him. The guy was very surprised, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The young man looked up and saw many floating cubes as well as a huge snowflake. Kim watched the cube, which was in the ice sphere and slowly descending. He watched intently as it happened. His pupils narrowed very much, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. The cube, very slowly, together with the snowflakes, gradually descended down towards the guy. He landed not far from Taehyung, and Lim An came out of him. She headed towards the guy. He opened his mouth in surprise and watched everything that was happening. He was not prepared to see her here. The girl stopped in front of the guy, looked at the guy intently. Her eyes were burning with blue fire. Her gaze was burning with cold. The young man thought about how if she had seen the fight with Shin, then since when had she been watching him? The head woman said that she believed that with power comes responsibility, and the young man looked at her questioningly. Lim continued to talk about how power without responsibility is just violence. She noted that Kim is very strong, and she did not expect him to be able to defeat Yunbok. The guy looked at the girl intently. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek, and he asked why she suddenly started talking about this. Ayan extended her hand forward, looked closely at Taehyung, and noted that this was probably how he would defeat Lee Young-jae. The young man opened his eyes wide in fear, and his pupils narrowed very much. And the girl stretched out her hand forward to use her skills. She was very angry. Kim started running away and shouting that the snow was like bombs. He also noticed that because of invisibility, everything would be useless. But this did not stop the beauty. When the guy fell to the floor, she began to kick him with all her might. He groaned in pain and decided to use a skill like stone skin to at least protect himself a little. Lim was furious and screamed that she believed him back in the gym. The headmistress continued to attack Kim and said that she was not like Lee Jung-jae. The guy was not able to dodge all the attacks, and Ian said that she would not act recklessly out of self-interest. She said she realized all this when she saw him fight, remembered what happened with Lee Jung-jae and Bae Hyuk-soo, and realized it was all Kim. The girl continued throwing snowballs and could not calm down. She was very irritated. And at the end, she threw a huge block of ice at the weakened guy, and small fragments bounced off it and flew in different directions. Lim looked at the boy who was lying on the floor and said that using unauthorized skills was a crime, and then added that the boys were still in the hospital. She stated that something most likely happened to Taehyung, so she intends to file a complaint. The boy was shaking in the cold snow, and Ayan added that the young man should refrain from taking the exam. The chief looked closely at Kim and noticed that the young man did not have the qualifications to be a hunter. Here the young man began to slowly get up. The girl looked at him intently. The guy asked Lim if the unstoppable tyrant Lee Jung-jae had the strength, responsibility, and qualifications. Kim asked if the girl wanted to just put him down in the end and told her to use the survival test as an excuse and not be a coward. She looked at the guy in surprise and asked if that was his answer, and said that in such a situation there was no need for more leniency. The girl had a weapon in her hand, and she told Taehyung that she would finish this. The stone skin, broken hundreds of times, had long since lost its function. Kim knew that even if he used stealth, it would quickly disappear from large area attacks. The monarch's heart, which increased the ability level, had already been activated. It was not enough to turn the situation around. The young man knew this very well. The predator is still sealed and doesn't have the stamina to inflict paralysis in hand-to-hand combat like he did to Lee Young-jae, so the guy was at a loss. He ran forward, and the young man had a huge number of thoughts in his head. The boy looked at the girl from under his brow and understood that in the situation that had developed, he could only do one thing. Lim swung her weapon at the guy, her eyes burning with the blue fire of hatred, and she looked at Kim with clenched teeth. There was a very strong explosion. The ice sphere was torn into several fragments, and they flew in different directions. The examiners, who were watching everything closely, could not understand what had happened with the battle. They could not see anything because of the fog. Go frowned, raised his head up, and started calling Taehyung. The man was very scared. All the members of the examination committee had beads of sweat on their faces. They couldn't understand what it was. There was a huge hole in one of the cubes, and clouds of smoke were coming out of it, and there was no one in the room itself. Somewhere in the distance, two human silhouettes were visible. A guy was pressing a girl to the floor. The young people held hands and kissed each other passionately, and shards of ice lay near them. Lim opened her eyes, saw a guy in front of her, tried to somehow break free from his embrace, but she couldn't do anything. The young man looked intently at the girl, but did not let her go. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek. Ayan held a huge weapon in her hands and ran toward the guy, but he did not move away, but moved towards her. She was very angry. Her eyes glowed with the blue fire of hatred. The girl clenched her teeth, and she hit the ground with a huge hammer, and from the strong blows, stones, snow, and ice flew in all directions. Lim was very serious, but when she raised her head up, she was very surprised. Kim was flying towards her at full speed. She was shocked. She didn't expect such a turn of events, so she didn't even step aside. In the desperate last moment, what the young man was aiming for was by no means a kiss. Although Taehyung still succeeded in his plan, he ended up near the girl, grabbed her hands with his own and kissed her. But it only seemed that way from the outside. In fact, the guy used a skill called paralysis. The success rate of the status deflection skill increases at close range and at long range, and when it is applied from the inside rather than the outside. So Kim mixed his blood with paralysis and forced the village chief to swallow it. But considering the S-class's monstrous resistance, it was just a gamble. But to the young man's great surprise, the result was worth it. The girl was immobilized. Lim tried to say something, but nothing came out. The paralysis had taken effect. She was unable to resist. System messages appeared before the young man that the enemy's mind had been fatally shocked. Charisma had been increased by 3. He thought that this was a success. Taehyung looks at AN as it was announced that the first stage of the exam was already completed. One of the committee members reported that the medical team would now carefully transport the exam participants, and all those being tested would need to remain in their places until the staff arrived. The message was repeated twice to make sure everyone heard it and did not go anywhere. Since the first test was completely completed, all injured participants of the exam were immediately given medical assistance. Despite Lim An suffering from paralysis, losing her exam badge and being unable to fight, she passed the first stage of the exam. Kim Taehyung collected badges. There were 7 of them, an unexpected move, as well as a victory over Shin Yunbak and Lim Ayung, surprised everyone very much. Therefore, the young man was the center of everyone's attention during this exam. Behind the guy's back, they said that he had defeated the most promising and that there were rumors that he was a C rank. Everyone was interested in whether it was true. Someone asked how many points the young man had. Kim was talking about how it would be good to have healing skills since he couldn't even walk, and he wondered if he should get that skill later. The young man heard someone calling his name very loudly, and he began to look around questioningly. It was Shin. The guy's entire face was covered in bandages. He called our hero a cowardly bastard. Taehyung frowned as he didn't expect to see this person here. He immediately used a skill called Stone Skin, and the opponent shouted that the guy here would not be able to do the same tricks as in the examination room, and he immediately began to attack the young man. Yunbak simply was not prepared for the fact that he would lose. The guys who were standing aside watched what was happening. They noted that the fight had started again, and Shin most likely decided to take revenge for the defeat. The young people laughed and said that if there was one less successful candidate, it would only be better for them, and they shouted for the enemy to defeat Kim. And he continued to attack. He looked, to put it mildly, like a madman and said that he didn't care. Then he yelled at Taehyung to shut up, and a few seconds later he demanded that they fight fair. A drop of sweat appeared on the young man's cheek. He smiled and told his opponent that he was crazy. Shin shouted that the guy was not given the skill, but he would teach him who was the boss here. He started laughing. His eyes were burning with a yellow fire. His pupils were narrowed and he couldn't stop. Our hero looked at his opponent with surprise and could not understand what was happening to him. A few seconds later, Yunbak fell to the floor and pieces of stones flew in all directions. He rolled his eyes and started screaming like crazy. It was a very frightening sight. And Kim had sweat running down his face like a stream. He couldn't understand what was happening to the guy, and he continued to scream. The exam organizer came into the room and said that everyone here was an asshole and asked if they couldn't just take a break. Taehyung looked at the man intently. He began to understand that he knew him, but he could not remember his name. He asked who was showing off, and the guy realized that it was S-Rank Hunter Park Sungjin in front of him. He knew that he was one of the strongest hunters in the New Korea Association and that he was a future SS-Rank hunter. The man used his strength, looked at our hero, and asked in surprise if he was still standing on his feet. Taehyung gritted his teeth. Despite the fact that it was very difficult for him, he continued to stand on his feet. Sweat was streaming down the young man's face. He thought that the person in front of him was a devil. Although he had heard that the skills of awakened S-Rank and active S-Rank hunters were on a completely different level, he didn't think it was that much. Pak looked at the guy in surprise and began to use the new skill. He was interested in whether his opponent could withstand this, because even veteran hunters couldn't stand it. Sungjin began to use his skill. Sweat began to flow down his face from the tension. People began to run towards him, asking what he was doing. They screamed at him about what he was doing to the children when they had just finished treatment, and then asked if he wanted to exclude them before the second test began. The hunter smiled and replied that he wasn't going to exclude anyone, but the doctor told Pak not to lie and that he was testing their skills, and noted that each exam was the same, and then added that they wouldn't survive like that. The doctor said that if he did it again, he would report it to the president of the association, but the green-haired man just laughed. Sungjin looked at our hero and asked the guy what his name was. The young man was breathing heavily. Beads of sweat were running down his face, but he gave his name. The hunter thought that if it was really Kim Tae-hyung in front of him, then he had defeated Shin Yunbok and Lim A-yeon with his C rank. A moment later, the man broke into a satisfied smile, because finally someone interesting had appeared. He walked up to the guy, hit him on the shoulder and asked if his goal was to become an S-rank hunter. Without waiting for an answer, he turned around and began to leave, and then said that he would wait for this. And the young man stared intently after the departing high-level hunter. The doctors started running after Pak and shouted to him that this was a natural escape and demanded that he come to them, but the man started running away. After some time, all the subjects gathered on the street near the improvised stage. Sanjin asked if the respected ladies and gentlemen had finished resting. The young people began to hum. He said he was then announcing the start of the second round of the hunter's license exam. Pak said that they would enter the location of the second exam through the gate that was right in front of them, and it led to a D-rank dungeon. Those present were surprised and began to ask if this was by any chance the dungeon where real monsters lived. The man said that every 5 test subjects who passed through the gate into the dungeon would form a team, and they would have to explore the dungeon together, with a hunter who would be appointed as the overseer. He noted that while exploring the dungeon, every action they take will be assessed. Then Pak said that all necessary items such as weapons and supplies were provided by the association, and the subjects began to be given them. Sanji ordered that each one take turns going through the gate that was in front of them. Kim listened carefully and thought that the dungeon was prepared for the second round, because even experienced amateurs would have no problem with the D-class dungeon if experienced hunters joined. He wondered if this was, of course, the double dungeon of Apocalypto, because it was not easy. It was S-rank, the world's first dual dungeon discovered inside a D-class dungeon. Many people, including the first group of explorers, were killed, the consequences leading to escapes into numerous undiscovered dungeons. Our hero thought that it would be good if this could be prevented in advance. No one would believe his words, which have no basis. And if the truth becomes known, then he will be the first to fall under suspicion. So the guy decided to focus on the current one. If he does not end up in the first group, then simply surviving will be enough. There was already a group of 5 people standing in front of the entrance to the dungeon, and a hunter was with them. The man who informed the subjects that it was time to leave was the sorcerer, the second warden, and an A-rank hunter. The special characteristic of this man was that he was the discoverer of the double dungeon of Apocalypto. Upon learning this, Kim cursed. Almost at the very entrance, the test subjects were met by a huge number of monsters. Young people began to actively fight them, each of them using their own special skills. All subjects approached the task set before them very responsibly. The sorcerer clapped his hands and praised them, noting that they were all, without exception, delightful. The man noted the bold fighting instinct, and this was the first battle. He said that the young people were undoubtedly qualified. Someone started saying that this was all thanks to the instructions of an experienced hunter. Kim gritted his teeth and thought about how there were so many teams, and he was on the very first one. He looked at the sorcerer and thought about the item he was wearing that was said to have been worn by the discoverer of the dungeons. The guy saw the sage's ring on the index finger of his right hand. It had a unique rank and also increased strength, endurance, speed, and magical power by 10. Tae-hyung stood to the side, watching the team members and thinking that this was definitely an S-rank Apocalypto double dungeon. He knew that the predator was still sealed and that he would never be able to survive, but in any case, he had to prevent that terrible place from being discovered. A group of people approached a place where the road began to fork, and they all stopped. One of the guys asked the sorcerer what to do in such a situation. He laughed and noted that this always happens when exploring dungeons. He raised his finger with the ring up and said that now they would make a decision by majority vote. But Kim had already started running towards one of the forks, and the senior hunter began calling him. The guy didn't react at all. The sorcerer shouted that it was dangerous to do this alone and demanded that he come back. The young man laughed, noted that everything was fine, and suggested that the team move in his direction. But he himself thought that he would not allow everyone here to make a decision. He began to run headlong forward and shouted for everyone to follow him. The hunter tried to stop him, and the guy thought that he would somehow pave a different path for them than in his time. The young man had sweat running down his face like a river, followed by other members of the team, thinking that he would never allow the Apocalypto to be discovered. The young people saw a port in front of them which beckoned them with its blue glow. Our hero looked at him intently. He could not understand what was in front of him because they were already in the dungeon and here was the gate again. The guy thought about the double dungeon and began to guess that this was the ill-fated Apocalypto. He looked ahead and cursed mentally, because he had gone around the main path like that, but still ended up here. One of the guys who was on Kim's team stepped forward and said that he would go touch the portal. The young man turned around, looked at the team, and shouted loudly for everyone to stay in their places, and they began to ask what happened. The guy said that they passed through the gates into the dungeon, and then there was another one, and he noticed that it was not natural. Kim noted that such cases should be reported immediately, and asked the sorcerer, who folded his arms across his chest, if this was true. He replied that it was the first time in his life that he had seen something like this, and in principle, it would be right to report this to headquarters. Our hero exhaled. He was glad that the current situation would be resolved positively. But the man with the mustache suggested that they first enter the portal and only then report. Taehyung began to ask why the hunter didn't want to report everything, but he asked not to ask interesting questions. The sorcerer said that magic can be felt from these gates, and it is not as dangerous as it looks, especially since they are in a D-rank dungeon, and he is still an A-rank hunter. The man said that this gate was prepared by the association, and it was a special case, and if they explored it first, they would definitely get the best score. Kim was very scared. He asked if the hunter had gone crazy, if he had forgotten the principles of exploring the abyss. He only laughed. The sorcerer pointed his finger at our hero and said that this guy doesn't know how to work in a team. One of the subjects noted that the guy behaves as he pleases. Someone from the group said that Taehyung should not be so arrogant. They were supported by a third member of the team, who said that criticizing the actions of an active hunter was bragging. The guy wrinkled his forehead, pressed his lips together. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He thought that they were all freaks. The sorcerer looked at Kim with a victorious look and said that they had already decided everything. The young man asked the hunter to stop and think again, sweat running down his face like a river. But he wasn't going to listen to him. The man snapped his fingers. He was unshakable. Time seemed to slow down, and everything around ceased to be bright and colorful. Kim was very nervous. His pupils were very narrow, and sweat continued to flow down his face. The sorcerer was also very surprised by what he saw. Sweat also started to run down his face. He asked what this was all about. The group members were extremely scared. They looked around and said that it didn't look like a D-class dungeon. There in the distance was someone's silhouette, and a tiled road and tall columns led to it. The young people asked the sorcerer if they were really in a D-rank dungeon. Kim stepped forward and told everyone to shut up and watch their backs. One of the guys noticed that this jerk was starting to be rude to them. Our hero was very nervous. He began to listen to the sounds and then said that they were coming. Unknown creatures began to approach the group. They looked intently at each other. The inhabitants of the dungeon stopped not far from the people. They were armed and also tense, since they did not expect uninvited guests here. Someone said that there were A-rank monsters in front of them, death knights. But where could there be such things here? The group leader stared at the monsters, beads of sweat appearing on his face. After a few minutes, he started shouting for everyone to get ready for battle. The team was in shock. The monsters, hearing these words, became very wary and grabbed their weapons even more tightly. The hunter stretched his arms forward. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from fear. He wanted to use his skills and called the Death Knights filthy monsters. The monsters started to burn. This happened because the sorcerer used his special skill. Then the group leader shouted at the subjects to start attacking now. The hunter shouted that the fire and flashes of light needed to be at maximum to block the monster's view. And those who hold shields need to defend themselves and stay at the forefront. The rest are ordered not to give the enemy distance, to take them by surprise. The young people followed all the recommendations of their leader because they knew that he was very experienced. After a few minutes, the monsters no longer posed any danger to those present. The sorcerer came closer to examine the monsters. The members of the group went with him, their eyes wide open in surprise. The test subjects laughed and said that they survived, and who would have thought that they would defeat A-rank monsters? The guy raised his hand up, laughed, noted that it was all nonsense, and suggested trying again. But he didn't see the silhouette that was behind him. But the joy very quickly turned to fear, and the young people opened their mouths in surprise. Armed monsters were heading towards them, but this time there were more of them, and the weapons were more serious. The men were very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces, and they began to scream in horror. Kim leaned over one of the monsters that had been destroyed in battle and began to examine something. He touched the monster with his hand and thought that it was something strange. The guy became very tense. The team destroyed a new batch of monsters, and just like the first time, they did it very quickly. The sorcerer frowned and began to closely examine the monsters that lay on the ground. He looked up, cursed silently, and thought about how every time a monster was defeated, a new army would come to replace it. The man turned his head to look at his team, who were standing near the destroyed monsters. He thought that everyone was already at the limit of their capabilities, and if everything continued in the same spirit, they would die very soon. Taehyung approached Mr. Sorcerer. The guy told him that he saw something very strange. The hunter looked at Kim carefully and wondered who this guy was. The man thought that despite the fact that he had fought a lot, he was not that tired and was the first to realize that this gate was dangerous. The sorcerer understood that if they had not been strengthened by the boy's skill, the heart of the monarch, they would not have been able to fight for so long. The team leader wondered if this was really a C-rank awakened person and asked the guy what he meant by strange. Our hero noted that this was only an assumption, but most likely these were not Death Knights. The sorcerer asked what he was talking about. The young people opened their mouths in surprise, and the leader asked who they had fought with then. Our hero picked up the sword of one of the monsters and calmly said that he would now go and find out everything. The hunter couldn't believe his ears, and Taehyung began to use his skill, Stone Skin. And he, together with the sword, began to run towards the group of monsters that was located nearby. And Kim, alone with a huge weapon at the ready, began to fight with huge, well-armed monsters. It was not easy for the young man. He fought one of a huge number of strong monsters. The guy opened his eyes wide, his pupils narrowed very much, and he clenched his teeth from tension. In front of him was a huge monster. It was most likely the main monster. Therefore, our hero decided to deal with him first, and swung his huge sword. And behind him were other monsters who were running after him. The young man was at a loss. Suddenly something strange happened. An unusual glow appeared that shimmered. The group members who were watching Kim began to ask what it was, and someone said that it looked like an illusion. The sorcerer watched what was happening carefully and said in a calm voice that it was a trap of illusion. Kim said it was a trap that showed virtual enemies and locations, which could be a strategy to weaken attackers. The guy from the group said that this couldn't be, because the fight was so hard and it was impossible that it was an illusion. And the girl asked what awaited them ahead. The sorcerer asked the young man how he knew it was a trap, since he had never encountered Death Knights, and asked how he did it. The young man put his hands in his pockets, thought for a few seconds, and then replied that he himself did not know how he came to this conclusion. He looked the group leader in the eye and said that he was not that weak. The hunter looked at the guy, frowned, and beads of sweat ran down his face. He seemed to be beginning to suspect something. Kim waved his hand and suggested moving on. He noted that it was better not to stop until they were killed. And the group moved forward, its leader walking ahead and lighting the way with a flashlight. The sorcerer thought that the illusion had disappeared, but the situation had not improved at all. After the discovery of Apocalypto, the underground spaces changed dramatically. The injuries they received in the battle with the illusion have become more serious, and they can't just wait for rescue. If there is any hope left, it is to find the exit gate from this dungeon. After some time, one of the group members shouted that they had found what they were looking for. Someone shouted that the gate was in front of them, and the young people stopped and began to look at them. One of the guys asked if there was a door in front of them. The second asked if it was dangerous, and the hunter noted that he was not sure. The sorcerer narrowed his eyes and said that if they did not open the gate, they would die anyway. And the head of the group began to slowly open the door, and just as they gradually opened, so his face changed. They saw before them the Death Knight, who was standing on one knee, holding a huge sword in his hands. One of the guys immediately realized who was in front of them. The second laughed and said that he was the only one. How wrong he was, because literally in an instant there were many more Death Knights. The whole group was very surprised, their eyes wide open. This was completely not what they expected. A minute later, the skulls that hung like paintings in an art gallery burst into flames and illuminated the entire room. The young men could look around and see that the Death Knights had again become significantly more numerous. There were a huge number of monsters. They stood on the balconies that were located on the walls. It is noteworthy that there were several times more of them than the crew members, and they were all armed to the teeth. The boys looked around and couldn't believe their eyes that there were so many Death Knights in front of them. The leader of the knights sat on the throne and laughed cheerfully, then calmed down a little and said that in front of him were insignificant people who somehow got to him. He paused for a moment and announced that they would begin the duel. It was the owner of the double dungeon, Apocalypto, Lord Death Knight, rank S. The Death Knights were already ready for battle. They took their swords in their hands and hit the floor with all their might. Then they headed towards the uninvited guests, by the way. Everyone had different weapons. One of the monsters pointed his sword at the young people, and they simply stood there in confusion. The guy asked what was going on. Kim said that the monster most likely wanted a one-on-one fight. The young men became very worried. Sweat began to flow down their faces like a river. No one wanted to fight the monster. They said that they had no mana. Kim told the boys to calm down and noted that their goal was not to fight, but to escape. And they didn't even wait for Taehyung, the hunter, and the girl. They turned around and started running wherever their eyes looked. One shouted that it would be better to return to where they started. The second insisted that he did not want to die. The monster was already fed up with all this. He took the weapon in his hands more strongly and began to walk towards the uninvited guests. He threw a spear straight into the backs of the young men who wanted to run away as quickly as possible. The Death Knight succeeded. The weapon hit the guy with such force that he began to cough up blood. The sorcerer and Kim watched what was happening carefully. They were very nervous because of this huge beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Our hero thought for a bit and called the group leader. He said that he would buy him time and that the man should run to the exit. But the hunter waved his hand so that Taehyung and the girl fell on their backs, and he himself ran forward. The wizard decided not to listen to the young man, but to do everything as he wanted. The young man got up from the floor and started shouting at him. What was he doing? Because he had offered him another solution to the problem. But he yelled at the guy to shut up, as he was just a low-ranking brat, and told Kim not to talk to him at all. Our hero was simply speechless. He just stood and looked at the sorcerer. He didn't know what to say to him. The group leader stated that he really wanted to become an S-rank hunter, and the boy listened to him attentively. The man said that no matter how much he trained and improved his skills, he not only did not get any closer, but even moved away. The sorcerer stated that this was his opportunity, and if he could sort out this case, he could obtain S-rank. The hunter laughed sadly and said that he was not at all pleased with this result either. He might have told the young man something else, but the Death Knight began to get closer and closer to him. The group leader did not lose his head, but quickly decided to apply his special skills. He fought and shouted at Kim that he was completely different and that it upset him, and then added that the guy had everything he needed. The monsters were running towards the sorcerer, and he shouted for the young man to run away, grab the wounded, and run as far as possible. He extended his hands forward and said that he, as the warden, could stop them. The young man looked at the group leader and called him by name. The guy was very scared. Our hero began to look around him. The members of his group were very badly wounded. He looked at them so intently that his pupils narrowed very much, and beads of sweat ran down his face in streams. He understood that they were all gone. Our hero collected his thoughts, turned around, and walked confidently towards the Death Knights. He saw one of the monsters thrust his sword straight into the back of their group leader. The sorcerer was lying face down, and next to him lay broken glasses, and there was a huge wound on the man's back. The young man looked around and realized that he was the only one left alive from the entire team, and there was no point in running away anywhere. A few seconds later, a huge sword appeared in front of his face, and the monster said that he was challenging him to a duel. The guy's eyes looked at the tip of the sword, from which the sorcerer's blood flowed, and drops of sweat flowed from him like a stream. The young man understood perfectly well that his days were numbered. But then something sparkled on the floor. He looked closer and saw a gold ring that was on the finger of the group leader. The young man understood perfectly well that it was not simple and wondered how to choose it. He pushed the monster, who was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events, and he hesitated. Taehyung very quickly grabbed the ring from the floor and began to run away from the monster with lightning speed. The guy looked at the jewelry and understood perfectly well that now this was his only way to survive. The young man began to put the ring on his finger and mentally asked him to turn on. It seemed to hear the young man's requests, and the stone lit up with a red fire, which began to dissipate like fog. While Kim was dealing with the ring, he was surrounded by a huge number of monsters, all of them armed. After a few seconds, a very bright light began to emanate from the ring, which began to blind the monsters. They really didn't like what was happening. One of the Death Knights gritted his teeth. The monsters began to crumble into different parts, which flew in different directions. One of the Death Knights could not understand what was happening and only began to ask what kind of power this was. A system message announced that the Sage's ring had been used. All abilities were increased by 10. All conditions were met. The young man also learned that the Predator's seal had been removed, which was good news. The guy sat at the entrance to this unusual room and was very happy with how everything turned out. After a few minutes, light began to disperse from it. From the outside, it looked very much like lightning. Suddenly, there was a very strong explosion and monsters began to fly in different directions. Although the Predator skill had been restored, it was still very difficult for the young man. He gritted his teeth and beads of sweat ran down his face. There were a huge number of opponents, but he was alone and tried to attack everyone in one fell swoop. The young man thought that it would take about 10 seconds for it to be completely absorbed. He decided to use the stone skin skill and thought that he couldn't rely on Predator alone. The guy thought about the skills he had collected, as well as the abilities he had accumulated, and he decided to use everything he had at the moment, because that was the only way he had a chance. And the Death Knights continued to attack him. He destroyed some. Others appeared again and again. The young man gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and he thought that this was the only way he could survive. Unexpectedly for the young man, a very strong explosion was heard. Pieces of stones, dust, and dirt flew in all directions. There was an axe and a huge spear a few centimeters away from the guy. He was very scared. He looked at the weapon and thought about what was happening, and beads of sweat ran down his face from fear. The boy looked ahead and saw the Death Knight Lord, who was on the other side of the cave. The monster's eyes were glowing red. He gritted his teeth as he was very angry and did not want to use his skill. Our hero looked at the monster with fear. He was so scary that he opened his mouth in surprise. The guy was once again being pointed at with a huge amount of weapons. Beads of sweat were running down his face and he looked confused. The monsters began to attack the young man and he began to run away. Dust, dirt, and stones began to fly in all directions again. He began to look around to see if the Death Knights were running after him or not. The guy couldn't think of anything else to do but jump high, and as he jumped, he screamed in fear. But literally a few minutes later, he found himself next to the main monster, and his terrible eyes were shining with joy. He clenched his teeth in a sly smile and stretched out his hands to the guy. The Lord of the Death Knights did not even think to wait for the young man to attack him, but began it himself. Kim didn't feel very well. His face was covered in sweat and blood, and the monster told him that he was quite strong. Then it laughed sarcastically and noted that that was all. The red eyes from the sockets glowed with hatred. The monster did not hesitate. He used his skill again. A powerful explosion occurred, which destroyed everything in its path. This time, Taehyung didn't have time to jump aside and run away, but lay on the ground. A monster came up to him and put its paw on the guy's head. The Lord of the Death Knights was very pleased with himself. As evidenced by his satisfied smile, he noted that he wanted to ask the young man a question at the end. He pressed his foot harder to the ground and asked who gave the young man his strength. Kim didn't answer. He just started screaming very loudly. A system message appeared in front of him saying that there was resistance to the roar of a monster with mysterious power. The resistance was partially successful. Then the boy read that there was resistance to the fighting spirit of the Night King with a mysterious power. This resistance was also partially successful. The monster said that he already knows that he, unlike ordinary people, understands what he is talking about. The monster began to demand that the young man tell him the nature of his power. But then the leader of the Death Knights began to groan, wheeze, gasp, and scream loudly, and blood began to flow from his mouth. A huge monster appeared in front of Taehyung, the one he met before waking up. It was Asmodeus, the monster who destroyed a huge number of people, but the king did not allow him to deal with Kim. The young man gritted his teeth and stared very intently at the large monster. He turned his head to the side and saw the members of the team who had gone into the cave with him. There is a Death Knight behind the guy, and he thought that nothing has changed since he woke up. Taehyung thought about what the essence of this predatory force was, why he, a human, suddenly began to understand the language of monsters. But he only gained strength and opportunities without knowing anything, and nothing has changed since then. The young man was very concerned about the question of why the king had given him such power. He heard a familiar voice that informed him that this should have been known by now. The boy was very surprised because he saw the long-haired king who saved him then. He looked at Kim and said that he was very impressed by his will and persistence. Our hero's eyes widened in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and the king noted that he did not have to change and heard him say that he needed to come to him. A second later, the young man saw the Death Knight, who began to ask if it was difficult for the guy to answer his question. Since Kim did not utter a single word, the monster began to call him names, and then declared that he would come to a bad end. But the guy didn't even think of saying anything to the monster. He used his predator skill, which attacked the enemy. He quickly came to his senses, called the young man a brat, and asked if he was really going to show off his skills with such a body. And Kim began to scream as if he was mad, and his mana began to gradually increase. The Death Knight continued to laugh, and then said that everything was fine, and noted that this was his last battle. And he began to run towards the young man, saying that it was time to start everything. The fight began. The monster did not think for a long time, but immediately began to attack the guy. The young man also decided to put his skills to use and asked his opponent if he was curious about his skills. This question, as well as the attack by the predator, caught the monster by surprise. He did not expect that the guy would talk to him. Kim's eyes burned with the red fire of hatred, and he screamed with all his might that the monster would learn the nature of his power on himself, and immediately attacked his opponent. A message appeared in front of the guy that his rank had been raised to B. The young man actively fought with his opponent. It was not easy at all. After a while, the Death Knight began to scream like a madman. How dare the young man behave like this? He reached forward and destroyed Kim's weapon, calling him a worthless man. The young man was very angry at the monster's antics, but he only gritted his teeth. The guy gathered all his strength into a fist in order to specifically attack the monster. The monster was very surprised by all this and said that Kim possessed superhuman strength. The monster finally realized that the young man possessed the power of the king. But it was already very late. Taehyung saw a system message in front of him that a new skill, Spirit of the Night King, had been registered. A huge number of people, doctors and journalists, gathered near the entrance to the portal. They looked at the portal as if they were expecting someone to come out from there at any moment. The journalist asked about the dungeon's power level, and he reported that it was S rank. The girl reported that the order to evacuate had been given, but it was delayed due to a deformation occurring inside the dungeon, and she asked if reinforcements could arrive before the breakthrough. Seongjin cursed mentally. He thought about where S-rank magic came from in a D-rank dungeon. The man understood perfectly well that everyone there would simply die. He frowned, and a large drop of sweat began to run down his cheek. Some sounds distracted him from his thoughts. Everyone started looking at the portal, and someone shouted that the dungeon was being broken through. Pak wasn't prepared for it to happen so quickly, so he shouted for everyone to be ready. Everyone gathered together and began to watch the portal closely. One of the men even clenched his fists. Seongjin winced, sweat started to flow down his face, and his mouth opened wide in surprise. Our hero came out of the portal and began to walk towards the people who had gathered around him. Kim looked at them intently and said that he barely made it back from that dungeon. Thanks to Taehyung's actions, the double dungeon incident ended, the test subjects were able to evacuate, and the score results were determined based on the scores before the evacuation. The bodies of the dead were found and safely returned to their families. And the young man decided not to reveal who cleared out Apocalypto. Goen Park stood in front of the chairman, who said that everything could be criticized by the media, but if the truth was revealed, Kim would become a target for the media and magicians. Taewook replied that there was nothing that could be done about it. Seongjin laughed and asked if the man really thought they wouldn't be able to understand it. Ji-jin thanked the young men and then asked what the two of them thought. There was no answer. So the chairman said that the person who had completed the S-class dungeon, Apocalypto, what level should he be? Puck smiled and replied that it was someone who had cleared out S-class by himself, so at the very least he should be an S-rank. Go said Kim's actual rank is much lower, making it difficult to estimate the extent of the power he possesses. The chairman looked closely at his subordinates and then asked them what this meant. The men thought about the question and began to look at each other but did not answer. There is a high chance that Taehyung will become a national power very soon. Our hero stood on a dais, looked ahead, and saw a huge number of monsters. A bead of sweat appeared on his face, and he thought about how he got into the abyss. He stared ahead, saw the bloody moon, and in it a painfully familiar silhouette. A few minutes later, a completely white man with long hair appeared in front of him. The boy immediately recognized the king because it was impossible to forget him. It was he who gave him power. The monsters also watched him, made their terrible faces, and stretched their hands up. But the king was absolutely calm. He continued to lower and stretched his hand down. A white light began to disperse from it as if a huge number of fireflies had filled the space. Kim looked down where there had just been a huge number of monsters, and they seemed to have evaporated. The young man was impressed by what was happening. Sweat began to flow down his face like a river. The king surprised him very much with his strength. The boy raised his head to look at him, and the blond man said that he was waiting for him. The young man was very surprised by these words. He could not contain his emotions and opened his mouth wide. And the king said that he was waiting for Taehyung in the deepest part of the abyss, and his snow-white hair turned bloody on one side. Our hero woke up in a cold sweat. Beads of sweat were rolling down his face, and he was breathing heavily. The young man lay in bed, breathing heavily, looking at the ceiling. And after a few minutes, he began to feel better. He sat up in bed, began to look closely at his hand, and wondered if it was really a dream. Beads of sweat began to run down his hand, and the guy thought that he was too bright and alive to sleep. The young man thought about the king's words, because he said that he would wait for him. Kim became interested in what this meant. He thought about the predator's power, which even S-rank monsters fear, and understanding their language, our hero thought that all this was becoming more questionable. Kim was tormented by the question of whether there was another way except to become stronger and go into the abyss. He read the system message that appeared in front of him. He guessed that he was fighting the Death Knight Lord, but his rank had risen to B. He understood that this level of ability was already quite equivalent to an S-rank hunter, but the spirit of the Night King exerted great pressure on him. Beads of sweat ran down the young man's face, and he thought that with such a growth rate, the level of national strength was not far off. The young man was distracted from his very important thoughts by a noise he heard from the door. The guy got scared and heard someone saying that they wouldn't let the visitor in to see Kim. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he heard the guild leader asking why even he couldn't visit the sick person, and remarked that it was too much. The door opened and a frail woman entered the room. Behind her in the corridor, men lay and wheezed in pain. The man sat in the back seat of the car and told Miss Guild Leader that he was the driver here. She replied that she had a guest in the car, so she would drive herself, but the driver felt awkward. After some time, Kim asked her what relation the head of the 4th Guild of Nightwalkers had to him. She said she thought she had said that, and replied that she had said she wanted to see someone who had survived the apocalypse and take him home. Taehyung wondered if this was the reason why the head of the 4th Guild was taking him home herself, and asked the woman to make up a more plausible lie. She chuckled and said that the guy was very observant, and then asked if he knew how the 3rd test was done. And then she said that the 3rd survival test was like the 1st, but the difference was that spectators from the stands would be able to watch them. The leader said that when his abilities were revealed, all the guilds would probably want to take him in, a low-rank awakened who could even defeat an S-rank. The young man looked sideways at the woman and thought about something, but said nothing. The head woman extended her hand and asked the young man to allow her to be the first to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. She looked at Kim intently and said that she would give him whatever he wanted, and told the boy to join the Nightwalkers. The young man looked intently at the head, but was in no hurry to offer her his hand. While the woman was looking at Taehyung, the driver who was sitting in the back seat was sweating profusely. The pause lasted for a long period of time, and then the guy replied that he didn't want to. When Kim arrived at the house, he politely thanked them for giving him a ride. The guild leader looked at the young man and couldn't understand what had happened. She asked if the guy heard what she said and noted that there would be fees or something else. He just had to tell her about it. Then the woman asked if he had prior consent from another guild, and then asked if perhaps the young man had expressed himself incorrectly. Taehyung thought that she was annoying him, but he himself answered that it was not a mistake, and he did not have a special reason. He said that there were some conditions, other guilds, and asked if the Nightwalkers were really that special. Kim began to descend the steps and calmly said that he simply did not want to and would not, and said goodbye to the head. But she didn't want to let him go so easily. She grabbed his hand with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. The guy had beads of sweat on his face. He turned around and saw the woman he had just spoken to. He was very surprised. She held him. The leader's eyes glowed with green fire, and she thought about who he even was. She was surprised that a boy who was just trying to become a hunter would refuse one of the best guilds without a good reason. After some time, she let the guy go and said that she would spare him, since she liked Kim. The driver, who was standing at the top of the steps, called the lady and told her that the guy was still in the process of taking the exam and he was very young. And he told Taehyung that the guy should not waste the opportunity that flowed to him on its own. He didn't have time to finish speaking, as our hero calmly noted that this was hopeless stubbornness. The young man looked at the woman intently and calmly told her that he thought her name was Lim Ain. Now it was time for the guild leader to be surprised. Her face was covered in beads of sweat, and she began to ask how he knew this. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face, and he calmly said that he simply knew, and added that it was because of the name he had taken away. The guild leader's eyes and mouth opened wide in surprise. She didn't even know what to answer. The woman grabbed him by the throat, and everything around him lit up with green light. The driver, who continued to stand at the top of the stairs, became very tense. He looked confused, frowned, and thought that they were in big trouble. Guildmaster Yu Ayan's real name is Lim Ayan. She is the illegitimate daughter of Lim Chanyang, the CEO of Yuksung Group, and was originally raised as his successor. But a new daughter was born into the family. Lim Ayan's name was taken away, and the girl became an outcast. After this incident, she changed her last name and turned into a hunter. It was she who grabbed Kim by the neck. She thought that few people knew about this fact. Ayan got really angry and asked how he dared to say that to her face. Was he crazy? The guy replied that she started first. The girl was very surprised and asked what he said. A system message appeared in front of Kim that there had been resistance to the spirit of the Amazon with a mysterious force, and it had been successful. He counterattacked the woman with the spirit of the Night King, and she also succeeded. Ayan opened her eyes wide in surprise and thought about what kind of power this was, because she had never encountered anything like it before. And the guy thought that he was still not able to withstand the power of the S-rank skill, because it was pushing him back. He stared at the girl who was several steps higher than him. The young man stood up to her and stood in such a way that the head of the guild could not leave. She looked intently into his eyes. He smiled and calmly told the woman not to cross the line and called her sister Ayan. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The head of the guild looked intently at the guy, bit her lip, and did not answer. The driver, who was standing at the top of the stairs, frowned and asked if Taehyung was telling the truth. In this place, reminiscent of the Colosseum, ancient Rome, the third round of testing of hunters will take place. The presenter announced that this time, unlike the first and second rounds, which were held behind closed doors, viewers will be able to watch the third. Representatives of the industry, the families of the examinees themselves, and the general public came to the stadium to see the spectacle. Yue Yeon came to see Kim Taehyung, but in order not to be recognized, she dressed as an ordinary person. Our hero's uncle was glad that thanks to his nephew, he would be able to see it with his own eyes, and his aunt noted that this exam was very cruel. Kim's cousin laughed and said that there was no need to worry about that because their brother was very strong, and he declared that if Kim caught someone, he would win with one blow. Now the guy was the president of Taehyung's fan club. The boy waved his arms and legs, entertaining his parents, and the reporter sat and was very nervous. She thought that this time she needed to find the perfect news. The girl was on the verge of being fired. That time the interview was canceled due to low rank. The boss was shouting that the guy was not an A rank, but a C rank, and who needs him anyway? Kim was crying and asking for forgiveness. Tears were streaming from her eyes, and the reporter thought that Taehyung had already been eliminated, and if she couldn't pass the interview this time, she would definitely be fired. There were people sitting near her who were saying that there was a strange atmosphere in the stadium. This interested her, and the girl stood up from her seat and saw a guy at the stadium, next to whom other young people were standing. She was very surprised because many of the examinees of this round A-rank awakened and rising stars, veterans, were only looking at one person. The reporter thought that they were all going to band together to destroy one, and she wondered how strong this enemy was. Kim's mouth dropped open in surprise as she heard the announcement that the third round of the exam would begin right now. The presenter said that the exam organizers really hope that the viewers will protect their nerves from shocks. Kim Taehyung smiled, even though he knew perfectly well that his competitors were planning to attack him. And the young people rushed headlong to attack and run towards our hero. They set a goal for themselves. Someone from the group shouted that they should attack Taehyung first, since he had single-handedly defeated 2 S-rank students in the first round. The ringleader noted that if they didn't deal with him first, then everyone would suffer together. Literally a few minutes later, their mood changed dramatically. The guys screamed and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. The guy they were about to attack as a group was completely calm. He smiled and used the stone skin skill. Our hero quickly and confidently repelled the attacks of all who decided to deal with him first. Some of the opponents were already lying on the ground and no longer posed any danger to the young man. The guy stood to the side and watched. Outwardly, he was absolutely calm, but at the same time ready for a fight. After some time, Kim saw a green spot on the concrete that was making strange sounds. The spot quickly grew in size and wrapped itself around the young man like a vine. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he wondered what had happened. The boy, who was standing a few meters away from our hero, said that if Taehyung defeated 2 S-rankers, then there was no point in counting crows. He put his finger to his lips and declared that the final winner of this round would be him, the A-rank genius. The opponent wanted to say something else but did not have time, as the young man got out of the bonds and kicked him with all his might. The opponent was so confident in his abilities that he did not even expect such a development of events. He screamed in pain and horror, and our hero spread his arms out to the sides and calmly announced that the next person who wanted to could attack him. One of Kim's opponents called him a monster and told the guys to attack him without stopping, because if they constantly hit him, he would get tired sooner or later. The young man heard these words clearly, so he summoned his signature skill, Spirit of the Night King. And at this time, the group of guys sped up and began to approach the young man very quickly. After a few seconds, they began to slow down as they did not feel very well. The entire area around Kim was covered in a red fog, and the silhouettes of the Death Knights were visible. The attackers were unable to reach the young man, but fell straight to the ground. Uncle, aunt, and cousin stood up from their seats. They were very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Go Tae-wook watched everything that was happening in horror, but Park Sung-jin was very pleased and laughed. The journalist opened her mouth and eyes wide in surprise. She was not prepared for such a turn of events. Our hero was absolutely calm. He stretched out his hand forward and looked intently ahead. All the people were shouting and waving their hands, but only Yue An sat calmly in her place and reacted as if nothing was happening around her. A few seconds later, the guild leader called Taehyung crazy and said that she couldn't believe he was using his skill in front of everyone. The wind was blowing dark smoke across the stadium. The young man's opponents no longer posed any danger. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and said that the cleanup was ready and had been successful. He looked straight ahead, smiled, and saw someone a few meters away from him. Lim An stood there, not hurrying to come closer. and a light breeze ruffled her hair. The girl was scared, breathing heavily and looking at her opponent with fear. The guy asked Lim what they should do and suggested that the girl refuse right now. Anne lowered her head, looked at her opponent from under her eyebrows, but did not answer. The young man smiled and said, "If not, would the girl like him to do the same as in the first round?" The beauty furrowed her brow and glared at her opponent with hatred. It was not in Lim's nature to give up, so she used her skills. The young man watched everything that was happening carefully and was absolutely calm. The headman had a huge weapon in his hands and shouted that Kim should worry about himself. Her eyes burned with hatred and she screamed that that situation would definitely never happen again. The guy smiled even more cheerfully, looked intently at Anne and replied that they would see everything. The headman walked past the young man and tripped over him, sending the weapon flying in the other direction. The beauty didn't even realize how she was sprawled on the concrete floor, and the guy was watching everything that was happening. Lim lost consciousness and was in no hurry to get up, the wind blowing her hair. The young man smiled and said that Anne was his most difficult opponent. The host of the event announced that this was the end of all the tests and that the best person to pass this exam was Kim Tae-young, test taker number 920. The guy was sitting in front of Ji Jinwei. There were gifts in front of him. The man noted that they were for the fact that the young man passed them with honors and congratulated him on becoming an S-rank hunter. The association's chairman said that they never thought that the third round would end so clearly, although it is natural, since he himself went through the apocalypto. Our hero began to look at the gifts that were lying on the table and said that he was just lucky. Ji looked at Kim closely and asked if he had any plans to join the New Korea Players Association. The guy didn't expect such a question from the chairman. He opened his mouth in surprise, and a drop of sweat appeared on his face. Jinwei saw the young man's reaction and asked him what he thought about working for the benefit of the New Korea. The man propped his head up with his hands and began to stare intently at the young man. The boy looked at the gifts the chairman had given him and thought that so much had changed. He was unawakened and fought with S-ranks, being first wasn't enough. Kim thought that not only the head of the fourth guild, but also Ji Jinwei, who could be called the best in the New Korea, was also hunting him. While our hero was having one thought after another, the man looked at him intently and waited. The young man smiled and thought that he really didn't know what was going on in the world. Tae-hyung took the glass that was in front of him in his hands and said that he would refuse the offer. Ji didn't expect such an answer. He shouted why the guy was refusing, and he calmly explained that there was no special reason for this. He took a sip and said that instead of simply belonging to one of the 4 major guilds or associations, he had other plans. The young man said that it would be much more effective for him to work alone rather than with someone else. The chairman even jumped up from his seat, and Kim said that he was very sorry that he could not help him. Ji's face changed very quickly and he started laughing like a madman. He couldn't calm down. Our hero just smiled, continued to sit at the table and drink his drink, and the chairman continued to laugh. After a while, he calmed down, sat down in his seat, and said that he never thought that anyone would say that it was better to be alone than in a guild or association. And he told the guy that if he was so confident in himself, then he understood him and decided to offer something else instead of joining the association. Kim asked him what he meant, and the man smiled mysteriously in response. Jinwei asked if the young man was thinking about taking part in the Asian-friendly tournament, and the man propped his head up with his hands and waited with interest to see what the young man would answer. There were a lot of monsters. They bared their nasty mouths and screamed shrilly. Kim was calmer than ever, and he calmly used his special skill. And literally a few seconds later, the monsters were neutralized and no longer posed any danger. The guy looked ahead and said that the dungeon was now completely cleared. He stared intently at the portal in front of him. A huge drop of sweat was running down his face, and he was thinking about that tournament. The Asian-friendly tournament is a festival where 5 representatives from associations and guilds are selected from each Asian country. They compete with each other in hunting monsters and demons, however, in order to be elected as a national representative. Hunters also contribute to the development of the country. What is important is also social value, not just the ability to fight monsters. Then Ji said that he believed that Kim was worthy of their expectation of his rapid rise. The boy walked through the dungeon and thought that it was easy to say, but finally becoming a hunter, he needed to hunt stronger monsters or demons to catch up with the social value bar. He understood perfectly well that others had been saving her up for years, however. Even though he had successfully cleared the entire dungeon, the discovery of New Korea a month ago had not given him any value. The young man thought that growing up is quite difficult, and the path will be difficult and very dangerous. He approached the portal to the dungeon and said that he had to go there no matter what. It was getting dark. All the windows in the huge house were lit up, and the lanterns illuminated the street. It was quiet and calm. The glass fell to the floor with a loud bang, but did not break. Its contents began to spill out. The man used his unique power against his opponent and watched him suffer. Lee's bodyguard began to beg the master to leave him alone, but these words only made him angrier. He said that his son, the acknowledged heir of Taesan, was still in the hospital, and his eyes were shining with hatred. He added that the one who did this became an S-rank hunter and was winning. The enraged man hit the bodyguard again and again and asked how he could tell him to calm down. Solhundo fell from a great height and hit himself very hard, his eyes rolling back in pain. A girl ran into the room and said that they had a guest from the Villains Guild, but he wasn't expecting anyone. He yelled that these were the same creatures who couldn't handle the boy, even after receiving so much money, and asked how they dared to show up. The man wanted to say something else, but what he saw shocked him. He stood there in bewilderment. The front door seemed to blur. The gentleman could not understand what was happening. A man appeared from the door, as if from a portal, and said that he was very sorry that this had happened to his son, and suggested that he fix it first. And he told the man that Taesan's main target was not that boy. The gentleman became covered in beads of sweat, breathed heavily, and began to stutter. The stranger said that he was glad to meet them, and said that he was the deputy leader of the Villains Guild. He looked intently at the evil gentleman, and said that his name was Shadow, by the way. His rank was unknown. Our hero calmly began to exit the portal. He looked carefully ahead. He was very surprised when an unfamiliar voice called his name. His pupils narrowed. A few meters away from him stood a man holding a sign in his hands. The stranger said that he would accompany Kim to the auction house, and said that he was an A-rank hunter from the alchemists. The man had sweat pouring down his face, and said that his name was Pak Gunun, and that it was a great honor to meet him. He noted that Taehyung had shown a stunning victory in the third round of the hunter exam and had become his fan, and asked the confused boy for an autograph. Pak said that this is the best auction in Asia, the largest. There are great lots at auction and support for instant auto-translation. The man added that East Point had many advantages, and the best part was the protection of public peace. And our hero asked Gonan if he really wanted an autograph on his forehead. And he continued to talk about how the guild guards participating in the auction, like him, also play their role. Pak noticed that the teleport point changed frequently, so they couldn't arrive here without permission. The man laughed and said that this was probably why there had not been a single safety issue in decades. The young man thought that this place deserved to be called the best in terms of safety. He looked up and thought about how today, this was the place where the S-rank demon terrorist attack would happen. The auction host shouted that they were finally presenting the best lot of today's auction, and its name was Phoenix Potion. Its special feature is that just one sip increases stamina and magic power by 20 points. Taehyung thought that now all that was left was to wait for the terrorist attack, and all he had to do was defeat the S-rank demon and gain social value. He looked at the auction host and thought that the problem was that there was too little information. Before the regression, it was only known that East Point's losses were serious, and that the main culprit of the terrorist attack was the S-rank demon, Narendra Nehru. Pak held an ice cream in his hands, smiled, and walked towards Kim, who was thinking about who had suppressed that terrorist attack. Our hero asked who was responsible for security here, and this question was very surprising. The man asked why Taehyung was asking, and he replied that he was curious about something and asked again if Gonan knew about it or not. The young people did not have time to finish speaking, as they heard laughter and a question about who was there. The man said that he was the 12th S-rank hunter of the New Korea, the youngest of them all. The people who were in the room fell silent and began to look around for the person they were talking about. A young fair-haired man was walking towards Kim and Pak, followed by his huge retinue. He smiled and asked if it was Hunter Kim Taehyung standing in front of him. It was Isaka Ryohei. He was also called Shaitan. He was a Japanese S-rank hunter, the CEO of East Point Guard. Our hero called the guy by name, and Gunnan said was surprised that he was an S-rank from Japan and the main guard here. Pak frowned. Sweat streamed down his face, and he quietly asked the young man to be careful. Isaka killed his colleagues for his own benefit, which is why hunters call him Shaitan. Ryohei extended his hand to Taehyung and said that he heard that a rare genius had appeared in New Korea, but he didn't expect to see him here in person, and laughed. But the young man looked intently at his opponent and was in no hurry to greet him. When he looked at Shaitan's hand, he was very surprised because he offered his left hand. After some time, he finally decided to extend his hand in greeting, as he understood that it was necessary. Isaka squeezed Kim's hand with such force that the young man felt as if he had been electrocuted, and his opponent was very happy about it. He laughed like he was crazy and said that the guy could tolerate it, and then asked if it was true that he had an S rank. Beads of sweat appeared on Taehyung's face. He gritted his teeth and thought that the guy in front of him was a bastard. He heard some sounds, turned his head to the side, and saw people complaining that they had difficulty breathing. They fell to the ground, clutching their throats. Our hero cursed mentally and thought that he was suffering, but ordinary people were also drawn in and suffering. Rihai laughed and said that he probably went too far with the joke for a kid who had just achieved S rank. He let go of Kim's hand, hugged him, and whispered in his ear that he would understand that not all S ranks were equal. The young man grimaced, and the blonde said that he didn't know why he came here and recommended not to do anything stupid and to get out quietly. He finally let the boy go, told everyone to enjoy the auction, and began to laugh sarcastically. Pak, whose ice cream was already running down his hand, timidly called out to Tai-hyung, and his hand became very red from the strong squeeze. He bit his lip, mentally repeated the name of the Japanese hunter, and thought that everything would be much more difficult than he had expected. There was a group of serious men standing near the metal door. They were armed to the teeth. In the distance in the corridor, they saw people moving towards them, and someone was interested in who they were and where they came from. The bald man with a beard said that it didn't matter, since the warp gate control office was behind them, and their arrival only meant that they needed to be dealt with. He asked the team to help with the rest, and he himself noted that, as an A-rank hunter, he could handle this himself. And a very strong and difficult battle began. The man in the turban stood to the side and prayed. It was Narendra Nehru, an S-class mage of unknown affiliation, his eyes glowing red. A man from the group approached him and informed him that there was a change in the auction house. The guy said that they say that a representative from the New Korea, S-rank Kim Tae-hyung, has appeared there. And he asked the magician what they should do, but he stood there and did not respond to his appeal for some time. He became very angry and asked what kind of garbage was this, in a place where Narendra Nehru is. The team members looked at him intently, and the magician said that no one could escape God's revelation. And after his words, a very strong and powerful explosion occurred in the auction house. The auction host showed the next lot on the screen, and the audience listened to her attentively. There was a strong explosion, and the blast wave pushed people in different directions. As it turned out, there was not just one explosion, there were several of them, which greatly worsened the situation. Park Sung-jin screamed like a madman. He called for Kim. The man frowned and beads of sweat ran down his face. He saw a guy in front of him and asked if he was okay, and said that he should evacuate immediately. Tae-hyung seemed scared. He thought about how he knew there would be an explosion, but he was so omnidirectional. He was very concerned about where the demons were hiding, and when they planted the bomb. The young man had a swarm of thoughts in his head, and Pak gritted his teeth and looked at him intently. People started shouting that there was a monster in one corridor, and it had managed to take hostages. It was a guy in a mask with a machine gun in his hand. He told everyone to throw away their weapons and collect jewelry and money. Then he added that anyone who resists will get a hole in the head. Before he could finish speaking, our hero ran and cut his throat with a huge sword. Gunun just opened his mouth wide, and Tae-hyung asked him to immediately report the incident to the association and ask for help. Kim tightened his grip on the weapon and said that he would catch those who caused this disaster. In his hands, he held the talisman, a rare dagger given to him by Ji Jinhui. The guard stood next to the huge boxes that contained the lots that were put up for auction. They informed the villains that these lots had already been bought, and the group leader said that they were not for the bandits. The main bandit's pupils narrowed very much, and he gave the order to his wards to kill the guards. And the battle began. The bandits took out their weapons and attacked the guards with all their might, who tried to fight back as best they could. Literally a few minutes later, the villains were able to deal with the guards and felt very relaxed. The leader of the bandits opened a huge box, took out a golden bird, and said that he had finally found it. It was a bottle of Phoenix Potion, which when taken would permanently increase one's stamina and magic power by 20. The boy thought that now he understood why Narendra Nehru asked to find him even at the cost of threatening his life. He felt a huge power even looking at the potion and thought about drinking it. But the villain did not have time to do this, as there was a huge explosion. Dust, stones, and sand flew in all directions. The man in the mask had beads of sweat on his face. He was very surprised at what had happened. One of the guys in his group shouted that this was not just a coincidence, but an attack. A member of Mr. Dyke's team began to look around and said that he did not see anyone. They were very confused, but still held their weapons very tightly in their hands. Two of the bandits received serious blows to the face, and blood began to flow from the wounds. Villain Dyke frowned, stared ahead, and thought that someone had used the invisibility skill. He began to scream in pain and fear like a madman as his face was touched by a huge dagger, and he screamed that this was all done by a fucking rat. The surviving members of the gang of villains began to fall into chain traps and were confused. Dyke, with chains around his neck, shouted that only a bastard could act covertly. He put his hand to the wounded part of his face. His eyes were burning with hatred, and a malicious smile appeared on his face, and said that now the one who attacked the villains will die. Kim said it was a skill that allowed him to track enemies while in stealth mode. He was also wrapped in chains and said that the Predator skill should be used against the opponent. All the guards were destroyed, and the villains could not, especially first of all, dealt with them. The auction participants were tied up, tears mixed with sweat streaming down their faces. And the huge, scary monsters made their toothy faces and glowed with red eyes. They looked frightening. This is what the Warp Gate control office looked like. It was illuminated with a bluish light. Narendra Nehru was very pleased. He laughed and said that everything went very smoothly. And he noted that those who believe in God will be even more afraid of his existence. The magician said that now all that was left was to get the Phoenix potion. A team member approached him and called him by name. He held a radio in his hands and reported that a message had arrived from Dyke, who had gone to get the potion. The boy stuttered that there was a problem. Narendra Nehru turned his head and asked what had happened. The young man held a walkie-talkie in his hands. It crackled, and someone asked if the magician was talking to him. He frowned and asked who was talking to him now, his eyes burning with the red fire of hatred. On the other end of the line was our hero. He asked who he was and looked around. The leader of the gang of villains looked, to put it mildly, unpresentable. He rolled his eyes and clicked his jaw. Kim, who was holding the Phoenix potion in his hands, smiled and said that he was the one who took away something like it. He told the magician that if he wanted to get it back, he should come to him immediately. Narendra Nehru told the young man through his teeth that he was a damn criminal, and he was so angry that he didn't know what else to say. The bandits no longer posed any danger to the young man. They were lying on the floor. Kim calmly unscrewed the lid and drank the contents of the vessel. No one could contradict him. The guy looked at the vessel with a smile and read the system messages that stamina and magic power had been increased. He said that they said that this potion was a unique rank and it was definitely different from everything else. And he had been running around the dungeons for so long, but his stats suddenly increased just from this. The young man noted that this way, there was no longer any need to worry about the Phoenix potion falling into the hands of demons, and footsteps were heard. It was Shaitan, accompanied by his retinue, who arrived at the place where the villains had just perished. He looked ahead and saw the boxes that had already been put up for auction and the mage's slain servants. The guy from Isak's retinue said that the last time they definitely contacted him was from here, and he asked if that person had escaped. Shaitan began to laugh like a madman and asked what the man was telling him. He frowned, his eyes glowed yellow, and the hunter said that the man was right in front of them. And he shouted for the hunter, Kim Tae-hyung, to come out of invisibility and show himself to them. Our hero took a step, smiled, and said that he thought his skill was perfect. Isaka came closer and said that the guy was at least an S-rank hunter, and then asked what he was doing there. And the young man asked his opponent, wasn't he the one responsible for security? Shaitan should already be running around everywhere trying to stop the terror. The blonde laughed sarcastically and said that he had to find something, noted that one thing. Kim began to search for something in his inside pocket and noted that this was all very strange. The guy said that despite the fact that there were many hunter guards in the building, not only did they not find such a pile of bombs. The young man was silent for a moment, began to take out his dagger, and then noticed that it was impossible to enter East Point without permission. Rahai lowered his head, and Kim continued to say that seeing the demons bursting in, he expected there to be a traitor. Our hero noted that who would have thought that the link with the demons would be the general director of a security company. The blonde smiled and remarked that he would advise just staying calm. The man didn't just say that, he was distracting the boy's attention in order to use a special skill. Our hero stared ahead and clutched his weapon tighter in his hands. A few seconds later, Isaka was next to the young man, who barely managed to fight off the attack. Shaitan's face was distorted with hatred and anger, and he demanded that Kim give him that thing. Tae-hyung smiled and told him to take her himself like a magician with his skill. And the battle began. The young people from the blonde man's retinue stood to the side and watched everything that was happening. Sparks from weapons, pieces of stone, dust and dirt flew in all directions. The guys stood to the side. Someone shouted that this was an S-rank battle and that no one should even think about interfering in it. One of the guys clenched his fists. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he noticed that it was not for nothing that they called Rahe Shaitan. If they intervened carelessly, they would get into serious trouble. The fight continued, and Kim thought that this guy, unlike him, was very different, and there was no doubt about it. Our hero used the stone skin skill and thought about the fact that he guessed from the sound and the feeling of threat his direction of attack. He gripped his weapon tighter and thought about the fact that his opponent could see him, and that didn't make him very happy. When Shaitan swung his huge sword at the young man with all his might, He screamed. The blow was very accurate. The sword damaged our hero, and blood began to flow from the wound like a river. He gathered his strength and thought that even though they had similar invisibility skills, he never imagined that the enemy could be so different. The guy was hovering under the ceiling. A whole swarm of thoughts was in his head, and the people from Isak's retinue saw him and began to call him. Taehyung thought that everything should be different since he took the Phoenix Potion. The young men from Shaitan's guard began to writhe in pain. They screamed like madmen. They moaned, screamed, spat blood, and eventually fell to the ground, unable to withstand our hero's attacks. The guy began to look for Isak Rahe with his eyes. He was interested in where he was. The young man heard Shaitan's voice saying that this was a great decision and looked from under his eyebrows. The enemy noticed that a skill like stealth was weak against wide-area attacks. His face turned crazy, and he said that if Kim was going to find him, he should have used this skill on himself. And he began to attack our hero, who held the weapon tightly in his hands and looked intently ahead. There were guards standing in one of the corridors on the floor. They were armed and calm. But then suddenly, the ceiling fell through, and young people who were fighting with each other began to fall right on them. So they flew several floors, and the blonde pressed our hero to the floor and pointed his weapon at him. After a few seconds, he frowned, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He was not prepared for this. His weapon was blocked by chains, and Kim looked at him calmly and smiled. After a few seconds, Isaka smiled and told our hero that he was a fool. The blonde's mood changed dramatically. His face became distorted, and his head was full of thoughts. He flew up and thought that Kim had used the skill not to find him, but to prevent him from escaping beyond the skill's range. Taehyung laughed cheerfully and then asked where Shaitan was going to run away to. The blonde man became contorted and began to scream like a madman. He called our hero names, but could not get out of the bonds. The young man looked at him, laughed, used the stone skin skill, and hit the enemy with all his might. Isaac and his retinue were kneeling before Kim, linked by a single chain. They were all miserable, exhausted. Their faces were distorted. They were not prepared for such a turn of events. Shaitan looked intently at the young man and only puffed. He was at a loss. He looked at the young man and began to scream as if he were mad. It was difficult for him to find the words. Taehyung smiled and asked him how he would explain why a man with a lot of money became a criminal. Rihei turned blue with anger and shouted at the guy to shut up and say that if it weren't for him, everything would have been different. But Kim did not listen to the nonsense that his opponent was talking and kicked him in the face with all his might. The opponent flew forward several meters, and our hero said that there were too many words for a murderer. The guys from Shaitan's retinue shouted to see if everything was okay with Mr. Rihei. They were very nervous. The young man looked at them intently and told them to pass the information on to Narendra Nehru. Isaka winced in pain, and the young man said that requests for help were already pouring in from associations in every country. And he added that when support comes, he and Narendra will know that this is the beginning of the end. After these words, Shaitan began to smile. He asked what kind of help he was talking about, and Kim said he knew he still didn't know anything. Guo was already in the office of the head of the association. They were studying some documents together, heard a sound and raised their heads. An elderly man with gray hair, a beard, and a mustache ran into the office. He was in a great hurry. He frowned and, out of breath, asked what had happened to the East Point security. It was So Sangik, the head of one of the 4 guilds, the master of the S-Rank Alchemist Guild. Taewook reported that the auction was not only about our guild's items. There were also many distinguished guests from the New Korea, so noted that they were all there. But the chief asked the man to calm down and said that as soon as they heard about the terrorist attack, they immediately organized a support unit. It will consist of elite hunters and will be led by Park Sungjin. So asked in surprise why they hadn't arrived yet, since their guild had provided the staff and supplies. Ji looked at his opponent intently and said that this was not the problem, adding that there was no way to get there now. The older man asked him what he meant, and Go said that when the gate control office was taken over by demons, all the warp gates were blocked. This made him very angry and he screamed. Taewook said that everything would be fine. He said that there are currently 2 S-rank hunters in the building, although Kim Taehyung has just received S-rank, but the monsters are controlled by someone named Narendra Nehru. Go noted that he hoped that the 2 could hold out until the new warp gate was connected, and noted that our hero could defeat Nehru on his own. A girl entered the room and said that this could have been true if his opponent had been a normal S-rank. The men turned around and saw Hunter Yuan standing in front of them, staring at everyone gathered. Meanwhile, the young man the association chairman and his assistants were talking about was near Isak and his retinue. Shaitan, despite his position, smiled sarcastically and asked the young man if he knew such a skill as contract with the devil. The young man asked him again, and he said that this skill was the most powerful and that Narendra possessed it. Reincarnated said that he could make sacrifices and summon monsters of a level corresponding to the quantity and quality of the offerings. Taehyung looked at his opponent intently. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek, and he asked again about this skill. The blonde laughed and asked who the young man would sacrifice. A hunter from one of the guilds, UN, looked at everyone gathered and spoke about people. The men looked at her in surprise and opened their eyes wide in amazement. And the guild chairman had beads of sweat on his face, and he asked what the girl was talking about. Go said that Narendra currently has, at best, hundreds of hostages, so noted that the villain belongs to the S rank, and his monsters are famous for their monstrous strength. The old man said that if he sacrificed hundreds of people and summoned demons, then something would happen. Yuan looked straight ahead and said that a disaster would happen then. While the head of the association was thinking in his office about how best to help Kim, he wanted to hit his opponent. The young man frowned. Beads of sweat ran down his face and told him through clenched teeth that he was a sick psycho. Isaka laughed and told Taehyung that he might have been lucky enough to win, but he definitely couldn't beat Narendra. He offered our hero a choice. Watch as innocent hostages were sacrificed while they begged for their lives. And then he added that the guy could also fight a battle that he couldn't win and would die a dog's death. Reincarnated laughed and couldn't calm down. Kim pressed him against the wall and clenched his fist to hit him. Narendra Nehru stood on a platform and looked down at the people who were tied up. One of his group members approached him and informed him that Isaac Rachel had most likely been captured. The masked guy said that Kim Taehyung, who actually defeated Shaitan, took the Phoenix potion and now his whereabouts are unknown, and asked what to do in this situation. Nehru laughed and said that there was no chance of winning in a face-to-face match and noted that it was better to wait for the support of the association. He thought about something and began to use his special skills. Dark smoke came from his hand. The tied people began to be thrown in different directions. They screamed in pain and fear. Naru used magic to throw the girl onto a platform and said that if Kim didn't show up himself, they would force him to show up. His crazy eyes glowed with fire, and he announced that the festival of the name of the gods would begin. Suddenly, the great magician froze in place. He looked confused. This was not part of his plans. People noticed that the light suddenly went out, which made them feel uncomfortable. The guy from Narendra's team screamed when the bomb would explode. The second one cursed and said that he couldn't see anything. The mage stood on the platform and planned to use his other special skills. Behind him stood and thought about the fact that the villainous victim he was holding had disappeared in an instant. Our hero used several skills. He became invisible, used stone skin, and began to throw chains at the enemy. Narendra Nehru immediately sensed something and began waving his hands to avoid being caught. The magician looked ahead with hatred. He gritted his teeth and began to use his magic. But he didn't succeed. The young man was able to catch him and immobilize him with chains. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge monster appeared with huge teeth and 3 pairs of eyes. Our hero's eyes widened in surprise and his pupils narrowed. He certainly didn't expect this. With the help of this monster, Narendra was able to very easily overcome the chains in which the boy had bound him. A few seconds later, there was a very strong explosion. Pieces of concrete, dust, and dirt flew in all directions. Kim watched everything that was happening, and the villain shouted that even in his head there were monsters hidden. He stood all in the fire, but did not try to get out of it, and asked the young man what he was doing there. The people who were tied up began to ask the guy if he was the hunter Taehyung, and wondered if he would save them. Each of the captives turned to the young man with a request. They begged him to save them. The young man became very nervous and shouted at the people to calm down because they were disturbing him. Suddenly he heard strange sounds, stopped, and began to listen to them carefully. These were the sounds made by monsters. There were a huge number of them, and they were all very different. Literally a minute later, they all rushed towards our hero, their eyes burning with hatred. The guy had no other choice but to fight them. He took out a dagger and began to destroy them. He used his skills and began to climb up. Under the dome of the building, he needed to collect his thoughts. And the monsters stood there below, clicking their huge crooked teeth. They wanted to tear the young man to pieces. He looked at his hands and was very surprised. The young man did not understand what was happening. A few minutes later, there was a very loud explosion, and Narendra laughed and called the guy a brat. And he himself said that his monsters are under his skill contract with the devil, so they don't look like ordinary ones. He said that they were under his power and obeyed only him. And at that time, a huge number of monsters rushed at Kim. The guy's face changed, and the villain said that the monsters had absorbed his magical power and became stronger than their relatives. Narendra Nehru shouted that they had become much stronger and attacked our hero. He screamed in pain, and the villain noted that the guy defeated Reincarnated. That was enough. Then he looked closely at the young man and remarked that it was not worth thinking that Kim would be able to go against the will of God himself. The people whom Nehru had captured sat to the side and watched everything that was happening. They were very scared. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. They were screaming, "What is happening? Taehyung is retreating." The red-haired boy said that the hunter ignored their request for rescue, went there on his own, and cannot defeat anyone. The older man interrupted him and pointed out that this was not the case. The guy looked at him in surprise, and the opponent calmly replied that he should watch carefully. The gray-haired man noted that thanks to that young man, the demons didn't care about them. He said that even though the guy was retreating, he wasn't running away and they weren't sending any monsters after them. People calmed down a little after these words, but they were still nervous and scared. And the man said that he saw that the hostages, who had previously been levitating in the air, were picked up. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he added that all Hunter Kim could think about was saving them. The guy said he hadn't thought about it. The second one shouted for Taehyung to hold on. Everyone started shouting that they believed in him. And our hero threw chains on the monsters to immobilize them, at least for a while. He got really angry and started shouting at people to really shut up already. The hostages did not expect such a reaction. They opened their mouths and eyes wide in surprise. This reaction of the young man even surprised Nehru, who even chuckled. The guy said that the hostages were really bothering him, and that there was no end to the monsters. And he was also really irritated by all this filth. But the people who were tied up continued to scream, with beads of sweat and tears mixed on their faces. Nehru laughed as if he were mad and asked whether the young man was giving up or not. The young man shouted that this all had to be put to an end, and for some reason named the hunter Pak Gonun. The villain who heard this name was very surprised and began to stare in front of him. He saw the doors open, and a man's silhouette was visible in the bright light and was very surprised. Pak began to use his skills, beads of sweat running down his face. He clenched his teeth and thought about who all of these were and when they got here. He apologized for making them wait so long and said that he and Kim Taehyung would start together. Isaka Ryohei was lying on the rocks. He was wrapped in a wide chain. His mouth and eyes were wide open. Pak looked at him in surprise. His mouth opened and beads of sweat began to run down his face. He asked our hero a question, and he said that this was the so-called escort squad, supporters of demonic creatures. Kim noted that it was worth leaving and this happened, and then he added that this was not the problem. Our hero noted that the Warp Gate control office was probably teeming with summoned monsters at the moment. The young man said that if it were just demons, the problem would not be big, but monsters cannot just watch such a situation. And the worst thing is that they could have living hostages, and that's what makes it all worse. Pak began to wave his hands, getting nervous, and the young man interrupted him and noted that they needed his skill. By the way, Ganon had such an ability as gate control, but when he heard the guy's words, he became very nervous. He began to talk about what he thought, that he wanted to help. But now it is impossible to contact the association, and if you do not know the exact deformation, then it will not help. Kim calmly said it didn't matter, smiled and noted that he only wanted one thing. The guy looked at him in surprise, and our hero noted that he just needed to eliminate the monsters. The monsters began to fly from side to side. As if possessed, they screamed and hissed, hitting the walls. Naru, who was watching all this, could not understand what was happening at all. He swore, and his eyes burned with hatred. Pak watched what was happening and thought that when he first heard about this, he thought it was a ridiculous operation. He was delighted and wondered who would have thought that it would be successful. Gonun understood that only Narendra Nehru and the monsters remained, and then victory would be theirs. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by a frantic cry. It was our hero calling him. Kim said that now his role was played and he had to go with the hostages. The hunter became indignant and asked the young man what he was saying. He wanted to go with him. But Taehyung firmly said that this would not happen since the enemy, like him, also had an S rank. He added that he would now fight and not be distracted by his protection and stood in front of Naru. Narendra looked at the young man with hatred, opening his mouth with black teeth. Kim smiled, asked his opponent if he had called him, and then said that he was right there. Pak stood near the door and began shouting to the people to run after him, and they immediately rushed to the exit. Our hero watched all this and said that everything was great. One of the global problems was solved. He looked closely at his opponent and thought that now he needed to deal with him. There was a very loud explosion. Naru started to attack the young man. He barely managed to jump back. The guy tried to throw a chain on his opponent to immobilize him, but it didn't work. Narendra's eyes were shining. He shouted at the young man that he was a bastard and asked if he really had an S rank. He started using his skills and shouted, "Does Kim really think he can stop him?" There was another very strong explosion, and huge chunks of rocks began flying in different directions. And Nehru shouted that it didn't matter how many monsters the guy destroyed, and it also didn't matter how many hostages they saved. Kim fell and hit himself hard, and his opponent screamed that none of this meant anything. The villain added that all this would be useless if he couldn't defeat him, and the monsters behind him continued to bare their teeth. Our hero tried to get up, and his opponent called the guy dirty and unfaithful. And then he added that the young man must die for desecrating the name of God. Tae-hyung managed to get up, laughed, and asked what Nehru was muttering under his breath. And then he calmly told his opponent that he himself would die very soon. There was a smile on the young man's face. The villain looked at the young man with hatred and began to look very closely at something. Our hero did not waste time and began to attack the enemy. He used a special skill. He was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. He raised his head up and screamed like a madman. He looked at Kim and thought that he was a brat and had been hiding his power all this time. Tae-hyung just laughed and continued to attack the villain. After a few minutes, he became very serious. Nehru laughed, folded his hands in front of him, and said that he had forced him to admit that Kim was the better victim. And then he added that he was not the only one who hid his power. These words made the guy very wary. Beads of sweat began to run down his face, and his opponent announced that he, too, had an ace up his sleeve. The villain's team members felt very ill. They were crawling on all fours, coughing and screaming in pain. Kim watched what was happening and wondered what was going on. Nehru said that everyone had been sacrificed. He began to read a prayer and asked that the Lord send punishment on the sinners. The young man's pupils narrowed very much, and he watched everything that was happening with tension. Some strange sounds and screams were heard, and a very angry green monster appeared in the room. He opened his huge mouth and roared at the top of his lungs. It was a S-rank bone dragon. Pak and the people whom the hunters had saved began to leave, but on their way, they encountered villains. The man folded his hands into fists and said that there were still a lot of monsters left. The guys from Nehru's team were clutching their weapons tightly in their hands. One of them asked what it was, and the second wondered if they had escaped from above. The leader among them replied that those people were refugees anyway, and they would kill them all here. But then something strange started to happen to them. They dropped their weapons, grabbed their heads, and started screaming. Pak and the other men were already ready to fight the opponents. They clenched their fists. But the guys from Nehru's team started shouting what was happening to them. Gonun held his fists in front of him and could not understand what was happening. He was very scared. The people who were with them also opened their mouths and eyes wide. They were shocked by what they saw. They looked ahead and saw huge chunks of the building falling away. Pak screamed, "What the hell is going on here?" Beads of sweat appeared on his face and he frowned. A huge green dragon attacked our hero, and he defended himself as best he could. The guy screamed because he didn't expect such a strong attack, and he was flying very fast. And on top of the dragon sat Narendra and laughed cheerfully at our hero. He was more than confident in himself. The villain shouted that this dragon was the strongest creature. He looked at his opponent with hatred. Kim's sweat was pouring down his face and he cursed under his breath, knowing that his position was far from advantageous. He used his skill and a chain appeared in the guy's hand. With its help, he could block the enemy. There was another very strong explosion, and the young man fell into a hole in the wall. He was breathing very heavily. Tears were streaming from his eyes, from helplessness, and he asked what kind of monster it was. The young man was very scared and also tired, as he had been fighting with the villains all day. Before he had time to rest even a little, he saw that a monster was standing in front of the hole he had just climbed into. The monster grabbed Kim and threw him to the side again. He was flying down quickly and screaming loudly, and his opponent joyfully shouted for Tae-hyung to die and quickly and laughed merrily. This only made our hero even more angry. He frowned, clenched his teeth, and began to use his skill. He attacked the dragon and shouted that he was a strange bird that was made only of bones. The monster began to scream like a madman, and the young man managed to attack it. Our hero watched everything that was happening and opened his mouth in surprise, and his pupils narrowed. A few seconds later, a very strong explosion thundered near the auction house. From the outside, it might have seemed that someone was launching fireworks, since the light was green. Narendra and his dragon remained safe and sound. The villain did not even move from his place. Nehru looked at the boy intently and then said through clenched teeth that this was all amazing. He said he did not expect Kim to survive such a powerful explosion. But our hero was able to escape thanks to his skills. He attached himself to the building with the help of chains. The young man was breathing very heavily, but he himself was not prepared that it would be so difficult to fight Narendra. He thought that his opponent was incredibly strong, and he was barely able to block the attack using all his strength. The guy couldn't believe that he and Nehru were the same, S-rank. He seemed much stronger. The young man thought that while he was forcibly controlling such a huge force, he too was under threat. Kim thought that he had already reached his limit, and if he could stall for time, there was a good chance of winning. The villain laughed. He was pleased with himself and continued calling our hero a dirty sinner. He noted that he knew that he was thinking that he could not be defeated in a direct fight and that Kim wanted to stall for time. Tae-hyung listened to him attentively, and Narendra said that it was definitely a good decision. He yelled like a madman that the guy should know that such tricks don't work on him. Draken and Naru turned around and began to fly away somewhere, in a completely different direction. Kim had beads of sweat running down his face, and he started shouting loudly about what was happening. Pak watched everything that was happening very closely, and so did the people who were saved. What they saw scared them very much. The men frowned, beads of sweat ran down their faces, and they screamed in unison. They were very scared because they saw that the monster was flying straight towards them. The dragon knocked down everything in its path. Stones, clouds of dust, and dirt flew in all directions. The operator said into the radio that the connection of additional warp gates was complete. She reported that communication had been established according to the East Point coordinates, and the doors began to open. The girl was very nervous and said that the only country that was still out of touch was New Korea, and added that no matter how much of a hunter Park Sung-jin was, if they entered, they would be in danger. But the young man looked calmly ahead and replied that it was all nonsense. He asked how dangerous the guy was, and the operator looked up in surprise. The girl didn't answer, and the man told his subordinates that they were starting the dispatch to East Point. Seongjin shouted very loudly for them to go ahead and destroy all the monsters. He ran forward shouting that they needed to find their colleagues, and his subordinates followed him. Young people lay among the rubble, some of them covered in construction debris. Gonun slowly began to come to his senses and groaned in pain and tried to understand if everything was okay with him. He opened his eyes and began to look around. Sweat was running down his face in streams, and he was clenching his teeth tightly. The man saw Kim in front of him, who was in front of a bright light and using his skills. Pak began to call our hero very loudly, and he himself was very scared. But our hero did not pay any attention to him as he had set himself a completely different goal. He fought off his opponent's attacks with all his might, although it was not at all easy for him. The dragon screamed and greenish mist spread out from its mouth in different directions. Nehru laughed like a madman and shouted that he knew the guy would choose this, and shouted even louder that he should be burned alive. Pak yelled at Tae-hyung not to worry and stated that if he died, then they were finished anyway. Our hero felt very hard, and he started screaming. And he also thought that Gonun was right. Kim thought that if he was not capable of fighting the bone dragon one-on-one at all, then the only thing he could do was to wait until Narendra Nehru reached his limit. The young man thought that he could not give up yet, so he continued to hold back the monster's attacks. He started screaming and mentally convinced himself that he needed to think and figure out how to save everyone. Then he heard someone say that they could no longer watch all this. The guy turned his head and looked in surprise where the voice came from. He saw Gonan, who was on all fours and trying to stand on two legs, but he couldn't do it. Pak raised his head and looked intently at the young man. He was very nervous. The young man frowned, peered into the darkness, and wondered what kind of voice that was just now. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him, notifying him that the Predator's rank had been temporarily revised. He read that the Predator's rank had been raised to A because the limits of the power had been exceeded and the body could not withstand that power. The young man's expression changed, and he saw how the S rank quickly changed to SS. Nehru clenched his teeth, widened his terrible eyes, and screamed, "What is happening?" Kim began to attack them with renewed vigor, and lo and behold, the Predator's rank changed again, and now he became SSS. The young man read one system message after another about the impossibility of marking the Predator skill. He screamed at the top of his lungs and thought that this was a Predator barrage, and that it could drive you crazy. The guy thought that the voice seemed familiar to him. He was also worried about what kind of power the king gave him. The young man thought that this could not be. He wondered if this was really his death, so meaningless. He wondered how he got to this point. He believed that no matter what happened, he could not die like this. And the young man fell from a great height onto a concrete floor. He was very badly injured. Nehru was very pleased. He laughed, and then he thought that Tae-hyung was ruined by his own skill. The villain stood on the dragon and was very interested in what this unusual energy was. He looked at Kim and thought about what he still didn't understand, that the guy couldn't handle the load of skills and passed out. He found it strange that nothing was stopping, and he said, "How dare this sinner behave like this?" The stone dragon roared, and Narendra noted that this is what happens if you are not going to obey God completely. Our hero did not react to these words at all, and the villain screamed at the top of his lungs that he would destroy him himself. And he began to approach the young man closer and closer to put an end to this story. Suddenly his face twisted. He was very surprised and opened his mouth with nasty black teeth. Taehyung was able to get up from the concrete floor despite everything that happened to him. Everything around turned bright red, a strong wind began to blow, and concrete blocks were flying. Neru looked at everything that was happening in confusion and could not understand what was happening. Kim laughed and asked the villain if he was talking about God and began to laugh like a madman. He smiled sarcastically and told Narendra, frightened, not to make him laugh. And the opponent stood there confused, only the wind blowing his long gray hair. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He began to stutter and then asked who was in front of him. And our hero's arm began to recover. Neru noticed that it was not Kim Taehyung in front of him and asked where he got his strength from. The boy, who had changed dramatically, said that it was none of his business, as Narendra was already dead. Kim used a special skill to attack the vile old man, but he couldn't understand what was going on. The attack was very strong, and a system message appeared in front of the young man stating that the skill contact with the devil had been registered. Taehyung was in pitch darkness and asked where he was, and noticed that he had fought with Narendra Neru. But suddenly the guy was wrapped in chains and he was very surprised and could not understand what had happened. And literally a few seconds later, a huge burning stone began flying towards him. The young man felt very bad and thought that it was stone skin paralysis. He was shaking very badly and he thought about what was happening to him and screamed in horror. The guy screamed like he was mad. He was very much tormented by the thought of why his skills weren't working. The red round thing that looked like a wheel laughed and asked what my skills meant. Kim looked at her in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and the wheel asked since when this had been his power. It was the monster who told our hero that if he forgot, he should spit out everything he swallowed. The young man woke up on the floor next to the bed. He was breathing very heavily and began to look around. Tears were streaming from his eyes, and the boy thought that it was just a dream. He looked at his hand, which was covered in beads of sweat, and thought that his right hand, which had been lost in battle, was now in place. Park Sungjin came to him and asked if the guy had already woken up. Kim immediately recognized him, and the man took a fish out of the bag and offered it to the young man. The men sat at the set table. Park talked about how this apartment was organized for Taehyung by the association and alchemist. He noted that this was a response to the terrorist incident. Sungjin reported that thanks to Kim, Rahe, who was allegedly deceived by demons, was arrested and said that the terrorist attack was of great power. But despite this, many people survived. The man also told Taehyung that many sympathetic people had come to see him. And he added that it was not only members of his family but also the president of the association. Everyone was screaming, crying, and horrified. Pak told the guy that according to preliminary test results, he had no health problems and said that he stayed because he was afraid that demons or reporters would come to see him. It seemed that Kim had not heard anything the man had told him. He was staring intently at his hand. And then he said that he seemed to have lost his mind during the fight with Narendra Neru. And he asked Pak what had happened there, and the man looked at him intently. The guy moved his eyes from his hand to his interlocutor. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he repeated the question. Sungjin was silent for a moment and said that he himself was very interested in this. Pak Gun-woong lay on the concrete floor, beads of sweat appearing on his face, and looked ahead in surprise. In front of him, the guy saw Taehyung, who was actively fighting with opponents using his skills. Our hero looked ahead and thought about what had happened because just before him was Narendra Neru. Pak looked at Kim and thought that he looked like Taehyung, but it was definitely not him. He started shouting at the guy who he was and how he ended up like this, but he never received an answer to his question. The boy who looked like Taehyung turned around and looked at the man intently, his eyes burning with hatred. And Pak began to shake. As if he was in the cold, the man began to make some incomprehensible sounds. Then he rolled his eyes, started coughing very hard. He felt very bad. He started screaming in pain, and the man, who looked very much like Taehyung, looked at him intently. His eyes became the same as they were in Neru. He began to calm the guy down and asked if this was the limit. Then he began to laugh and noticed that nothing could be done. He was silent for a while and said that he would leave. Taehyung fell not far from Park Gun-woon, and before that he noted that he would leave for now. The young man lay on the concrete floor and showed no signs of life. Then footsteps were heard. Someone began to walk very quickly across the floor, which was strewn with concrete fragments. Sungjin ran up to our hero, put him on his knee, and asked him to wake up. The doctor examined the young men who lay among the pile of stones and confirmed the survivors. The girl said that the boys were unconscious, but noted that their lives were not in danger. Some man noted that the whereabouts of the demons and Narendra Neru were still unknown. Pak listened carefully to the report, turned his head to the side and cursed. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. After a few minutes, he began to shake Taehyung, but he didn't react to it in any way. The buildings were destroyed and it was not clear what exactly had happened there. Kim listened attentively to what Pak was saying. His mouth opened in surprise, and a drop of sweat ran down the guy's cheek. The man noted that he later asked the people who survived to tell him what happened. He said everyone remembered Kim trying to stop the villain, but they couldn't remember anything specific. Our hero grabbed his head, large tears were dripping from his eyes, and Seongjin noted that he had the feeling that someone had interfered with people's thoughts. Pak noticed whether people remembered or not. It was the machinations of the magician, and then told the guy to take care of himself in any case. And then he said that if anything became clear, he would let him know about it. Kim thought Pak said Narendra Nehru did it. He knew that was impossible. He thought about the fact that he didn't know how she regenerated, but his hand was clearly destroyed due to the excessive activity of the predator skill, and perhaps the villain from it too. A system message appeared in front of the guy. The young man read that a contract with the devil could open the gates to the abyss, and became very scared. He thought about whether he could open the gate, if this was a skill for summoning monsters, and if 200 mana was required, then his current mana was 180. But Puck called out to him. The man asked if it was possible for another guest to come into the young man's room. He looked at Sanji in surprise and couldn't understand what he wanted from him. He did not receive approval. Lim Ayan entered the guy's room and stared at the guy. Pak said that he had finally left, said goodbye, and Kim stood, looked at the girl and opened his mouth in surprise. She handed the young man a basket of fruit and said that she was visiting a sick person. On the table lay the treats that Pak Sunji had brought to the young man before the girl's arrival. She put the basket on the table so fast that she crushed all the food and it became unfit for consumption. The guy opened his eyes and mouth wide in surprise, but said nothing to the girl about such an outburst. Lim sat down on a chair and said that she heard that he was very badly injured, and then added that the young man looked unharmed. Kim replied that his health was fine. Ayan took the apple that was in the basket in her hand and said that they also say that he saved many people in this terrorist incident. The young man felt uneasy, he was tense and began to moan. The girl squeezed the apple and added that they said that Tai Hyung had 2 S-rank rivals. The young man did not answer this question. He simply continued to sit with his mouth open. She squeezed the apple so hard that it cracked and screamed that the guy was too brazen and said that she could catch up with him in the blink of an eye. Kim continued to sit and did not answer the girl's questions. His face and clothes were covered in scraps of apples. Ayan turned her head to the side and said that she was visiting a sick person, and Tai Hyung looked at her and thought about whether he should call the police. The girl was shaking with anger. A drop of sweat appeared on her face. She clenched her teeth and clenched her hand into a fist. She looked at the young man and thought that she had come first because she had been worried when she found out that he was injured, but he was absolutely fine. The guy looked ahead, streams of sweat began to flow down his face, and he thought about the unreal aura. Lim blushed with anger and asked if everything was okay with the young man as his face had changed. They heard some strange sound in the corridor and turned their heads to see what was going on. Lim and Kim were very scared. They were covered in beads of sweat and the footsteps were getting closer. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and asked why this man appeared again. But the girl was no less surprised when she saw the one who came to see Tai Hyung. It was her sister Yu A-young, who also decided to visit the sick hero Kim. She did not expect to see her sister here, but she jumped up from her seat and asked why she had come to our hero like this. Lim asked how her half-sister knew the password to the door, and she replied that she asked her not to call her sister. The brunette said that the association had given her the password and looked at the young people in surprise. The young people looked at each other tensely, and there was a long pause. After some time, Yu came to her senses and even began to smile. She had come up with some kind of plan. She walked up to the young man and suddenly grabbed his hand, not very hard. Lim was not prepared for such a development of events. She jumped up, blushed, and opened her mouth in surprise. The guy didn't understand what was happening. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and the girl was holding him as if he were a hostage. Lim started running towards them, shouting what her sister was doing, but she only got laughs in response. She said that 2 S-class hunters were living in the same house and asked what kind of relationship there could be between them. Kim started stuttering in shock. The girl started shouting in response that it was a crime because Tai Hyung was a minor. The young man freed himself from the woman's embrace and told her that the jokes were over. He looked at Yu and asked why she came again and asked if she would ask to join her guild again, and then asked how many more times he had to refuse her. She rubbed her wrist and said it was still a little rough and noted that she was just visiting a patient today. Just a visit. The woman also said that she had a gift for him this time. The guy was very surprised. Yu said she heard from the association president that he was going to the Asian tournament. She took another step towards the boy and informed him that despite all the activity in East Point, he was still only ranked 30 in the public ratings, and it would take a lot of incidents to reach 5th. The guild leader noted that only after this would he be able to represent the new Korea. She looked the young man straight in the eye and said that she would give him the right to clear the fire temple in the double dungeon. People were sailing on a boat and looking at the ruins that remained of a huge building. Someone asked if East Point was really here. The opponent replied that it was, and many people say that the building retained its shape for several hours after the terrorist attack and then collapsed. One of the men asked about the location of Afida Oro. The second replied that it was still not really known. He was asked whether it was worth reporting this to his superiors, but his opponent said that there was no need for this. The young man noted that the goal had already been achieved, and in any case, he was just a bag of money for the mercenaries. He wanted to say something else, but a huge ship sailed towards them, and the people who were on the deck called out to them. The sailor reported that only East Point investigation personnel could enter. He held a loudspeaker in his hands and ordered everyone to drop their weapons and surrender immediately. After some time, the sailors found themselves underwater, with their belongings flying after them. Following them, a ship was sunk and quickly sank to the bottom. The guys who figured it out stood on the bow of their boat and watched everything that was happening. The man raised his finger and said that he was very interested in a guy named Kim Tae-hyung. A huge number of people had gathered at the Nightwalkers Guild headquarters. The head reported that Kim is involved in the strategy and added the hero of East Point and the most promising star of the new Korea. Everyone gathered was very happy. They chanted the name of our hero. Ayan said that even if they grant the right to clear, they determine the distribution of items and participants in the raid. Taehyung thought that it was such an unexpected gift, and who would have thought that it would be the right to clear the Temple of Fire? The second double dungeon in Korea was named the Fire Temple because its entrance resembles a burning flame. Before the regression, the Nightwalkers Guild succeeded in clearing out the area, but was close to being completely destroyed. Considering the risk, it is safe to say that there will be a huge increase in Taehyung's social value. The boy thought that due to the destruction of his right arm, his strength and endurance indicators had significantly decreased, so he thought that the new task would be too difficult. He understood that Ayan and all these people were here, and by clearing the double dungeon, they couldn't lose. People who were not participating in the raid came to support them and wish them all the best. Kim and Yu stood near the fire temple. This was the attack group, which consisted of only 2 people. The assembled shouted for them to clear the dungeon as they were relying on them, and asked them to take care of themselves. Kim was told to take care of their leader. Taehyung asked with surprise in his voice why only the 2 of them were going on the raid. Ayan laughed, looked slyly, and told the young man that they had a date. The guy thought that it would be better for him to fail. They entered the dungeon, and Ayan noticed that it was quite large. She was very surprised and noticed that even the atmosphere was not like in normal dungeons. The guild leader asked if the duel dungeons were originally like this, and Kim said that the apocalypto he had visited looked exactly the same. They stopped near a huge hole, and Yu asked how they could get down from here, and the guy said that they needed to be careful, since it was most likely a trap or monsters. The head of the guild looked confused. Beads of sweat appeared on her cheek. She wanted to ask the young man again, but something else incomprehensible wrapped itself around her neck and pulled her down with force. She screamed in fear, and our hero began to call her. He swore and said that he knew perfectly well that something like this would happen. He took out the dagger that the head of the association had given him and rushed to help the woman. The guild leader made a fist and said that she had figured out how to go down. And she began to hit with all her might the monster that was below and was not very happy with the uninvited guests. The young man began to slowly descend towards the girl, and she watched with interest. She smiled and said that you just need to fall and that's it, and looked intently at the young man. The guy frowned. Sweat started running down his face, and he thought about how his partner had dealt with the monster in one go. By the way, there were a huge number of monsters down there. One of them was in front of Ian. She collected her thoughts, clenched her fists, and was ready to actively fight him. The guild leader's mood changed very quickly as she was able to deal with a huge number of monsters in a short period of time. Taehyung watched everything that was happening and thought that in the dungeon there were monsters of at least rank A and above, and she crushed them with one blow. He mentally told Yu that last time she didn't show off her full abilities, even though he knew she was in the top S-rank hunters. He never expected that she was so strong. Kim began to use the stone skin skill and thought that there was a good reason for them to go here, just the 2 of them, and realized that it was great. He knew he had to put in more effort as well, and he tightened his grip on the dagger. Yu began to stretch her shoulder and said that they had finally managed to get down. Kim began to wipe the dirt and dust from his face, and the girl noted that this hole was very deep. The guy looked at the monsters and thought that even though there were countless numbers of them, none of them posed a serious problem for Ian. He was wondering what had brought the Nightwalkers Guild to the brink of destruction before he returned to the past. But Yu called out to the young man. She approached the young man and placed a black ring with a red cross in his palm. The guy began to examine it carefully and thought that this was the warrior's ring. It was unique, and with its help, strength and endurance increased dramatically. Yu folded her arms across her chest and smiled, while Kim thought that with this thing he could restore the characteristics that had fallen due to the destruction of his right arm. The girl said that in fact, the right to participate in the raid is not a gift, because it has benefits for their guild. And if he becomes part of it, then she will give him much more valuable items. Kim asked why she only gave him this item now and said that if they had given it to him before they started fighting, it would have been much more convenient for him to fight. Ayan asked the guy if he was a sociopath by any chance, and he replied that he chooses what is more practical. He stopped and said that from this point on, they really had to be very careful. The young man smiled and noted that they had reached the place where the owner of the dungeon lived. The young man stared ahead and the girl looked frightened. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. They looked at the huge egg, which glowed with a bluish light. The young people did not know what was in front of them and what rank it was. Kim was very surprised and thought that he had no idea what kind of monster was there. He squeezed the dagger tighter and said that the egg most likely contained the owner of this double dungeon. The boy told Hunter Yuan that the first thing he needed to do was gather information. He looked around in surprise. The young man looked confused. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The young man watched as the girl clasped her hands and hit the egg with all her might. Our hero cursed and asked why the guild leader did everything his own way. He looked at the girl's silhouette and shouted if she was okay, as he was very worried. Her eyes glowed with green fire. She laughed and asked the guy why he was asking. Yu made a victory sign with her hands and declared that she had completely destroyed that huge egg. The girl said that in terms of strength, it was most likely an S-rank monster, either low or mid-rank, and added that even though she had gathered all her strength into her fist, she still never expected to deal with him with one blow. Taehyung looked confused. He couldn't believe that the girl did that, and Ayan asked if she was good. Everything around was illuminated with a bluish light. The head of the guild could not understand what was happening. Yu began to ask what it was, and her partner only chuckled in response. He himself was confused. The stranger gritted his teeth and said that these were insignificant people in front of him, and noted that he never thought that they would be able to get to his true form. Ayan looked ahead. She was nervous and beads of sweat appeared on her face. The girl did not understand what was happening. The young people raised their heads to look at the glow, and it said that some interesting kids had visited here. They looked at the bird, which looked like a phoenix, and she said that the power they had decided to boast about here would turn into nothing before her blue flame. It was the master of the duel dungeon, the Temple of Fire, Phoenix, whose rank corresponded to Category S. Taehyung and Ayan stood with their heads raised and looked at him intently, their mouths open in surprise. The Phoenix was a monster with such incredible regenerative abilities and resistance to magic that it could safely be called an immortal being. Kim was surprised that the master of the double dungeon was Phoenix, and we were talking about a bird with a blue flame. The bird flapped its huge wings and everything around was filled with blue light. The young man had beads of sweat running down his face and covered his face with his hands from the bright light that blinded his eyes. The young man began to call the hunter Yuan. He warned the girl to be careful. The guy winced and screamed that the monster had the ability to control minds. As the girl clenched her hand into a fist and hit with all her might, pieces of stones flew in all directions. The rock fragments hit the young man hard and he gritted his teeth, beads of sweat streaming down his face. A U, an S-rank hunter, fell under the control of Phoenix, so she attacked her partner. Our hero watched the girl and shouted to her that she was an experienced hunter. But Ayan approached the guy, clenching her hand into a fist in order to strike. The guild leader was very serious and started to kick. The guy barely dodged the blow. He gritted his teeth and decided that he had to use his special skills. With their help, he began to attack the girl. She could not stand it and fell onto the stones. The young man put his hands in front of him and shouted at the top of his lungs to make Hunter Yu come to her senses. But the head of the guild did not listen to his requests and began to attack the guy in response with her special skills. Phoenix watched everything that was happening. He laughed. He was very happy with the fact that people were so stupid. Ayan stood and stared ahead to make sure she had dealt with her opponent. The girl wanted to take a few steps forward, but she couldn't do it. She was chained. She tugged at it to free herself, but after a few minutes, she was standing there wrapped in chains. Yu gritted her teeth and tried to get rid of the chains again, but she was unable to do so. She looked ahead and heard Kim talking about how it was now clear who had destroyed the Nightwalkers. The guy used the stone skin skill and said that they were just before returning. The girl looked intently at the young man, tears streaming from her eyes. Taehyung told her that it would hurt a little and began to hit the chain with all his strength with his stone hand and told you to be patient. The girl felt very bad. She suddenly lost consciousness and fell. Kim said the chains and paralysis would only last for a short time and added that Ayan would come to his senses when he woke up. The guy looked at Phoenix and wondered what difference it would make if he got rid of it earlier. The bird laughed and asked the young man if he enjoyed the entertainment. The young man smiled. His hands became covered in stone skin, and he said that the chicken had managed to surprise him, and then declared that it was now his turn. And after a while, Kim and Yu stood with their backs to each other. They were wrapped in chains. Phoenix approached them, began to laugh, and asked where the guy was going. Had he really changed his mind about showing his strength? The young man did not answer. He just covered his face with his hands and lowered his head. The bird continued to laugh, and the boy gathered his strength to attack it. He failed, and Phoenix began to laugh again, and noted that the attack was weak and noticed that his body was like flames. The bird told the young man that no matter how much he cut, he would not be able to put it out. Then Phoenix said that no person like Taehyung could overcome his body. And the monster began to attack the young people who were connected to each other by a chain. Kim thought that even for Phoenix this was an unthinkable regeneration, and he continued to laugh. The guy thought about his power. He understood that no matter how you look at it, this is not an ordinary monster. The young man bit his lip. Beads of sweat ran down his face like a river, and he thought about the fact that in front of him was the Grand Phoenix. A Grand is a monster that has exceptional strength and is unlike any other. To distinguish the others, Grand was added to his name, and a plus was added to his rank. The boy thought that if it really was the Grand Phoenix, his skills wouldn't be able to suppress its regenerative ability. He understood that there was still a small chance, but it was very small, and it was only the predator. Our hero knew that only he could get out of control. Like last time, he could not be used except as a finishing force. The young man looked at his hand and thought that without it, his victory was definitely impossible. He gritted his teeth and wondered what to do in this situation. At this point, Yu came to her senses and began to scream frantically. She was very scared. The girl screamed while she was tied up and then said that her whole body ached. She looked at the phoenix and asked when it became so huge. She wondered if it was an unusual phoenix. The guy asked her not to twitch, and Ayan demanded that he let her go and clarify what she did to him. The boy asked how he could let go of someone whose mind was under control. The guild leader replied that she was caught off guard and then was surprised that she was under control. Kim noticed that she didn't even remember anything. The girl replied that what happened happened and promised that she would not allow it to happen again and asked to untie her. Literally a few minutes later, the argument stopped. The young people looked very scared. Phoenix became very angry and asked how they dared to behave like that in front of him. He flapped his huge wings and shouted that they didn't understand anything at all. The dagger flew out of the guy's hands in surprise, but he managed to grab it with the help of the chains. Ayan formed a fist and was ready to attack such a formidable opponent as Phoenix. The girl was able to free herself from the chains and was in a very warlike mood. Her eyes were burning with excitement. Kim, on the other hand, was tense. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The young man shouted at Yu not to get caught this time. She just smiled and told the young man to worry about himself first and foremost, and she wouldn't get caught. Phoenix became very angry and screamed, "How dare they lower beings behave like this?" The bird screamed that this attack was useless and flew high above Kim and Yu. But the boy gripped his dagger tighter and shouted that he would go forward. He strengthened the abilities of the team members with skills and activated the heart of the monarch. The eyes of the guild leader lit up with excitement. Lightning appeared in her hand and the girl screamed. Phoenix couldn't understand what was happening. He didn't expect the situation to develop like this. The young man was very surprised because he did not understand what was happening. He became very tense. Ayan held a huge spear in her hands and shouted at the guy to let her go first. The girl activated the Amazon Spirit skill, and with its help you can activate the Berserk mode. In simple words, it's madness. All skills have a madness concept, which can be used to activate mana outpouring. Most people do not resort to its use because of the possibility of causing irreparable harm to the body. But if you take this power under control even for a moment, the effect will be transcendental. The head of the guild took advantage of this opportunity and began to attack Phoenix, who began to scream like crazy. But Yu didn't pay any attention to them and continued her attacks. She knew perfectly well who her opponent was. After several attacks, the girl managed to overcome Phoenix and he fell to the ground at full speed. Ayan stood and breathed heavily. Because these attacks were not given to her just like that, she looked ahead with hatred. Sweat ran down the guild leader's cheeks in streams, and she looked ahead with hatred. And a few seconds later, she fell to the ground, exhausted, and lost consciousness. The phoenix flew above her and screamed, How dare she throw him to the ground? He was very angry. The bird approached the defenseless Yu and screamed that it would destroy the girl, but she did not react in any way. Suddenly, something flashed in the darkness. It was a long target that our hero often used. After a few seconds, the bird no longer posed any danger to people. She didn't like all this, to put it mildly, but Phoenix was confused and made strange sounds. Kim smiled and said that to destroy the regenerative ability, you need a power that exceeds it, and added that it is better not to let your guard down with him. He picked up Anne and said that although her pride had been hurt, it was necessary to take care of the final blow. In front of the entrance to the dungeon, namely in front of the portal, a huge number of people gathered. They were very nervous, talking about how those they were waiting for were late, worried about whether everything was okay. Someone from the crowd said that there was nothing to worry about, because there were 2 S-rank hunters there. The young man said that the leader became reckless when it came to fighting, but the other boys were still very worried. Suddenly, Kim appeared from the portal, carrying Anne in his arms, and everyone gathered looked at them intently. The guys rushed to them and asked the leader if she was okay and if she was injured. Kim barely made it there, breathing heavily, and told those present that the fire temple had been cleared. Someone took a photo of them, and an article appeared online stating that Kim and Yu were in a romantic relationship and that they had a secret date in the dungeon. Anne read this information and the girl was shaking with anger. She blushed and was covered in beads of sweat. Young people entered her room and the head asked them what it was. They thought for a while. And the guild leader asked how the information about clearing the double dungeon leaked to the outside world. She was interested in what kind of shameful content it was. One of the young men noted that it was Yu's fault, since clearing the dungeons was a very serious matter, and it was difficult to keep everything a secret. And the red-haired guy said that he told only his closest friends in secret, and they promised to keep quiet. The third man shouted that it was unfair, since they had done everything for the leader, and asked how she could doubt their loyalty. Anne laughed cheerfully and said that they would all die together then, and the room became very quiet. Chairman G entered the room and shouted at Yu that he heard about her using madness. He frowned, looked closely at the girl, and asked if everything was okay with her. And in the chamber, everything was turned upside down. Thus, the head of the guild dealt with her subordinates. She and the head of the association went outside, and the girl asked him what he thought of her. Yu said that she trained for a long time before using this form, so she can use it for a minute without any problems. Jinwei asked what she would say and what skills of Taeyong she wanted to test. Anne looked closely at the head of the association. A bead of sweat appeared on her face, the girl thought. The guild leader said that she eventually lost consciousness and that it was Kim who dealt with the Grand Phoenix, and after that, he told her everything. The girl also noted that 2 days had passed since the fire temple had been cleared, and the young man had stated that he was going into the depths of the abyss. Ji asked how much stronger he wanted to become, and then added that it was a colossal increase, and noted that it was very good for their country. The head of the guild listened attentively to the man, took a sip from her glass, and thought about something. Jinwei noticed that everyone strives for development, but reaching a certain level gives satisfaction and a desire to take a rest. At the same time, Taeyong didn't even think about the need to stop and rest a little. Instead, he continues to look for any opportunities for his further growth. The head of the association clenched his fist and asked the girl why the young man needed to become so strong. Anne looked questioningly at the man. She didn't know what to answer, and he said that he knew everything. The girl was worried. She looked at her opponent and opened her mouth in surprise. And Ji frowned, clenched his fist tightly, and shouted that this was all patriotism. The man said that they live in an era of ferocious monsters. The country must survive this terrible time, and a strong desire to help is what drives Kim. Yu hesitated a little and timidly said that she didn't think so. The head of the association was very surprised by this refutation. Somewhere in the depths of the abyss there was a huge, terrible castle guarded by monsters. The ruler sat on the throne. A man was kneeling before him. And in the huge hall there were people lying. They no longer posed any danger. The young man kissed the master's hand, thus thanking him for what he had done. The one sitting on the throne was the Prince of the Abyss, the Lord of the Vampires, and his name was Igmun. His rank was unknown. The boy who was kneeling thanked the master and called him Bloody Master. The vampire lord narrowed his eyes, laughed, asked the young man if he was thanking him, and then asked how to obtain the power of their clan. He took off his hood and said that many had similar skills, but he was the strongest. It was the national hunter of Korea, Zhang Linpeng. There were 2 guards standing near the entrance to the portal, which, by the way, was behind a metal gate. It would be very interesting to see what is happening there. There was also a sun mountain. This is where our main character arrived. He stood in place and looked around. The guy smiled and said that this was his first time here since the regression. A man approached him and greeted the young man, saying that he was glad to see him in the abyss. He bowed and introduced himself as a member of the World Hunters Association and the manager of the 22nd Zone of the Abyss, and he was also an A-rank hunter. The man said his name was Paul Baker. He put his hand on his heart and bowed his head to Kim. The guys decided to take a walk, and the manager of the Abyss said that judging by the records, Taehyung was here for the first time, and he agreed. Baker raised his finger and said that in that case, the guy should take hunter guides or mercenaries with him. He said that the World Association has established a base camp, the so-called Hunter Zone, in each open zone of the Abyss to facilitate its passage. And he added that it is so dangerous in the depths that powerful monsters can catch hunters off guard in the zone. Paul said that even S-rank hunters hire other hunters to be on the safe side, but Kim said that there was no need for that. The young man wanted to say something, but didn't have time because a cracking sound was heard from the side. A huge snake-like monster crawled out of the hole, but our hero did not see it, since it was behind him, and Paul became very tense. The man shouted for Hunter Kim to watch out and noted that the guy had a monster behind him. He was very surprised, his eyes wide open and beads of sweat running down his face. But literally just a few seconds later, the monster no longer posed any danger. The young man dealt with it very quickly. Kim tightened his grip on the dagger that Ji had given him and said with a smile on his face that he was just going to take a short walk. Literally a few minutes later, a huge number of monsters were lying at our hero's feet, which no longer posed any danger. The guy put his hands in his pocket and said that Paul must have come back too, because no one had ever gone that far before. The youth thought that thanks to absorbing the Grand Phoenix in the Fire Temple, he was able to reach 200 units of mana. He understood that this was the condition for activating the contract with the devil. But there was one thing. A system message notified Taehyung that he could open the gates of the abyss. Kim wondered why the skill had changed. It wasn't just controlling monsters, but creating gates. He looked at the indicator and realized that it was a one-time skill. He thought that in order not to drag more than a dozen monsters with him, one strong guy would be enough. The young man clenched his hand into a fist with magic stones. Thus he used the magic stone of enhancement, and the mana indicator was temporarily increased. Then our hero activated his skill, contract with the devil, and created a gate. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He stepped forward towards the portal and said that he would look at this guy. The young man took a few steps and saw a huge castle in front of him, with long steps leading to it. The young man began to look at it. He stared at the building and clenched his teeth. There were a lot of steps. Kim climbed them and thought that he had never heard of such a place. Our hero thought about the fact that he had used the magic enhancement stone to increase the effectiveness of his skills, and he wondered where it had led him. Behind the young man's back, the devils began to speak, their eyes glowing with curiosity, and they said that they had no choice but to find out some information. Taehyung gritted his teeth. He wasn't ready to see the devils, much less hear them. His pupils narrowed sharply from anger. In the place where the devils stood, there was an explosion. Stones, dust, and dirt flew in all directions. The young man used the stone skin skill and gripped his dagger tighter. He stared ahead, clutched the dagger even tighter, and pressed his lips together very tightly. There were 3 devils in front of the guy. They said that the uninvited guest was very formidable, and then asked what the man was doing in this dangerous place. The horned creatures were very happy. They said that luck had smiled on them, and they had a guest, and it was a man. Kim realized that the succubi in front of him were of Class S rank. This was very unexpected for him. A succubus is a monster that sucks out a man's life force through mental influence such as illusions or brainwashing. The young man looked at them and thought that an ordinary succubus had a rank of no more than Class B. He thought that this was the contractor, and the monsters began to ask if he was lost, and then noted that he looked delicious. The guy started waving his dagger. He understood that if these were contractors, then he could very easily deal with him. And the young man, without thinking twice, began to attack the monsters. It was not easy for him since there were 3 of them. They rose up and laughed at the young man, saying that he excited them. The green-haired monster snapped her fingers and said that passion wasn't so bad. Kim rushed towards her, and she added that it would be quite difficult to train this person. The monster attacked the guy with a special skill, laughed, and told him to try to cope with it. The young man lowered his head and hands, and the horned one said that no man could resist their brainwashing. And the green-eyed monster began to laugh very loudly, heart-rendingly, so loudly that the blood ran cold in the veins. But it didn't last long. The guy hit the monster with a dagger with all his might. She wasn't ready for such a turn of events. The other 2 horned girls were shocked by what was happening. They screamed in terrible voices. The young man clutched the dagger tighter in his hands and stared intently at the other monsters. He used his special skill, extended his hand forward, and told them to kneel. In the blink of an eye, the monsters fell to the ground and began to writhe in pain. They screamed that they were in pain and could understand what was happening and how a person could resist their ability. The guy smiled slyly, asked the monsters what it meant to resist. He used the skill and said that he was not interested in creatures like demons. Kim went forward and said it was time to move on to the contract, and the she-devils lay on the stairs and groaned in pain. To conclude a contract to summon a demon, you must fulfill one of the conditions. Give the demon what he wants or subdue him by force. The young man approached the monster and thought that he could confidently say that he had fulfilled the conditions, which meant that he could now control the S-rank demon. A system message appeared in front of him, which informed him that he was not a party to the contract. A bead of sweat appeared on his face. The guy frowned and wondered who this was if not a contractor. The young man heard a voice that said that he now saw that this was an unusual person. Kim turned his head to look at the speaker. The monster with long blonde hair smiled happily and said that he would be a great gift for the queen. It was a rank S succubus. The monster with long braids and a white apron told the queen that she had heard that a man had invaded the castle. The queen was lying on her bed in the royal chambers and asked again whether a man had really invaded them. After a few minutes, she laughed happily and said that it would be fun. Our hero still managed to reach the castle and enter it. Dust and dirt were flying from the windows in all directions. A huge crowd of monsters ran after the young man, and he clutched the dagger in his hands ever tighter. They called him a cowardly chick and shouted that the boy must be caught alive, as he was a gift for the queen. Kim cursed under his breath. He looked confused and scared. The only salvation for him was the decision to run away. From all sides there were sounds of rattling, succubi were breaking glass, and the young man was thinking about what was happening to them. The guy bit his teeth, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked where so many succubi came from. The only right decision for him was to use a special skill, which he did in this situation. He attacked them so that the succubi flew out through the hole in the roof at great speed. And the young man wiped his face with his palm and thought that if there were no contract soldiers among them, then he had only one choice. He approached the doors near which stood a devil in a white apron and thought that he needed a monster that could command even a grand succubus, and that this was their queen. The monster who stood near the door said that Her Majesty was waiting for him and invited him to come in and settle down. After a while, she came out and said that the queen was waiting for him. It was the queen of the succubi. And the young man entered the queen's bedchamber, which was very large and gloomy. She stood up and welcomed him to her palace and told him that before him was the first woman, the mother of all princesses, the queen, and said that her name was Rosalia. A system message appeared in front of the guy that this was the side of the contract with the devil, and it was possible to receive the summoning oath. He thought so, and called her by name. She smiled languidly and asked what the sweetie wanted from her, which surprised the young man very much. He thought that the queen was speaking human language, and she asked why the guy was surprised, since he himself was human, but he understood their speech. Beads of sweat appeared on Kim's face, and he thought that Rosalia had too much control over him for a devil. She asked him what the purpose of his visit to her palace was, fame, wealth, or if he had wandered in there by chance, and then she asked if he had decided to satisfy his lust. The boy said that he came to her in order to perform the oath of summoning. Rosalia listened to him attentively, thought for a while, and repeated the words after the young man. And then suddenly she started laughing like a crazy person and couldn't calm down. Through her laughter, the queen informed the young man that he was rather self-confident, and Kim only smiled wryly. She opened the curtain that covered her and said that the guy was being seduced. Rosalia smiled and asked why she would need to make a contract if she already had a toy. It was the Archduchess of the Abyss, Queen of the Succubus, her rank unknown. The guy listened to her attentively and then calmly said that this was expected. He used his special skill and told Rosalia that he would make her obey. And without thinking twice, she began to attack the young man with the help of her long tentacles. Taehyung used his skill, chains, to secure himself and not lose the dagger. He said that he would do everything with one blow, as his hand was covered with stone skin. But stones and chain links flew in different directions. It's good that he at least held a weapon in his hands. Kim was not prepared for this turn of events. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and Rosalia looked at the boy intently and told him to learn some manners. She waved her index finger at the young man, and he began to approach her as if he were a magnet. The guy didn't understand what was happening to him. He was approaching the queen and screaming very loudly. He gritted his teeth and thought about how this skill hadn't worked. He looked around and saw the city center and began to understand that Rosalia had changed the space. The young man fell rapidly downwards and finally began to understand that this was an illusion. He was tormented by only one question. When did it all start? And the queen only laughed. She smiled sarcastically and asked Kim if he still hadn't understood anything. And then she looked the young man in the eyes and said that it all started from the very beginning. The boy lay unconscious, entangled in Rosalia's tentacles, beads of sweat appearing on his face. Kim gritted his teeth and felt like he was sinking, thinking it was just a hallucination. Literally a few seconds later, the young man's expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, he found himself in the backseat of a car. The young man was in shock. Taehyung began to look around and looked at the guy who was sitting next to him in the car. The boy smiled, and our hero began to understand that he was in childhood and was shocked. Suddenly, the boy folded his hands into fists and shouted that they said so on TV, that high-ranking awakened ones get a lot of money. The boy said that he would definitely become one of them, and then he would buy his mom and dad something tasty or something else that they wanted. The father laughed, and the mother replied that this was what she expected from their son, and he looked at them in surprise. The woman told her son that the most important thing for her was that he lived a long and happy life. The little boy replied that it wasn't funny, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from worry, while adult Kim sat and thought that his parents always said that. The young man thought about the fact that what his parents wanted most of all was a low rank and money with which he could help his family, and not his happiness. These memories warmed the boy's soul, and he remembered what happened in childhood and smiled. The young man's expression quickly changed. He was very scared. Kim, again as a child, I saw a car get into a traffic accident. The boy looked at his father. He showed no signs of life, and the windshield was broken. The mother's seat, which was sitting in the front seat, was on fire, and the windshield was smashed. The car caught fire very quickly. Taehyung turned his head to the side and was very surprised. He saw how his uncle and aunt were holding his little one in their arms. His aunt was crying and saying that even the heavens were indifferent to everything. Even the uncle had a stingy tear running down his cheek, and the aunt was sobbing, talking about how the boy was left alone. Adult Kim, who was sitting in the car and watching all this, began to call them. And suddenly the young man heard laughter and a voice that said that he was still such a stupid, unawakened bastard. All this was said by two big guys who were beating our hero with their hands and feet, and he, already an adult, was sitting and watching this from the side. He couldn't watch this for long and got out of the car, told Kim to stop playing the victim, stand up, and the offenders continued to laugh and say that Kim had only become stubborn. A picture appeared in front of Taehyung, where he was walking somewhere with two guys. He finally realized that these were his memories. Then they laughed at him and told him to remember his place, since he was a porter. But now Kim realized that when he was unawakened, he did not have the strength to resist. But it was much harder for him to bear that his aunt was yelling at him and crying. When he was about to set out on a campaign, his relatives asked him if they had offended him in any way and noted that he was not fit to go into the abyss. Aunt and uncle said that everything was fine with money, and if he didn't think about them, then let him think about himself. The guy thanked them for their kindness and noted that he was grateful for everything. But now he was thinking about how instead of helping, he was causing inconvenience to his loved ones. Kim went towards himself, the one who was once unawakened. He thought about how his parents only wanted him to be happy. The young man understood that he could only gain it if he was strong. A system message appeared in front of Taehyung, stating that the use of a skill had been detected and royal hypnosis had been confirmed, as well as that there had been an attempt to resist using a mysterious power. He read that the resistance was unsuccessful, the abilities were neutralized, and the skills were unusable. The strongest ones on the Predator could still be used, but this could not please our hero. In the huge room with columns, there was a huge number of people lying. They no longer posed any danger. Rosalia propped her head up with her hand, sighed heavily, and said how interesting it all was. She told the huge monster that she didn't think that the young man would survive after all this. She pointed her finger at that unawakened Kim and said there were a couple of discrepancies. The queen noted that firstly, these are flashbacks in which the guy looks much older than he does now. And secondly, these are very contradictory memories related to the same period. Rosalia was very interested in what the young man was hiding, because he was quite unusual. An interesting idea came to her, to take and shake everything up here once. But the queen was in no hurry to put her idea into practice. She was still thinking about something else. Literally a few seconds later, her facial expression changed dramatically and her pupils narrowed. In front of her, in the bright rays, appeared the image of a man with long white hair. Rosalia froze in surprise, opened her mouth and stared at him. The light white shining creature stopped in place, looked at the demon queen, and did not say a word. Rosalia was very nervous. She frowned and finally realized that the king was in front of her. A huge amount of lightning began to pierce Rosalia. She was definitely not prepared for such a development of events. The queen felt very ill. Beads of sweat were running down her face and she fell to her knees. After a while, she felt something touch her shoulder. It was Kim's dagger, and he said that it was not worth looking into other people's memories. Then he smiled and added that this was an unworthy habit for a queen, and she looked at him with fear. The young man laughed and said that he would repeat it again so that the rosary would take the oath of invocation. She sighed heavily and said that she would never have thought that a person could escape his mother's illusions, and added that the guy was stupid after all. Rosalia asked the young man if he thought she could be killed with this dagger, and he remarked that it was worth a try. The queen smiled, glanced sideways at our hero, and noticed that he was bluffing. Then she stood up abruptly, hugged the guy, and told him that she accepted the contract. He opened his mouth in surprise. The queen didn't think for long, hugged Kim even tighter, and unexpectedly bit him on the shoulder. Kim screamed loudly, and a system message appeared in front of him, informing him that the terms of the contract had been fulfilled and the oath of conscription had been taken. The skill contract with the devil was replaced with Queen's Man. The skill rating was also changed, and the guy lost consciousness, while his sense of smell increased. Rosalia looked at the young man, smiled, and wished the king's chosen one good dreams. Our hero was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, and he was either sleeping or unconscious. A bead of sweat appeared on his cheek. The guy opened his eyes because he heard someone calling him by name. He sat down and looked at the man opposite him, who asked if Kim had woken up. Paul Baker, A-rank hunter, member of the World Hunters Association, said he was glad because Taehyung was okay. He also said that he found a guy here unconscious after a patrol, and this is a hunter's area. Paul asked the boy if everything was okay, and he put his hand to his head and thought that Rosalia had sent him here. A huge number of system messages appeared in front of Kim, and he began to understand that this was not a dream. The skills were replaced, and he received another one, which is called perfect hypnosis. He thought that given his level of power, summoning Rosaria would allow him to deal with even the opponents that awaited him at the Asian tournament, and the hypnosis skill had an infinite range of uses. The guy became very curious as to why the queen suddenly changed her mind. He also remembered the last words that Rosalia said to him, and it was a wish for good dreams. And the queen also called him the king's chosen one, and the young man thought that she most likely knew him. But Pak turned to Taehyung, and our hero questioned his opponent. It was clear that he was worried. The man asked the boy what he would do next and suggested hiring guides. The young man smiled, thanked him for his concern, and said that he had already finished his business, and it was time for him to go home. The head of the guild slowly walked down the steps and adjusted her jacket. She was absolutely relaxed. The girl was surprised when she heard that they were congratulating her on her discharge. She was not prepared to meet anyone. Yu looked up and saw 3 young men standing in front of her. One of them had a huge scar on his face. His name was John Han-soo. He was an A-rank hunter, vice leader of the Nightwalkers Guild. Ayan asked how many more people she had to beat up to prove to them that she was in shape. The young men laughed. One of her subordinates said that there was news that might interest her as the guild leader. Chan reported that Hunter Kim had returned from the depths of the abyss, and Yu asked how long ago it had been. The girl was very surprised and said that even a hunter like Taehyung could not explore the depths alone. The man said that he was with the S-rank in the tomb, but the point is not that the hunter returned. Yu opened her mouth wide in surprise, and the speaker noted that the guy had met someone there. Chan smiled and said that the boy met with the leader of Onsamiro, one of the 4 largest guilds. His name was Hunter Kwan Kang Hyuk, and he looked very suspicious, but he was in a fighting mood. When our hero saw him, he was very surprised. His pupils narrowed and beads of sweat appeared on his face. And Kwan smiled and asked through clenched teeth if it was really Kim in front of him. The man frowned, smiled slyly, and offered the young man to fight in battle. Kwan Kang Hyuk, the leader of Onsamiro, one of the 4 largest guilds, a man who is called the Tank of South Korea. They say he can fight monsters for hours on end, capable of single-handedly driving out monsters by the hundreds. But the most famous rumor is that he forcibly recruits into the guild through duels. And the guild leader with crazy eyes said that he would start this fight. He was already impatient to fight. But the girl who was standing next to him shouted at him to stop and asked where he was going. The man became very angry and started yelling at his secretary. He looked like a monster. The girl was not afraid of Kwan, but asked him if he wanted to receive a complaint from the Human Rights Commission again. Secretary Kim Heen noted that if the guild leader continued in this spirit, the path to the abyss would be closed to him, and she would have to protect him again. And the girl greeted Taehyung and said that she was the secretary of the leader of Onsamiro. She said that the man probably knew about the inhumane recruitment of people by their leader, but they were here to invite the hunter according to all the rules. Kwan noted that it was a normal recruitment, but Kim could join voluntarily, and there would be no need for a duel. Our hero asked if he refused, would they force him to join the guild? The secretary looked closely at her opponent and noted that this was a great offer for Tae-hyung. And she said that she knew that the guy was going to participate in the Asian-friendly tournament. Our hero folded his hands into fists and looked intently at the girl. He was surprised by such awareness. And Secretary Kwon noted that their guild is the most advanced in exploring the abyss among the 4 largest. In addition to the scheduled clearing of dungeons, they also provide support in exploring the abyss. The girl said that if the guy chooses their guild, she is sure that it will compensate for all his weaknesses. And our hero calmly looked at the secretary of the head of the guild and did not respond to her suggestions. Kwon Han-soo gritted his teeth and told the secretary that it was enough to talk about it, and she looked at him in surprise. The head of the guild noted that if the guy was one of those who would fall for this, he would have agreed long ago. Tae-hyung interrupted him and said that he had changed his mind, which greatly surprised those present. The guild leader asked what the guy said, and the secretary clenched her hand into a fist, beads of sweat appearing on her face from worry. Kwon asked the young man if he wanted to join their guild, as he couldn't believe his ears. Kim answered through clenched teeth that that was exactly what he had said, and he was surprised that the man was asking him again. And he opened his eyes wide, his pupils narrowed very much, and looked questioningly at the young man. Tae-hyung approached Kwon and said that perhaps it was worth trying his method. He smiled and said that the winning side gets what it wants, and asked if the man was okay with the deal. He frowned. The pupils of his eyes narrowed very much. He smiled and agreed with this proposal. Everything was supposed to take place at the stadium at the Onsamiro base, where a huge number of people had gathered. Journalists asked Kim what his relationship was with the Nightwalkers and the hunter Yu A-yeon, and why he agreed to a duel with Kwon Kang-hyuk. The young man was silent, and questions poured in one after another about whether the guy was going to fight the South Korean tank, what he thought, whether he had a chance of winning. Tae-hyung thought about how Kwon annoyed him. He wished he could finish with them. He would burn them all with great pleasure along with the newspapers. And the journalists did not stop talking. They continued asking the young man a huge number of questions. Suddenly, a journalist in glasses, her name was Kim, shouted that she also wanted and needed to take an interview. The guy took her hand and pulled her towards him. She was so nervous that her face was covered in beads of sweat. He remembered the girl's name, greeted her, and noted that they had seen each other during the hunter qualification test. The journalist blushed, started mumbling something, and then said that she was glad to see him. The young people were chatting, and other journalists were looking at them and whispering about where the reporter was from and where she was from in general. The girl thought that she couldn't believe that he remembered someone he had seen for a couple of minutes at most. She noted that he was such an important person, and they were completely different. Tae-hyung told everyone that he would answer a couple of questions from reporter Kim, but a little later he noted that leader Kwon Kang-hyuk had a busy schedule and did not have time for unnecessary conversations. The girl was very happy, and other journalists were wondering what kind of relationship she had with the hunter. But our hero waved his hand and said that it was time for him to go, and the young man went to rent the stadium. He kept his hands in his pockets and climbed the stairs. The opponent was already waiting for him. He folded his arms across his chest and looked intently at Tae-hyung. Kwon laughed happily and was surprised that the guy came, and he himself said that he already thought that he chickened out. Kim smiled and noted that he kept his promises and immediately used the stone skin skill. The host shouted for everyone to hear that the match everyone had been waiting for so long was about to begin. It was Onsamiro Guild member, B-rank hunter, commentator Choi. He announced that there was only one condition for victory: to bring the enemy to his knees. He announced that this was the 120th forced recruitment, and the guild leader said that he would see how good Kim was. The commentator announced that the duel for the right to recruit was beginning. Our hero used his skills and shouted at his opponent to be braver. The young man began to use his skills and said that he would show them all. The boy thought that now the King of Knight's maximum power was enough to suppress a decent S-rank monster. The young man thought that no matter how strong Kwon was, he could easily defeat him. And he folded his hands into fists and began to laugh. He said that Kim had used some pretty good skills. He bared his teeth and told our hero that none of this would work on him. Suddenly, cheetahs started attacking the young man, and he became very scared, as he was definitely not prepared for this. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and the guy opened his mouth in surprise and looked at his opponent, but he didn't even think of stopping. He gritted his teeth and used his skills, his eyes shining with hatred. The cheetahs were replaced by a huge bear, which bared its teeth and roared like a madman. Our hero decided to use his skill, chains. He was so confused that he couldn't quickly pull himself together. He tried to block Kwon with chains, but he failed. The enemy repelled the attack. The opponent gritted his teeth and began to laugh like a madman, and then noted the variety of skills. The guild leader shouted that even like this, Kim wouldn't be able to stop him and used his new skill again. The guy watched everything that was happening and saw how Kwon used a new skill and a horse appeared. And after some time an elephant appeared. The man seemed to want to demonstrate all his skills. The young man stared at everything that was happening and clenched his teeth, beads of sweat running down his face. As soon as he hit the ground with his trunk with all his might, stones, dust, and dirt flew in all directions. Kwon ran towards the epicenter of the event to make sure the blow landed on his opponent. But the guy managed to jump to the side. The head of the guild smiled sarcastically and noted that Kim was very good at running away. And he asked our hero how he was going to win, and he started coughing really badly. Tae-hyung told the man that if this was where his talents ended, then it wouldn't be easy to bring him to his knees. Kwon just laughed cheerfully and noted that the young man was already cornered, but he just didn't realize it. And the guild leader used another skill. His eyes were burning with fire. He said that it was time to end all of this. A huge dinosaur appeared in the arena, and the audience in the hall said that this was the leader Kwon Kang-hyuk's final form of attack. They were talking about how this was the end. Some were laughing and noting that no matter how ambitious Tae-hyung was, he definitely couldn't compare to their leader. Yoo-in, who also came to watch the battle, told her companion that she was glad to be there, and he asked if it was okay to say that. The guy replied that if Kim lost, he would join the Onsamiro Guild, and the girl agreed with these words. She stared at her guild member, who asked if this duel shouldn't have been prevented. The host announced that Kwon had used the beast defense skill, and the guy sitting next to you said that he could borrow the power of various beasts, giving him an advantage in battle. He frowned and stated that despite all of Kim Tae-hyung's strength, he definitely wouldn't win in a one-on-one fight. The girl was eating popcorn and told the guy not to worry so much. She said that by watching Tae-hyung, she learned that he always has an ace up his sleeve. And here is proof of this. Despite the fact that the fight was very difficult and unexpected, the guy smiled cheerfully. The audience in the hall was very tense. Only Ian calmly ate popcorn and did not worry about anything. The man frowned, opened his mouth in surprise, and a bead of sweat appeared on his face. Reporter Kim even stood up from her seat in surprise. She was also shocked by what was happening. The presenter had sweat pouring down his face and he screamed, asking what was going on. And then, in a trembling voice, he said that the head of the guild himself knelt down. From the outside, it might seem that the man was surprised by his actions. Sweat was pouring down Chwan's face. He raised his head up and opened his mouth wide. And where did all that arrogance go? Kim smiled and cheerfully asked if he had won or if he was imagining it all, and no one was prepared for that. Meanwhile, the secretary of the Onsamiro Guild was talking to someone on her cell phone and saying that the leader had simply proposed a duel, and the other side had accepted the proposal. Kwon was kneeling. Tae-hyung was pleased with him. The stadium became very quiet. Then one of the guild members, either saying or asking in surprise, said that their leader had lost. Some guy screamed, how could it be that a man who had never knelt in 100 dungeons just gave in and noticed that it was a hoax and Kim was cheating? People started shouting for them to fight again, that the duel was not real but a fiction. Someone said that they should fight as they should. Our hero stood in the stadium and listened to all this. And they kept shouting that everything was fabricated and that they needed to fight again. They chanted these words several times. The guild leader continued to kneel, and the guy thought that he expected this, but he did not think that the enemy would lose in close combat. Kim thought about how the perfect hypnosis skill he received from Rosaria had worked perfectly during the last attack. He quietly told Kwon to kneel down, and he just gritted his teeth, because mentally he didn't want to do it, but his body didn't obey. Sweat was pouring down Guildmaster Onsamiro's face, and he was thinking about how he had lost, but when he had managed to do it, since he didn't remember the last minute at all, he was wondering what his mistake was. Kwon screamed so loudly that it was heard not only by those inside the stadium, but also outside it. What happened really surprised and shocked everyone, but Yoo-in was sitting there absolutely calm. Guildmaster Onsamiro said that he didn't know what skill the boy used, but he himself was to blame for his loss, and the result was obvious. The man shouted that his guild members must accept the situation with dignity. He said that he would personally rip off the heads of all those who were dissatisfied, and Yu's companion asked if Kwon had really lost. Ayan ate popcorn and thought that the situation with Tae-hyung seemed to have seriously upset the guild leader Onsamiro. She understood that no one expected that in a split second Kim would bring Kwon Kang-hyuk himself to his knees, and the guy, as always, had an ace up his sleeve. The girl thought that our hero was really something. He surprised her every time. Yu sat and ate popcorn as if she had never eaten it before, and her companion asked her what had happened. Kim Tae-hyung walked up to guild leader Kwon Kang-hyuk and looked him straight in the eyes. Then he extended his hand and with a smile on his face told his opponent that they had fought well. The man was very angry, and he asked if he could ask the young man a question and wondered if the guy had planned all this from the very beginning. The young man smiled, looked closely at Quan, and replied that he had planned to some extent. The guild leader's pupils narrowed very much, and he called the guy a bastard through his teeth. The men shook hands. Quan said that a deal was a deal and asked if Kim wanted money or a unique item. The guy thought for a bit and said that this was all, of course, not bad, but he didn't need anything. This answer greatly surprised his opponent. He looked confused and asked what the young man needed. Our hero said 2 words. He said very quietly that he needed the labyrinth of the Minotaur. Quan certainly didn't expect such a request. He wrinkled his forehead and opened his eyes wide. And our hero, with a smile on his face, said that he wanted to take part in the raid on him. Go-Tae-wook asked the head of the association what the labyrinth of the Minotaur was, and Ji replied that it was a dungeon at the very beginning of the abyss. It is a labyrinth equipped with many traps, so clearing it requires the assistance of an awakened with detection skills. Jinwei noted that even though he was at the beginning of the abyss, many S-rank awakened people failed there. Go said that Samiro, having secretly obtained the right to raid, was going to clear it out in the near future, and asked how Hunter Kim found out about this, and clarified whether it was possible to turn a blind eye to this. The head of the association said that there are some concerns because you never know what will happen in the abyss. And then he said what they could do, because all they could do was trust those who volunteered. Tevuk laughed, and noted that if he were younger, he would definitely join in. Ji thought that these fears were not really connected with the complexity of the dungeon, but with the human factor as well. The head of the association very much hoped that his worries were in vain, but the man's thoughts were distracted by a video call. He turned his head to see who was calling. The girl apologized for the sudden call and noted that it was very important, which is why she called. Jinwei asked what the urgent matter was, and was told that they had been contacted by hunters from the Japanese association. Go thought about it, and the head of the association asked what they wanted. If it was because of what happened in East Point, then it was already over. But the girl who called said that the saint sent an invitation to the hunter Kim Tae-hyung. A huge number of people had gathered in the underground room of the Gate Management Association. One of the young men put his index finger forward to count all those gathered. He counted very carefully and attentively so as not to miss anyone because it was important. After the count, the secretary said that 100 people were going on a raid to clear the labyrinth of the Minotaur and noted that everyone had gathered. The guild leader smiled and said that everything was fine, and they went to look at the monsters. When they found themselves in the labyrinth, the monsters immediately began to attack the uninvited guests. Someone shouted that they needed to activate defense skills. Our hero also did not stand idle. He fought with a huge horned monster. The young man used his special skills to defeat the monster. Horned monsters with huge horns screamed like crazy, their eyes burning with anger. After a short time, Kim calmly examined the labyrinth. He quickly dealt with the attackers. Tae-hyung heard someone comment that he did a great job and turned his head to the side. It was the head of the guild, Samiro, walking towards the guy, holding the head of a monster in his hands. The man smiled and asked how the young man felt about the weapon he had given him. The young man squeezed the dagger tighter in his hand and said that it was not bad, and noted that his weapon needed repair. Kwon Kung-hyuk laughed and said that he was going to give it to the guy when he joined them. By the way, it was an Arzan that had a very rare class. The guild leader said that participating in the raid was beneficial to both of them, so he decided that it would be a good reward for the bet. The man said that he was very grateful and asked if they could clear the dungeon. Tae-hyung said that attempts to clear the labyrinth of the Minotaur had failed for the last 30 years, and without special preparation it would be difficult. He was interrupted by the girl and told not to worry about it. She smiled and informed that every member of this raid was a veteran hunter of B rank or higher. The secretary added that they all persistently defeat the monsters and never retreat. And noting that the hunters were successfully finding and neutralizing the labyrinth's traps using the guild vice president's detection skills, Kwon laughed and noted that the guy was reliable. The girl noticed that a few months ago, they had discovered a clue on how to get through this labyrinth. Kim listened to her very carefully and became interested in what hint she was talking about. The guild leader, who was standing nearby, said that in the depths of the abyss they came across the corpse of a monster, most likely from this labyrinth. He added that the corpse was that of a huge minotaur with a sign on its body, like those found here. Kwon noted that when they touched the body, it had completely turned to dust, leaving only one horn remaining. Tae-hyung smiled and said that this meant that the creature was from here, and they could check its movements using the tracking skill. The guild leader laughed and noted that this way, they would be able to find their way to the very heart of the labyrinth. And they all set off, the vice president of the guild walking ahead, carrying a lantern to illuminate everything in his path. The group also climbed the stairs, and its leader told them to follow him. The team also had to crawl, and they were also attacked by a flock of Kojani, who flew towards the bright light of the lantern. The hunters had a difficult journey, but they still managed to get to where they planned. The Deputy Prime Minister illuminated everything along his path, and then announced that the labyrinth ended here. The hunters began to look around and saw in front of them a huge statue of a minotaur, which had a broken horn. Quan was very surprised and asked where the boss of the labyrinth was, and the vice president said that he thought that the horn should be attached to this statue. The raid participants began to examine the statue, since not everyone immediately noticed that the minotaur was hornless. The head of the guild grinned. This proposal was very interesting, and he called the secretary. Literally a few seconds later, she was rolling a wheelbarrow with a huge horn in front of her. Kim looked at everything that was happening and thought that up until this moment, everything was just like in the past life. The raid group used the horn of the Grand Minotaur to reach the end of the labyrinth. The young man frowned and thought about what happened next. The head of the guild held a huge minotaur horn in his hands and smiled cheerfully. From the outside, he looked like a madman. Quan attached it to the statue, and everything around was illuminated with a very bright light, by the way. The horn fit perfectly. Everyone started shouting that it was cool, and they would finally clear the labyrinth that no one had been able to overcome for the last 30 years. And the head of the guild began to laugh and told the Minotaur to come out and show his true face. But the smile quickly disappeared from the guild leader's face. He looked scared, and the pupils of his eyes narrowed. Quan was very surprised, as some of the hunters from the guild were gone and snow appeared in the cave. Everyone was very surprised, as the statue turned into a skeleton that fell apart. The hunters started shouting what was happening, their faces covered in beads of sweat. Others were screaming where everyone had gone, as most of the group seemed to have disappeared, and they were not prepared to see snow here. Suddenly, a huge stream of water gushed out of nowhere. The hunters shouted that it was a curse, and where did it all come from? Then there was a strong volcanic eruption, and the young people screamed in surprise and fear. Only a slight smile appeared on our hero's face, and he thought that everything happened as he had expected. It was a space-shifting trap, the snow very quickly giving way to green trees. The group members were very surprised when green grass and trees appeared. The man was reading a book and carefully turning the pages. Then he asked his opponent if Tai-hyung had joined the raid on the labyrinth. The guy in the hood apologized and then said that it all happened very unexpectedly. He asked what they should do and noted that if Mr. Shadow ordered, they would immediately stop the operation. He looked at the tattoo on his arm and said that there was no need to do anything. It was even better this way. Shadow noted that in the Raider squad there were 5 of their scouts of S-rank alone, and if you count the A-rank people, then there were 20. Kwon Kong-hyuk and Kim Tai-hyung, no matter how strong they are, they also have their limits. Mr. Shadow slammed the book shut very loudly and asked how they could deal with the spies if they had put all their power into the labyrinth. His eyes glowed purple, and then he asked if it wasn't exciting. One of the hunters said that they should first get to know each other. The blonde said that her name was Miranda, and she was a B-rank hunter. She was a member of the Onsamiro Guild. Kim screamed that it was a lie and kicked the girl in the face with all his might. He yelled that the villainous spawn would not fool them. She screamed very loudly, and as it turned out, it was a mysterious magician, an S-rank villain. Her name was really Milena. The youngest S-rank hunter was Kim Tae-hyung. Everyone was curious about what kind of person he was. Is he like guild leader Kwan, a hero who serves as a strong shield on the front lines? Is it true that he saved the guests of East Point and sacrificed himself in that battle? Park Sung-hoo, a member of the Onsamiro Guild and a B-rank hunter with the magic bullet skill, thought that Kim was very different from him. The guy thought that our hero was a great, respectable person, but suddenly his face changed. Park saw that the young man hit the girl with all his might and became very angry. Other young people came closer, saw everything, and were very surprised and frightened. Park's face became covered in beads of sweat, and he screamed at what Tae-hyung was doing and asked if he was crazy. Kim smiled and told the guy not to worry and that the girl was not who she claimed to be, but a villain. Park took out his gun, took aim, and started shouting what it all meant. He was very nervous. Beads of sweat were streaming down his face. The young man was not afraid of anything. He raised his thumb up and said that Song-hoo was crazy. Our hero's expression suddenly changed, and he said that he was telling them the pure truth. And Park gritted his teeth and cursed, and he himself thought that he could not have imagined that Kim would start to do harm in a difficult moment. The guy thought that Miranda was his partner, with whom he had been fighting monsters for a long time. Exploring the abyss, she could not be a villain. Song-hoo gritted his teeth in anger and thought that this couldn't be true. He put Miranda on his lap and asked her to wake up. Tears were running down his cheeks, and Puck was talking about how they needed to get away from this madman. The young man frowned and told Miranda that he would definitely protect her. But Pak, completely unexpectedly, received a punch in the face and screamed in pain. But Miranda, and it was she, continued to strike blow after blow, and the guy flew to the side. She asked how he dared to touch her and called the guy a dirty pig. Kim put his hands in his pockets and with a smile on his face said that the girl was a villain. He turned his head to the side and with a smile on his face said that here they are. There was a loud explosion, dust and debris flew in all directions, and then male silhouettes appeared. The boys stood up and looked at the crater that had formed after the explosion. All this they did silently. Kim began to quietly approach them. He took out a dagger and turned to them and noted that he did not think there would be 3 of them. He used the stone skin skill and asked if it was necessary to take the small fry into account and tightened his grip on the dagger in his hands. At this time, Miranda stood a little further away, changing her clothes and pinning up her hair. The girl walked up to the recently arrived guys, smiling and saying that it was surprising that no one in their company had figured it out in a few years. She looked at Taehyung, frowned and asked how he knew she was a villain. The young man told her not to worry and noted that the problem was not in her acting. The girl looked at him intently, and the guy noticed that he was from the future. Miranda laughed and replied that he was good at fooling her. The villainess released her claws and said that she heard about her and Yu Aen's misrelationship, and noted that the Nightwalkers must have sniffed something out, or he had received a tip. Her nails grew very quickly. She calmly said that it didn't matter, and then attacked our hero, screaming for him to just die. But the young man was already ready to attack. He used his special skills, and Miranda was unable to cause him serious injury. While Kim was fighting off the girl's attack, one of her partners attacked him from behind. The young man heard some rustling. The guy who wanted to attack him got very scared and started to fall. And his partner also began to fly down. Our hero stood and watched everything that was happening from above. After a few seconds, he decided that he needed to use a skill like chains. He wrapped one end around the neck of a guy with blonde hair and a ponytail, and he started screaming like a madman. And with the other end of the chain, he wrapped it around the neck of another villain, who only opened his mouth in surprise. In this way, our hero made it so that the young people could not interfere with him. He neutralized them. He tightened his grip on the dagger and turned his head to look at what their partner was doing. And she, by the way, was very warlike. She rushed at the young man so as to damage his face with her nails, but he fought off the attacks perfectly. The villainess's face twisted. She bit her lip, frowned, and thought about what was happening. Miranda looked at the guy and thought about the fact that she knew that Kim Taehyung was not just like that, but she didn't think it was that much. But her skill, Witch's Claws, after touching the victim's body, spreads poison throughout their body, causing vomiting, paralysis, and hallucinations. Miranda knew very well that there were no exceptions even among S-rank hunters. She saw that her first attack had damaged the guy's face, but he still looked cheerful and was smiling. She was very much tormented by the question of why the young man had not been subjected to her skill. But the villainess clenched her teeth, beads of sweat appeared on her face, and continued to attack Kim. And he fought back well and then decided to use his special skill. Taehyung looked at Miranda and told her that he was not afraid of her poison, and system messages began to appear in front of him that the Witch's Claws skill had been detected and resistance had been successfully applied. The villainess couldn't think of anything better to do than run away, but wherever her eyes looked, beads of sweat appeared on her face from the tension. Literally a few seconds later, she realized that she couldn't run. Her pupils narrowed very much and she frowned. A few seconds later, the girl flew into a ravine, breaking trees on her way. Pak heard some noise and went to see what was going on. He was very careful. From the tension, sweat ran down the young man's face like a river, and his glasses slipped down the bridge of his nose. Pak saw Miranda tied up, and Taehyung was standing in front of her. The guy was in no hurry to come out to them. The villainess screamed that she had the strength to make Kim untie her, while calling him names and threatening to tear him to pieces. But the young man came closer and grabbed the girl by the hair with all his might, and she screamed. The young man apologized and said that he didn't have time to have fun with her. He used the perfect hypnosis skill and suggested that the villainess play the truth. The guy asked Miranda how many spies there were and clarified the purpose of their infiltration. Sweat ran down the girl's forehead. Her gaze seemed to cloud over and she began to babble something. And then she said that there were only 20, including 5 S-rank people, and stated that their task was to fail the raid in the labyrinth. The guild secretary, who was walking calmly, was very surprised. She was definitely not prepared for this. The vice premier of their guild pounced on the leader, holding a dagger in his hands. Kwan was not ready for the attack. Miranda also told Kim that the villains were tasked with killing the head of Onsamiro. Kim stood and thought about the 5 S-rank villains. He thought that before he returned, there were 3 of them. His expression changed dramatically, and he thought that just like when the gate was broken through, the future was gradually changing, and it was most likely because of him. Pak, who had already come closer, said that now that they knew their target, they could quickly join the hunter Kwon Kong-hyun. Our hero agreed with the young man's suggestion, and they set off on their journey. The guy with glasses wondered if Miranda really was an undercover villain. He wondered if Kim knew this from the beginning. Something else was still bothering Pak, but Taehyung noted that getting out of here was easier than it seemed at first glance. Our hero said that even though this place seemed like a completely different space, it was still part of the labyrinth. The boys stopped in front of the open door, and the young man noted that there definitely had to be a passage somewhere here. Kim said that they might not get to where they need to go right away, since the labyrinth is connected to countless spaces. But this door most likely leads to the hunter Kwon Kong-hyuk. Taehyung stopped near the door, and Park, who had beads of sweat running down his face, shouted that he had a question. The young man turned his head towards him and was ready to listen to him. The man in glasses asked why he hadn't said this before. He said that he was very sorry that he doubted Kim's actions, but if our hero had immediately reported the spies to the guild leader, then all this could have been avoided. The young man looked closely at Pak and noted that he had said everything. The opponent lowered his head, pursed his lip, and didn't even know what to answer. He was confused. Kim looked at Pak, was silent for a moment, and then stated that he might not believe him. And then he reported that Hunter Kwon Kong-hyun already knew everything perfectly well. The head of the guild stood in front of the vice premier and held his side from which he had just pulled out a dagger, and behind him were armed men who were slowly but surely approaching him. Kwon started laughing and told the guys to stop behaving like this. They were just joking and needed to stop. He also turned to the guild vice president, who blew on the dagger and said that they were really joking. The secretary ran with all her might towards the men and screamed for the guild leader. The villain just swung his sword, and the girl ran with all her might and screamed, asking why they were all behaving like this. The head of the guild clenched his teeth, wrinkled his forehead, and his pupils became like dots. Beads of sweat ran down his face. One of the opponents hit Kwon on the back, and the secretary screamed so loudly that she turned blue with horror. The girl was very scared. She screamed loudly, and the head of the guild said that he was in a lot of pain. The secretary held Kwon and asked if he was okay, since that blade was quite long and sharp. The opponents had no intention of retreating. They held their weapons more firmly and were determined to continue their work. Kwon rushed towards them, pushed the girl away, and shouted at her to go away and not bother them. The man used his special skill, and the opponents were thrown aside by a huge dinosaur. The secretary watched closely what was happening. She was very scared. The girl screamed that the hunter should not protect her and she would also fight. Kwon screamed like a wounded animal for her to stand still because she was not able to cope with the villains. The girl began to scream that they would both die here, so she too had to fight. The vice prime minister and the villains came closer and said that the girl was right and that Kwon was not in a position to think about others. The man waved the lantern he was holding and said that he had been hiding his power until now. He stated that everyone here is below A rank and only a few have S rank, and added that the elite members of the villain guild have gathered to kill Kwon. The guild leader noted that they were well prepared and said that he thought he was a good judge of character. The deputy prime minister thought for a few seconds and replied that the head should not blame himself so much. He said that the villain guild had been hatching this plan for years, and he had no way of knowing about it. Kwon, despite his precarious position, smiled sarcastically, cursed, and said that this little Kim was right. The vice premier looked straight ahead. He was surprised and clarified what the head of the guild meant. Kwon reported that this is exactly what Taehyung said, that they were all from the villainous guild and were going to kill him. The head of the guild added that he decided then that the guy was talking nonsense. The vice premier tensed up and thought about whether the young man really knew about their plan. The guy in the hat that covered his eyes asked why Kwon was so calm, and he replied that it was simple. The man frowned and said how he could keep those he didn't trust close to him. And then he added that he, as the leader of the guild, could not doubt his comrades and began to laugh loudly. And the vice premier asked him if that was all. And then he said that he knew that Kwon was an idiot, but he didn't think that he was that stupid, and noticed that they had been subordinate to such a person for so many years. One of the villains asked the leader if he was really that stupid. The secretary asked Kwon if he hadn't even checked the information about the guild members. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this commotion now, and said that she couldn't stand it. The girl wanted to say something else, but suddenly a very strong glow appeared. They turned their heads and opened their mouths in surprise. The vice president of the guild used his skill. Everyone who was in the clearing jumped to the sides. And the head of the guild gritted his teeth and rushed to the secretary to protect her. She was very confused. The guy in the hat laughed and said that Kwon did a good job and noted that he didn't think their plan would work because of his stupidity. He used his special skill again and shouted that it was time for the guild leader to die. Well, he had no intention of giving up and noticed that he was talking about how he couldn't doubt them. The secretary opened her mouth in surprise. The guild leader used a skill like Fire Dragon and then said that he couldn't accept the fact that there were traitors in his guild. The first to get hit was the vice premier. The strong blow to his head knocked his hat off and he rolled his eyes in pain. Quan gritted his teeth and asked if the blockheads had gotten their business done, and the ancient dragon form's beast protection skill had worked. Pak got angry and asked Kim why he hid that information from him. Our hero replied that he would ask everything himself later. Quan walked along the long corridor, and a young man hurried behind him and called out to him. Kim wondered if the man knew all this. Would something change in such a situation? The opponent didn't even turn his head in his direction and said that he didn't see all his strength. The young man looked intently at his opponent. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek, and he thought about something. The head of the guild smiled sarcastically, told the guy not to worry, and added that he believed them, but would not allow himself to be killed. It was indeed so. The guild members who attacked him were lying on the ground and no longer posed any danger. The vice premier of the guild, most likely the main instigator of the attack on the leader, lay lifeless. Kim and Pak entered an unusual door that most likely served as a portal. To the great surprise of the young people, they found themselves exactly where they were going, to the head of the guild. The secretary who was bandaging Quan was glad to see Tai Young, and the man began to laugh and noticed that he had finally arrived. He asked if they had seen the others. Pak said that they had met someone when they were passing through space, and he added that in the current situation they were forced to ignore them. The head of the guild asked if they were behaving too cold-bloodedly. Kim didn't answer his question and immediately asked what Quan thought he should do next. The man bowed his head, smiled, and said that now there was no choice but to retreat. The guys looked at him in surprise, and he continued that perhaps there were still villains who had reached the end of the labyrinth, but the owner of this dungeon was nowhere to be seen. He said that it made him incredibly angry, but that the only thing left to do was to run away before they took even more damage. He frowned and said that he would be very sorry if he had not insisted on leaving, but the man did not have time to finish the sentence. Kim interrupted him and remarked that this would serve as a lesson and that he should be more careful next time. The head of the guild became very angry after these words, said that he apologized to the guy, and the secretary tried to calm him down. Tae-hyung thought that despite it being a waste of time, this was the best decision. He had uncovered the villain's plans for a successful raid, but after the regression, Quan had more enemies, so he was seriously injured. The secretary said that we need to take the guild members and get out of here as quickly as possible. Our hero stood aside and thought that the available information about passing the labyrinth was very fragmentary. If the future had changed again, then he did not know what changes awaited them, so he needed to give up. The girl approached Paku and asked him if he had encountered monsters or traps in other spaces. The guy said that they had passed through many spaces, but had not noticed anything special, and noted that they would most likely get out without any problems. Our hero wondered why they had never encountered any traps or monsters. He knew full well that space transfers were usually teeming with dangers, but they went to places that did not pose a threat to players. The guy opened his mouth in surprise and thought about how this was possible since he himself had encountered the owner of the labyrinth before the regression. The secretary and Pak, who were standing nearby, opened their eyes and mouths in surprise. Even the guild leader was very surprised. A silent question was frozen in his eyes. Everyone who was in the clearing saw the master of the labyrinth of the Minotaur, the Grand King of the Minotaur. His rank was S+. Those present were very scared. The secretary screamed, "Is this really the master of the labyrinth?" and asked why he appeared now. The Minotaur, who was armed to the teeth, immediately began to attack those present. Kim was the most collected of them all. He managed to use his skill. With the help of his chain, he was able to catch the girl, who was frozen in horror and could not move. The head of the guild began to run, looking for Kim with his eyes, and began to call him very loudly. The guy heard him and ran with all his might, beads of sweat running down his face from the strain. Quan and Tae-hyung used their skills to fight the master of the labyrinth. The men understood perfectly well that it would be difficult for them, but they simply had no other choice. By the way, the Minotaur was very angry. He squeezed the weapon he had in his hands even tighter. And a very difficult fight began. The guys attacked their opponent together because they knew how strong he was. During the battle, the master of the labyrinth decided to revive Tao King. His rank was also very high and corresponded to category S. The men were very surprised that another high-ranking monster appeared. It was super difficult for them. They began to look at each other as they understood that this was truly a dead end. The secretary and Pak, who stood aside, did not interfere with the high-ranking hunters, but they still saw monsters. The Minotaurs approached the young people and called them children who were walking around their house. The monster spoke of those who had shed their blood here, and Quan began to call for his secretary. The Grand Minotaur came closer and told them not to be afraid, to come closer, and he would take all their anger and hatred. And then he added that he would simply destroy his enemies and began to laugh very loudly. The hunters understood that the secretary and Pak were trapped, so they rushed to free them. And those two raised their heads up, opened their mouths and eyes wide, and looked at the monsters in surprise. They didn't even think about running away anywhere. After some time, Pak came to his senses, took out a gun, and began shooting monsters. The young people screamed in fear, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces from excitement. Then they saw how the guild leader folded his hand into a fist and began to hit the monsters with all his might. Pak and the secretary were very worried about Quan, because he began to fall right onto the monsters. The Minotaurs looked up and were already smiling in anticipation, but at the last moment, Kim used his chain skill to save the guild leader. The young man also managed to immobilize the monsters with the help of chains. They were screaming and raging. Suddenly, our hero began to call the hunter Quan Kang Hyun very loudly. He became very nervous. The man took a deep breath. His cheeks puffed out and looked intently at his opponents. He blew on them like a fire dragon with the fire of a monster. They were not prepared for such a development of events. The Minotaurs were burning, screaming loudly in pain, but could do nothing about it. Quan laughed cheerfully, looking at the monsters. He asked how they felt and called them bastards. But the joy quickly disappeared from his face. He, like Kim, frowned, and beads of sweat appeared on the hunters' faces from worry. Absolutely nothing happened to the monsters. They began to attack the young people with renewed vigor. The Minotaurs came closer and closer, baring their teeth, shining their red eyes, and growling with anger. The hunters opened their mouths in surprise. Their pupils narrowed very much. They could not understand what was happening. Then Quan decided to approach the monsters and began to hit them in the face with his fists. Their heads began to crumble. He gritted his teeth and realized that his skill really worked against monsters. That's why he continued to attack the rest of the Minotaurs, hitting them on the head with all his might. The man gritted his teeth and thought that this was still not enough, because the monsters regenerate very quickly. And indeed, after a few minutes, the monster stood in front of him as if nothing had happened. The head of the guild thought that they would not kill them until they dealt with the king. But the Grand Minotaur was much bigger, stronger, smarter, and more cunning. It was almost impossible to deal with him. Quan gritted his teeth and thought about how they could defeat the main Minotaur. This was X's idea for him. The man looked at the guild members who were running away from the monster, thinking that one blow from him would be enough. But he couldn't fight and protect his charges at the same time. The hunter looked at Kim and understood that he, too, was at the limit of his strength and needed to come up with something new. Quan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat ran down his face, and he thought about what to do, what decision to make. And then he remembered how he spoke with the head of the association, who said that measures would be taken if he continued to force me to join his guild through a duel. Quan threw his head back and listened to Ji say that when enrolling someone as a comrade, a man should pay attention not only to combat training, but also to the personality itself. He then told the chief that he was not one to live in constant suspicion, but his opponent said that caution was needed. He added that during his career as a hunter, he had seen a lot, and sometimes the slightest mistake led to complete failure. And he said that sometimes he had to give up something valuable in order to save something greater. Ji looked closely at Quan and noted that strength alone was not enough. One had to know one's limits in order to prioritize achieving one's goal. From the outside, it seemed that Quan had fallen asleep, but the head of the guild said that this is precisely the most important quality of an outstanding hunter. Quan smiled wickedly and asked Ji if perhaps he lacked determination. Only now, in such extreme conditions, did the man understand what exactly the association chairman meant. He looked at the Minotaurs and shouted that he had taken the old man's words too seriously. The monster became enraged and folded his fist, and the man said that he could try to kill the enemy. Quan knew perfectly well that he shouldn't even try, since it would lead to the death of his comrades. But what should he do in such a situation? He gritted his teeth and said that his guys would die no matter what, and this really bothered him. Suddenly, the man screamed that he really should close his eyes to this, and his hair stood on end. Kim, who was standing nearby and clutching a dagger in his hand, was very surprised and gritted his teeth. He called out to the guildmaster, and Quan laughed and asked the young man what he would say. He told Taehyung that he was very greedy and would somehow protect his comrades and show the monsters where the crayfish hibernate. He was shouting that the hell with the choice, and our hero looked at him with a smile and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. And then he said that there was another way to defeat the king of the Minotaurs. The hunter opened his mouth in surprise. At this time, the monsters became more and more numerous. They surrounded the people and stretched out their paws towards them. The guild leader shouted if Taehyung was sure of his words, and the young man replied that he thought so. The king of the Minotaurs laughed and said that they had chosen this path themselves and he was very sorry. And then he added that no matter what decision they made, the end would be the same, and the monsters began to advance on the hunters. They bared their faces, stretched out their paws, and shone with their red eyes. Quan stood and watched carefully what was happening. A huge army of monsters was walking towards him. And the Grand Minotaur said that all this was in vain, and added that no matter how many Minotaurs they killed, nothing would happen. At this time, Kim decided to use his special power. He really hoped that it would work. The guild leader watched him and shouted. He was also very worried about everything working out. The Grand Minotaur began to turn his head from side to side and screamed very loudly. All his arrogance had disappeared somewhere. Our hero gathered his strength and pushed the monster with all his might, sending dust, dirt, and debris flying in all directions. Kim used the chain skill, pulling the main Minotaur behind him. He resisted, bared his teeth, and screamed. The man watched everything that was happening and asked with surprise if this was the method that our hero had told him about. The guy replied that this was just an assumption, since the different spaces here were separated by doors, and the gap behind the king of the Minotaurs probably also represented a passage to another dimension. And he added that those monsters that are endlessly reborn may simply be transported from that world. Kim pointed out that if there is no queen on the board, all the pawns will naturally disappear. Quan laughed and then asked if Taehyung was wrong, then they would all die. Our hero smiled cheerfully and calmly replied that the difference was still not that big. The guild members who were standing aside opened their mouths and eyes in surprise. They were shocked by what was happening. The monsters that stood next to them began to gradually disappear. From the outside, one might think that someone was erasing them with an eraser. The Grand Minotaur was very angry. He clutched his weapon tighter in his hands and shouted at the hunters that they were impudent little people. And after such words, they became very angry and began to attack the monster. The Minotaur King was very strong and also very angry. He wanted to end all this as soon as possible. He attacked our hero with such force that he flew to the side and landed among the skulls. The guy looked to the side and saw Quan. He understood that he had also been hit. The head of the guild was not far from Kim, and he looked, to put it mildly, not very good. He was wounded and beaten. The young man looked closely and saw that the man's arm was torn off. He had received a very serious injury. Taehyung's pupils narrowed very much. He called the guild leader and told him that his hand was very injured. He only frowned deeply and shouted at the top of his lungs for Kim to pull himself together and continue the fight. The young man winced in horror as the guild leader informed him that the monster was approaching them. But the boys quickly got up on their feet and thought about how they could resist the Minotaur. Quan clenched his fist, frowned, clenched his teeth. He was very angry. Kim tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, used his chain skill, and ran forward with a shout. The Minotaur also did not sit still. He held a weapon in his hands and hit the ground with all his might. Dust and dirt flew in all directions. The blow was so strong that even experienced hunters were thrown several meters to the side. The monster looked at everything that was happening, laughed, and said that this was an interesting creature. The guildmaster lay and groaned, and the king of the Minotaurs said that he never thought that they would use the space he had created. Kim was shaking, either from anger or from fear, and he gathered his strength to somehow get to his feet. The boy looked up and heard the monster say that they had spent a lot of effort on the Tao Kings. He raised his huge paws with weapons up and asked the young people if they were already exhausted. Taehyung looked at his opponent. Tears of sweat and blood smeared across his face. The main Minotaur did not think for long, but began to attack the young man again. Again, pieces of rock, dirt, and dust flew in different directions. But the guy still stood on his feet. He cursed mentally and thought about the huge gap in strength between them. He screamed very loudly and thought that if he didn't use the predator skill, he would definitely die. And our hero looked at his formidable opponent and thought that if he changed this skill, he would be able to defeat this monster with one blow. Kim remembered the past and thought that otherwise he would lose control again. He understood perfectly well that it was unknown what could happen then, and that was the danger. The guy looked up and came to the conclusion that this was the only way out of the current situation. Yuan was lying in a hospital bed and talking about some kind of adjustment method. Kim approached her and asked what it was. The girl replied that she had no idea why he was suddenly asking her about using the skill, but the description in the status window was really poor. She began to get out of bed and said that in fact the type of skill is important. The way of its application depends on it. By adjusting its power, you can control the level of mana consumption. Yu raised her index finger and said that her Amazon Spirit skill was not only good for attack, but also good for defense, and could also cast small magic bullets. Kim didn't care that he saw himself from the outside and heard a voice saying that his skills were also quite versatile. But he usually uses stealth only on his rings, and the young man had 2 of them. The guy found himself back in the hospital room next to An, and she said that he had a skill in his arsenal that he couldn't handle and that it should be used at half strength. The girl looked intently at the young man and said that she was sure that he would succeed. Our hero, although he knew that the forces were far from equal, began to attack the huge, strong enemy. The Minotaur King was very surprised. He was relaxed and did not expect to be attacked again. The monster became very angry. Saliva flew from its mouth in all directions. It roared and waved its weapon. But our hero did not stop. He continued to attack the Minotaur, using all his skills as much as possible. The fight was very difficult. The young man spent all his resources and even threw a dagger into the monster's huge mouth. He became very angry and began to attack the young man, despite the wound in his hand. After some time, the Minotaur became very ill and began to scream like a madman. Kim did not stop, but continued to attack his opponent. He was very happy with what happened and realized that Yu was right. Finally, the huge monster fell to the ground with a loud noise. Stones and dust flew in all directions, and it screamed. The guy thought about how he vaguely felt that the predator was changing its shape, obeying his will. The young man understood that the predator, like other skills, had many uses. The monster screamed as if he was mad, and the young man came to the conclusion that one must live and study for a century. He attacked his horned opponent time after time and thought that no matter what the predator was, he would squeeze the maximum out of it. And lo and behold, the monster tore into pieces, and finally our hero managed to defeat it. The guild members stood in a room containing a huge statue of the Minotaur. They were very surprised. You could tell from their faces that they didn't understand what was happening, and indeed they began to look around and ask each other what had happened to them. The guild members looked ahead and saw Kim walking towards them and helping the guild leader. And our hero looked around at everyone present, smiled slightly, and said that everything was already over. Pak and the secretary looked at them with huge eyes and opened their mouths in surprise. They were very happy because it was a special event and ran to him and Quan to hug. After the death of the Grand King Minotaur, mountains of treasure were discovered in the depths of the labyrinth. The most valuable of them was the elixir, which, when drunk, could instantly increase one's abilities. It was called the Fountain of Power. Since its quantity was limited, for their significant contribution to clearing the dungeon, it was given to Kim and Quan. However, in Quan's case, the loss of his right arm and abilities outweighed the growth effect, but the man said it was better than nothing. The villains who infiltrated the Onsamiro guilds were quickly tracked down and apprehended, and the hunters participating in Riga concentrated on rest and recovery. Kim and all the other participants of the raid were very pleased. The eventful trip to the mysterious labyrinth of the Minotaur came to an end. The girl took a camera and took a few shots. She really needed the photographs. The journalist, like all the people present, looked ahead in surprise and even opened her mouth. Quan stood on the podium, and everyone asked him if what he said was true, and some even asked him to repeat it again. The man closed his eyes and heard the question of whether he really intended to retire and end his career as a hunter. He said that this was not a resignation. He shouted into the microphone whether they knew what a break was, and the secretary asked him to choose his expression. There were too many questions from those present, some asking whether the decision was made because of a hand injury, and whether the man was planning to attend the Asian-friendly tournament. Quan said he was retiring due to problems with his hand and asked not to worry about the tournament. He noted that he had found a person who could replace him, and everyone was very surprised. The man said that he was giving him the floor, and he would tell everything himself, and our hero began to take the stage. He stopped near the podium, looked around at everyone, and smiled as expected. They also started asking him questions. Journalists were interested in whether he was a new participant, how competent he was. Some said that he took 5th place in the national ranking. The stranger said that he heard that this time Kim had received the Fountain of Power award and had reached the rank of a national-level hunter. The guild secretary said that this couldn't be. Didn't he know what this all meant? And looked at him suspiciously. The girl said that national-level hunters stand out even among S-rank hunters because they are much faster, stronger, and more agile, and asked if Kim was that talented. Our hero took the microphone in his hand and said that his name was Kim Tae-hem, and he was a new participant representing South Korea at the Asian-friendly tournament. He looked at those present and said that they were probably feeling anxious because he had taken Kwan's place, and noted that he understood that he was still a newbie who had passed the hunter qualification test. Kim said he didn't know if he could perform as well as previous members of the national team, and a man sitting at a distance began to laugh at him. Tae-hyung said that everyone is saying that he has gone national, but at the moment he has no way to confirm it. One of the journalists said that this guy is very modest. Our hero's performance was even watched on television. People listened as he said that he did not want to be unfounded and added that he still had a lot of growing to do. The young man was silent for a moment and then said that he hoped that this tournament would put everything in its place. He looked into the crowd and said that then he would show everyone who he really was. The girl knelt in front of the man, folded her hands in front of her, and begged him to help. She told the master to have mercy on her and said that she had done everything possible, tried her best, and that it was a miracle that she was able to escape. The blonde had tears and beads of sweat mixed on her face and said that she didn't know how strong Kim was. The man laughed cheerfully and told Milena to finally get up from her knees. He noted that if the enemy was strong, then nothing could be done about it, and that it was not her fault that she could not defeat him. Tears of gratitude appeared on the girl's face. She was very happy with Mr. Shadow's decision, and he stretched out his hands to tickle her and said that they don't need weaklings, and Milena exploded. And the man added to everything that power is the law, and he has the right to make any decision. He frowned and asked how the pathetic piece of trash dared to beg for mercy and remarked that it was disgusting. He ordered his assistants to burn the girl's remains and noted that the association would certainly be interested in the disappearance of this non-entity. And he himself thought that it turned out strangely. They put much more effort into avoiding a repeat of the situation in East Point. And although the attempt to kill Quan failed, there was no chance of successfully defending the labyrinth. The young man was haunted by Kim. He constantly thought about him, who he was, and where he came from. Mr. Shadow and his assistants were leaving the burning house, and he was thinking that the Asian-friendly tournament would be a lot of fun. The man came out from behind the door and said that Hunter Kim could follow him. He pointed to the door and said that everyone was waiting for our hero, and that these guys were the best hunters in South Korea. The guy also said that they will also participate and develop in a friendly tournament together with Taehyung. The young man entered the room and saw people sitting at a table and heard the man who invited him into the room say that this was the new roster of the South Korean national team. Jang Jin-soo, an S-rank hunter who ranked 7th in the national ranks, said she had heard of Kim but didn't think he would be so young. Seo Han-gil, the 8th place national ranking and an S-rank hunter, asked if this was a violation of human rights. Ga Kwak Shi-yan, the 4th place national ranking leader of the Wizards Guild and S-rank hunter, noted that age is not an indicator of skill. Park Sung-jin, 3rd in the national rankings, previously 2nd, an S-rank hunter, laughed and told Kim that he had been expecting him to come, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. The head of the association looked at everyone gathered and said that the introduction had been chaotic, but the national team was now in full force. And he invited Kim to sit down and said that they would begin to develop a strategy for the upcoming tournament. Go Tae-wook stood at the electronic board, showing everyone present graphs and talking about what the Asian-friendly tournament was. He said that some time ago, when the abysses were first discovered, people awakened as hunters, monsters began to appear in huge numbers, there was chaos everywhere, then the hunters united to exterminate them. The guy said that at present it has acquired a competition format, and hunters from the Asian Commonwealth freely exterminate monsters for 7 days, the killing of which is converted into rating points. He noticed that although people were afraid of monsters, they still considered these days a kind of festival. And he noted that in fact this is a kind of small war. The tournament serves not only as a test of combat power. Tournaments are a means of visual propaganda for monster hunting because it is very important. He said that the winning country will receive a large cash reward, unique items, so given the free entry to all dungeons, they will face very high competition. Kim listened attentively to the speaker and thought that participating in the tournament would really bring him great benefit. The young man thought that the Queen of the Succubi, whom he met in the Abyss of the Rosary, knew for sure about the existence of the king. The guy thought about the fact that his power remains a mystery to him, and she is unlikely to tell him about it in order to get an answer from her, and he must become much stronger than he is now. He pursed his lips and realized that competing with national-level hunters would be effective in achieving his goal, and he could also earn some good rewards. Tae-wook reported that their Korean team had some problems. Everyone looked at him. He noted that Hunter Kwon Kang-hyuk's place was taken by a new participant this year, and Hunter Yoo A-young would also be absent, so South Korea would lose ground compared to previous years. Go said that this is why they will develop some measures when someone raised their hand high. It was Pak who reported that the problem had already been solved, and their new member Kim had recently become a national-level hunter. The room became very quiet, and everyone present began to look at the young man. They couldn't even imagine that a national-level hunter was in front of them, and all eyes were fixed on the young man. They started asking if this was really true, since this was impossible at such a young age, but the guy said that it was just a rumor. And he added that since this rumor had not yet been proven, it was better not to consider such an assumption in their situation. One of those present said that Kim should stop pouring, but he thought that he hadn't even started. The head of the association stood up and told them not to worry, even though they didn't have as many national-level hunters as China or Japan, and the friendly tournament wasn't a bloodbath. The main thing was to fight monsters. He added that they need to earn as many points as possible, and if they don't panic, they have a good chance of winning. Ji said that the hunters in charge of the abyssal monsters will be the experienced Park Sung-jin, Kwak Shu, and Seo Han-gil. The young people agreed with the decision of the head of the association. They were happy. Then the man said that Chang Jin-soo, who has a lot of experience in PvP combat, will help Hunter Kim track down the disguised demons, and the guys agreed with this decision. Ji told the hunters to get ready. The Asian-friendly tournament starts next week, and he's looking forward to their results. The presenters said that they were at a stadium belonging to the Asian Hunters Association, and that it was here that the opening ceremony of the Asian-friendly tournament would take place. He added that national teams from many parts of the world had gathered to participate in it. Among them, the most prominent are Japan and China, the countries with the most outstanding national hunters, namely the Japanese national-level hunter Nakata Shinji. The host said that this time the Chinese team will compete with 3 national-level hunters, and it is expected that they will win the tournament. The event was also broadcast on television, with people sitting in front of their TV screens and hearing that in some countries there were hunters who refused to participate. Kim's aunt and uncle were watching TV. The uncle was talking about their nephew winning, but the aunt was against it, and Huang was screaming like a madman. He squealed that if they didn't cheer for Tai Hyung enough, he would definitely lose, and asked if they had forgotten what their brother had done for them. Everyone quietly replied that they all remembered, and the boy continued to talk about how the guy even bought this house with his own money. Jane asked about the rest of the expenses because every time our hero comes out of the dungeon, he leaves a huge amount of money to his uncle and aunt. The boy told them to remember that the more successful their brother is, the more they believe in him and the better their life is. The elderly couple said that their son is truly petty and needs to call a doctor. A girl approached the young man and asked if he really was Kim Tae-hyung, the same young S-rank hunter from South Korea. And then she noticed that they all owed him a huge debt for the incident at East Point. The stranger said that they had to sort everything out themselves, but when they arrived, he had already sorted everything out. It was Yoshikawa Tsurara, a Japanese national-level hunter, a saint. The guy thought that this girl was cold-blooded, even after dealing with the East Point problem before his regression. Considering her incredible abilities, it was understandable why the incident was hushed up. Tsurara said that she sent a personal invitation to meet him and thank him. She looked closely at the young man and asked why he had rejected it. The young man looked intently at the girl and did not even know what to answer to her question. After the meeting was over, all the hunters stood up from their seats and began to leave. The chairman of the association also suggested that everyone should have a drink together, but some hunters were against it. He told Taehyung that the young man should not leave, but stay a little longer. It was then that he learned that some kind of invitation had been sent to him. The young man was very surprised. Ji informed the young hunter that the saint had indicated Kim's name in the invitation. The man said that even though they were unaware of her intentions, she was a hunter with the ability to quickly regenerate and restore strength, and she could help with the treatment of Kwan Kang-hyuk's hand. The association chairman said he thought it would be a good idea to meet the girl before the tournament. And he asked what the young man would say to this. He thought for a bit and said that he would refuse this offer. Go screamed in surprise. He couldn't understand why he wanted to refuse and noticed that because of him, Hunter Kwan lost his arm. Ji told the deputy to calm down. The man said that first it was necessary to find out the reason and asked why he decided to refuse Kim. The guy replied that he couldn't go into details, but in reality it was all very simple. And he said that behind the name Saint there is a dark soul, and that is why he does not want to meet her. He told the girl about this when he met her during the tournament. She was very surprised. And the young man put his hands in his pockets and walked away from the saint in the other direction. She looked after him. A young man approached Tsurara and asked what had happened, and the girl replied that she had thought so, and it was not for nothing that Kim had refused to meet. And then she noticed that he knew something about her. The blonde said that if that was the case, then he could deal with him. The Japanese hunter replied that it was not worth doing that yet. The girl said that others are interested in how quickly this boy's potential is growing, but the most amazing thing about him is the power of information. The saint said that he does something that is impossible to do without certain information. Regardless of the strength, she wonders where he gets it. She bit her lip and said that she really wanted Kim to be hers as soon as possible. The host of the event said with a smile on his face that now the Asian-friendly tournament that everyone had been waiting for was beginning. The guy's name was Alex Go. He was the official host of the Singapore A-Rank Asian Hunter-friendly tournament. And the audience began the countdown. They counted from 10. Everyone was very happy and in anticipation of the event. The saint was also waiting for this, and her companion told the girl that everything would finally begin. One of the hunters laughed and asked the guy standing next to him if he would mark the beginning with a couple of kills, and he asked him to refrain from speaking. Park Sung-jin asked if everyone remembered the mission they were given and noted that he, Kwak Shi-yang, and Seo Han-gil were dealing with monsters. And he added that Jang Jin-soo was helping our hero, and the audience gathered in the hall continued the countdown. The hunters became very nervous since they did not see where Kim was and began to call him. So here the host shouted that the hot week-long festival of the Asian-friendly tournament was open. The young man was incredibly happy. He smiled because the grand event was finally beginning. But before he could even finish his sentence, Kim ran up to the event's host and cut off his head with a dagger. The spectators who were in the hall were shocked by what was happening. They opened their mouths wide in surprise. Park Sung-jin began to scream like a madman. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He could not understand what was happening. A very violent fight broke out right on the stage. It took place between hunters from different countries. And a few minutes later, there was a very strong explosion. The shockwave was so strong that it deafened everyone present. People began to approach the epicenter of the event and ask what it was, and whether the presenter's head really had been cut off. Kim put his hands in his pockets and stood there with an expression on his face, as if he had done nothing and nothing had happened. The hunters from his team turned their heads and asked the young man if he had gone crazy. A bearded man ran towards them and said that after Taehyung had brutally dealt with the tournament host, there was no need to cover for him. They had no shortage of impudence and there was no point in expecting mercy. The speaker's eyes burned with hatred and he said through clenched teeth that the young hunter must be destroyed. Yoshikawa stood to the side with a blonde companion who was clutching a sword in his hand. The beauty smiled and told the young man that he could kill as much as he wanted. Then her eyes lit up and she slyly said that he had to save Kim's life. People in business suits began running up to the arena, and someone from the crowd shouted for everyone to stop immediately. Haley Tan, a representative of the Singapore Hunters Association, thanked them for their concern and said that the dead man was under the direct control of their government and they would take care of everything. G noted that there was some kind of mistake and reported that their representatives could not do this. The woman stopped halfway and said that he himself saw everything and noticed that their hunter's head was torn off. Isn't that direct evidence? And she ordered the immediate arrest of the killer, and Taehyung said that the murdered villain was Wang Cha. Kim, who continued to stand calmly, said that several years ago on a Pacific cruise, a villainous S-class aircraft tortured 30 passengers to death. The guy said that associations and companies around the world had put a bounty of 30 billion won on Wang Cha's head, but he started selling information that he had extracted under torture and earned a decent amount of money, and then he disappeared, or rather changed his name, image, and the chairwoman asked what this had to do with it. She looked at the boy closely and wondered if the reason Wang Cha was able to escape pursuit without any problems was because of his ability to change his appearance. Our hero put his foot on the villain's head with a smile, smiled, and asked if everyone could see the difference. And they looked at the guy Kim had dealt with and were very surprised. His face had changed so dramatically. The young man looked at the people in front of him and said that he had the Nightwalkers to thank for this information. Those present could not understand what this meant and how the Nightwalkers found out about all this. One of the guys looked closely at our hero and told him that he was interesting. The South Korean team has already earned 1,000 points, and it was reported that the information about the identity of the deceased, as was supposed, was refuted, so the tournament is resuming. Hunters from all countries calmed down a bit and everyone went hunting for monsters. Kim, who earned the first points in this tournament, credits all the merits to the Nightwalkers Guild. Guild member Ayan was asked if it was true that she knew the location of Wang Cha. She replied that it was not true. The young man asked the girl why Hunter Kim was lying, and she replied that she had no idea. Yu said that she appreciates the promotion of their guild, and they had to interrupt work because of constant calls. Everything is at a standstill, and most likely this is Taehyung's idea. There was a heavy downpour outside, and our hero found a man among the rubble who was barely breathing. He coughed really badly and then asked how they all figured it out so quickly. It was Mosquito, an A-rank villain. Kim put his mobile phone to his ear and said it was obvious that he was a villain. The person on the other end of the line was talking to him so loudly that the guy had to move his hand a meter away from his ear. The guy was told that he was late and they almost went crazy, but he said that apparently they were calling him on a secure communication channel. Ayan called the young man. She confirmed his suspicions and noted that he knew that she would call him. He said that no one else could call him via a secure channel, and the girl asked if he was going to talk. The guy said that he would like to ask her for two things. The first question is about an important case, and the second concerns information about the villains. Yu sounded dissatisfied and replied that all the information was transmitted through the association. Kim said that she understood that no matter how many idiots he caught during the tournament, it would not bring them much closer to victory. In order to reach first place, they needed bigger catch. The young man looked straight ahead and said that he was talking about the villains' guild. The young man saw a man in front of him whose face was covered by a hat, and he immediately said his name. His name was Ren Kimura. Suddenly, the connection began to disappear. Kim said that he couldn't hear Yu, and she answered something indistinctly. Japanese S-Rank hunter Arc Sword Ren Kimura shouted that he had come to punish Kim for desecrating the honor of the saint. The young man immediately understood who the man was talking about, but he could not understand who or what he had defiled. Ren was a participant in the Asian-friendly tournament and was also an avid fan of hot hunting. If Nakata Shinji's sword is strategically perfect and has no excess, then Kimura's arc sword is sharpened in such a way as to instantly cut, strike, and destroy the enemy. But no matter how strong this sword is, if you miss, it will be of absolutely no use. Kim, who continued talking on the phone, also managed to bounce off the sword island. The thing is that the guy really wanted to get the information he needed from Ayan. Ren got very angry. He cursed mentally and talked about how the enemy was able to talk on the phone and dodge blows. The bandit gritted his teeth, frowned, and thought about what his opponent had done with his sword. Yu walked down the hallway and talked about how you shouldn't mess with the villain guild, and asked if he remembered why the association never touched their guild. The girl said that if you offend them in any way, they immediately break all ties with you. So without sufficient grounds to close their guild, you should try not to get involved with them. She added that if they caught him, things would be bad for him. The young man replied that this was a fair argument, and continued to dodge the enemy. Ren had no intention of retreating. He set a goal for himself that he had to achieve. At this point, the enemy opened his eyes wide, frowned, and looked at the young man. Kim stood on ceremony with him for a long time, then very quickly dealt with the enemy and continued talking on his mobile phone. Our hero said that he had already found a way, but he couldn't share the details. But it seems that he knows how to defeat them for sure. The guy smiled and told the guild leader to just trust him, and asked if he had let her down so far. The young man was indeed very reliable, but Yu was still very worried. She said that the guy persuaded her and noted that they had little information about the villain guild, so she would provide information about other organizations. The little man became interested in which ones exactly, and the woman replied that she wanted information about the Big Three. The Big Three in their hands is power over politicians and the upper classes' general societies. The Trinity controls the main cartel that has captured all of Asia. The girl said that they managed to find out where one of the leaders of this trio, Miyazaki Kenji, is. He won't just tell the whole story. The guy thought about the Big Three and understood that it was not as good as the Guild of Villains, but still, any information would not be superfluous. The young man smiled, said that everything was fine, and announced that he would start the hunt with them. Yu agreed, and said that she would find out the information that the young man had asked her for. Kim thanked Ayan, and she said that as thanks he should treat her to lunch. He agreed to do so after the tournament. Tae-hyung turned his head when he heard a very loud scream. Beads of sweat were running down the guy's face from the tension. He asked if Kim was planning to hide from him forever, and he replied that he wasn't even planning to. The enemy said that if our hero was not serious about fighting, he should destroy him and his entire organization. The guy replied that he was not hiding. The villain shouted that he would first deprive the young man of all his senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. He used a skill called the Five Senses Capture. Kim said he was trying to avoid all of that. And then he asked his opponent if he had accidentally forgotten that participants were prohibited from starting fights. The opponent frowned and thought about something. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. And Tae-hyung said that it was forbidden, but you could still have a little fun and use your skill. The enemy froze with a weapon in his hand and could not understand what was happening. He was in shock. Literally a second later, Ren screamed like a madman. His brow furrowed and beads of sweat ran down his face. Sputnik Saint said that Kimura was defeated and suggested checking whether the media had reported this. After his defeat, Ren keeps repeating the phrase, "Let's have fun," as we should. And it seems that Kim's attacks affect the enemy's psyche. The man noted that in such a state, the hunter would not even be able to move, let alone participate in the tournament. And the girl said that his skills and concealment of information from the media were, as always, amazing. Her companion frowned, thought for a while, and then asked if he should check everything after all. The saint laughed, called the guy a joker, and replied that if they moved, their points in the tournament would be cancelled. And she told him not to worry, since they had long suspected that Kimura could lose to this child. And she noticed that they had prepared a new bait. The door creaked and the young people entered a room that very much resembled a barn. A beam of light illuminated the silhouette of a guy who was chained to the wall, his head hanging down. The blonde raised his head. He was not used to the bright light, so he squinted and asked if it was really Yoshikawa Tsurara who had come. The saint smiled and said that it was time to work for her. The guy's name was Isaka Rehai. A dark-skinned man with a shock of blonde hair was coughing and screaming. What was this all about? He was a Filipino S-rank hunter. His name was Regaya. A man with a beard approached them and asked why he was trying to kill them. If he was as strong as he claimed, he could take first place without these mean tricks. It was the national hunter of China, the terrible traitor. His name was Wei Xing. He scratched his ear and asked if they thought he wanted to mess around with them himself, adding that their crazy organization had asked him for this favor. The young people opened their mouths after hearing this, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Regaya thought that the leaders of the Chinese team had ordered the killing of members of other teams, but it could not be that they were going to start a war. And the hunter told the girl who was with her to run. She asked how her companion was. He answered that she should run and tell the others everything. The dark-skinned girl's face was covered in sweat, and she screamed at the top of her lungs that she would stop this monster. Wei Xing rushed towards the curly-haired girl with all his might, dust flying in all directions from under him. Regaya shouted at the blonde with long hair to run for help as quickly as possible. Literally a few seconds later, the hunter found herself on the ground. Her glasses were broken, and she heard her opponent swear and say that it was much more interesting with the hunters from Singapore. The girl who ran for help was also lying on the ground, and Sin asked what was next on their list. He stood up, dusted himself off, and said that South Korea was next, and it was Kim Tae-young's turn. The presenter showed a table and said that the first week of the Asian-friendly tournament had passed, and the results had changed a lot in a day. Korea was holding on to first place, followed by China and Japan. People who were outside could also see everything on a huge screen. The man said that the main moments of each team's hunt would be shown live. People were saying that it couldn't be that Korea had beaten China and Japan, with national hunters like Ren Kimura, but he refused to participate after being injured by the cartel. They also said that 2 corpses of participants were found in Singapore, and the Filipino hunters went missing after going into the desert. The spectators did not understand what was happening and thought that the tournament would be unforgettable. The Asian-friendly tournament's host committee has asked for government assistance in investigating the deaths of Singaporean hunters. Kim held his cell phone in his hands and listened to the news. Hector said that the members of the Philippine team had disappeared. The guy thought that these events should have happened 3 days before the coup. The young man thought that the murder had happened on the eve of the coup, which was clearly the work of Chinese national-level hunters. The young man looked at the screen of his mobile phone and thought that it was difficult to single out a motive. But perhaps they did this to disrupt the plans of other teams, or maybe to demonstrate their own strength. Our hero understood that the main reason was the personal interest of the scoundrels from the Big Three, who were now playing as part of the Chinese team. The guy said that if he now remembered his chosen one's request, he would be able to easily get her, and he understood that he needed to hurry a little when he heard a knock on the door. Tae-hyung thought about who came at such a late hour, used his stone-skin skill, and asked who was there. He heard his name being called and a male voice saying that it was he who had come. The young man became very tense. There was a young man standing behind the door. He knocked again and said that his name was Chang Jin-soo. He frowned and told Kim that he had found out through the organization where to look for him and asked him to come out as they needed to talk. Our hero also frowned. He began to think about whether Chang Jin-soo was really behind the door. Kim came out to the guy, and he asked what he was doing, who allowed him to behave like this at the official opening ceremony. He doesn't care about team strategy and acts alone. Chan asked our hero if he had ever worked in a team because this is very important. The young man pressed his lips tightly together and thought that he had heard something like this somewhere before. The opponent continued to say that the guy should not even think about making excuses, and noted that he was very deeply disappointed in him, and that he needed to be warned since he was his main mentor. Tae-hyung calmly said that he was recently attacked by a member of the Japanese team, Ren Kimura. Jin-soo was surprised and noted that the guy most likely left the tournament because of Kim. It was a question, not a statement. The young man lowered his head and said that he was able to successfully defeat him. But what is interesting is how he found him. He looked closely at the young man and said that it looked like there was a rat in their organization. Chan frowned. His pupils became like dots, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. He asked what the guy was saying. And then he shouted at Kim, did he really suspect him? And our hero replied that not everything was as simple as it seemed at first glance. The young man raised his finger and said that he suspected everyone who had access to his information, including himself. He said that he had previously found out that Wang Cha was hiding behind the Singapore team and assumed that he might be a spy, which is why he acted alone. And he noted that it was not by chance that representatives of foreign teams had disappeared. Most likely, Special Forces soldiers were involved in their murder. Kim said that there were several of them. They couldn't predict a possible attack, so it was better to split up so as not to kill the whole team. As long as they held first place, there was no need to group together. Chan really wanted to say something to the young man, but he waved his hand and said that it was time for him to go. Taehyung turned around and started to leave. His opponent called him and said that he had not said everything yet, but our hero did not turn around to the call. The man got really angry and started shouting that the guy was an arrogant bastard. Chan almost burst into flames with anger. He asked himself if Kim really imagined himself to be a commander. He couldn't calm down and said that he would make the guy regret it. Taehyung stood on the hill, watching the guy and wondering if Jin Soo could be a spy. Our hero wondered if someone had been following him before, but after Ren Kimura somehow found out where he was, there was definitely a spy among them. The young man understood perfectly well that in such circumstances, one could not trust anyone, and stood looking at Chan, who could not calm down. The young man knew that the traitor needed to be exposed as quickly as possible, and then he would be calm, when suddenly his mobile phone rang. He received a message from Yu about the Big Three Guild, and the guy thought that he should start with this. The cashier said that the order was ready and announced that it would be a hamburger with double cheese and a drink. The young man thanked him, took the tray, and began to walk to sit at a table and eat. The guy walked slowly towards a free seat and accidentally overheard people talking. They didn't behave very decently, shouting that they wanted cola and whether they could order some potatoes. Our hero didn't like the behavior of the young people, but he only gritted his teeth. The young man looked at them and thought that the big three that Ayan had told him about were the very same suckers of the leader Miyazaki Kenji, and thought about the fact that the scandalous teenagers did not look like ordinary high school students. He saw a bag that was standing near the table, and for some reason thought that it most likely contained various prohibited substances. The guy sat down at the table and thought that they needed to be followed when they returned. Suddenly, a man sitting on Kim's right hand turned to him and said that it always seemed to him that the young man had no caution at all. And he greeted Taehyung, and his eyes became huge, and from surprise, he opened his mouth wide. The man took a bite of the potato and asked if the boy had forgotten it yet. Kim immediately recognized Isak Rahai and thought about how he was definitely sentenced to life imprisonment for the East Point case. How could that be possible? The guy told our hero to relax and noticed that he didn't come here to fight. Taehyung got angry and said, "Stop talking nonsense, now he will remind him who he is." Isaac laughed and replied that it was unlikely, and noted that in his place, he would not have said such a thing. The villain broke the glass with his fist and said that the young man was lying in wait. The guys got up from their seats. Other visitors of the cafe approached them and asked what was going on, and then they noticed that the guys were fighting. Some recognized Rihai and were surprised that he was let go. The other young men recognized Kim Taehyung, a hunter from South Korea, and asked if he had set up an ambush for them here. The teenagers near whom the bag was standing took it and started to run away. And our hero saw this and cursed mentally. He was upset that he would not be able to catch them. Isaka laughed and noted that he didn't come here to fight, but if that's how it happened, then he had no other choice. He used a skill of such force that everyone present felt very sick. They screamed, were covered in beads of sweat, and were shaking. A few minutes later, all the people were lying on the floor. Kim looked at all this and thought that his opponent was able to lay everyone down in one fell swoop. He understood that after the East Point case, his skills had only improved. Ryohei asked if Taehyung had been following the two idiots and Miyazaki Kenji, and then most likely the big three were coming. He took off his hat and asked our hero to give him a little time, and he would most likely help him. But Kim didn't think for long. He used the chain skill and immobilized the enemy with their help. The guy told his opponent that if he was so sure, then fine, and said that he was giving him exactly 1 minute. He looked closely at Isak and noted that if his words were meaningless, he would pay for his thwarted plans. The opponent coughed and said that unpleasant memories had come flooding back, but he was no longer the same as Kim remembered. And Rehei gritted his teeth and tried to get rid of the chains, and beads of sweat appeared on his face from the tension. He wondered what kind of energy it was, mentally called Kim a scoundrel, and understood that during this time, his powers had grown very strongly. Our hero looked at his opponent, raised his hand, and announced that there were 50 seconds left. The enemy tried to get rid of the chains several more times, but realized that it was pointless. And then he said that he was getting straight to the point, and said that no matter how strong Kim was, He would not be able to catch the big three on his own, and if he went after them, he would fall into a trap. Kim looked at the speaker and said that there were only 30 seconds left. Reihei shouted that he was different and had worked with the hunters for a long time, of course. Among them was Miyazaki Kenji, whom Taehyung was pursuing. He also said that he could take him to the big three and asked how he felt about that. If the terms for the deal were good, right? The young man raised one finger and said that there were only 10 seconds left. Isaka broke out in sweat, yelled at the guy if his target wasn't the big three, and started screaming that he needed more. The guy made a fist, and Reihei started calling him names and asking what minute it was, even though 5 seconds hadn't passed. He once again tried to get rid of the chains, but nothing worked. The enemy's eyes began to flow with tears, and he began to beg very loudly for mercy. Kim jerked his hand, and Isaka fell to the floor. The young man noted that his opponent had made a rather tempting offer. The blonde frowned and said, "Isn't it strange that the villain who was trying to kill him all the time suddenly decided to help?" Our hero interrupted him and demanded that he state his true goals, directly and without beating around the bush. He used a special skill, looked at Rahai intently, and demanded that he tell him who was behind him. Young people ran out of the room and screamed very loudly to be saved. They were very scared. They were attacked by a blonde guy who simply remained silent and looked absolutely calm. The saint entered the room and began clapping her hands. The man looked at her in surprise. The girl noted that the guy dealt with several participants at once and said that now she understands what skills he was nicknamed the Ghost Sword for. The young man asked her if she seriously believed that everything would be fine. Tsurara asked what he was talking about, and he replied that he was talking about Isak Rahai. The man said that he had already lost to Kim once, and that Kim was so strong that rumors had spread that he was one of the national-level hunters. The girl folded her hands in front of her, and the guy said that even with the movement of the sacred confession, Reihei would not be able to defeat Taehyung. He added that with the condition of bringing Kim to the saint, Isak received the awakening poison rather than an increase in strength. Ghost Sword wanted to say something else, but the girl interrupted him with her laughter and told him not to worry about it. Yoshikawa lowered her head and calmly said that it didn't matter whether Ryohei lost or won. These words surprised the guy very much. She said that Taehyung was targeting the big three, and this information had already reached them. Isaka has developed close ties with other hunters, including Miyazaki Kenji, one of the leaders of the big three. And if he couldn't defeat Kim, he would most likely lead to Kenji and team up against the young hunter. The girl said that the mission was not easy, but no one ever knows what to expect from a boy. Her opponent listened very carefully. The man wanted to ask something, but the saint interrupted him and replied that they needed to find out as much as possible about him. Information about fighting style, values, and evasive skills as well as character is important, noted Tsurara. She smiled slyly and remarked that what interested her most was Kim's mysterious power. The girl approached the guy and said that it didn't matter whether Isaka Ryohei could handle it or not. The main thing was that they would be able to gather new information about Taehyung from his corpse. She smiled and noted that it was all the more so because he simply had no other choice. One man was sitting on a chair, and behind him there were a lot of people, all of whom were not very friendly. The man's name was Miyazaki Kenji. He was the leader of the big three, and he told the man standing in front of him that he was late. The stranger also mentioned Isak's name, and the leader asked where the little guy from South Korea was. Wasn't he supposed to bring him with him? Ryohei stated that this world was based on natural selection, and it became very quiet. Someone from the crowd asked what this meant, and Isaka said that the strong trample the weak, who were originally destined to be under the feet of the strong, such is the injustice. Kenji had beads of sweat on his face, and Ryohei noted that he was warning him once. The guy cried and said that the head of the guild should do as he says if he wants to live. The man stood up and wanted to ask if that bastard was really here, when he heard a crack, and Kim started to fly down. Miyazaki and the guy standing next to him raised their heads and opened their mouths in surprise. Beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Our hero used his skill, and after a few seconds, all the people were lying on the ground and did not pose any danger. Kim said that if he values his life, then maybe he'll listen to the asshole. And he raised his hands up and asked which of them was Miyazaki Kenji and smiled. The man began to stand up. He had a huge sword in his hands, and he noted that he had missed once and decided that he was the most important one here. The head of the big three guild squeezed the weapon in his hand tighter and shouted through his teeth for the guy to die. There was a very strong explosion, and Isaka was thrown several meters to the side. The guy frowned and clenched his teeth. He, of course, immediately thought of Kim Taehyung. And he held a potato in his mouth and calmly told his opponent that enough of this performance. Isaac was wrapped with a chain, and our hero told him that he had come up with a great idea. And he added that the owner and her obedient dog, and then he noted that he now understood why he needed him. Rei thought about what it was. Did Kim really get into his head? When did he become so strong? The young man calmly said that he agreed and would play along with him, and Isaka looked at him from below. And then he asked what Taehyung needed, and he asked if he wasn't the one who was going to unite against him and Kenji, and offered Isak to take him to him. Kim noted that now the blonde would have to confront not him, but Miyazaki and his beloved. Ryohei said that he had enough of this nonsense, and said that no matter how he affected his psyche, he would not help. And he noted that then the big three would destroy him if his mistress did not receive the Phantom Sword to eliminate him earlier. Kim agreed with these words, and noted that if the opponent refused him, then he would do it, and advised the guy not to worry. He continued that he didn't feel sorry for scum like him, who was responsible for the East Point case, but he would still give him one chance. Ryohei was surprised when he heard these words. Kim stood up and told Isak to please him in every way possible throughout the tournament, and then spend the rest of his life asking for forgiveness from those who suffered because of him. Our hero promised that only under these conditions would he free him from the big three and his mistress. The blonde laughed and then asked if Taehyung understood, because the leaders of the big three are national warriors and the strongest hunters. He asked the guy if he really thought he could defeat these monsters. The young man smiled cheerfully and said that this is exactly what he was going to do. Our hero stood in front of the head of the big three and held the man by the face. He didn't even try to move aside. Isaka watched everything that was happening. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he began to laugh. Taehyung used his skills, in that his opponent could do nothing, only wheezed, and the young man asked if they would try to open a portal to the big three. In Obis, in the refuge of the tech of the big three, a man sat on a huge throne and asked why he had been called to this gloomy abode. He added that after the delirium of his subordinates, he had a severe headache. The men bowed and told the bearded man that they had some important business to ask him. The young man said that they were just going to hand over a legendary level item to Wei Xing. It was Teki, one of the leaders of the big three, an S-rank hunter. He asked what it was, and they told him that the item was currently stored abroad, but they would like to give Wei Xing something that their gang had recently acquired. The man continued to stand in a bow and asked the bearded man to first kill the midge that was targeting his life. He added that even with a trap, there was a high probability of failure, and if he fell into it, they would only be able to delay the moment when he found shelter, and Wei was very surprised. He asked if the leader of the big three was scared, and added that he was much more interested in that bastard than in some object. Tech asked who he was and what the guy's name was, but suddenly he fell silent because he heard some kind of sound. Everyone was very tense as they could not understand what was really going on. They looked up and saw the ceiling begin to collapse and pieces of the floor began to fall down. And inside the room were Kim Taehyung and Isaka Ryohei, who were clutching weapons in their hands. Tech frowned, beads of sweat appeared on his face. He was definitely not ready to see Shaitan here. And sweat was running down his face and he was shouting that he absolutely had to defeat them. Wei Xing's eyes were burning with hatred and he formed a fist, most likely to attack the attackers. Kim smiled and shouted for his ally to do everything as he had told him earlier. And a confrontation began among the hunters, our hero jumping up to attack them. He frowned and bit his lip, thinking that a national-level hunter from China was also here. Wei Xing walked forward and coughed, and thought about how Tech was afraid of this bastard, and yet the organization had asked to kill him. The man understood that everything had worked out very well, and the bearded man shouted to Kim that he would kill him here and now, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Isaka shouted, "What was Sin doing here?" And our hero calmly replied that he was in league with the big three, and he added that it was different here, that the deaths of the other participants were on Wei's conscience. He just hung his head. Then he scratched his beard, laughed, and asked if the words about the organization had by any chance prompted him to think of this, and added that the young man was quite smart. The guy replied that he thought so, but now it was apparently time to deal with the South Korean player, that is, with him. The bearded man looked calmly at the young man and told him that they were very lucky to see them here. Kim used his possible skills and told the enemy that he would die here and would no longer be able to harm members of other teams. Sin just laughed sarcastically and said that this scoundrel didn't know what he was talking about. And a fight began between the hunters, each of them trying to attack to show their superiority. A young man approached Mr. Tech and told him that it was time to run, and he replied that he should hurry. Isaka began to walk towards them with measured steps and calmly asked where the representatives of the big three were rushing to. They weren't ready to see Ryohei here, and he asked if they had suddenly lost faith in Wei Xing's victory. He asked in surprise how this could happen, and asked if maybe they were now also with Kim. And our hero extended his hand forward, used his skill, and shouted where everyone was gathered. Isaka also got into trouble and asked why he was suffering, but the guy didn't have time to answer because the bearded man started shouting something. He attacked Taehyung and said that during the fight with him, it is better not to get distracted. The young man gripped the weapon tighter in his hands and understood that Wei Xing was a formidable traitor. He prides himself on his ferocity, which is greater than that of any other national-level hunter, and is renowned for his ability to tear apart a creature with his bare hands. Kim knew that Sin was called the Terrible Traitor, not only because of his unusual strength, but also because he had the skill to destroy everything like a ghost. All indications are that this man is on the side of death, but he is not a monster. Unlike a monster, he is doomed to flesh. With the help of the ability to activate weapons, he significantly increases his magic skills, and this is more valuable than the unique level of power itself. Improving one skill would cause the rest of his abilities to drop by one. Kim thought that such a skill should be to the detriment of the hunter, and the guys continued to fight, each of them intending to win. Therefore, they used a variety of special skills and used different weapons. Sin hit the young man's Azran with all his might, and a huge crack appeared on it. Wei laughed sarcastically and asked how so. Did the guy really not intend to kill him? Kim gritted his teeth and thought about how inconvenient this was. His sword was about to fall to pieces. He knew full well that there was no time to hesitate, so he used the chain skill. Sin continued to smile. He probably didn't understand what was happening or was confident in his abilities. The young man thought about how he would deprive his opponent of the ability to move and gritted his teeth. He used a special power with which he pushed the enemy against the wall so that he would stop attacking. Wei started laughing and said that a weakling would remain a weakling, and the guy began to sweat from the tension. A few seconds later, the bearded man broke the chains and asked Kim if he really thought that such tricks would help defeat him. He smiled happily and stated that a loser like Taehyung would never become a national hunter. Taehyung spread his arms out to the sides. He looked very scared and screamed, "What's going on?" And then there was a powerful explosion. Our hero was attacked by the enemy Sin, and he himself, with joyful eyes, quickly ran away from the epicenter of the event. He was confident in his victory. A young man stood on a ruined building and looked down intently at everything that was happening. Ten thought with relief that the fight was finally over and looked ahead intently. He thought about what he had heard, that this kid was quite strong, but he certainly couldn't compare to a national-level hunter. His guard said they had grabbed Isaac Rehai and asked what to do with him, and the man told them to just let him go. And he noticed that, who knows, maybe he was sent by someone from the Japanese organization or his mistress. The blonde began to cough and talk about how he would deal with those bastards. Ten wondered why Isaka suddenly decided to change sides. He thought that the guy should realize that he was betraying not only the big three, but also his mistress, whose wrath he would have to put up with for the rest of his life. He wondered what Kim had done to scare him so much. Ten smiled and understood that Rehei had made a big mistake, because in the end it was Taehyung who lost. He was thinking that all he could do was wait for Wei Xing's order, when suddenly beads of sweat appeared on his face in surprise. The man saw not only the bearded man, but also our hero, who stood there as if nothing had happened. Ten was very worried and began to call out loudly for Shin, as he was frightened by the hunter's appearance. He looked, to put it mildly, not very good, and thought about how all this could have happened when the enemy had managed to wound him. He wanted to attack the bastard, when suddenly energy was released from his sword. Wei was ready to put up with this, but in the end, he managed to defeat that bastard. The bearded man thought about how he had seen with his own eyes the iron chips flying off Kim's sword when the weapons collided. He clenched his teeth with all his might. His eyes burned with hatred, and the man thought that his opponent was an impudent boy. His eyes burned with hatred, and he screamed that Taehyung had not fought him at full strength before. Our hero looked at his opponent and realized that his Azran and talisman together barely reached the level of a legendary item. Just like in the battle with the Grand King of Minotaurs, the sword's power increased several times, but this time it couldn't withstand the power and simply collapsed. And he decided to use the saturation of power as a strategy and began to attack the enemy. And Kim told the bearded man that he had deprived him of his weapon, and in return, he would take his life. He approached and began to attack Sin, who only screamed as if he were furious, but it was too late. Ten watched everything that was happening. He was shocked and couldn't even say anything from shock. Our hero stood up, looked around. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He, as before, had the level of a national hunter, and Sin didn't even know about it. The young people lay in bed and talked about Wei, whom Ten secretly asked to obtain the legendary weapon. The guy asked the girl what they were going to do now, but she didn't answer. Kai Ming, a Chinese national-level speed spirit hunter, clarified whether Xing Teng had gone along with it, so there was no need to build false hopes. Fin Guo, one of the leaders of the Big Three and an S-rank hunter, said that it was impossible for a national-level hunter to lose to a brat from South Korea. Suddenly, the young people were interrupted from their conversation by a ringing mobile phone, which was lying on the table. The man picked up the phone and told the person on the other end of the line that he was listening. He asked if Kai Mingming spent time with that girl from the Big Three. It was Chang Long, a national hunter and an employee of the Chinese team organization, who called. He told Mingming that Wei Xing had died, and this information scared the guy very much. Chan's eyes burned with hatred, and he told the young man that he had to kill Kim Tae-hyung. Sin lay on the ground, and system messages appeared in front of our hero that he had absorbed the owner of enormous power, and his physical strength had increased significantly. Kim extended his hand forward and thought that everything was going according to plan. Absorbing dead creatures did not give skills. Only living targets were suitable for this. And he understood that even he did not guarantee the appearance of the skill. And absorbing innocent people was unpleasant. But with criminals, you cannot stand on ceremony. The boy thought that he was worried about the voice he heard during that madness. And he came to the conclusion that it looked like he would have to learn everything through experience. Now it was a small problem. After Wei Xing's death, everything went like clockwork. Ten, along with his subordinates, knelt down and said that he had been on Master Tai-hyung's side from the very beginning. Since Ten and the other villains were needed for a friendly match, they were transferred to the associations with only the memories of the mind-altering effects erased. And Rihei, who had no more business, was sent back to the Saint, shouting that he could not return because they would kill him. Isaka shouted that his mistress could read minds, and if she found out about his betrayal, but Kim interrupted him and told him not to worry, promised that everything would be fine, because the Saint was interested in him. Tae-hyung said that according to the terms of their agreement, the blonde was leading him into her trap, and he would have to meet Surara, which our hero needed to do to save Isak. Our hero noted that even if the Saint read his thoughts, he would remain alive, since she wanted to see Kim, and it was unlikely that she expected much from the guy, and he was surprised by such words. The young man frowned and thought that the problem was with the remaining two. From Ten's memories, he learned several places where their base could be located. They know that they are being pursued, so finding them will be problematic. The guy thought that there was time to rest and think, took the phone to find out the news about the match. It said that the Chinese government had contacted other countries to find the missing Wei Xing. The announcer said that the new Korea was keeping first place, and all because Kim had arrested 10 from the Big Three. When the guy's phone rang, he said that Zhang Lin knew everything, but was hiding the information. The guy looked at the ringing phone and said that it would be good for him because he would be able to hunt the Big Three. He looked at his mobile phone screen and saw that Zhang Jin-su was calling him for a very long time. The guy held the phone in his hands and said that he thought the young man would not come and thanked him for agreeing. Kim smiled and replied that given the information he had heard, he had no choice. Literally a second later, the young man became serious and asked if Chan was sure that one of the Big Three was here. He replied that he could not reveal the source, but the information he provided was accurate. And the guy added that last night, Ping-gu entered this building with her subordinate. It seems like she plans to hide here until the end of the friendly match. Kim looked up and thought that indeed this building was one of Ping-gu's hideouts that he saw in Ten's memories. He asked Jin-su why he told him about this, because the man did not like him in any way. He laughed and called our hero a stupid boy, and he said that he did all this in order to prove that he was not a spy. And then he added that he realized his words after a sudden attack by a representative of another country. It is quite natural to suspect everyone, but he does not want to remain on the list of suspects. Chan said that he prepared himself, found reliable information, and also that Tai-hyung would recognize him as his comrade. And he asked the guy if he understood that he was his real comrade and certainly not a spy. Our hero opened his mouth wide in surprise. His pupils narrowed, and he realized that he already knew that Chan was a traitor. Before meeting him, he received a call from Yu. She stated that there was a spy in his team, as he assumed. The young man clarified whether it was Chang Jin-su. The girl was surprised that he knew everything. The guy replied that he had reasons to suspect him and asked whose side he was on, given his connection with Kimura, Japan. Ayan looked at Chan's photo and noticed that it was unfortunately China. As it turned out, the guy had been visiting a Chinese casino for several years. And she added that, in all likelihood, he agreed to the deal in order to pay off his debts. Kim clarified how Ren found out his location, and the girl added that there was another spy, but only from the Japanese side. The guy realized that both traitors were on the team, which is what the association was doing then. Yu asked the young man not to worry too much. and noted that it was worth reporting to Chairman J. Jin-hee, and he would immediately take action. But he categorically refused such an idea. The young man decided that this definitely should not be done, as there were two reasons for this. And he noted that if it became known that Chang Jin-soo was a spy, he would be arrested immediately, and the Japanese would begin to cover his tracks. Taehyung thought that they could also use the traitor to their advantage, and he answered the guy that there were many villains and traps in the building, and said that there was no need to worry. He punched himself in the chest and noted that he had already figured out not only Pingu's exact location, but also the optimal route of entry. Meanwhile, Chan was laughing to himself and thinking that the worm wouldn't wait for the optimal route and that it would be the end for him, since he was ordered to lure him into this building. The man knew very well that not only Pingu was there, but also Mr. Kai Ming, a national-level player from China, and they were both there to finish off Kim. Our hero extended his hand forward, used his skill, and noted that the predator had become easier to control, and compared to the last time, its power had noticeably increased. Chan screamed very loudly, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and the skin on his forehead turned bluish. And he began to stutter and shout what the guy was doing, and ask if he had gone completely crazy. Then he calmly replied that the man himself said that there were plenty of villains and scary traps there. He smiled and added, "Why go there if you can destroy everyone and everything along with the building?" And Chan called him a crazy bastard. The man shouted that this was all completely against the human rights law, and our hero extended his hand forward and said that it seemed to be Pingu lying there. The girl called Chang Jin-soo a damn gamer and screamed at him for how dare he betray them, and added that she would kill him. Kim asked the man what the girl was talking about, and he started saying something incomprehensible. Pingu told Taehyung that he shouldn't be so arrogant and noted that someone should deal with the guy. Our hero interrupted her and noted with a smile on his face that Sang Minmin should deal with him. She opened her mouth in surprise and asked how he knew all this, and Chan echoed the girl. Kim clarified whether it was about Sang Minmin or about Jin-soo selling out his country, and the guy they were talking about stood there in bewilderment. He frowned, sweat ran down his face in streams, and began to say something inarticulate. The man folded his hand into a fist and began to shout our hero's name as if he were frantically. He screamed so loudly that his eyes rolled back and blood began to spurt from his mouth. Kim looked at everything that was happening in surprise and read the system messages that he had entered a world without feelings and that there had been successful resistance to an unknown force. The guy read that all his senses and cognitive abilities were weakened. Vision, hearing, and touch were temporarily improved. The youth thought that this was Kai Ming's skill. All senses were abnormal. Such a strong effect considering his passive defense. He heard the man say that no one could have imagined that Taehyung would decide to destroy the building. Kai said he was curious about the man who could defeat Wei Xing, adding that Kim was clearly not all there. Our hero, without turning around, replied that this was being told to him by someone who hobnobbed with villains, and added that he was not particularly interested in Minmin. Then he turned, smiled, and sarcastically remarked that the only thing that mattered to him was his skill. Isaka was kneeling before the saint. She used her skills and said that the guy had very interesting memories. Surara said that this child, Kim, not only became a national-level player, but also managed to defeat Wei Xing himself. The girl asked Reihei if he helped Taehyung, why he agreed to betray so easily, and the guy bleated something incomprehensible. The saint stroked his head, said that everything was fine, and noted that there was no need to be afraid. She was not interested in his life, but Isaac had fulfilled his task, since Kim would come to her. And she added that at the same time, the fact that everything was going according to plan also didn't make her happy, and the guy's face was dripping with sweat. The saint asked the tense Isak if Taehyung had told him to hunt the big three. She smiled and said that she would most likely be the first to come to our hero. The old man raised 3 fingers and said that they had 3 tasks. Firstly, to win the tournament. Secondly, to weaken other associations. To eliminate key players. And thirdly, to prove that they were the best. And he added that this could then be used to monopolize all magical dungeons and trade in magical stones. Before him stood the hunters, whom he had allowed for this purpose they could kill, torture, and all that sort of thing. And then he noted that they could not worry about the consequences. Wei Xing laughed and noted that the main thing for him was to fight a strong opponent, and the rest didn't matter. The brunette replied that he hoped that everything would work out for them and that their plans would come true. And only the man in white clothes pursed his lips and thought that everyone here had gone crazy. He narrowed his eyes and thought about the fact that all these words definitely did not concern him. And all because he himself eliminated everyone who interfered with his relationship with Pingu, so he, in fact, is also out of his mind. Now the old man calls on the phone and demands that Kim Taehyung's head be brought to him. Pingu noticed that the young man was following their trail and Mr. Kai Ming should take charge. So the man armed himself with a dagger and thought that now it was Kim Taehyung's turn. But as soon as he saw our hero, all his arrogance disappeared and he became scared. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and Kai thought that the world without feelings had no effect. He expected that he would be strong since he defeated Wei Xing, but not so much, and realized that Kim's strength was monstrous. He understood that this was not the level of a simple national-level player, but power beyond human capabilities. Taehyung extended his hand forward and noted that the world without feelings, an ability that deprives one of all feelings, would be dangerous if he failed to open the hunt. He looked at his opponent intently and said that he would handle his skill well. Kai couldn't think of anything better to do than start screaming like a madman, beads of sweat appearing on his face from the tension. Our hero used his skill. Pieces of stone flew in different directions, and he read the system message that the world without feelings was absorbed. A dagger was stuck in the ground. He approached it with the words that he was left without a weapon, and everything turned out very well. The guy began to examine it and noticed that a national-level hunter would not use a cheap weapon, and that made it even better for him. The young man began to leave and thought that China had lost 2 national-level fighters at once and was the only one left. He understood that even though that hunter was a national treasure, he would not be able to make up for such a difference in points on his own. The issue with Pigu had been resolved, and if he found the latter, then victory was assured. The guy thought that only the calm from Japan worried him a little. Then he heard some sound, raised his head up and saw a helicopter. This surprised him very much. To the great surprise of the young man, the saint began to jump out of him. Our hero spread his arms out to the sides, opened his mouth, and watched everything that was happening with surprise. The girl did not fall but landed right on her feet, with pieces of rock and earth flying in all directions. Kim began to cover his face with his hand, and Sarara laughed and noted that they finally met again. It was Yoshikawa. Her skill is capable of returning even severed limbs, and very quickly, which allows saving many lives. She calms all mental disturbances and gives blessings that improve physical abilities, saves many souls through sacred revelation. A national-level player of Japan, but this girl is most often called the saint. However, the true effect of the sacred revelation is mind control, allowing for memory manipulation and brainwashing. Yoshikawa Tsurata makes even her enemies become her most loyal fans. Our hero thought that now apparently it was his turn to become her fan, but he said that he had not told Ryohei his exact location and asked how she found it. She laughed and noted that it was clear that she was not catching the big 3 and did not know where they were. The guy said she had caused all this fuss, giving up the tournament and everything else, just to find him. He added that all this gave him goosebumps, and the girl smiled in response. And she asked how he could remain so calm when he saw her. This question surprised the guy. The girl said that her role as a saint was to give strength to live on in this ugly world and asked, but how should she do it? Then she put her hand on her chest and shouted that everyone should worship her. And then she added that meeting someone as beautiful, sweet, sexy, proud, perfect as she is joy and happiness for everyone. Worshipping her becomes the driving force for life in this world. Tsurara screamed why they were so indifferent, and Kim thought that the girl was really crazy. And the saint continued to say that there was nothing to worry about, because saving even such people was also her duty. Suddenly cars started driving up to the place where the young people were. Kim was very surprised. People started getting out of the car, and the guy wondered where the civilians were coming from, because they definitely shouldn't have been here. After some time, the young man realized that Tsurara had brainwashed them. The girl said that she had studied Ryohei's memories and all of his actions, but there was something she couldn't understand, namely the source of her awareness and hidden skills. Tsurara noted that she had prepared for this meeting, and no matter what secrets he had, no matter what powerful skills he had, she would make sure that he could not use them. Our hero was very scared as people began to stretch out their hands towards him, and the saint noticed that they were ordinary people, just now under the influence of the skill, and wondered if he would really be so ruthless that he would attack them. And she offered to humbly accept her rescue and noted that the choice was his, and Kim thought it was wrong to use civilians as human shields. The men said that they needed to contact the head of the guild, as they had found the hideout of the last of the big 3 shadow. They looked at the building and talked among themselves about how no one would have guessed that the man would cast invisibility on the entire area. No wonder they were looking for him for so long. One of the young men turned to his partner to tell him that they needed to contact the chief. But he didn't even have time to finish speaking, as the man no longer showed any signs of life. He saw shadow, who said that apparently some annoying bugs had decided to stick to him. He was the deputy leader of the villain guild and a member of the Big Three. The villain put his hand on the guy's head, and sweat began to flow like a river. He was very scared. Literally a few minutes later, he was lying on the floor next to his partner. Shadow walked forward and thought that no guild dared to reach him. Could it be that after Tak was captured, some information leaked out? He thought about how after Kim Tae-hyung appeared, all their plans went down the drain, and who would have thought that the one they wanted to eliminate with the hands of the Big Three would be able to defeat Wei Xing on his own. The guys told him that the gates were ready, but he continued to think about our hero. He believed that the young man was not the only genius in this world. Shadow thought about how more than 10 years ago he reached the top and began to enter the abyss. A huge number of people continued to stretch their hands towards Kim. They gradually approached him. And then in just a few seconds, they surrounded him. And the saint said that Kim Tae-hyung was a respected man who saved many people in East Point. She watched everything that was happening and said that if he was hypnotized, he would hardly use his skills against civilians so easily. Sarara smiled and noted that all that remained was to wait until he got tired of being inactive. The girl screamed in horror as Kim used the stone skin skill and began to attack the annoying people. She screamed at him. What was he doing because they were civilians? The young man calmly replied that there was nothing wrong with that because they attacked first. He used the chain skill to immobilize the saint and noticed that she was the one controlling the civilians. The young man did not think for long, but immediately began to attack the girl. He kicked her in the face with all his might, and she thought that she had made a huge mistake because she couldn't even imagine that the hero of East Point would turn out to be complete trash. Sarara looked at our hero and thought that he hit people, but only used skills that did not cause significant damage. Yoshikawa began to understand that the guy had no intention of killing civilians, which meant it was a cheap trick. And the saint used her skill, threw the seeds into the ground, and a huge tree grew in lightning speed. The guy used the chain skills to save the people who were in the clearing. They asked what it was, and Kim asked if Sarara had applied super fast regeneration to the seeds. The guy noticed that there were people there who were under control, and the girl who was in his arms said that he had also injured them. The saint walked towards the young man, surrounded by a crowd of people. She laughed merrily and said what she knew. She said that the recent surprise attack was a ploy to make her believe that it was useless to use civilians, and if he was pretending, then the role had to be played to the last. The girl smiled. She was very pleased. Her eyes were shining with joy, and she noticed that Kim had already been caught. The civilian he was holding in his arms began to strangle him, and the guy opened his mouth in surprise. He looked at the girl and thought that she should have been immobilized. The saint said that no matter how many times people lose consciousness, even when their bones break and their flesh is torn, they will not stop. There is only one way to prevent their death. Yoshikawa beamed with happiness and declared that the young man should accept her salvation. Our hero grinned and asked the girl if she really considered herself a saint and noted that she had not a drop of compassion. He looked intently at his opponent and told her that it was time to deal with her. The girl opened her eyes wide and read the system message that she had fallen under the influence of the world without feelings, and that her cognitive abilities and characteristics had decreased. There was a problem with the flow of magical energy, and Yoshikawa screamed furiously. She thought about how this was Kai Mingming's skill and how this was even possible. The saint still hoped that it might just be a coincidence, but then she realized that if Kim had this skill from the very beginning, he would have already used it. The girl had a huge number of thoughts in her head, but Tae-hyung shouted that it was time to pay the bills. And Sarara screamed again, tears flowing from her eyes mixing with blood. The girl was lying on the ground, and the young man stood and watched her from the side. He wiped his nose with his hand and said that, as befits the owner of super-fast regeneration, the saint had incredible vitality. He noted that despite the wounds she received, the girl could still move, and she raised her head. Yoshikawa looked at the young man and screamed very loudly, "Where did he get this skill from?" He sat down in front of the saint and replied that he wanted to know this himself, and that was why he was looking for her. The girl began to rise little by little and asked in surprise what this meant. Kim said that Sarara was planning to brainwash him and suggested that she try to demonstrate her vaunted divine revelation. He smiled and thought that he was going to meet the saint anyway, and just didn't expect it to happen so soon. The guy thought about the fact that divine revelation is a skill that controls the memory and consciousness of the enemy, which means that he will be able to see the world of his subconscious. The memory loss at East Point and that dream, Rosaria's change of attitude after seeing his memories, that was very important, Kim thought. He understood that there was definitely a secret connected with hunting stored in his subconscious. The young man really hoped that he would be able to penetrate the world of the subconscious and began to smile. The saint said that Kim was greatly underestimating her, and that she would do as he insisted, she would use him. Sarara folded her hands in front of her and shouted that she would use her skill. A glow appeared from the girl's hands and she screamed for the young man to become her follower. The saint noted that she did not know what he had planned, but no matter how strong he was, after the divine revelation it would not matter. Yoshikawa looked ahead and noticed that she would find a wonderful use for his power. In front of her she saw a sea of blood and a huge staircase, at the top of which stood Tai-hyung, and she thought that this was the guy's subconscious. The saint began to look ahead and wondered who was sitting on the throne. Could it really be Kim? The man laughed and noted that the girl turned out to be much smarter than he thought. He screamed that he didn't expect her to try to catch him with such a small bait, and Sarara thought that the guy wasn't human to begin with. She wanted to say something else, but the guy interrupted her and noted that in any case, he was beyond her strength. Yoshikawa's eyes and mouth widened in surprise. She was very scared. Our hero opened his eyes wide and could not understand where he was, but he was lying on a hospital bed. He sat up and asked if he was in the hospital, what had happened, and then asked where Yoshikawa Sarara had gone. The door of the room opened and Yuan entered, calling the boy by name. The girl smiled and said that the guy had finally woken up and began to come closer. You noticed that they were very scared and even his family came yesterday. The young man was very surprised by this news, and Ayan noted that he most likely would not believe it. But he showed no signs of life for more than a day. The young man looked frightened and asked what was wrong with Yoshikawa Tsurara. The brunette said that she was also found unconscious, not far from Kim. She added that the same applies to Pingu from the Big Three and Chang Jin-soo, while Kai Ming-ming has disappeared altogether. Yu looked closely at the guy and asked what happened there. A drop of sweat appeared on Kim's face and he thought about what this meant. After all, it was a failure and he allowed this to happen. And at that time, Anne was telling him something. And Kim thought about how even a person with national-level strength couldn't get close to solving the mystery of his skill, what was in his subconscious. He narrowed his eyes and began to think about how much stronger he needed to become to finally find out all this. Yu stroked his face and said that the most important thing now was to take care of himself, since he wasn't ready for a friendly match anyway. But the guy demanded that the girl take her hands off his face. Then the door to the room suddenly opened. A young man entered and called Yun. It was Go Tae-wook, he shouted, that Tae-hyung had finally come to his senses and noticed that they were very worried. He began to approach Yu and told her that they needed the help of the Nightwalkers. They needed to immediately send a search party into the abyss. Ayan was surprised, and Go noticed that Park Sung-jin and the entire New Korea team had disappeared. Tae-wook asked Kim what he was going to do. Was he really going to go there alone? Our hero reported that if a search party were sent there, there would end up being many more victims. He noticed that the place of disappearance was in the depths of the abyss, and the New Korea team, led by Park Sung-jin, were experienced players. And he added that in their case, the reason might not be a normal attack by monsters, but only the intervention of someone else of at least national-level power. Tae-hyung glanced at those present and noticed that only he would go. That would be right. Go spread his arms out to the sides and noted that if everything was as the young man said, then it was even more impossible to go there alone, since he had just woken up. Aunt, uncle, and cousin ran into the room and shouted where Tae-hyung was going. The aunt folded her hands in front of her, frowned, and began to lament that the young man had not yet recovered. And Hwang asked if Kim knew how worried they were about him. And he added that just yesterday they could only guess whether the young man would wake up or not. Yu quietly told the guy that it was she who called them, and added that it seemed to her that after waking up, the first thing that would be best would be to see her family. Auntie kept telling him to get better before rushing into battle, and Guo insisted that he shouldn't overexert himself. And the guy thought that all of them, in the times before his awakening, mocked him, and then they certainly didn't care about his condition. Wherever Kim went, whatever happened to him, he received only mocking looks in response. The young man smiled and thanked everyone for their concern, although the memory still troubled him. He got out of bed and said that he had to go, and noted that, although they had only been on the team for a short time, his comrades were in danger. Kim said that he could only save them now, and said that he simply could not sit idly by. The young man turned to his aunt and uncle, and noted that they were the ones who had spoken about how one should not abandon one's comrades in trouble. The cousin's face turned red, tears came to his eyes, and he extended his hands to the guy. Yu pushed our hero in the back, he even spat, and said what kind of sentimentality he had. And then she smiled and noted that they had already decided everything and wished the young man to return alive. Kim looked at her intently and she added, "Together with everyone else." And the guy replied, "That's the most important thing." And in the abyss, in the literal sense of the word, it was very hot. The man was lying on the sand. He started coughing very badly, and a girl ran up to him and started asking how Park Sung-jin was feeling. Some young men approached them, and one of the guys said that he didn't think that Park would resist so stubbornly. A weapon appeared in his hands, and the young man noticed that it was time to stop hiding. It was Lao Feng, a national-level player of China, also known as the Bloody Sword. The brunette noticed that Song-jin had quite good abilities, so if he swears allegiance to him, he will spare his life, because he is not some kind of villain. Park laughed and asked Feng if he was offering to betray his homeland and comrades to him, and then shouted that he would never do such a thing. Lao noted that honor is more important than life and then said that it was all beautiful, of course. Then he looked at Song-jin's comrades. One of them raised his hand up, and the brunette said that his companion held different views. Sung Han-gil was shaking with fear. Park was asking him what he was doing and why now, and he was thinking that he shouldn't be idiots, but should go over to their side. He understood that Lao Feng was a monster among monsters, and joining him was the only way to survive. The guy was covered in beads of sweat, and his thoughts were mixed up in his head like a stew in a saucepan. He was captured by the tree roots, and the saint asked if he was a player for the new Korea team, although his name was Seo Han-gil. Surara said that she came to convey a revelation to him and offered to become her follower, reporting in detail on the location, plans, and everything else that concerns Taehyung and the new Korea team. She looked closely at the guy and noticed that he had no choice. If he refused, then she herself would make him her follower. A tear flowed from So's eyes, and the girl noted that he understood perfectly well that voluntary consent was much better for both him and her. Han-gil waved his hand and thought that he had already betrayed everyone once. Nothing would happen if he did it again. As a friend, Park put his hand on his shoulder and asked if everything was okay. The man replied that So was very scared, asked him not to worry, and promised to get them all out of here, even if it cost him his life. And then he added that he would have time to betray him even after his death. The guy was shaking very much with fear. The saint used her powers and noted that Song-jin was being bossy, and added that all he knew how to do was brag. The guy with glasses started crying, wiping away tears with his fist, asking for forgiveness, and then added that he would also fight. Lao Feng asked with surprise in his voice how they didn't understand that they were being shown the direct path to salvation. The man smiled and remarked that apparently because of his games, they had lost the ability to assess the situation. He smiled wickedly, snapped his fingers, and said that then he would have to show the difference in their strength. And the man used his special skills against the new Korea Hunter team. The young people opened their mouths wide in surprise, and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Lao smiled and asked if they now realized that they were breathing and standing only thanks to his mercy. And he continued to attack them again and again. The hunters screamed in horror and incomprehension of what was happening. Feng looked at the young people with disdain. He felt his superiority. Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of him, stating that the world without feeling skill had been activated. The guy knew very well that this was Kai Ming-ming's skill, but that couldn't be because the hunter was dead. He raised his head up, saw our hero, and realized that it was his killer who had arrived. Lao noticed with a smile on his face that he really wanted to meet Taehyung. The young man looked intently at his opponent, smiled, and replied that it was not him. Suddenly there was a very loud explosion, and dust and dirt flew in all directions. Feng clutched the weapon in his hands and couldn't understand what was happening, because Kim used one skill and ran away. He looked ahead and said that he really wanted to have fun, but the enemy had disappeared somewhere. A guy from his team approached Lao and asked if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine, and the hunter noted that they should start chasing Taehyung. Feng replied that there was no need to do that, since judging from the residual magical energy and traces, they had fled to the Dragon Tower, a place known as an impregnable dungeon. Park Sung-jin began to call out frantically for our hero, his brows furrowed and beads of sweat running down his face. But the young man interrupted him and began pouring a burgundy-colored liquid from the vessel directly into his mouth. The girl thanked Kim for saving them and asked what he was going to do. And she added that they were in the Dragon Tower. Many experienced players tried to pass it, but were defeated, and the tower is also called an impregnable dungeon. The girl noted that they would not be able to leave this place until they found the portal, and they just needed to get away from Feng. Taehyung replied that there was no other choice and asked them not to worry. And he raised his finger up and noted that as soon as they passed the dungeon, everything would end. The girl looked closely at the guy and noticed that it was impossible to pass through since it was impregnable, and asked if Taehyung heard her. So asked if the young man had any plan. The Dragon Tower, an impregnable dungeon that exists in the depths of the abyss. It has several features. The first is a huge number of traps on each floor, and also numerous monsters that have high intelligence and strong defense. The girl ran and thought that in such a place they had no chance to escape. At this time, there was a young man in front of her who skillfully dealt with monsters. The beauty thought about how all this was possible, and the young man was pleased with himself because he had read a huge number of interviews with survivors of the Dragon Tower. The fact that this dungeon is called impregnable does not mean at all that it is impossible to get out of there. The reason is in the top floor of this tower, that is, long before the boss, because that is where the port for returning to the real world is. But now this information has not yet been revealed. Kim fought the monsters and thought that if he knew in advance the location of the traps and the ways to defeat the monsters, then escaping would not be difficult. After some time, they found themselves in a room where the portal was located. The girl was surprised. Pak noticed that they wouldn't have to go up any further, and so was glad that they were saved. The beauty looked closely at our hero and asked him if he really knew about this from the very beginning, and he replied that they were just lucky and thought that he knew everything perfectly well. And he ordered that we needed to get out of here immediately before the monsters came running. Everyone agreed with this proposal. The young people began to approach the portal closer. They were already impatient to leave this place. Suddenly, Sungjin turned to Taehyung and noticed that all this was bold, mistakenly calling the guy a player. He looked closely at the young man and thanked him for coming for them. And he added that he would definitely repay him for all this. Our hero opened his mouth in surprise. Then he closed his eyes, smiled, and replied that there was no need to thank him for saving him. And he thought to himself that no one could have imagined that Park Sung-jin would thank him, although this was not surprising, since everyone was able to return safely. And I thought about the fact that Sohan Gil himself admitted that he was a Japanese spy, so this problem was solved by itself. All that was left was to finish the friendly match and fight off the opponents. The young man understood that not everything was so bad. He closed his eyes and heard some kind of crackling sound. It was as if he was thrown back from the portal, and the young man screamed very loudly in surprise. He fell and asked what happened. A system message appeared in front of him saying that the portal could not be used. The boy also read that the owner of the Kaiselin Tower was watching him, and his pupils narrowed. The young man's face was covered in sweat, and he was surprised that Kai was the owner of the tower. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared in the room and began breathing fire at people. And he screamed out what he thought about who was scurrying around his tower, and Kim, in horror, broke out in beads of sweat and screamed. Kai roared and said that a pathetic little man had come to him. It was the owner of the Dragon Tower. He had an SS rank. Dragons are one of the strongest races of monsters, flying lizards found in the abyss, divided into 4 categories. The smallest cubs, their strength is comparable to S rank, although they are quite small. Adult dragons already have a larger physique and correspond to S rank. Ancient dragons have a large build and possess SS rank strength, and there are also those whose existence is only rumored. They are called primordial, and their true strength cannot be estimated. Our hero stared ahead, beads of sweat appeared on his face, and thought about what kind of dragon was in front of him. And he came to the conclusion that this was an ancient dragon, and thought about the fact that the bone dragon was created from the remains of an adult dragon. How strong this one was. The guy was also interested in why he showed up at all, because according to the information he knew before returning, this shouldn't have happened. The young man understood that in such a situation, it was best to start with a conversation, when Kai yelled for the man to die, and he began to breathe fire on the young man, and rocks fell off the walls and flew in different directions. But our hero had no doubt that the monster was extremely negative, and calmly withstood the fiery attack. He used his special skill chain and said that he would have to fight after all. Kim didn't think for long. He immediately began to attack the dragon, grabbed it by the mouth. The monster did not expect such resistance, and began to scream very loudly. He already had the young man's chains around his neck. Our hero was not at all frightened by the screams and continued to attack the monster. He thought with a smile that all the skills worked as they should. He understood that with such acceleration the dragon would definitely not die, but would receive serious damage. The man looked at the monster and was very scared, and it started running after him. Suddenly the guy flew to the side and thought that the monster had incredible defense, and that it was too much even for an SS rank. The young man thought about hiding and buying time. He felt some sounds behind him and turned around. What he saw shocked him. He was attacked, and the young man hit his back with all his might against the rocks. He gritted his teeth in pain and thought that a polymorph had attacked him. The dragon used a skill that helped him change shape and acquire a human appearance. He approached our hero and pressed him against the wall with all his might, looking at him with a disdainful gaze. The guy looked at Kaiselin and thought that this was SS rank. He didn't even have time to react properly. The monster looked at Kim with burning eyes and invited him to test his skills. The young man saw system messages in front of him that the dragon's power was affecting him. He tried to resist, but it was not successful. Part of the power was absorbed, and the skills were blocked. The dragon continued to hold the young man and said that he was not mistaken. The magical power that was scurrying around his tower, even before his power, did not fade away, but only flared up even brighter. And he added that he could not believe that this was the power of an ordinary person, and ordered the guy to quickly answer from whom he inherited this power. The monster's eyes burned with hatred, and he frowned and shouted for the young man to answer him faster, because he needed to know Taehyung's essence. The guy used the stone skin skill and grabbed the monster with all his might, and thought that he himself would like to know his essence. He squeezed the monster's hand tighter and screamed as loudly as he could, while Kai tried to free himself. He looked at the young man not so confidently, but even fearfully, and understood that his opponent's hands were like tentacles. Literally a few seconds later, our hero pushed the monster away from himself, and it flew several meters away. The monster was very surprised and asked what kind of power a person must have to do such a thing. Kai heard someone say that they had been looking for a watchdog like the Red Dragon for a long time. Behind Kim stood a demoness who decided that Kaiselin would be her new pet, and our hero activated the queen's chosen skill. And the devil smiled and asked if he had just now summoned his mistress, and noted that the contractor was so slow. The young man asked her if it was possible to trust a monster, and she agreed. The head of the association screamed like crazy. He couldn't understand where Kim Taehyung had disappeared to. He asked his subordinates how it happened that he went to save them but disappeared himself. The hunters answered that they themselves did not understand, but they definitely entered the gate together. Ji asked what was wrong with Park Sung-jin, and the girl replied that he was trying to return to the abyss to save Kim and wasn't listening to anyone. Go noticed that Yu An was trying to stop him, and the chairman noted that he couldn't go there alone, and especially unprepared. He put his head on his hands and noted that, until it became known what Lao Feng and Zhang Lin were planning, he proposed to hide the fact that they were hunters who were in the dungeon and were alive. Jinwei thought about how Park Sung-jin and the others hadn't returned yet, and the friendly match was already on its 6th day and would soon be over. He understood that now was no time for ratings, and if it weren't for Taehyung, they wouldn't have even gotten here. Now that he's gone, what's the point of all this? The head of the association thought about the Dragon Tower and mentally begged our hero to survive. And there in the dungeon it was not boring at all. The demoness attacked Kaiselin, and he fought them off as best he could. He was completely unprepared for everything to turn out exactly like this. Kim watched everything that was happening and thought that if he had gone a little further, he would have definitely died. He understood that they were both monsters, but this battle was too crazy. He was also worried about whether it was a good thing that he had not invoked the rosary before. After signing the contract, he received 2 skills, which were Perfect Hypnosis and Queen's Man. The guy gritted his teeth and understood that he had not used the second skill that summoned Rosaria, and he had reasons for this. Firstly, it is a huge consumption of mana. Summoning skills require a lot of it, not only when activated, but also to maintain the summoning. This problem can be solved by drinking a potion. The young man didn't have time to think about the second reason, when the owner of the tower began to summon a meteor. Rosalia and the young man were very surprised to hear this word. Horror could be seen on our hero's face. But the demoness very quickly gathered her strength. Our hero understood perfectly well that she was too strong. Kim had large beads of sweat running down his face, and he thought that excessive force was dangerous. Even though Rosalia was supposed to help him according to the contract, he should never let his guard down. The young man understood perfectly well that he could call her, and she would go and burn the entire city. The demoness smiled and asked the young man if he liked her power. Taehyung smiled and replied that it was definitely impossible to lose with her, and Rosaria hugged him with her appendages. The Tower Master scratched his head and asked why the Grand Duchess of the Abyss was helping a certain person. Kai got angry and yelled at Rosalie why she was helping Taehyung and started calling her names. She folded her arms across her chest and replied that he was pretty cheeky for a lizard. And our hero looked at her and thought that if she was a duchess, then she was higher in status than the king, and she knew something about him. He was sure that she had some kind of connection. He was curious about what she knew about him. The guy gritted his teeth and heard Rosalia calling him. She noted that his thoughts were expected, but now he had no right to know, and he would not be able to do anything even if he found out. The Duchess smiled and told the young man not to lose heart. No matter where the moon was, he could only go his own way. Rosalia smiled and noted that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Our hero's face changed after these words. He asked what happened, and the demoness told the young man to look at his hands. He immediately realized that it was a reverse flow of mana. They looked ahead and Rosalia said that she was the Grand Duchess, but she was summoned by a man. Kai said that a human being was not fit to withstand such power, and noted that if they continued to resist, they would get what they deserved. The dragon was silent for a moment and told them that he could destroy both of them. They watched the monster in surprise. Kai screamed very loudly, began to spit fire. He really wanted them to die quickly. Our hero was very scared. He screamed like a madman. He called for Rosalia. Suddenly, a very strong explosion occurred. The shockwave could be seen with the naked eye. The evil lizard used its meteor skill once again, leaving shards on the floor. The Grand Duchess laughed and noted that the dragon could talk quite well. Rosalia said that everything was as she thought. Her power was limited by the summoner's capabilities, and the limit was reached. If he uses his powers, then she will remain. Otherwise, she will die from the backflow of mana. And the devil said that she was leaving, but not just like that, but was leaving a small gift. The guy looked at her intently. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked what kind of gift it was. The Duchess leaned towards the young man and told him to try not to die because he was her chosen one. A system message appeared in front of our hero that he had received a kiss from the Queen, and that the rank of perfect hypnosis had been temporarily changed. Rosalia and Kim stared ahead as the perfect hypnosis was activated. The Red Dragon screamed as if he was furious. What had the Grand Duchess done? And Taehyung sat calmly on the stairs and said that it was a good joke. The young man's eyes glowed red, and he said that the succubus had decided to leave and leave the consequences to him. Kaiselin stood confused and thought about what was happening and where he was. He began to think that this was Kim's inner world. He looked at the man who sat on the throne and wondered what kind of man he was and whether he was a man. Kai frowned and thought that the creature looked similar, but still a little different. He peered into the distance and could not understand whether there was really a living creature in front of him. The young man looked straight ahead and said that he needed him and ordered him to get out of this world. He began to turn his head in different directions and asked what was going on here. The Red Dragon began to scream like a madman and could not calm down. He screamed in pain and asked where the creature that had just been sitting at the top of the stairs had gone. Our hero looked at the monster and thought about what was happening and noticed that the skill rank had changed. And the monster continued to scream and turn its head from side to side. The guy looked at Kaiselin and wondered what was wrong with him. The young man drank the potion and wondered if perhaps he had encountered something inside him, but came to the conclusion that now was not the time for reflection. He gripped the dagger tighter in his hands and thought that if he could defeat the Red Dragon, it would only be now. And the young man began to actively attack the enemy. He was squeezing the weapon tightly in his hands. Kaiselin began to scream as if he was mad, and Kim thought that his attacks had finally worked. And the boy immediately remembered the words that the Grand Duchess Rosalia had told him about not dying. Our hero thought about the fact that he had not even intended to say goodbye to life. The young man understood that he had not yet learned the truth about the king and his power, who he was and where he came from, and why he chose him. Taehyung still remembered Asmodeus and plans to take revenge on him for his death because he is vindictive. And the young man also understood that he had not had time to live a normal life and then suddenly die. Rosalia was talking nonsense. And then Kim shouted very loudly that he would definitely defeat him in return when a crunch was heard. The Red Dragon screamed, "How could some human act like that?" But he didn't answer, but simply used his special skill Predator. Then the rank changed. The young man lay on the floor and cursed the Red Dragon and said that he thought that this time he would definitely die. He smiled and informed himself that it was time to return, and his rank had increased from B to A. The presenter said that the 7th day was the last day of the tournament, and the commission members were making the final calculations of the rating table. He noted that the scoring for Japan had just finished, and reported that they had 4,600 points. It was also reported that Japan failed to overtake China with 4,800 points and remains in second place. The man thought that he was going to take revenge on Surara, but that bastard Kim still hadn't returned. He didn't like that they took second place in the tournament, and he said he was leaving. The judges asked him to stay since the closing ceremony had not yet taken place. But Mr. Shinji replied that he had no need to hang around at this stupid event any longer. Ji looked at everything that was happening and thought that even with all the efforts of player Taehyung, they still had third place. And the judges noted that the player of the New Korea team had disappeared and it had dropped in the rankings. And on the 7th day, there was no longer any talk of the former first place, since hundreds of magic crystals had not been collected and the SS-level monster had not been caught. The head of the association understood that there was no chance left to catch up with his partners and mentally asked our hero for forgiveness and noted to himself that he was very weak. Suddenly he heard some sounds behind him and turned his head in surprise. He saw the player Lao Feng in the company of a white-haired man who said that a very sad disaster had happened. The old man said that he already thought that the new Korea had a real talent that could be hoped for, but who could have expected that he would die in an accident? Ji listened to his opponent in surprise. His mouth opened in surprise, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. And the gray-haired man laughed and told the chief that Kim's body had not yet been found, so there was no need to jump to conclusions. Well, since he disappeared in the Dragon Tower, the outcome was obvious, and laughed. The head of the association folded his hand into a fist and thought about these words. He understood that this was not a sad event or a disaster. He called men vile scum. He looked at his opponents and thought that it was widely known that all the cases of participants disappearing were the work of the bastards who stood before him. The men began to leave and asked Jinwei if he understood that someone who has no strength has no chance to prove anything to others. They mocked the association's head and wished him a good time at the closing ceremony. Ji thought that he was powerless and could not prove anything at all, so he did not say a word. And the gray-haired man was very pleased. He laughed and could not calm down. Suddenly the room became dark. Everything began to glow with a bluish light. It came from the portal. The expressions of the men who had just been mocking the head of the association changed. Ji was also scared and couldn't understand what was happening. Then he began to recognize the man who came out of the portal. It was Tai Young, who said that it was him and asked if the team representatives were just calmly watching what these bastards were doing. And he added that they could stop worrying, and the head of the guild laughed with joy, tears welling up in his eyes. The men who had just insulted him frowned, and all their joy and arrogance disappeared. Kim held a huge red crystal in his hands and said with a smile on his face that he had come. The young man was lying on the bed. His girlfriend was calling him and telling him that the live broadcast of the tournament would soon begin. But he replied that he didn't want to. And he added that what was the point of the tournament if Taehyung was missing? It was like a bun without bean filling, a watermelon without stripes, and a mandu without beef. The guy had tears in his eyes and screamed if the girl wanted him to watch the tournament, and noticed that it would be a betrayal of his Kim. The woman frowned and replied that his hero was currently on TV. The young man couldn't believe his ears. He froze for a few seconds and didn't know what to answer. He ran to the TV and heard the presenters say that on the last day of the Asian tournament, something happened that no one expected. And he reported that the player Kim Taehyung had resurfaced after going missing and brought with him the magic crystal of the SS-level monster, Kaizelin. Yu, speaking on her mobile phone, asked her opponent if the young man was really on air. And the host was talking about the new Korea team receiving 1,500 points. Park Sung-ji and his team members were watching the live broadcast and were very surprised by this news. It was announced that the new Korea team had risen to first place and had successfully won the Asian-friendly tournament. Our hero put his hands in his pockets, looked at everything that was happening and smiled, and people chanted his name. The gray-haired man watched everything that was happening and clenched his teeth in anger. Then he shouted at Feng what he had done and asked why Taehyung was still alive. Lao frowned and thought about how it was possible that the guy came out of the Dragon Tower alive and was also able to get an SS-level magic crystal. People looked at Kim with surprise, but he calmly said that trouble almost happened. And he himself thought that it was more likely because Kaizelin was very strong and they got the precious crystal from him. And without it, they would not have been able to get past the other teams. He looked at his opponents and understood perfectly well that they would not simply retreat, when suddenly he heard someone calling him. The head of the association approached our hero and hugged him tightly, which was very unexpected for the guy. The guy opened his mouth and eyes wide in surprise, and Ji said that it was incredible and very good that KM returned alive. Jinwei hugged the young man tightly. Tears began to flow like a stream, and the man said that he was very happy. Kim smiled, and Ji cried for a long time, either from gratitude to the guy or from the calm that all the participants of the new Korea remained alive. And so the 7-day Asian-friendly tournament ended, with the media filled with talk and numerous theories after an unexpected turn thanks to a player from the new Korea team. Kwon smiled happily. He congratulated the players on the victory and Kim's return. The man added that he was right to worry. Ayan watched everything that was happening and thought that it was too noisy. She wondered who invited Kang Hyuk here. The Singapore team of players was housed in a huge, pompous, and unusual building. Haley Tan thanked Kim for visiting them despite his busy schedule, and she noticed that she invited the young man here for a reason. But this concerns her team, and the head of the Singapore team said that they would like to collaborate with him. The young man looked straight ahead and thought that he knew it. Nothing had changed. After all, even before this, Singapore, which lost its lead in a friendly tournament, tried to establish cooperation with talented players from different countries. But only Chanlong and Lao Feng could not allow this. Our hero told Tan that they first needed to deal with the uninvited guests, and then continue the conversation. The woman looked at the young man in surprise. She did not expect such an answer. Pieces of the door started flying off, and the head of the Singapore team started screaming in fear. The villains entered the room, began to laugh, and noted that everyone was here, the head of Haley Tan and Kim Tae-hyung. The woman was surprised by the uninvited guests, and one of them said that he did not know how the young man was able to escape from the Dragon Tower. And then he added that perhaps this was for the best because now Feng could finish him off personally. Our hero closed his eyes, smiled, and noted that this is exactly what he told Chief Haley. And he added that an uninvited guest had come to them. Lao looked at him intently and could not understand what was happening. Friend, completely unexpectedly, the glass in the window began to crack. It became like a spider web. Within seconds, it had shattered into pieces, and the Singapore team leader stood up and started screaming in fear. The uninvited guests were also frightened, and the young man asked them if they thought he was talking about them. Feng looked very scared. His eyes were burning with hatred, and he was told that he and the other guys were scum. And Pak noticed that they were attacking in broad daylight and asked if they had gone completely crazy. The guy from Kim's team said that he would now thank Lao for last time. And Hang, who was standing nearby, shouted at the head of Singapore that he would deal with everyone. The girl from Kim's team remarked that the swordsman was a complete psycho and shouldn't be here at all. And Go said that it was hard to believe, but perhaps it was a very good tactic. Our hero smiled and with a smile on his face asked what Feng had said about it being for the best. The opponent frowned. A sly smile appeared on his face and he called the guy a bastard. And then he shouted that Kim would die right now, but the young man's team looked at him with anger and disdain. Ji propped his head up in his hands and asked if Lao Feng would kill the head of the Singapore Association. Someone from the company noticed that it was just over and there was another murder. And Kim noticed that Chang Lung would not back down so easily. And he added that his goal was to eliminate other associations and monopolize the dungeons and magic stones. And then he said that the survivors of the battle in Phenom, as well as the heads of other associations, were in danger. Jinwei replied that he believed him. He frowned and asked what they would do and began to stare in front of him. The young man said that in this situation everything is obvious. Such scoundrels just need to be taught a lesson. That is why the young man's team did not lose their heads and began to fight back against the villains. And they stared intently ahead, they frowned, and the pupils of their eyes narrowed with fear. A few minutes later, there was a very strong explosion and pieces of stone and decorative trim began to fly off the building. Pak shouted very loudly that Haley Tan had been taken away and informed the team that they were breaking through. One girl said that her boyfriend was right, but the other couldn't figure out who he was. The guy who was holding Tan had tears streaming down his face. He was telling the leader not to worry. He, and Hen, would definitely protect her, and she was wondering if everything was okay. The fight continued, and Feng's subordinate told him that the opponents were taking away the head of the Singapore Association. Lao had a sly smile on his face and called his opponents pathetic bugs, noting that they were struggling to the last. A few seconds later, the villain was on the street. His hand was wrapped in our hero's chains. All his arrogance had gone. He was scared. The villains looked out through the hole in the wall and shouted that their leader had fallen out. They noticed that this was the work of Kim. Our hero asked where Lao was going, but he just stood there confused and didn't know what to answer. Kim smiled, looked closely, and asked his opponent if he wanted to play with him. He replied that Tae-hyung had run away in the abyss with his heels flashing, and now he had suddenly decided to fight. And he shouted for the young man not to be deceived. Suddenly, everything around turned red and daggers began to fall. They all headed towards our hero. Lao asked the young man if the victory over Wei Xing and Kai Ming had gone to his head. He shouted in a mad voice that he had seen him in action and that the guy would not be able to defeat him with his current strength. The guy used his skills, saying that his opponent was already annoying him with his chatter. Just a few seconds later, Feng's expression changed. He was no longer so confident. He fell on his back, looked ahead and wondered what was going on. The villain looked at Kim, and it seemed to him that he had cut off his hand. He hoped until the very end that this could not happen. And Tae-hyung used the skill Stone Skin, squeezed the weapon harder. Feng watched him and thought that in the abyss, his opponent was weaker. He called his opponent by name and thought about how the young man had gained strength over the past few days. Lao lay on the ground, looking at our hero and thinking about how he did all this. Kim had a satisfied smile on his face, thinking that after absorbing Kaiselin and raising his rank, he assumed that he would be able to win. He knew that Feng was the strongest fighter in the Asian-friendly games, but now he was helpless against Tae-hyung. The young man was thinking that with this power, he would be able to calmly pass through the remaining dungeons when he heard laughter. The opponent said that he understood why Wei Xing and Kai Ming lost, because Kim is a real monster. And he added, didn't the young man think that he would have to use the power of the great against such a thing? And he clarified what Feng meant. The villain smiled and asked Tai Hyung if he thought he had become the strongest. Our hero's expression changed instantly. He began to stare intently ahead. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He saw a monster with several rows of teeth in front of him, and it said that it would show the guy what it really means to be the strongest. And the guy squeezed the dagger tighter and tighter because in this way, Lao activated the Bloody Madness skill. There were young people lying on the floor. They no longer posed any danger. The girl exhaled and noted that she was almost finished. She heard Park Sung-jin calling Yue Yun to the place where Tae Hyung was fighting, asking her to run as quickly as possible. Lim ran with him, and what she saw shocked the girl. She asked what it was. The girl peered at the red substance and thought that it looked very much like a barrier, but she only managed to see that the monster had folded a huge fist and was ready to attack. Fortunately, the young man managed to jump away from him at the last second, and this saved him from death. And the monster that Feng had turned into began to laugh and said that this was true strength and power. Kim, who also put his skills to use, started shouting that the raving should stop. He was silent for a moment and then noticed that in front of him was a huge piece of meat and nothing more. The young man looked at the monster and realized that it had used regeneration, and it immediately began to attack him. The youth covered himself with a dagger and thought about what kind of destructive power this was. Was he really still fighting with Lao Feng? He began to look around and wondered what this space was, and when the enemy used the ability, everything around changed and became like an abyss. The guy thought that the enemy called it the power of the great, but that was what Kaislin called Rosaria. He began to understand that besides the Grand Duchess, there were other beings who had this title. The young man guessed that Rosaria was definitely connected to the king, and perhaps his opponent was too. Kim looked up and saw a huge hand approaching him, intending to grab him. The guy didn't have time to dodge, and the monster grabbed him, started laughing, and then asked if he was shocked by its strength and noticed that the young man slowed down. The monster said that this was all not surprising and asked if the young man thought that he had surpassed him and added that he was chosen by the Great One. Tai Hyung interrupted him and asked the monster to answer one question. He was definitely not ready for it. And our hero asked a question that interested him very much, namely whether the monster was familiar with the king. This question took him by surprise, and he wondered if he was really asking about the Great Ones. And then he laughed and said that these are the ones whose power is unattainable for the likes of Kim. The young man noticed that he knew nothing and added that he thought so, because someone like a monster had no way of knowing this. The monster took a deep breath, and the guy continued to be amazed and continued to think about where such power came from. Kim looked ahead and noticed that thanks to him, he at least knew his next target, and that it was the Great Ones. Then Feng looked out from the monster and started shouting. Was it really the guy who was suppressing it all this time? But he only smiled in response and calmly replied that it was time to finish. He used his power and shouted for his opponent to disappear, and then the incredible began to happen. After a few seconds, our hero looked at what was left of the monsters, exhaled, and said, the boy drank the potion and thought that his opponent knew the greats, but had never even heard of the king, and he had the thought that only Rosalia might know of his existence. He thought about the fact that, judging from Lao Feng's answer, there really were several great ones. If they were all at Rosalia's level, then each of them was a monster. The young man was tormented by the thought of whether the other great ones knew about the king. He understood that they would hardly be friendly towards him. He heard some sounds, looked in front of him, and saw how parts of the monster began to be attracted to each other. The guy heard laughter and then a voice that said that he had bragged about his strength, but that was all he was capable of. Kim looked at his opponent, who said that he was not surprised, and added that people in themselves are weak creatures. The young man was covered in beads of sweat. It was the great Duke of the Abyss and Lord of the Vampires, Igman, who asked if this young man had killed his contractor. Taehyung squeezed the dagger tighter, thought about who this contractor was, who this person was in front of him, and noticed that at least it was definitely not Lao Feng. Our hero clenched his teeth. He was shaking, and he thought about the overwhelming magical power, and it was now in front of him. The Archduke of the Abyss raised his index finger, waved it, and asked if he should first evaluate the young man's skills. He didn't think for long and used a skill called Bloodsword, and a huge amount of weapons hung in the air. The young man raised his head up and opened his mouth and eyes wide in surprise. He was definitely not prepared for this. He gritted his teeth, cursed, and thought about what kind of swords were of such a huge size. He guessed that this was the skill that Feng used. The guy started hitting one of the swords and thought about the fact that the size and force of the blow were completely different and screamed very loudly. Kim looked at his opponent and realized that there was no doubt that he was facing an Archduke of the Abyss, who had the same power as Rosaria, and that in his current state he could not touch him. The young man gritted his teeth and thought about why this great one had suddenly appeared, since now was not the time. And the guy came to the conclusion that he should use all his resources to the maximum. The Archduke laughed, and the young man most likely did not know that all summoned entities were influenced by the power of the contractor. If the contractor is stronger than the summoned monster, then the latter receives powerful power from him. Conversely, if the summoned monster's power is much greater than that of the contractor, its body cannot withstand it and is destroyed by the backflow of magic, or the summoning is cancelled. Taehyung thought that if his assumptions were correct, then his contractor Feng was already dead, meaning that he was now dealing with a simple force summoning over a corpse. The boy knew that there was a certain amount of time during which he could maintain the call. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that if he could hold out until the allotted time expired, then everything would be fine. Here he heard the Great One tell him that he was clearly smarter than his contractor, but trying to survive a fight against him was a great folly. The young man spread his arms out to the sides and screamed as loudly as he could. The Archduke of the Abyss noted that even though the boy had strength since he did not know his place, he should correct that. Igman extended his hand forward and said that at this rate the boy would be torn to shreds. But before he could even finish speaking, a red whirlwind began to swirl in front of him. And literally a few minutes later, beautiful white blooming flowers appeared, which were so inviting. The Great One looked ahead in surprise and could not understand how the flower petals appeared there. He gritted his teeth and frowned. After a while he began to guess something. The branches of the bush seemed to part in different directions, and Kim and the familiar entity to the Archduke appeared from them. It was Rosalia, and she told the guy that he always calls her when he finds himself in interesting situations. He replied that everything was without any incidents. Igman looked ahead and after a while noted that he was now beginning to understand something. He smiled and said that he never thought that his contractor would never die at the hands of an ordinary person, but he never imagined that this guy was Rosalia's contractor. The Archduke smiled and remarked that this was even for the best. He told the demoness to give up this man and leave, otherwise she would have a hard time too. She took a deep breath and asked if Igman was trying to blow off steam after his contractor died, and noted that they met after 1,000 years and he was just as petty. Rosalia said that he knew perfectly well what her answer would be. She was silent for a moment and replied that she did not want to. Kim screamed, wondering who this Archduke was, and she said it was the vampire Lord Igman, and she added that he was going to kill the young man, who opened his mouth in surprise. Igman screamed for the boy to die and began to laugh like a madman and called Rosaria. She looked straight ahead, laughed and asked who was supposed to be speaking now. Our hero gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat appeared on his face and thought that he felt the backflow of mana again. He wondered if the battle between Imun and Lao had already reached its limit. He knew he couldn't help Rosaria, but he felt his body breaking down from having to keep up the summoning. He gritted his teeth and wondered if this would continue, but the demoness ordered him not to let the boy even think about losing consciousness. She added that the amount of force she can put into a strike also depends on the contractor. Rosalia looked intently ahead and noticed that although the young man had become stronger, she should not forget that the enemy was the Eozduke, and she had to apply enough force in the fight with him. She turned to our hero and asked him to try to stand firm one more time, and he called her by name. She smiled and noted that the reason he was rushing so desperately through this life was not to die in this place. And Rosalia told him to watch carefully, because this was the real power of the Archduchess, and added that this was a power that he would one day surpass. Igman chuckled and said that he thought this was the end of the time that was allotted to him. He smiled and suggested to Rosalia that they end today's entertainment on that note. And he added that they would see each other again, but only if they both managed to survive. The guy watched everything that was happening carefully, covered his face with his hands, cursed, and began to think about consciousness. System messages appeared one after another, saying that he was tired and his stamina had dropped below a critical level. The young man felt like he was drowning in the ocean and thought that at that moment he became stronger when the first enemy appeared. He was interested in how many more times this situation would be repeated. Suddenly he heard a voice asking him what he was doing with the power of the king in his hands. The young man heard them talking to him about the national level of power and pointed out that it was not funny. And the fair-haired man, who looked very much like Kim, said that if he was not going to do everything right, then he would take this body from him. The young man screamed as if he were mad, opened his eyes and sat up in his hospital bed. He looked closely at his hand and thought that he had had a dream again. The guy wondered what was going on, because the voice was clearly the same as in the last dream, and the person who spoke to him looked like Kim. A tear ran down the young man's cheek, and he thought that he connected the stranger with the king. He turned his head and saw his teammates. They came to visit him, and the young man asked them to stop hugging him. Yuan reported that the barrier had disappeared in a sudden flash, and traces of a large-scale battle remained inside it. His team members came closer and found Taehyung lying unconscious. Feng's attempt to kill the association's chairwoman, Haley Tan, failed thanks to the actions of New Korea and An Hyun-soo. It is believed that Chairman Chang Rong gave Lao Feng instructions, so it became impossible to avoid the investigation of the World Hunters Association. And our hero's treatment ended very quickly, which could not but please him. But the guy still had a huge number of questions. He was interested in why, the closer he gets to the king and the predator, the more unknowns appear. He was glad that his rank was gradually increasing. It brought him great pleasure. The young man read the system message with surprise. Kim and Yu were sitting at a table in a cafe. The girl asked the guy how he was feeling. He answered that he was more or less fine. Ayan noticed that he had scared everyone very much, noted that at least he had eaten well, and then asked what he would do next. The young man brought the napkin to his mouth and thought for a while, and then answered the question. Taehyung noted that after the friendly games they needed to clear the uncompleted dungeons of Japan and China, but the girl said that was not what she was asking about. The guy was surprised, and Yu said that he promised to go on a date with her after the games. The man replied that they had agreed to have lunch, and that she herself suggested it. Ayan noted that even with the right to clean up, Kim would not be able to go there right away. She said that the dungeons were, first of all, a valuable source of magic stones. Even if he had the right to clear them, he, as an outsider, would not be allowed to simply clear them. Yu pointed out that both players' associations would likely find excuses to drag out the time until his eligibility expired. But the guy said he had a plan. The girl looked at him intently, and he added that if the matter dragged on, he would simply take up other matters. Ayan asked what exactly. The young man took a sip from his glass and replied that he had realized how weak he was, a revelation that took Yu by surprise. The skill taken from Lao Feng, Blood Frenzy, is currently unavailable, and in order to open it, one needs to absorb strong blood. He tried to activate it, but nothing worked. Our hero thought that since this was the power of the Grand Duke, the special condition was entirely justified. But even after becoming a national-level fighter, he was unable to put up a worthy resistance. He understood that in order to confront Igman and get closer to the secret of the king and the predator, he needed to become stronger. It was raining very heavily. The young man looked intently ahead and asked if it was really here, although he had no one to talk to. The boy looked up and saw a sign that said this was the Ban Che Su distillery. He saw that it was written on the doors that they were closed, but this did not stop him. He began to open them. A man heard someone say that today's youth have completely forgotten how to read. The young man saw a man standing near a huge vessel. He said that it was written that they were no longer working. He didn't even turn his head towards the uninvited guest, but simply asked him to leave here. Kim noted that he had not come here for wine, but that the purpose of his visit was completely different. The man froze in place, and the young man said that he came here for the fusion skill. The old man turned his head and asked how the boy knew about this. Then he asked who he was, and our hero replied that he was a national-level player and said that his name was Kim Taehyung. The young man smiled and noted that he had come here to save the man. Pan Che Su was the owner of a distillery on the outskirts of Seoul. This old man was waiting for death. At the same time, he was the only one in the world who possessed an S-rank fusion skill, World Fragment Awakened. The man did not want to focus on his skill. The distillery was more important to him. They asked him how one could live like that with such an incredible skill. The son asked Pan why they couldn't live well, perhaps because of the bitterness of life as an awakened E-rank. He didn't share his father's views. In the end, unable to ignore the requests of the only heir, Che-su somehow tried to drain the skills of the villains brought by the son. However, not everything was as simple as it seemed at first glance. The men were very scared. After all, the result was completely different from what was planned in advance. Kim said that something went wrong. The villains that Pan used his skill on either died or became crippled due to the strong mana drain. The old man noted that the guy even knew about this. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and the man said that knowing all this, the guy still asks him to leak the skills. The old man shouted that the young man had gone crazy and that he should get out of here immediately, adding that he didn't care whether it was an S-rank or a national level. Pan shouted that the broken lives of those villains were enough for him, and he no longer plays such games. But Taehyung smiled and told the old man not to worry, since his skill couldn't harm him, and he asked if what the young man had said was true. Our hero reported that everything was exactly like that, So the man started working, and the guy told him that the villain's mana rollback was not his fault. These words surprised the old man, and the boy told him that this happened because his rank was too high compared to the rank of those people. Kim noticed that the skill they received after the merger was disproportionately higher than their characteristics, and he added that he was strong enough, so there would be no problems. And even if there was a rollback, he would not become crippled. And Pan at that time was thinking, is this really possible? He stretched his hands forward and thought about how he considered his awakening, his skill, and his hands to be a curse that ruined other people's lives. And the meeting with this young man turned everything upside down in an instant. He became interested in who he was. The old man thought that this guy was like from the future. He was very surprised. Kim turned his head and said that he didn't tell anyone where he was going, so even if he died now, no one would know his location. The old man laughed and asked not to say such terrible things. The fact that there was actually no problem with Pan Chae-Soo's skill would only be revealed 10 years later during the association's investigation. But it will be too late. The old man, tormented by guilt and the loss of his son, will drink himself to death and die from health problems. If his delusion had not been cleared up now, he would have lived his whole life with a feeling of guilt. Our hero closed his eyes and thought that it was very good that he was able to help him. Pan said with surprise that there were 3 mergers at once. He was surprised that there were so many skills in one person and asked if everything would be okay with the guy. He lowered his head and thought about how he knew that skills with unknown sources like the Predator would be impossible to determine. The young man frowned and shouted that everything was fine and that it was time to start everything as quickly as possible. The old man's face began to sweat and he said that he was starting to merge his skills. At the headquarters of the U.S. Players Association, young people gathered and sat around a huge table. The association's chairman, S-tier player Kevin Yan, said that it had been a long time since the strongest players had gathered in one place. Gregor Gale, the 10th-ranked national player in the United States, wondered if this time it was not a war by chance. Dylan Gray slammed his fist on the table and asked Gregor to show some respect to the chairman. Ricky Harris wondered why every meeting turned into a fight and asked Cody to tell them something. And she added that he was the leader, and the guy folded his arms across his chest and noted that they were not children and that this was just a formal hierarchy. And he calmly said that he was not going to force anyone. Cody Wood was the #1 ranked national player in the USA. The chairman cleared his throat and said they needed to get down to business, noting that everyone knew about the national-level players from China who had participated in the recent Asian friendlies. Montel Roman, the 5th-ranked U.S. national player, asked if it was Wei Xing, Kai Ming-Ming, and Lao Feng. Nick Lowen said 2 died during the San Laudu cleanup and another in an attempt to kill the chairman of the Singapore Association. Gregor noted that all 3 were dead and asked what next. The guy sitting next to him slammed his fist on the table. Someone asked what the official version of the Chinese Association was. The chairman said that according to their investigation, all 3 were defeated and killed by one person. And he added that what was especially important was that Lao Feng, as it turned out, had a contract with one of the great ones, the Duke of the Abyss, the vampire lord Igman. Someone asked in surprise if the guy was connected to that monster, and Ricky asked Cody if he knew about it. One of the men thought for a moment and asked who had eliminated the players from China. The second one thought for a moment and reported that it was Kim Tae-hyung from New Korea. While Pan was fulfilling Kim's request, the U.S. chairman was saying that even though that guy had beaten Lao Feng, he couldn't be compared to the best players in the world. He thought for a moment and said that the Korean player needed to be thoroughly checked. Our hero stood and stared at his hand. After the merge, his rank was AA. The American players were at the airport in New Korea. One of them said that they were sent to this wilderness only because of the investigation about this Kim Tae-hyung. His opponent noted that you could say that too. Gregor rolled his eyes, cursed, and said that the other guy just needed to be smashed. The second guy told him to calm down and noted that they were not here to fight. Marcus Gore, a national-level player ranked 8th in the United States, smiled and added that they would not fight for now. Kim got out of the elevator. He read the system messages and thought that the merger went well. He wanted to use the combined skills as soon as possible. He understood that if he used them here just like that, there would be a noise, and he thought about whether he could go into the abyss. He was distracted from his thoughts by a voice. Someone addressed the guy by name and noticed that he had finally arrived. The young man stopped and saw 2 young men in front of him. He began to examine them. Marker Gore adjusted his glasses, smiled, and told our hero that they had been waiting for him. Gregor Gale exclaimed in surprise. Could this child really defeat Lao Feng, and asked if such a thing was possible? Kim had a bead of sweat on his face, and thought that these were U.S. national-level players in front of him. And Marcour told his companion that everything was correct and couldn't be a mistake. After some time, Taehyung was sitting at the table, and Gore was opposite him. The young man asked what was going on. The opponent noticed that the guy was impatient and said that he didn't come here for no reason. The American player tapped his finger on the table and remarked that he wanted to observe some formalities before starting the conversation. He placed the fingers of one hand on his nose and the fingers of the other on the table and asked for forgiveness. The young man frowned, pressed his lips tightly together, and thought about the man using a ziggurat. Marcus thus conducted an analysis, determined the rank and abilities, weight, height, and psychological state of our hero. He thought about the fact that this was his first time meeting an AA rank. Moreover, he was surprised that the guy was at the national level. They were not enough to defeat Lao Feng. Gore decided that he needed to test Taehyung's skills, but he couldn't do anything, and several messages appeared saying that he couldn't do it. The guy was very surprised by this and came to the conclusion that this was the end of the spying. The young man smiled and told his opponent not to try to find out what he was capable of. Marcus thought about the boy destroying his ziggurat, something that had never happened before, and he asked for forgiveness and noted that studying people had already become a habit. The man frowned and thought about Kim Taehyung being the first national-level player of the new Korea. Now he understood why the association's president, Kevin Yang, was worried, and our hero was interested in what Gore wanted from him. Marcus said they wanted him to share the right to clear the dungeon in China, which was a reward for his victory in the Asian-friendly games, and the young man asked why they wanted it. The opponent responded that he could not disclose such information and said that the president of their association recently wanted to explore that area. He added that since he had defeated Lao Feng, it would be obvious that Chang Long, the head of the Chinese association, would interfere with the raid on the dungeon and asked if their interests didn't coincide. Gore didn't get an answer, but said that if the guy shared the right to clear the area with them, then not only would he not allow Chang Long to interfere with him, but he would also help him with the dungeon. He also thought that if possible, it was necessary to establish cooperation with Kim now, and noted to himself that he had set conditions under which neither side would be the loser, and they would receive new power. Our hero thought for a while and then said that he refused, and noted that he appreciated their offer, but he did not need help. The American said he was very sorry, but he thought that that was enough for them. Then, unexpectedly, Gregor Gale reported that the young man apparently did not understand anything. He walked up and grabbed the boy by the scruff of the neck and asked what would happen when he returned from America, and noticing that the answer would be heartbreaking, his companion shouted at him to take his hands off the boy immediately. But Gregor said that there was no point in persuading this boy with words, but that it was necessary to simply solve problems by force, and our hero looked at him and thought what was going on with this guy. Kim knew that Marcus Gore was definitely trying to reach out to him, but then what was that idiot doing? He looked intently at his opponent, and his gaze reminded the young man of something. The young man thought about how he had seen him countless times when he was still not awakened, and realized that Gregor had no particular reason to start a fight. The guy came to the conclusion that he didn't want to admit that they were on the same level, and thought that he hadn't been treated like that for a long time. But still, now everything was completely different than then, and he agreed. Gale was very surprised, and Taehyung replied if he really wanted him to accept this offer and kept quiet for a few seconds. And then he said that they would only speak the language of force and thought that this was a chance for him to try out his new skills. After some time, the young people found themselves at a stadium that belonged to the Onsamiro Guild. The girl asked in fear what was going on at the stadium. Was there really a betting game going on? Kwan laughed and replied that this would be a great way to promote their guild to the audience. The secretary asked if he was really going to destroy their entire territory. The man was surprised, and the girl noted that it was unlikely that the stadium would survive such a battle. Gale put his hand behind his head and said that wrestling in the stadium was a very good solution. Our hero looked at him closely and noticed that his opponent should be pleased. He smiled and told the guy that he was right. He immediately used his power and said that he really liked fighting shows. Our hero looked with great interest at the monster his opponent had turned into. He didn't think for long, but immediately began to attack Kim, and stones began to fly off the stadium's surface. The guild secretary grabbed her face. She was very worried about the stadium, and Kwan was surprised by the werewolf. Marcus Gore, who arrived here with Gale, noted that this skill was called Wolf's Heart. The man in glasses noted that skills, honed to the limit, turn their owner into a werewolf and significantly increase his physical capabilities. Gore thought about how they had failed to build a relationship with the player Taehyung, but there were some positives to be found in that too. He watched the fight and realized that now he could find out if Kim's skills were really that good. Gale looked at his opponent and thought that he had heard everything from Marcus, even though he hadn't been able to test his skills with the ziggurat, but his abilities, with the exception of magic, were no match for him. He also activated Wolf Heart, a skill that only enhances his abilities. Gale knocked our hero to the ground and pinned him with his paw, thinking that the guy would never be able to handle him. The monster's eyes were bright and he screamed like he was mad that this was the end. And Kim, with a smile on his face, said that Gregor was rightfully in 10th place in the rankings and added that he would not die if the young man experimented. Meanwhile, the monster continued to mercilessly attack our hero, and the US player got excited. Marcus was watching everything that was happening when suddenly he opened his eyes and mouth wide. He could not understand what was happening. He could not understand what kind of black dome appeared in the stadium arena and was very scared. As a result of the fusion, Kim Taehyung gained 3 skills. The first Monarch World, which was formed from the Monarch Heart and the World without feelings. This skill reduces the abilities of opponents and increases the abilities of the user, so Gale's monster could not understand what was here and where he was. The second skill that appeared after the fusion was Shadow Skin. It consisted of Stealth and Stone Skin. In addition to the boost, Stealth could be freely turned on and off, so the enemy lost sight of him. The monster screamed like crazy so that Kim, the cowardly creature, would come out to him immediately. And the last third skill was Spirit of the Monarchs, which consisted of Paralysis and Spirit of the Death Knight King. When the skills are combined, the effect of each one will add up and become stronger. The wolf screamed very loudly. Kim stared at him and thought that it was perfectly clear what the last skill did, and he ordered the monster to kneel before him, otherwise it began to scream like a madman. The people who were at the stadium watched everything that was happening very carefully, and their mouths opened in surprise. Marcus had sweat running down his face, and he stuttered that this couldn't be happening. He couldn't believe his eyes. Gregor lay on the floor and Kim exhaled and noted that they had a great fight and thanked the guy. He started walking out of the stadium arena, smiled, and said that he would look forward to the next meeting. The audience started talking about how it all happened, whether Taehyung really won. Someone said that he didn't see anything because of the strange barrier. Gore leaned on the fence and thought about what happened. Suddenly, a black barrier appeared, and the winner was immediately determined. He understood that this does not happen. He frowned, bit his lip. A bead of sweat appeared on his face. He was tormented by the question of what had happened inside the barrier. Gregor stood up and asked who gave the guy the right to decide who won and who lost, and noted that it was not over yet. He started screaming like a madman that he had not lost and would kill Kim. The guy looked like he was crazy. Gale turned into a wolf again and began to stretch out his paws to Kim, but the guys from Kim's team approached the villain. Lim Ayan asked why he was threatening to kill the young man, whether they had made a bet on each other's lives. Quan gritted his teeth and noted that if the winner was to be determined in this way only. Puck frowned and said that the battle was no longer like a normal argument, and noted that Gregor had better retreat. Our hero, with surprise in his voice, asked when the hunters and Lim had managed to appear here. The head of the association began to approach the guy and said that they had been watching them from the very beginning. G adjusted his tie and said that they had planned to quietly watch the battle, but the situation had gotten so heated that they couldn't stay away. The young man opened his mouth in bewilderment and could only laugh. The situation that had developed surprised him, and the head added that Taehyung could entrust the rest to them, and they went to the monster in a crowd. He roared. How could some bunch of weaklings stop him, called the players impudent upstarts, and declared that he considered it his duty to kill them all right now. But then Marcus came closer, adjusted his glasses, and told Gregor to shut up. And he added that if he worsens the situation even more, he will definitely not go unpunished. The man noted that such a fool should understand what would happen if he angered Cody. The wolf gritted his teeth and began to growl after hearing the familiar name. Probably this was the only way to calm him down. Gregor turned into a man, cursed loudly, and began to leave the arena. He was very angry. Marcus apologized to Kim and noted that he really hoped that he would forgive them for their rudeness. Our hero put his hands in his pockets and looked at his opponent, who began to say something unintelligible. Then he plucked up his courage and remarked that in the current situation, it was strange to make such a proposal. But had Kim considered becoming an agent for the U.S. Players Association? Gale frowned and started screaming like a madman because he definitely didn't like this proposal. G also started shouting. He was angry that the guys from the U.S. were offering Kim this right in front of him, his boss. Gore replied that they would agree to any conditions and do everything he asked for, and added that capturing the Chinese headquarters and creating their own was all possible if you worked with them. Our hero said that she would accept their offer as a compliment to his abilities. And he added that they offered the headquarters of the Chinese Association, but in any case, their next target would be Japan. Marcus was surprised by these words. The boy looked at the screen of his mobile phone and said that it seemed like Yoshikawa Tsurara had already woken up. The girl ran away somewhere very quickly. Her hair was flying in the wind. It was very difficult for her. She screamed very loudly. Long vines began to wrap around her and she screamed very loudly. Yoshikawa began to beg him to stop, let her go, and told him to stop tormenting her. He looked at her from above and noticed that she was the one who started all this, and then asked if that wasn't true. The guy raised his hand to his face and noticed that Tsurara was now asking him to stop and noted that this was disgusting. The girl lay on the ground, looked at everything that was happening with fear, and screamed as loud as she could. Yoshikawa lay on the bed with her eyes closed and screamed very loudly as if she were frantic. Young people came to her, looked at all this, and began to ask if everything was okay with the lady. She sat up in bed and thought that she had this nightmare again. She watched what was happening to Kim, and then fell into a coma. As soon as consciousness returned, this terrible dream began. In her dream, she was pierced by countless tentacles, and she meets a creature similar to Kim. Then comes death and awakening. She wondered how much longer she had to endure this pain. The guys came up to Tsurara and told her that she needed to rest. She began to ask where they put the ghost sword because it was always next to her, but now it was gone. The girl began to shake. Tears began to flow from her eyes in streams, and she looked questioningly at the young people. She stood up and started walking along the wall, shouting where her ghostly sword was. Yoshikawa walked out into the corridor and stood rooted to the spot. What she saw shocked her greatly. Her assistant got into a fight with Taehyung, and she definitely wasn't prepared for such a turn of events. Our hero smiled and said that he didn't come here to fight, but if the guy was so inclined, then that was a different matter. The blonde shouted that everyone here knew that his target was the lady and said that Kim was a vile bastard, and he wanted to take revenge for all the suffering that she had experienced because of him. The guy frowned and decided to summon spirits, and our hero calmly looked at his opponent. A few minutes later, a huge sword fell on his shoulder, but this did not frighten him at all. The young man looked at him. He knew very well that the spirit summoning skill filled the sword with white energy that could cut through any soul. But there are exceptions, because it doesn't matter how strong you are. If you miss, the spirits will go against you. The blonde opened his eyes wide. This information surprised him very much, and he even froze for a while. Our hero took advantage of this confusion and kicked the guy in the face with all his might. Tsurara barely turned away as dust and rock fragments flew in all directions from the boys. The blonde was lying on the ground, in the dust, saying something inarticulate, looking for some swordsmen. Yoshikawa rushed towards him, and Kim threw his sword on the ground and told her that he had come to her for 2 reasons. She was shaking all over, and the guy noted that he wanted to know what she saw when she penetrated into his spiritual world. And then he added that he was here to prevent the capture of the largest shelter, which would soon happen. 2 men were standing on the bridge. One of them was interested in where the entrance to the secret shelter was. He looked closely, but saw nothing but a huge hurricane. His opponent told him that there was a corridor inside the hurricane that led to where it needed to go, and that the natural disaster was caused by powerful magic. But no one and nothing could stop their plan. These guys were the surveillance team for the Japan Players Association's secret hideout. One of the men said that he saw something inside the hurricane. Maybe it was his imagination. He looked closer and saw a mouth that was shouting to Kentaginas that they had finished their preparations. The monster said that according to the instructions, after many years of events, they formed an army that consists of magicians and warriors. Today, they destroyed the corridor that imprisoned them. And he added that they would get out of here. They shouted at the leader to give a new order. Kentaginas shouted for everyone to shut up, picked up one of the warriors and began to put him in his mouth, and noticed that the more he ate, the stronger he became. And then he added that there was only one true path. For the sake of his children, for the sake of their Emperor Orgel, they needed to catch people from the outside and feed them to him. The monster smiled and shouted with a smile that their blood festival should start soon. It was Emperor Orgel's subordinate Kentaginas. His level was SS. Tsurara was shaking, and she told Kim that she saw something in his subconscious that looked exactly like him. And she noticed that it was neither a man nor a monster, but some kind of unidentified creature. The guy thought that, as expected, it was that bastard from his dreams, but there was still not enough information. But our hero was glad that he now knew that this was not just a dream. The guy thought that even without using the predator, he felt its magical power in Tsurara's body. He told the girl that he had removed the remaining mana and noted that perhaps she would no longer have nightmares. She asked with tears in her eyes why he was helping her, since she had attacked him earlier. The young man replied that he was not helping her, but was doing it because of the dungeon breakthrough. Yoshikawa turned her head, listened, and said it was an earthquake, and the boy thought that it had all started. He shouted that it was a dungeon breach and ordered the girl to bring Nakata Shinji to his senses. Young people entered the room, and one of the guys began to ask where Taeyong was going after he attacked the hunter of their association. It was the chairman of the Japan Hunters Association, a former national-level hunter, Matsuda Kuro. During his active years, he exterminated monsters as a hunter of national strength level, and after retirement, he discovered talents such as Saint and Devil Sword. He was considered one of the best heads of the Hunters Association in Japan, but he didn't really care about civilian casualties. Kim told him he was there to help. Kuro replied that he knew about the breakthrough and that his phone had been ringing off the hook recently. He looked intently at our hero and asked what this had to do with him. And he noticed that Taeyong's right to conquer unknown dungeons is recognized only when they are stable, but is useless when breaking through. Matsuda noted that because of the young man they lost their positions during the Asian-friendly tournament, and if he lets him deal with the breakthrough, then what will happen to his reputation? A sardonic smile appeared on his face, and he said that he would take the young man into temporary custody for attacking a hunter from their association. The saint began to shout something to the chairman about minimizing the damage, but he told her not to interfere. Kuro told Sarara not to forget that he had been turning a blind eye to the situations where she manipulated people with her skills all this time. He frowned and added that if the girl sided with Kim, who had never even smelled blood, then he would put an end to him and the Devil Sword. And Matsuda ordered the guards to take Taeyong away, and the guy noted what the chairman doesn't do. He thought that if he resisted, he would put Ji in an awkward position. He himself noted that nothing could be done, and Tsurare told her to take Nakata Shinji and go to the breakthrough site first. Kuro laughed and noted that this was what should be done. The guy had reasoned correctly and told the young man not to worry. If the results of the investigation showed that he was not guilty, then he would be released. Our hero asked Mr. Matsuda not to be so presumptuous, and he was very surprised by such a proposal. Kim said that it was the head of the association who refused his help, and if problems suddenly arise because of this, then all responsibility will fall on his shoulders. Kuro looked after the young man, frowned, and with a smile on his face said that he was talking nonsense. There were several very strong explosions, and dust, dirt, and various debris flew in all directions. Armed men rushed to stop the armed monsters who were in a very warlike mood. The men shouted that they had to stop the monsters at all costs. If they broke through, everyone would die. One of the guys remarked that he had absolutely no idea how to stop them, since they were coming out in an endless stream. Another hunter noticed that all the monsters seemed to be A and S rank, and then remarked that this was an incredible expedition. The young man shouted at the top of his lungs that even if this was the case, they had to stop them, because if not them, then who? The monster grabbed one of the men, held him in his arms, and howled joyfully. The guys who were standing at a distance began to call out for Mr. Ren Kimura. He screamed in fear and despair, and the horned creature began to bring him to his mouth and said that this guy was an eyesore and that the meal should begin with him. Kimura found it very difficult to breathe. He thought that it was a mistake and now only death awaits him. The hunters who watched all this with fear thought that the same fate awaited them and the people remaining below. Despite the fact that there were a lot of people, the monster dealt with them playfully. The young people looked ahead in surprise, their mouths and eyes wide open. They couldn't understand what was happening. The boys saw the Devil Sword. His name was Nakata Shinji, and he was a hunter of the national power level. The men who were wounded were very surprised as their wounded bodies began to heal. Suddenly, the saint appeared and joyfully said that everyone was safe and this was a great relief for her. Yoshikawa Tsurara was also a national power level hunter like Nakata Shinji. The young man ran up to her and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that there was no need to worry and added that she was fine. The saint said that there was no longer any strange magical power in her body that she had felt before. And she added that although she was not able to act at full strength, she could very well provide Shinji with support, and he named our hero. The monster's eyes glowed with joy, and it said that it never expected that so much food would gather in one place. The horned one took out a huge sword and said that he had made a decision. Everyone who had gathered here would be served at his son's table. The saint gripped the weapon tighter in her hands and called with all her might to the Devil's Sword, which was also in a warlike mood. The monster was several times larger than the hunters and easily attacked them. Tsurara shouted that she and Shinji would deal with Kentakinas and let the rest deal with the monsters. And they heard this, and one of the monsters shouted that they needed to follow Mr. Kentakinus. The horned one gritted his teeth and with glowing eyes began to attack the young people. He knew about his superiority. Devil's Sword thought that this was to be expected from the master of an unknown dungeon, an SS-rank monster. He understood that any mistake on his part could lead to the amputation of his limbs, and given his rapid regeneration, the cuts left by him were absolutely useless. The guy looked at his opponent and understood why, despite all the attempts he had made in the past, he continued to fail. Nakata Shinji thought about it and shouted that now he had the power to cut the monster down. He gripped his weapon tighter and thought about how 5 years had passed since his last failed attempt to conquer the unknown dungeon, and he had been training non-stop to defeat Kentakinas. The Devil's Sword understood that his power and the power of the Saint were with him now, and she screamed that she could not hold out for long. He had to defeat the monster now. The young man frowned and said that there was nothing he couldn't cut right now. The monster began to look at Shinji with disdain. It was not afraid at all. After a few seconds, Kentakinas started laughing and called the guy a worthless louse. Nakata did not look at all this for a long time, but struck the monster on the back with all his might with his sword. The young people who were watching everything that was happening began to shout the guy's name. The players' fight was also broadcasted at the head office of the Japan Hunters Association. The head was very pleased and noted that the Saint and the Devil's Sword were capable of repelling the breakthrough of the SS-rank dungeon. Matsuda told Kim that his help was never needed in the first place. Our hero remarked that it was wonderful that they had managed to defeat Kentakinas. And then he asked why the man thought that this was the end. The head of the Japanese Association was very surprised by this remark. The guy said that in the case of the dungeon breakthrough in the New South Korea that happened a few months ago, the rank increased from C to A, and the breakthroughs that happened in other countries also changed to S+. The young man noticed that the traditional way of measuring ranks through clearing dungeons was no longer accurate, and asked why they assumed that this dungeon breakthrough was SS rank. Meanwhile, the master of Japan's unknown dungeon, Kentamian, rank SS+, was tearfully eating his father. Shinji watched everything that was happening in amazement and thought about how this creature suddenly jumped out of Kentakinas' body and began to devour his corpse, as if it was supposed to be like that. The saint approached him and also began to observe what was happening. She was tormented by the thought of what the monster was trying to do. The young people were curious about what he was like. The guy went forward, and the girl started screaming for him to stop. The young man thought that in any case, a monster remains a monster, and he understood perfectly well that the monster had to be destroyed, so he squeezed the weapon tighter. The guy stared ahead and gradually began to approach the monster. The saint also gripped the weapon in her hands tighter. She was very tense. Nakatu brought the weapon to Kentamian. The monster raised its head and noted with surprise that it was him. And then he grabbed the weapon with his hand, clenched his teeth, and screamed at the top of his lungs that this guy was his father's enemy. At the very last moment, some kind of sensible thought arose in the head of the Devil's Sword, but at that very second, the monster threw him forward several meters. The saint began to call out loudly for Shinji as she saw that the monster had gone after him. Literally a few seconds later, it was hitting the girl with all its might with its huge paws. She screamed in pain and horror, and the monster continued his dirty work and told her not to worry. The monster smiled slyly and said that he would eat everyone here, and he was very happy in anticipation of this. The hunters began to ask what was happening and where the second monster came from. They began to understand that the death of Kentakinas was not the end. Someone started asking if the Devil's Sword and the Saint were alive, because the monster, according to the measurement of strength, has a rank of SS+. One of the guys noted that he had never seen such a rank before. Kim lowered his head and thought that the monster had appeared, Kentamian, the master of the unknown dungeon. Kentamian was the true owner of an unknown dungeon located in Japan. At first glance, he looks weak, but becomes stronger by eating people and monsters. Our hero thought that his level of danger was different from the monsters that the hunters had encountered so far. He hoped that Matsuda would realize the seriousness of the situation and ask for help. Kim understood that he could minimize the damage. Someone asked the chairman what the next orders would be. He noted that at this rate, they would face complete destruction. The association chairman clenched his teeth. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he began to make inarticulate sounds. The man was shaking and thinking about how the hunters had defeated an SS-rank monster, and then an SS+ had appeared, and this had never happened before, and he began to think about asking for support from other associations. Matsuda raised his head and thought about the fact that if the monster was too tough for the Devil's Sword and the Saint, then even if he asked for help, it would be useless. This monster will destroy everyone before the support of both the hunters and the city, as well as his political position, arrives. The young people wanted to say something to the chairman, but he shouted that they needed to run. One of the men asked what about the hunters who were currently fighting. Matsuda replied that they were already too late. And he noted that if national-level hunters failed, they would not be able to survive. Our hero, as soon as he heard these words, became very angry and hit the chairman with all his might, so much so that he started coughing. And he said that he was going to just silently watch, at least for the sake of Chairman G. But events developed in the same way as before the regression. Security guards started running up to the guy and asking what he was doing. The young man said that he came to prevent the dungeon from breaking. Everyone stared at him. He began to remove the handcuffs and asked what they would do, and remarked that he did not know whether they were going to run away like their chairman. And he added, if they were going to arrest him, he said, let them do as they want, but he would go there to save people. The young man walked and thought that it would be good if, before everyone was defeated, he killed Contaminant and prevented the dungeon from breaking apart. The guy had a huge number of thoughts in his head when he heard someone call his name. The guy raised his head, looked at his opponent, and asked in surprise why this man was here. Meanwhile, the city was destroyed. Fires broke out here and there, and the monster devoured people. Shinji lay among the rubble and looked at everything that was happening with fear. He felt very broken. Kimura Ren was also hit, and the boy no longer showed any signs of life. The saint thought that even if she restored his body and strengthened it, it would all be useless. And the monster continued to mock people. It ate them and destroyed everything in its path. The monster bared his teeth and spoke about whether the banquet was over, and then added that the table needed to be cleared, cleaning up after himself. The saint hung upside down and thought about Kim Tae-hyung. If he were here, everything would be different. She remembered him saying that he wasn't helping her, but was doing it because of the dungeon breakthrough. Kim tried to prevent the disaster, even extending a helping hand to Tsurara, his enemy. The saint remembered that when she first became a hunter, she too wanted to help others with the power she had. And now she was troubled by the question of when she had gone astray. This question tormented her very much. She understood that it was too late to work on the mistakes, since her time was coming to an end. And the monster had already opened its mouth, and the girl hid a little more behind its huge teeth. But at the last minute, it was as if lightning flashed, and the saint found herself in the arms of our hero. The monster bared his crooked teeth, his eyes burned with hatred, and he roared in anger. Yoshikawa had tears streaming down her face and looked at the guy in surprise, and he noted that he hadn't expected much from her. The young man smiled and noticed that the girl was holding herself very firmly. She was very surprised when she saw Kim in front of her. Tsurara looked very exhausted. She wanted to ask the young man something, but she didn't have the strength. Our hero carried her to a safe place, where they were met by members of the Japanese Association. They also evacuated the other players and began asking Kim to forgive them for what happened earlier. The young men noted that they did not have combat skills and could take the hunters to a quieter place. The young man noted that this would be quite enough. The guy smiled and calmly said that he would decide to take that bastard on himself in any case. The monster became very angry and ran straight towards the young man. The saint was very scared. She screamed for Kim to wait because he couldn't handle the monster alone. But the young man did not pay any attention to her words, but only called out Li Men very loudly. But our hero didn't even think about running away from him. He calmly stood in front of him and looked intently at Kentamien. Suddenly, Yoshikawa saw huge ice spikes in front of her and was very surprised. The monster stopped and could not understand what was happening. It began to bare its teeth in anger. The hunters who were there and watching everything that was happening could not understand what was happening. An ice wall formed around the monster, trapping it. An, who was standing on the ice fence, asked Tae-hyung if this was what was required of her, and he answered in the affirmative. The girl said that she was originally going there for a completely different reason. She noted that the association's chairman, Ji Jin-wee, approached her with a request. He said that he was informed that Kim had been detained by the Japan Hunters Association. The leader informed Lim that their hunter would most likely be prevented from participating in preventing the dungeon breakthrough, and they could not leave him in a place like this. Ji looked at Anne intently and told her to bring him back no matter what. The young man asked with surprise in his voice if she was really here to prevent the dungeon from breaking through, and Lim replied that their support had been refused. Kim replied that they could help and return home, and he himself thought that he was grateful to the chairman for ordering him to be brought at any cost. The monster asked the guy why he didn't run away and locked himself in the same space with him. Didn't he realize that he was just his food? Our hero calmly replied that only the monster here does not understand his place, and he became very angry. The guy put his weapon forward and said that now Kentamien would be eaten. People were asking whether the rescue operation was over, and some were talking about the need to evacuate from here. They called the saint to them and said that it could be dangerous there, but she looked ahead with fear and repeated Kim's name. And there behind the ice fence, a real fight began. The young man wanted to deal with the monster, but it was not simple and very strong. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that most of the wounds he inflicted on the monster healed very quickly. He also wondered if Cantamian could sense his stealth, which is why his attacks were becoming more sophisticated as the fight went on. So the young man decided to use his special skill and ordered the monster to kneel. But not everything was so simple. The monster noted that it was a good try, adding that it would not be enough. Kim smiled and noted that it wasn't his fault, used his new skill, and told the monster to try and deal with it. He attacked Cantamian, and he began to scream in pain, unable to understand what was happening to him. Our hero thought that if the fight dragged on, he would be at a disadvantage and understood that he would need to put in all his magical power, but he would still succeed. And then he heard a voice that asked how many times he had already told him that this was not his power. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and began to look around at what was happening around him. He looked at the creature in the distance, at the three of them, and mentally wondered if this was a world without feelings. The guy wondered whether this was another dream or whether everything was really happening right now, and asked his opponent who he was. He also asked why he was appearing before him and what he wanted, and the creature on the throne began to laugh. And then it replied that it wanted the young man to get to it, and to do this, one had to be independent, and not some kind of trash, intoxicated by his own strength. The opponent's eyes lit up. He extended his hand forward and noted that this was a test. Kim tightened his grip on the weapon and asked if the creature was laughing at him and demanded that it speak normally. Tears began to flow from the boy's eyes as he read the system message that the mysterious power had been activated. His mouth dropped open in surprise as he learned that the predator ability had been canceled and he couldn't use it. The young man stood there confused as a system message appeared in front of him saying that he could not use his skills. Everything changed in an instant, and Cantamian started running towards him. Our hero was very confused. The monster realized that the guy was confused, so it immediately began to attack him. Lim stood on the ice fence. She stretched her hands forward and began to call the guy's name very loudly. The young man dodged the monster as best he could and thought about what had just happened. Cantamian was beating up Kim, and he was thinking about how that guy came out of nowhere and was blocking all of his skills. He remembered the stranger's words that the power was not his. This was nothing new to him, since he knew this from the very beginning. Then the king gifted him with power. Our hero remembered perfectly well that he was awakened, and it was by the will of someone else's choice. The monster attacked the guy, and he thought that the power that was given to him could not be simply taken away. Our hero looked at Cantamian and thought that this was too much, and the monster screamed that it would kill him. The guy thought that if this was going to happen anyway, then what was the point of trying? What was the point of continuing to fight for? When Lim An rushed to the young man's aid, she saw that the monster was just a little bit away from killing him. Kim was very surprised when he saw the girl in front of him. He wondered what she was doing there. Lim said that she would buy time, and he must get to the saint by any means necessary and be healed. These words surprised the young man very much. He stood there at a loss. And then he asked Lim what she was saying, because she wouldn't be able to resist the monster and she needed to run. She screamed that this was exactly why she wanted to buy time, since the only one who could defeat the monster was him. Ayan asked Kim if he wasn't here to stop the dungeon from being destroyed. The young man looked at her intently and grimaced. He didn't know what to answer her, and he himself thought about that creature. He was interested in what its purpose was, and came to the conclusion that now was not the time to worry about why his skills were taken away. He understood that the situation would change. He looked at Lim and understood that if he didn't defeat Cantamian, then everyone around him would die. He thought that he had to find a way. The young man crawled on the ground and thought about what to do. Without skill and with such a body, it was impossible to resist the monster. Then it dawned on him that there was one more skill left, the closed one, which was called blood fever. But in order to open it, it was necessary to absorb powerful blood, which put our hero in a stupor. The guy looked back because he heard strange sounds behind him. He saw a monster lying face down. But it leaned over Lim to push her aside, and she began to scream very loudly. The monster leaned over the girl and screamed at what kind of trash dared to interfere with him, but she showed no signs of life. The monster saw this and said more calmly that it didn't matter. Now she needed to be eaten in order to be healed. And Cantamian had already begun to move his hand towards Ayan in order to quickly grab the girl. It was at this moment that something unexpected happened to him. A great force tore off his huge arm. The monster turned around and could not understand what was happening to him. He was troubled by anger, pain, and despair. He looked at our hero and froze in confusion, and all because the guy was not the same as before, and all because the absorption of powerful blood occurred and a huge force awakened. The monster started screaming that this was impossible, but he felt some kind of power and was very afraid of it. And our hero read the system messages that all conditions of use were met. The blood fever skill is activated. The creature that sat on the throne said that he thought he could leave the guy at least one skill. And then he added with a grin that it turns out that he was worried about this for nothing. And he added that who would have thought that he would absorb the monster and release the power of the great Duke Igmun. The creature said that this is how one must develop, desperately and furiously, realizing how carelessly he had lived until now and how different his previous strength was. Our hero continued to attack the monster, and the guy who was on the throne added that this was the only way he could reach his level. After several merciless attacks, the monster lay on the ground and could not get up. He began to scream loudly, asking what was happening because the young man had only been dying for a few seconds. He looked at the young man and asked how a mere human could use the power of a great duke. Confronting gritted his teeth and said that none of this mattered because the guy had to be killed anyway. The monster reached out to the people to get some food and said that no matter how Kim got this power, he is a servant of the great Duke Orgel. And if he can't cope in his current state, he'll simply eat even more corpses and then tear our hero apart and devour him. The guy watched the monster. He stood to the side. Lim An was lying not far from him. The young man listened and realized that the girl was alive. To his great relief, she was still breathing. He looked at his hand and thought that this was the power of the Grand Duke Igmun, blood fever. Boiling blood and a heart ready to explode, a sharp pain in the body that turned into a monster. He began to clench his hand into a fist and understood that this was clearly not the kind of force that could be used for very long. The guy turned to the side and thought that for some reason, despite all this, his body had become very light. He saw a monster approaching him. It was very angry and armed. Confronting swung and screamed at the top of his lungs, saying that this was definitely the end for the young man. But the young man managed to dodge the huge sword at the very last moment, only for fragments of stones to fly in all directions. A few seconds later, the guy found himself behind the monster and began to attack it with all his might. He gritted his teeth in anger, squeezed his weapon tighter in his hands, and could not find the words to express his anger. The monster turned around so that it could see its opponent and began to attack him again and again. But our hero managed to dodge the huge axe at the very last moment. All this made the monster very angry. He screamed what was happening, why his attacks weren't hitting the guy. Confronting noted that his strength had not changed at all. But no, on the contrary, he had become stronger, as he had been strengthened by corpses. He didn't understand at all why he couldn't even wound his opponent. Meanwhile, our hero got closer to the monster and began to attack it in close combat. The monster was definitely not ready for such a development. He screamed and spat in pain and was very angry. Not only will Taehyung gain the strength and abilities of a monster, but due to the blood fever, he will have a red eye on his right side. The young man thought that it was very similar to the Predator skill, but still a little different. The guy understood that now he clearly felt the energy flows, where the monster was concentrating his forces. What he was going to do. Everything was in the palm of his hand. The young man was very surprised that he could even feel how the monster's heart was located. Confronting bared his teeth and shouted, who was really in front of him. He didn't understand anything at all. And our hero began to attack him again and said that the monster would find out all this very soon, but in hell. The monster, out of pain, fear, and powerlessness, could only scream like a madman. And the guy calmly said that he too would very soon have to find out the truth, which is so important. After Kim Taehyung successfully destroyed Confronting, the dungeon breakout incident in Japan was completely concluded. The Japan Players Association has taken all possible measures to treat the injured and repair the damage. Matsuda Kuro, having refused the help of other associations for personal gain, was suspended and detained for investigation. Luckily, Lim An only had minor, non-life-threatening injuries and was worried that the association's head Ji Jin-hee would scold her. But the man only smiled and noticed what kind of reprimand. He was glad that everything was okay with the girl. Lim was very surprised by these words, as she had prepared herself for the worst and said that she would try even harder. As for the Saint and the Phantom Sword, they hung their heads and began to ask for forgiveness. Both confessed to their crimes committed using their skills. Yoshikawa said that she would accept any punishment as she used the Holy Revelation skill for her own gain. She lowered her head and remarked that once her punishment was served, she wanted to start over with a clean slate. In the U.S. Players Association, the men watched Kim's fight with the monster. One of them remarked that he knew Taehyung was a talented player, but to handle a SS+ rank monster alone was too much. He said that he thought that only Cody could do this, and added that the guy became even stronger than during the fight with Gregor. And he said that this red magical energy was definitely the power of the Grand Duke. The man thought that the more he watched, the more he regretted that they couldn't get such a talent into their association. But now there was nothing to be done. He understood that such people are not swayed by money or status. They are driven by strong convictions and ideals. All they can do is hope that these convictions do not clash with each other. The man asked another if the association had made a decision, and he replied that everything was correct and it was time for them to act too. And he added that everything they do is only for the development of humanity, and looked intently ahead. And there was a faceless creature that illuminated everything around itself. Nothing was known about it at all. Our hero extended his hand forward and read a system message that it was impossible to activate the predator ability. He tried to do it one more time, but it didn't work. He thought that it doesn't work like that. After the blood fever was disabled, his body returned to normal, but the sealed skills were still not unlocked. Only the Duke's power and the new skill Monster Eye were available. He obtained it after activating the blood madness, so he sought help from So Sang Ik, the best potion expert. The man asked if it was a failure again, because he had so believed that it would work out this time. He was not only an S-rank player, but also the head of the alchemists. So Sang Ik's main skill is creating potions. He used magic stones and various mixtures and creates what is not available for ordinary alchemy. The old man asked for forgiveness because the boy turned to him for help. But our hero replied that it was nothing to worry about. Apparently, the curse was stronger than they had expected, and he himself thought that even if So Sang Ik's power didn't help him, then in such a situation there is only one way out, that is doppelganger. He himself is not going to remove the curse. The alchemist approached the young man and asked what he planned to do now. Kim replied that he would have to go abroad. The elderly man was very surprised by this answer, frowned, and looked intently at the guy. And he replied that he was the second-ranked expert in the USA and the best in the world in removing curses. He began to think that he desperately needed to meet Ricky Harris. At that moment, she extended her hand forward, frowned, and said that she had not seen the head of the association, Chang Long, for a long time. She said she was here today as an inspector for the World Players Association to investigate allegations of an attack on an Asian-friendly match. Ricky noted that she had come to investigate unauthorized experiments near that unclean dungeon in China. She looked at Chang Long and asked him for his assistance in the investigation, and the old man asked what would happen if he refused. Our hero looked straight ahead and thought about what it would be like before she disappeared. The man in glasses raised 2 fingers up and said that there were 2 rights to clear unprotected dungeons. One on the Japanese dungeon storm of Kentaginas already cleared by the player Kim Tai-hyung, and another which destroyed many Chinese cleansing groups is called the Grey Abyss. The man said that they were interested in the latter. Mysterious laboratories had appeared around him and magical activity was being recorded. It is obvious that some experiments are being conducted there, under the direction of Chang Long. The young man noted that they could not ignore the situation. They needed to find out what was going on there. That's why he turned to Ricky Harris for help, and she listened to her opponent so attentively that she frowned. And then she decisively said that everything would have to be resolved by force, and her eyes burned with a cold fire. Chang Luna stared at the young woman and thought that this was as expected from the second-ranked country in the United States. Her magical power was so powerful that he, an experienced player, was impressed. The older man smiled, thinking that this was interesting and perfect for their plans. And he himself said that there is no point in opposing the World Players Association. He will fully cooperate with the investigation. Harris wanted to say something, but he interrupted her and asked if it wouldn't be better to see it with her own eyes. And he invited her to the laboratory. The girl thought about it, and he asked what she would answer to such a proposal, and clarified that tomorrow there would be an opportunity to personally see their experiments and discuss everything. Ricky was at the Players' Hotel in China and was thinking about the invitation. She was wondering what Chan was planning. There was no way he would agree to cooperate so easily. The girl understood that she had to be very careful, because that elderly man was completely unpredictable. Harris still had a lot of thoughts, but she told player Kim Tae-hyung that it was impolite to behave like that. The young man showed up right in her room and sat down in the chair that stood opposite. The girl noticed that it was unethical to burst into a lady's room in the middle of the night, and she herself was thinking that the guy who was in front of her, a rising star of the new Korea, the American Association, was interested in him. Ricky assumed that they would meet, but not under such circumstances, and our hero calmly told her that she would die there. The young girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, and a silent question froze in them. The guy looked at her intently. He knew perfectly well that this was Ricky Harris, the second-ranked player in the United States, a national-level player. She has worldwide fame, and her most famous skill is Cancel, which can even remove the Oath of the Awakened. Kim knew that at the moment he couldn't use any skills except Monster Eye and Blood Frenzy. He knew that Ricky Harris's skill was needed to clear the dungeon, but she doesn't negotiate with outsiders. According to his memories from his past life, Ricky Harris will die in the Guangzhou dungeon. It was such a high-profile case that the whole world was discussing it. However, like all people, she must take care of her life. She must somehow attract her attention, Kim thought, and the girl asked what of it. The young man opened his eyes wide in surprise, as he certainly didn't expect such a reaction. Ricky looked at him slyly and said that players were always in danger and could die at any moment, adding that with great power came great responsibility. The young man asked her if her own life was not dear to her, because it is dear to any person, and the young woman became so upset that she got up from her chair. Harris asked if a being who could control power like hers could be called human. She pointed her index finger to the side and noted that with one click she could destroy not only the room, but also all the people in this building, and added that she was no different from monsters, just like him. Ricky said that this is why players need something to channel their power into, whether it's a greater goal, a mission, a dream, or money, something to hold them back. She looked intently at our hero and asked him what was holding him back. The girl came closer to him and asked who he was, a man who could control himself. She was silent for a while and asked if he was a monster who was intoxicated with desires. The guy thought about her words. The young man chuckled and replied that he was surprised, adding that although not as much as the villains, players often lose their humanity in endless battles. And he noticed that the young woman turned out to be more principled than he thought, and then he said that he was the same. The girl lowered her head and said that since he came here, it means he needs something. The guy said that most of his skills were currently sealed, but before he could finish, Harris noticed that he was asking a lot, as for someone they had just met. And then she asked what she would get in return. Kim said that their main goal now is to help possible victims in Guangzhou, and asked if that was not enough. The blonde smiled and asked if he thought she would need his help for this. The young man looked her in the eye and replied that they still had to figure that out. And then he asked if it was bad to have backup. The young people were standing at the gates of Changlong's secret laboratory. The two girls greeted Ricky and noticed that they had been waiting for her and asked who had come with her. The beauty adjusted her hair, as she did not expect such an answer and did not know what to say. Harris thought for a moment and replied that her bodyguard was next to her. No one had any additional questions, and the young people calmly walked into the room. The young man thought that only Ricky Harris had been invited to the secret laboratory. They certainly wouldn't have let another high-ranking player in. He understood that after clearing the dungeon in Japan, he became famous, so he had to disguise himself as a bodyguard. Achan noted that it is very strange that a national-level player is in the role of a bodyguard. It is very unusual. The girl smiled and remarked that extra caution wouldn't hurt, and remarked that she hoped that he didn't mind, and the guy thought that this was Changlong. Our hero thought that it was he who organized the assassination attempt on the participant of the Asian tournament and could become the source of the catastrophe. The lab worker said that before entering, one must take the oath of the awakened one. The young people were very surprised by this, and Ricky calmly said that she did not think that it would have any meaning for her. The young man watched everything that was happening very carefully and was very surprised. He was very struck by her aura. It was very unusual, completely different from everyone else's. Lun replied that he was of the same opinion, and asked whether Ricky Harris could be stopped by some oath, and asked for forgiveness for the misunderstanding. The doors opened, a satisfied smile appeared on the old man's face, and he said that it was time to begin the tour of their laboratory. They walked into the middle, and Chang noted that this was a project to experiment on S-rank awakened beings. The young girl began to look at everything closely, and thought that people were in glass capsules. She'd assumed that this could happen, but she hadn't thought that the experiments would be so terrible. Lun said that they artificially create S-rank awakened ones by inputting the power of demonic beings. It's amazing, but a human can resist gods because he has the power. Harris gritted her teeth and was about to say something, but the guy asked her to refrain from using her skills because she could harm the test subjects. The old man squinted one eye and noticed that another awakened being was being born. He added that the moment of their birth is always delightful, and they are lucky to witness this event. Chan reported that the subject's heart rate increased rapidly, and health indicators rapidly improved. He continued to say something about magical energy, but Ricky reached out to the flask and asked if it would really work. Suddenly, it became very dark in the laboratory, and the water that was in the capsule suddenly turned pink. The elderly man who stood on the balcony and watched everything from above only sighed heavily. And then he added that it was bad luck. The young woman turned her head and looked at him intently. Our hero looked at the girl and just gritted his teeth, beads of sweat appearing on his face from worry. He immediately asked the young girl to pull herself together, wait and calm down. Harris turned black with anger and said, enunciating each word, that he had crossed the line. The guy had sweat running down his face like a river. He assumed that the girl had other abilities besides cancel. But he didn't expect that she would be able to show such strength that would make the entire laboratory tremble. Ricky extended her hand forward and asked Chan if he was ready to answer for his actions. The old man said that people are unfair. Everyone began to understand this with the introduction of the multi-rank player system. Kim gritted his teeth, and Chan said that along with the awarding of a rank to a player, his standard of living is also determined. The old man noted that no one wants to remain a weakling, and he only gives hope to people. The girl angrily noticed that this was how it was happening and screamed that it was over. She raised her hand up, right where Chan was standing, and used an ability called Energy Strike. But the old man stood as if nothing had happened. He calmly looked down, although his subordinates were frightened. Lund took something out of his inside pocket and held it up. The girl looked at it and thought that a black hole of power had appeared. Black hole negates the effect of all nearby attacks, by the way. Very few players have this skill. The young men's faces were covered in beads of sweat, and they wondered where the old man got such a difficult-to-use ability from. Ricky thought that his strength was definitely superior to hers, so he was deliberately pretending to be weak in front of her. The old man said that a person needs to know how to use tools, and the black hole is one of his main techniques. And then he smiled and added that he had one more gift. He looked at the young people, paused, and added that he hoped they would like it. Kim and Ricky were very tense. They understood that they had fallen into a trap that had been set up for them in advance. Our hero frowned, clenched his teeth, and began to guess something, while the girl opened her mouth in surprise. The young man noted that he was initially confused by the fact that the laboratory was located in the basement. And then he added that it was all arranged this way because the gray pit portal opened right under the sides. The guy thought that they chose the location of the laboratory, so it is easier to attract hellish energy underground. Most of the power must come from that bastard. The old man said he was very sorry, and he was sure Ricky Harris would be able to understand. And then he noted that he and Kim Tae-hyung seemed to have some unresolved issues. The guy was very surprised and thought about the fact that Chan knew all this time who was in front of him, and the older man said that the young man was now finished. Lund turned to his assistant and told him to close the portal. He said in fear that there were scientists and test subjects left down there, but the old man asked what happened. He frowned and added that they still had enough test subjects and scientists, and then looked at the young people. And he added that the death of several people is a good retribution for the reprisal against these two. Kim noted that it seemed like they were trapped, and the girl agreed with him, saying that it seemed true. Harris said her skills don't apply here, and it will be a bit of a challenge since this is her first time dealing with something like this. She wanted to say something else, when the laboratory workers started shouting very loudly. A huge monster appeared in front of them. The young people began to examine it and realized that it was an orc. The workers were shaking with fear and began to talk about the monster that came out of the portal. They realized that it was an orc and came to the conclusion that they would be able to deal with it. The monster stood and stared at the people standing in front of him, his eyes burning with fire. One of the men looked at the monster in surprise. A drop of sweat appeared on his face from fear. The young people suddenly screamed and began to move away from the orc. They realized that he was infected with parasites, but it was too late. One of the lab technicians had already become infected. His face changed beyond recognition in a few seconds. When a parasite enters the body, a person loses his mind and is left with only fighting instincts. He infects other people. Everyone around him turns into monsters, whose minds are controlled by parasites. One of the lab technicians broke out in a sweat, frowned, and began shouting very loudly for people to be careful. The guy said that if they come into contact with the toxins that this monster releases, they will also become infected. And at that moment, the monster folded his hands into a castle and began to destroy everything in his path. Dust and dirt began to fly in all directions. Our hero grabbed the girl in his arms as she was thrown to the side by the shockwave. The young girl looked intently at the guy and opened her mouth in surprise. She asked the guy how he managed to use power, and this left her dumbfounded. And the lab assistants who stood aside changed greatly under the influence of the parasites that the orcs secreted. Kim thought that these parasites could not be allowed to infect the remaining people, because their main task was to prevent them from spreading beyond the laboratory, and they needed to be detained here. He understood that in order to stop further infection, he only needed to deal with the leader who gave orders to all the parasites. And the guy rushed to him with the thought that everything would end if he got rid of that bastard. He stared ahead and saw the one who had taken up residence in the orc's brain. the main parasite. The young man did not think for long, but immediately began to attack the huge monster. He thought with surprise that the monster was able to dodge his attack, how agile he was. The guy understood that he couldn't just leave it like that, and the monster began to walk towards the laboratory workers. And they began to run away from him with all their might, because they did not want to get infected and turn into monsters. Our hero gritted his teeth and understood that he couldn't allow the number of infected to increase. And he began to attack the huge monster again and again in order to delay it, at least for a while. Kim attacked him hard and said that the orc should have received a very bad bruise from such a blow. But literally a few seconds later, the monster stood before him, whole and unharmed. It began to attack Tae-young, and the young man suddenly began to guess that he was the orc's target. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and debris from building materials and dust began flying in all directions. The young woman covered her mouth with her hand and squinted one eye as she peered ahead. Harris was very scared. She was in shock and began to quietly call out to the player Kim. There in the distance, the girl saw the silhouette of a young man, above whom clouds of dust and dirt were swirling. She gritted her teeth and thought about the guy being under the toxins. If they really took control of a player of such rank, then it was very dangerous. Ricky understood perfectly well that not only the people in this laboratory, but no one in the world could survive against this monster. But our hero ran up to the monster, put his hand on his head, and said that he was caught. The guy grabbed the orc exactly where the parasite was. He wanted to tear it out. He pulled it with all his might. The young man had a satisfied smile on his face, and he asked the monster where it was going to run. And the orc began to scream in pain as blood began to gush out of his head. Ricky stood to the side and watched everything that was happening carefully. She was in shock. And our hero adjusted his glasses and began to walk away from the monster, who had fallen from his enormous height. The guy looked at the young woman, who had not yet recovered from the shock, and asked her if she was ready. He took off his glasses and noted that now it was time to catch Chang Long and deal with him. One of the guards asked the old man what they would do if those bastards managed to stay alive. He added that Kim and Ricky were both national-level players, and he thought about his words. Chang smiled and remarked that there was nothing to worry about, since the walls in this laboratory were of special quality. To prevent possible attempts by the test subjects to escape from here, the best blocking technologies were used, and the walls will be able to protect even from full-force attacks by players. Lun smiled and noticed that at the end of the elevator, there was a door that was made of the same material as the walls. If they entered it, they would destroy everything left on the other side. And he added that no one will be able to avoid death. The players will not be able to dodge and will die fighting with the endless monsters that come out of the portal. Suddenly they heard some sound. One of the guys asked what that just happened. They were very surprised when they saw a young man in front of them. This happened after a strong explosion. Chang, who saw Kim, asked in surprise how he was able to get through the blocking wall here. He smiled and replied that they still had an unresolved question and looked intently at the elderly man. One of our hero's eyes glowed red. It was a terrifying sight. The gray-haired man gritted his teeth and thought that Kim Tae-young was ruining everything again. And the young man thought about the fact that Chang Long had never acted alone before. He thought that the old man didn't do this because he had no skills at all. Lun began to attack back and asked if the boy thought that was enough. And the fight began. The men began to attack each other. The tension only increased. Kim was very surprised because the old man defended himself from the blood fever with his bare hands. Chan attacked the young man. He coughed and could barely stand on his feet, gritting his teeth in pain. The young man thought that at first he did not understand why such a powerful force was coming from the old man, but after looking through the demon's eye, he understood everything. And all because the old man infused his body with the power of demons. So now he is half a monster of the underworld. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he, of course, suspected that something was wrong here. He looked at his opponent. He was worried that he was so crazy that he was conducting experiments on his own body. Lun said he had not originally intended to act on his own, but the little bugs forced him to. His eyes were burning with a mad fire. He extended his hand forward and with a sly smile on his face told the baby to go and drink some milk. Kim frowned and thought that just a little bit more and she should get here. The old man clenched his fists. He was in a very warlike mood and wanted to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and began to think that his strength was fading, and he clenched his teeth in anger. Lun thought about how these things were sucking all the strength out of him and began to look at his hands. And our hero, hiding his joy, said that finally she was here and looked intently ahead. It was Ricky who reached out her hand to help the young man. The girl apologized and asked if she was late, and then said that she could not move as quickly as he did. And then she added that she had to spend a little time to deal with the guards. Harris looked at her hands and said that somehow it impressed her very much and asked the guy how he was able to use the technique while in a black hole. She was also curious about how much power he had to overcome that wall, and noticed that judging by the chains, he had a lot of good techniques. She wanted to know what else he could surprise her with. The young man looked at her intently and said that she thought too highly of me. The old man broke the chains and shouted that these bastards were wrong to think that he would give in so easily. Kim looked questioningly at Chan and noticed that he still had some strength left. And he noticed that the old man was unkillable, like a cockroach. The young people were looking at him intently. Lun didn't waste any time, but immediately rushed into the attack, while the guy and the girl calmly watched him. Ricky put her hand forward and told the old man not to run at people. It was ignorant and uncultured. Kim immediately attacked the elderly man, who literally lost his arm within a few seconds. The young man flew over the girl, apologized for his tactlessness, and used his skill. He attacked Luna with such anger that he cut off his second hand. The guy was driven by hatred. Harris watched everything that was happening carefully and thought that Chan certainly had unique abilities. Then she looked at Kim and began to realize that he was the one who clearly stood out from the crowd of ordinary players. At that very moment, the elderly man dodged our hero and rushed towards the young woman who was standing to the side. She was not prepared for such a turn of events. The girl fell and hit her back very hard. The young man saw all this, became very angry, and began to attack the elderly opponent with all his might. The young man began to cover his face with his hands as the old man began to attack him. Lung was very pleased as he used the body regeneration skill and his arms were restored. He noticed with a smile on his face that all their attacks were useless for him. He started screaming like a madman that his body was constantly regenerating and started laughing very loudly. Kim sat to the side. He gritted his teeth and thought that because he had repelled the attack with his whole body, his hand was shaking very badly. He did not know whether he would be able to resist the enemy further. The old man stroked his beard, asked the boy if he was able to repel his attack, and then added that he liked his strength and noted that it was somehow a pity for him to just kill the boy. Taehyung's mouth dropped open in surprise, and Chan asked him if the boy wanted to join him, and noted that he also had a contract with the emperor. Our hero gritted his teeth and thought that his opponent even knew about the contract. He wanted to think about something else, but Lung interrupted him. The man said that a national-level player means absolutely nothing, and added that all people are just pathetic bugs. His eyes glowed red, and he noticed that it was not they who served the emperor. Our hero continued to hold his hand, which hurt, and Lung told him to become his right hand. The young man looked his opponent in the eye and said that he would beat all this nonsense out of him. He wanted to say something else, but the girl extended her hand forward to unlock the absorption. Our hero began to attack the old man and told him that they were completely different. The old man opened his eyes wide and thought that he was finished, but he could not understand what had happened. Chan had no idea how it happened that he lost to some brat, because it was he who successfully evolved into a new race, having received power from the underworld. The old man understood that everything was pointless and thought that even greater strength was needed. They answered him that then this body should be sacrificed to him when suddenly our hero heard some movement behind him. He turned to look at it and barely managed to dodge the monster. The boy looked down and realized that the monster was spewing acid as the floor beneath it dissolved. The young man immediately realized that all this was the work of that monster, who was in a warlike mood. He didn't think for long, but began to attack all the people who were in the room and destroy the walls. Ricky covered her face with her hands, coughed, and thought about how she had seen a huge number of monsters in her life. But this monster could not be compared to any of them. She had never seen anything like it. Suddenly, our hero rushed to her and began to shield her from the acid that the monster was spewing. After they found themselves in a secluded place, the guy said that he was hesitant at first, but after looking at him, he seemed to understand who it was. And he added that this is the owner of China's secret dungeon, the Grey Abyss, whose name is Grey Venom. The news of the expansion of the Chinese secret dungeon became known to the whole world. Even before his awakening, Venom infected a huge number of people to use them as slaves. Changlong wasn't satisfied with experimenting with turning other people into monsters. He also sacrificed his own body to do it. Kim told Ricky that she should get out of here first. Since she just used the cancel skill on him, she must have very little power left. The guy said that he would buy time for her to escape, and once she escaped, he would need to call other players for help, and Harris noted that he would then be left alone. The boy frowned and said that he would be fine, adding that he would not be able to protect her while he fought them. The girl frowned, pressed her lips tightly together, but said nothing. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek. Ricky put her hand on the young man's shoulder and said that she was counting on him. Venom pursed his lips and said that it was very interesting that the one who had a contract with the state was covering for some people. And he added that a contract soldier must follow only the orders of his contractor, but for some reason he was wasting his energy on some pathetic scum. The monster gradually began to approach our hero, but he did not even try to move aside. Venom informed Kim that when he absorbed Chan's body, he was able to see all of his memories. And he became very interested in whether he could make the guy his slave. What would happen next? But Venom was very surprised when he saw a huge monster in front of him that attacked him. Our hero said that the parasite was talking too much and suggested speeding up the dialogue, while he activated the skills Eye of the Monster and Absorption. Ricky walked and thought about the recent conversation she had with the young man. He noted that she needed to get out of here first, and he would buy time for her escape. The girl thought that she wouldn't be able to help him anyway, but leaving him completely alone was not a solution. She understood perfectly well that the guy would have a very hard time until she returned. But our hero did not think at all about surrendering or retreating. He attacked the enemy. Suddenly, the young man heard some noise behind him. He quickly tensed up. He immediately strengthened the absorption skill and told the enemy that he sees everything. And he continued to attack the enemy with all his strength so as not to give him any respite. The young man thought about how, while the Supreme Eye skill was working, all of Venom's movements were visible in slow motion. And he wondered what would happen if he added the power of absorption to his all-seeing eye. The young man decided that this way, he would definitely be able to catch him, and began to attack his opponent with renewed vigor. But this time he didn't succeed. Venom began to attack him with renewed vigor. Taehyung gathered his strength and decided for himself that he would not fall into the same trap twice. He put all his strength into the attacks, and then he began to understand that one more blow and the job was done. The young man understood that now his opponent would definitely come to an end, because he was fighting with all his might. Suddenly there was a very strong explosion. Stones, dust, and rock flew in all directions. Kim sat down near the wall and thought that all his strength was almost gone. He looked at his hands and thought about how he hadn't been able to fend off a single attack from Venom. The guy began to look around and wondered where his opponent had disappeared to. He wondered if that was all. Suddenly he heard someone standing behind him. He heard Venom's voice. He was definitely not prepared for such a development of events. The monster began to talk about the Emperor's servant, and our hero gritted his teeth and wondered how the enemy had survived such a blow. Venom wondered if this was really all the young man could do and immediately began to attack him. The young man was not prepared for this and began to cough heavily and then spit out blood. Venom grabbed Kim by the neck, and he mentally cursed and thought that his opponent's strength and speed had increased even more. He narrowed his eyes and began to understand that he would not be able to defeat the enemy since he was absorbing magical energy from the atmosphere. The guy thought that this was a special energy that could only be felt in this shelter. The monster began to bare its mouth, laugh merrily, and said that Taehyung would not be able to defeat it here and that he would subjugate it. Our hero gritted his teeth, squeezed Venom's paw with all his might, and thought about how his body had hardened. The young man thought that this was very similar to the fear of death. He began to calm himself down and realized that he had long since gotten used to all this. That's why I decided to use my special skill again, and that's why the toothy monster appeared. Venom just laughed cheerfully and began to ask if the young man was really hoping for this nonsense again. The monster said that judging by how his dragons had shrunk, his strength was completely gone, and added that he expected this from an ordinary human. Then he added that with such power, he would never catch up with the body's regeneration process. Our hero rubbed his neck and said with relief that he thought he was already dead. Venom couldn't understand what the guy was talking about, and he said that he never thought that such a thing was possible. He held his neck and said that he used an ability he didn't know about. The monster thought about his words. Only now did the monster realize that the dragon had been biting him all this time and taking away his strength to pass it on to the young man. Taehyung raised his finger up and informed Venom that he now had his power, and a huge number of messages appeared in front of the guy. The monster looked at the boy and told him to continue showing what he was capable of. And then he added that no matter how much the opponent takes from him, as long as there is an energy channel, his strength is infinite. After these words, the young man suggested checking whether it would also be infinite in the other world. Venom was silent for a moment and then asked the young man where it was. The monster looked around and said that he was already sending insects here and noted that this could drive one crazy. He paused for a moment, then noted that he didn't think they had ever crossed paths. Venom looked at the opponent in front of him and said that he felt a mysterious energy and asked who it was. They told him that they weren't allowed to ask questions and called him a larva of a pathetic insect. Venom wondered how his opponent could laugh at his master and asked if it was a duke sitting in front of him. The creature got angry, asked how much longer he would open his stinking mouth, and ordered him to get out of here. The monster told the boy that he had made the wrong conclusions about him and said that he was Grey Venom. His paws were wrapped in chains, but he did not notice this and said that there was no place that he could not destroy. And he added that not to mention some kind of dungeon of the Duke, he was so self-confident. And the creature that was sitting on the chair propped its head up with its hand and simply looked at its opponent. And then the guy on the throne used a skill called Unknown Power Resistance. Venom tried to move, but he couldn't. He thought that this couldn't be happening. The monster twitched in different directions and said that he received his strength from Mr. Velbob. The guy was very annoyed by the fact that Venom was talking about something non-stop and asked if he would finally shut up or not. The man stood near the destroyed building and looked at it. He could not gather the courage to go inside. Montel Roman, the 5th-ranked U.S. national player, frowned and asked what was going on. The guy was assigned to guard the inspector of the International Players Organization, but Ricky refused the young man's help and only laughed. So confident was she in her abilities. The girl told Roman that she did not need his services and noted that she had already found herself a bodyguard. Montel thought that several hours had passed since they had entered the laboratory, and there was still no news. The man was bothered by the waves of energy coming from there, and he didn't like it at all, so he decided to act. The young woman extended her hand forward. She wanted to use her skill. She looked very tired. The guy immediately rushed to her aid and began asking if everything was okay with her. Ricky looked at him and was able to say his name. The man immediately asked what happened, since such a strong girl like her was hurt. Harris could barely get out that the lab was conducting illegal experiments to turn people into monsters. She looked towards the dungeon and said with a hint of bitterness that they had failed to save the people. Montel suggested that Ricky leave the area first, and that she would tell the organization all the details. But she noticed that there was one more person who needed to be saved. Roman asked who she was talking about, and the girl lowered her eyes and said that it was the player Kim Tae-hyung. The man was definitely not prepared for such a turn of events. He repeated our hero's name and froze in bewilderment. Suddenly the girl turned her head to the side and said in fear that it was an aura. It became very quiet. They saw the glow and the huge number of monsters that were walking towards them. The players in unison thought that the dungeon had collapsed. Roman came to his senses with lightning speed. He immediately shouted at the girl to hide behind him. And he himself quickly used a special skill, so a huge number of weapons appeared. Genocide bullets summons countless magically created firearms. The man shouted that he didn't know why Ricky ended up with Kim. And then he added that if the monsters broke through the dungeon, then the probability that the guy remained alive was very small, and the girl only gritted her teeth. The young people raised their heads and looked up. There was a huge number of different monsters. Roman gritted his teeth, cursed and noted that there was no end to these bastards, and added that if he had known that there would be so many of them, he would have asked for help. Harris replied that she would help. She fought off the attacks of the monsters and thought about whether Kim Tae-hyung had really lost to that freak. The girl was distracted from her thoughts by a very loud cry from a young man. He screamed so loudly that the veins on his forehead bulged. She responded, looked to the side, and finally saw the monster approaching her. The monster stretched out its huge paws towards the girl, and she was confused and did not know what to do. Montel rushed to her aid, but did not realize how in an instant they were surrounded by a whole crowd of monsters. Suddenly, the young people heard some sound. They began to look around, but the monster blocked their entire view. Ricky smiled as she saw our hero safe and sound and called him by name. The young man landed on the ground and immediately reported that Venom was killed and did not pose any danger. The guy squeezed the dagger tighter and said that now it was time to deal with the remaining bugs. The breakthrough of the Storm of Kentaginous dungeon was immediately followed by the breakthrough of the Grey Chasm. At any moment, the entire territory of Asia could face a large-scale catastrophe. But these two events could only be stopped by one person, and that was the player of the New Korea, Kim Tae-hyung. Now, it's not just Asia and the U.S. Players Association that can rest easy as the young man has dealt with a global problem. People all over the world began to closely follow what the young man was doing. The World Player Organization, including Tae-hyung, when many players began to subjugate SS-level monsters, decided to discuss a new system. It was decided to introduce a higher level than S. Now there is an SS level for players. The young man in the gas mask frowned and said that it was very impressive. He noted that his opponent had become much stronger since they last saw each other, and he replied that it was true. And he noticed that he had successfully concluded a contract with one of the emperors, Orgel. The opponent raised his hand and noticed that the guy now had the strength befitting a true leader. He stood up, replied that he thought so too, and noted that they hadn't seen Shadow for a long time, and put his hand on his shoulder. And he noticed that since he came here, it meant that something very important had happened in the lands of Obisa. Shadow replied that everything was correct and said that while he was gone, a lot had happened there. The guy smiled and noted that he was already eager to find out what exactly happened. It has been several weeks since China's secret hideout, the Grey Abyss, was cleared. The girl was on an island cut off from the rest of the world in South Korea. She said she felt good and had not felt such freedom for a long time. Kim folded his arms across his chest and told Ricky that he had invited her here himself, but not to relax. She took a sip of her cocktail and asked if he forbade her to rest, and noted that she had worked so much that she had almost gone crazy, and added that she needed to enjoy the moment while she could. But the young man only frowned and did not answer the young woman. Ricky Harris, as an inspector for the World Players Association, brought all the evidence of illegal experiments on turning into monsters that were carried out in the laboratory. Chang Long, the mastermind behind all this, went missing, and most of the evidence was damaged due to the monsters destroying the shelter. So the girl had a lot of trouble. Kim thought that Ricky blamed himself because the people who were experimented on could not be saved. The young man lowered his head and thought about the fact that everything had turned out much better than in his past life. Then, having fallen into Chang Long's trap, Harris disappeared without a trace, and the elimination of venom failed. And soon an epidemic of an unknown disease broke out, from which many people suffered. The young man thought that he had originally come to Ricky to simply remove the seal from his skills, but the result of their meeting exceeded all his expectations, and he himself told her that she could rest, but only today. Ayan said that she knew that Taehyung said that he was going somewhere on business with Harris, but he went on a date with her. Ricky laughed and asked the girl if she was jealous of her towards Kim, and he noted that it was not what she thought. And Yu said that as far as he remembered, no one invited her here and asked why she came here. The girl laughed nervously and noted to check it out and started to talk nonsense about renting a space that belonged to her. Our hero noted that he had paid generous rent, and Ayan noted that given what he was doing, money alone would not be enough. Ricky laughed and told the young man that he was a popular guy, and noted that she understood perfectly well that she shouldn't take up too much of his time. She straightened her hair and suggested that they move on to unfinished business immediately. The young people were in some room, and Yu noted that the walls of this shelter could withstand the blow of even an SS-Rank monster. This was the alchemist's opinion. She also pointed out that it was far from the city center, so it was a safe place to organize something big, adding that it was rarely used and asking why Kim and Ricky needed it. The young man thought that the skill seal had already been removed, but he understood perfectly well that this was not enough. He remembered that event and understood perfectly well that that bastard could interfere with him again by taking his body. Our hero understood perfectly well that such a risk was now unacceptable, and he decided that it had to be ended before an even larger battle broke out. Taehyung said that it might explode. Yu asked him again what he was talking about and clarified if he meant the explosion of skills. The young man reported that he almost noticed that only with this explosion could reason disappear. He thanked Ayan for seeing them off and said that he wanted to ask her for something, and Yu looked at him with bewilderment. The guy said that if something suddenly goes wrong, she should join forces to stop him. Yu told Ricky that she would never understand what was going on in that guy's mind. She was silent for a moment and asked Ricky if she knew what the young man was talking about. The blonde laughed and replied that she didn't know. Harris thought about how when she had organized the undo in the lab, she had seen Kim's power in all its glory. She noted that among the skills one stood out in particular. She wondered if it was the Duke's power. She wondered if she would be able to find out anything from what was going to happen. The room became very quiet. Everyone was thinking about their own things, and then the young man said that it was time to begin. He looked at the screen of his mobile phone and noticed that if he thought about it, this was the first time he was trying this method. It was absolute hypnosis, and our hero's mobile phone fell out of his hands. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and the guy noticed that his decision had been correct. The guy got there into the creature he was striving for. He, as before, sat on the throne. He laughed and asked Taehyung if he had learned to use his head for its intended purpose. And then he noticed that he thought that the young man was trying to get him on his side, and he replied that before inviting him over, he should at least get to know him. Our hero noticed that his opponent's face was exactly like his, as if he were his double. And he asked the creature on the throne who he was, and he smiled and asked if there was any reason why he should answer. Kim replied that he did not expect him to be friendly and said that he had no desire to carry a bomb inside himself that could go off at any moment. He looked straight ahead, put his hands to his chest, and screamed at him to get off his body. The opponent laughed and asked what would happen if he refused such an offer. Our hero put his hand forward and noted that he would have to drive it away himself. The creature on the throne also extended its hand forward and said that it was impossible to drive it away. So they stood in front of each other for a long period of time until our hero's opponent decided to use the saturation skill. Yu asked Rika what the vibration was and then noted that it could be an earthquake. Harris looked at the girl intently and told her it wasn't what she thought. She was silent for a while and noticed that most likely what the young man was talking about had begun. The young women looked at the guy whose floor began to crack under his feet. Ricky yelled at Ayan to get ready, and noted that she felt like things weren't going to go very smoothly. And indeed, the creature descended from its throne to Taehyung, and a fight began between them. Each of them wanted to show their superiority and did not even intend to retreat. The guy thought that this bastard knew perfectly well how saturation worked, and came to the conclusion that at this rate the battle would never end. The creature smiled and noted that it knew what Kim was thinking, and noticed that since the king's power alone was not enough, the guy decided to use his own skills. He smiled slyly and noted that even they did not belong to him alone. Our hero looked intently ahead and could not understand what it was, and a system message appeared in front of him saying that the overthrow of the monarch had occurred. Taehyung couldn't even imagine that that bastard could use the same skills as him. The creature looked straight ahead and wondered if this was not natural, and he added that this weapon of his was ultimately obtained through the power of the king. His eyes glowed red, and he asked our hero if he really thought he couldn't control it. The guy listened to him attentively, laughed, and remarked that this was even very good. He himself didn't want to admit it, but he understood that the bastard was strong, since he had already defeated several opponents that he didn't know how to deal with. Kim thought that he had prepared several schemes to defeat this guy, but now they all lost all meaning. He wondered why this was happening. The opponent stated that his thought process could be heard even around him, and noted that there was no point in resisting. He extended his hand forward and told our hero to give in and start using his own skills. The young man thought that he knew it wouldn't be easy from the moment he came here, but until he tried everything he had, he wouldn't think about giving up. You noticed that Kim Taehyung had just released an uncontrollable burst of energy, a huge flow of magical power. Riki thought that something like this couldn't just be called huge, a magical power that rivaled her own, which she was proud of as the best magician. The young woman understood perfectly well that that power was several times greater than her own. Harris told Ayan that they needed to start taking action slowly, because if they continued to drag their feet, it could become a big problem. She looked at her closely and noted that she would use her skill for now. But before she could finish speaking, the two of them had to use their skills as Kim began to attack them. Riki gritted her teeth and said that it had already started. The girls were very tense. They looked at the young man and came to the conclusion that he had already awakened. Yu asked Harris what she should do, and Harris informed her that it was important to buy some time and that while she used her skills, she would need to hold off Kim. Ayan said that she could be relied upon and noted that she herself wanted to fight with Taehyung once. And the girl unconditionally followed all the recommendations that Riki gave her. She held the boy back and asked if the memories of conquering the Great Phoenix dungeon had come back to him. Her eyes were burning. Beads of sweat appeared on her face, and Yu noted that the situation was exactly the opposite back then. She screamed that this time, no matter what, she would bring him to his senses and held him back as best she could. Harris began to use her skills at this time and noticed that she did not want to show her hidden card, but in this situation there was nothing she could do. Everything turned out exactly as she had planned. The young girl was more serious than ever. Ayan thought that she confidently rushed into the attack, but her arms were already falling off. She understood that the only thing she could do while the guy was unconscious was to wonder who this Taehyung was. Suddenly, Riki, that is, with all her might, shouted to Yu to get away, and she barely managed to jump back. She began to look around and asked Harris what had happened. She smiled and calmly said that this was her skill, which was called Portal. Her mad eyes glowed, and the girl reported that she had summoned a demonic beast that lived in the depths of the abyss. And she noticed that he was moving in response to a powerful magical force, and once he touched, he would not let go until he received all the magical force, which is why Kim fell under his influence. Riki added that after the magic power runs out, the skill will be automatically canceled. Yu said that it was amazing, and she looked at Harris and thought about how she created the gate to the abyss with human power and uses monsters in battle. Our hero tried to get out of the bonds that wrapped around his body like vines, but he was unsuccessful. The US player breathed a sigh of relief and noted that they seemed to be finished, and Ayan immediately began calling out to the young man. She asked if the guy had come to his senses, and Riki thought that even with the demonic beast attached, Taehyung's magical power continued to grow, and if she hesitated, the situation would become more dangerous. Harris assumed that the request would not be easy, but she would have to shake the guy down for the full amount of payment. Suddenly, an unknown force attacked Yu, but she was completely unprepared for this. Riki frowned, her mouth dropped open in surprise, and a bead of sweat appeared on her face. She was very surprised because she saw that our hero calmly broke the shackles with which he had just been bound. Riki said that this was some kind of nonsense and asked how he could move. Our hero said that using a demonic beast is a good idea for a human, but it is impossible to absorb more magical power than one can handle. The young girl was very surprised. She could not understand what was happening and only called the guy by name. He clutched a piece of the shackle in his hands and replied that he was not Kim and asked if he looked as weak as he did. Harris put her hand forward, frowned, beads of sweat appeared on her face and asked what happened to Taehyung. The guy smiled and said that our hero had lost and noted that the right to own this body now belonged to him. Riki thought that this feeling was similar to an SS-Rank monster, and she said that she didn't understand what he was talking about at all. She understood that she had to deal with him as soon as possible, and she herself noted that he was an enemy in any case. He didn't respond to this remark, but began to fight off the attacks of the American player. The girl gritted her teeth and said that this couldn't be. The monster beat off all her energy with his bare hands. He smiled, looked intently into the girl's eyes, and noted that this was his long-awaited release into freedom. The monster that looked like Kim screamed that he needed to stretch his body a bit and rushed at Harris. And at this time, Taehyung was lying there and showed no signs of life, and it was completely unclear whether he was alive or not. He slowly began to come to his senses and said that he didn't think that the difference in strength would be so big. He was interested in what his copies wanted from him and who he was. The guy thought about the king and noticed that everyone with such status whom he met were not such psychos. He began to rise and thought about whether the king had implanted something in him, but for some unknown reason, the young man decided that now was not the time to think about it and that he needed to stop the scoundrel as soon as possible. Our hero could not get back on his feet, and he was worried about the best way to do this. He frowned, clenched his teeth, and began to understand that there was only one way. And his double at that time was strangling Riki. She was wheezing, and the monster was saying that these were all her abilities and noticed that the girl had disappointed him and noticed that she could not escape from his hands. She gritted her teeth and noted that he was the first person to talk about her like that, and noted that she was a national-level player. Our hero's double noted that levels are just a convention invented by people and asked if Harris had anything to show other than status. He held her up and remarked that there must be some proof that she was indeed a national-level player. Suddenly, Yu grabbed the double and noted that he was not the real Kim and asked him to let Riki go. She began to shake the creature, which looked like Kim, and told him to come to his senses. It is not clear what influenced him, but he took and let go of the blonde, she gasped in surprise. And Anne stood and looked at such a familiar and at the same time alien face. She was surprised. Literally, a few seconds later, the young man hit her with all his might and she fell to the floor. The creature waved its hand, called the girl a worthless weed, and asked how she dared touch it. Yu wanted to get up, but the creature used force and told her to sit still until it was her turn, because soon he would kill her. Riki let out a heavy breath and noted that trying to get Kim back was probably a mistake. She said the guy was asking her to show him something worthwhile, raised her hand and screamed for her opponent to look at her. The girl noticed that although the spell had already disappeared, the powers that had been sucked out of it were still with her. Kim's double laughed and asked Harris if she had released and concentrated all the power she had received. And she thought that if this monster came out to people, the consequences would be much more serious than in the case of the destruction of the shelter, and the blonde could not allow this. Riki mentally apologized to Kim for having to be his companion and told him to let the enemy see her full power. He looked at her intently. The pupils of his eyes narrowed so much that they became like dots. Harris asked what happened and how it all happened. The opponent pressed his lips together. Then he got a sardonic smile on his face and remarked that it was a good try, and then asked if that was all she could do. The girl stared ahead and thought that this was impossible and he couldn't just stop it. The creature said that Riki would now receive a reward for amusing him. And then he added that she would become his first-class snack. The girl began to scream in fear, and he began to stretch out his hand to her. The face of this creature was crazy. He was happy with his superiority. But literally a few seconds later, everything changed. The guy's expression was no longer so joyful. The blonde had resigned herself to her fate and wasn't even going to do anything or run away anywhere. When suddenly the monster gritted its teeth and began calling Kim, no one was prepared for such a turn of events. Our hero's double changed, frowned, and began to shout that he was a scoundrel. The young man laughed, lowered his head, and asked if his opponent had returned. He was very angry and shouted if Taehyung was thinking with his own head and asked why he applied saturation to his own body. Our hero replied that apparently his guess was correct and his goal was something he was connected to and not the body itself. And the young man came to the conclusion that his death was not beneficial for him. And the double asked if he was going to threaten him and asked if he thought that such trifles worried him. The young man laughed and remarked that he had returned immediately as soon as he felt a threat to his body. Copy Kim thought for a bit and told the guy not to get cocky, and noted that he was unlikely to be lucky a second time. Our hero asked whether he was talking about the time he died and then received a second life as a bonus. And he firmly said that if he had no chance to correct the situation, then it was better to die. The double noticed that he had underestimated Taehyung and said that he had won this time. And he noted that the young man must remember that the reason he is still alive is because of his connection with his goal. And then he told him to keep fighting to join the king, and then realized that he couldn't do it. The copy said that one day something would happen that would swallow him up in that very second, without a single hesitation. Kim smiled, covered his face with his hand, and asked why he thought he would let him do that. A system message appeared in front of the guy, and he thought that the AA level skills had increased to AAA. Suddenly he heard one of the girls ask if Taehyung had finally come to his senses. The young man looked ahead and saw Ricky lying on the floor. He called her name. He ran up to her and asked if it was really him who had tormented her so much, and the girl exhaled and answered in the affirmative. The young man looked to the side and saw you. Harris told him not to worry, since they were no longer in any danger. The blonde told Kim that he was a scary guy because he always hid this inside himself. She thanked the young man for stopping him and noted that she would keep everything that happened a secret, but they would consider that the young man owed her. And she added that when she needed help, he would give it to her, and noted that she was sure that she would definitely need someone like him to cover her back. Ricky noted that she would remember this promise, and the young man continued to hold her in his arms. Fortunately, despite the extent of the disaster, the girls did not have any serious injuries that could prevent them from continuing their work. But they needed to be observed in the hospital for some time. Kim fed you and thought that he was ashamed in front of them, so he tried to somehow make amends. Ayan ate and said that it was delicious, noted that it was unlikely that she would be able to taste the fruits that Taehyung himself cut, and then added that she needed to mutilate herself more often. The young man noted that the action was a one-time thing, and even if she broke all her limbs, he would not feed her, and he himself thought that the girl's words made him feel even more guilty. Ayan said that it would be nice if Ricky could also enjoy this kind of vacation, but she left so suddenly. Kim noted that she probably had some important things to do. You thought about it and said that it looked like it, and remembered that the SS rank awarding ceremony was coming soon. And she added that Ricky was nominated and asked the guy if he remembered that the World Players Association was preparing something very diligently. The girl stood up as if she were on stage and then asked the young man not to dare to do anything there. He took a bite of the apple and replied with a smile on his face that not everything depended on him alone. A huge number of players arrived for the award ceremony, and the host greeted the esteemed members. He noted that they were facing the threat of extinction due to the emergence of the abyss. The assembled listened attentively, and the man noted that thanks to the joint efforts of each country and the brilliant skills of the players, it was possible to deal with many monsters and dungeons. Vincent Chan, president of the World Players Association, said they had achieved peace and harmony they had never known before. The man said that there are now more and more players with stronger and more impressive skills than previous generations. He added that the main council analyzed the players shown in the latest incidents and came to the conclusion that they cannot be evaluated according to the old scheme. It is time to introduce the SS rank. Vincent said that today, in this place, he would be happy to introduce the 10 heroes who had been honored to receive the SS rank. The young man said that those present in the hall should greet them with loud applause. The president of the World Organization said that these are Coley Wood, Montel Roman, Ricky Herrick, Dylan Gray. He continued the list of players. He continued to name names. These were Aidan Simon, Sergei Karamzin, Thomas Probane, Daniel Harrington, and also Alexandra Peju. The very last name to be called was that of our hero, who at that very moment was adjusting his suit. Chan said that from now on, players will officially receive licenses of a new rank in recognition of their invaluable contribution to maintaining peace throughout the world. Kim stood on stage, looked at the audience, and thought that he had finally succeeded. These were pleas for a fucking awakening, S-rank international player level, and that was the highest level a player of his regression could reach. They handed him a box of weapons, and the guy thought that in the past, he could not even imagine that he would reach such heights. But he was not going to stop there. For him, obtaining a license was just one of the stages. And all because he was trying to uncover the secret of the Duke, the Double, and the King, because of whom he regressed. The young man understood that for this he needed to continue moving forward. Someone tapped the guy on the back and said that they congratulated him, and added that he never thought he would live to see such an event. And now there was a Korean player involved. Kim told Ji that it was painful. The head of the association was surprised that an SS rank would feel pain from being punched by some old man. Go told our hero that Jinwei, more than anyone else, was expecting a talented player like him to appear in Korea. And he noted that since they have such a strong player, it means that soon their country will rise to the level of the World Association, which will help them reach new heights. Ji said that thanks to Taehyung, they can count on the support of the World Association in various matters. He was very grateful to the guy from the very beginning of their acquaintance. Our hero noticed that he was just doing his job. Ricky came up to them and said that it was nice to see how friendly the people from the Korean Association were. Harris smiled at Taehyung, waved her hand, and asked how he was doing. The guy approached her and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that sometimes it still hurt a little, but not critically, and noted that she needed to be more careful. Meanwhile, Ji and Guo were talking about how Miss Ayan was interested in the relationship between the two. Ricky told the guy that there was someone interesting who wanted to say hello to him. A man came up to them and asked if it was him by any chance, and everyone looked at him in surprise. The guy extended his hand and said that he wanted to express his gratitude in person and remarked that it was nice to finally meet him. Kim thought that by moving up to SS rank, he was now on the same level as this young man. Our hero thought about the fact that if he had to choose one person who would represent all the players in his past life, many would name him. And all because it was this man who fought for a very long time on the front lines of the Abyss. It was the strongest player, and his name was Cody Wood. And now he was standing in front of Taehyung, who felt superior even just by looking at him. The young man shook his hand and said that there was no need to thank him, as he was doing his duty, and remarked that it was a great honor for him to meet him there. Cody said that they will have many joint tasks in the future, and noted that he has great hopes for Kim. Other men began to approach them, and one asked for a minute of attention, and he noticed that they had important news that they wanted to tell them. Everyone's mouths opened with curiosity. The man said the World Players Association had received a proposal from the head of the US Association, who was present, and they decided to create a large team of SS-level players that would clear all the unexplored dungeons that currently exist on Earth. Vincent noted that this undertaking could change the world, and SS-rank players had already confirmed their participation. Someone present noted that this was a serious event. US players agreed to participate, and that's half of all SS-rank hunters. Chang noted that he asked Kim and other SS-rank players to carefully consider this proposal, as they all must unite to create peace throughout the world. Ji frowned and thought about whether the alliance to restore peace was as innocent as it was presented. Everything had turned out too perfectly. Jinwei thought that half of the SS-ranked players were representatives of the US Association, and with their dominant position, they could determine the plans of the entire world organization. The man was worried that this could be a ploy to show who was the leading country here, while Korea's strength was very weak, even with Taehyung. But Ji knew they had no choice at the moment except to follow the other old guys. And at that time, England player Daniel Harrington said he also wanted to take part. The mustachioed man raised his hand and asked that the French player be taken too. Someone mentioned that Russia would also take part. Vincent rubbed his hands and asked who else wanted to take part. Our hero raised his hand and declared that he also wished to join the Union. The man asked again if Korea really wanted to join the Union, and Ji closed his eyes and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. And Kim replied that they would have fun, but only separately from the Union, and laughed cheerfully. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise and stared at the young man. The head of the association only exhaled loudly. Everyone present could not understand what was happening. Cody Wood frowned, pressed his lips together, and looked at our hero with disdain. There were 2 people on the plane. The girl told the guy that last time she failed to convince Marcus and Gregor, so they were breaking up again. Ricky closed her eyes and noted that if Kim had joined them, they would have become a truly powerful alliance, and her opponent noted that this was not why she was sorry. Harris noticed that she had a personal interest, and asked Cody how he felt about player Kim Taehyung. The guy noticed that the young man looked strong, and then said that he now believed her that he really had hurt her like that. The girl chuckled and noted that if a strong player considered him capable, then she was not mistaken about him. The man noted that Kim signed a contract with the Duke of the Abyss, so his title meant nothing. This news surprised Ricky very much, she thought for a while, and then decided to ask another question. She noted that they both worked for the Duke, and asked how he thought Kim was stronger than him. It became very quiet. The young man frowned and looked intently at the young girl. And then he replied that someday she would have the opportunity to find out, and he was sure of it. Ryu Jiaying, the new head of the Chinese Players Association, pounded his fist on the table and shouted, "What SS rank? What army?" and noted that they forgot that his association was also on the council. The man frowned, clenched his teeth, and thought that it was all because of that bastard Taehyung. He opened his drawer and said that he could not allow all this to continue. The head took out the flash drive and thought about the material that they had obtained with difficulty from the Gray Pit laboratory, since there was no other option. Ryu said that Chief Chang Long had so stupidly ruined all their plans, but he obviously should be grateful to him for letting it go. Suddenly he heard someone outside his office screaming very loudly, and he wondered what that noise was outside, although there was no one in his office. The head of the association saw something red, very similar to blood, flowing from under the door. When the door opened, guards fell into his office. The stranger stepped over them and asked if the head of the China Association was here. He apologized for such a late and unexpected visit. Jane looked scared, and his opponent said that he had recently returned from the abyss and was still not accustomed to the local time and customs. When asked who he was, the guy said that his name was Minji Hong and that he was the head of the villain guild. His rank was unknown. The young man said that it was not for nothing that in the last few days, it seemed to him that they were diligently preparing for something. Ayan asked him if he thought Korea would be able to clear all the dungeons on its own. She asked Kim what he was thinking when he made such a statement, and he just smiled. A bead of sweat appeared on Ji's face, and he said he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yu noticed that Headmaster Jinwei looked confused and added that Taehyung was a strong player, but the others weren't like that. Our hero answered the girl that this was exactly why he did it, and she looked at him with surprise. The guy asked if Korea couldn't continue to rely only on its own strength, and noted that it was necessary to give the weaker ones a chance to develop, to give them the opportunity to clear dungeons to gain experience. Ayan noted that he was right, but was it necessary to go against everyone for this? And the young man said that there was not much time. He said that in the near future he will be moving completely to working inside the dungeon. The girl looked at him intently and didn't know what to answer. She wasn't ready for the guy to make such a decision for himself. As in the friendly tournament in Asia, now everyone is again divided into two teams depending on the arena. Players who open up new horizons for humanity by exploring the unknown depths of the abyss, and also those outside the abyss, who fight monsters and villains who came out of the dungeon. Before this, Taehyung mainly worked outside the abyss, and that's where he rose to SS rank. Yu understood that he was going to go deeper into the abyss immediately after he received a new rank. He thought that something about the king could only be hidden in the abyss. He had spent quite a lot of time outside, but he could not even partially achieve his goal by staying here. The guy understood that it could not be ruled out that while he was inside, an unforeseen danger could arise outside, which is why it was necessary to train other players. Ayan put her hand to her face and said that Taehyung was really unpredictable. She looked at him intently and said that she had the feeling that he lived in his own world. He had too many secrets. Kim listened carefully, and she noted that the explosion was a skill and said that it was not an ordinary ability. The girl looked the young man straight in the eyes and asked who he really was. He calmly took the cup, began to drink from it, and said that he would not say anything. Ayan was shocked by this answer. She screamed that now was not the time for jokes, and she was asking him seriously. He also noticed that even if he tried to explain now, she would not understand him. The young man put the cup on the table and calmly said that one day the right moment would come, and he would explain everything. Yu noted through her teeth that they had no need to swear anything to each other, and the guy said that he wouldn't repeat himself twice. The girl asked him why he came to her immediately after returning to Korea. He replied that he wanted to include her in the new Korean National Army, and he noticed that she already had enough to do. Yu said that because of someone she couldn't get out of bed for a month, and during that time, a lot of things had accumulated. The young man said he needed advice on who could be taken onto the team instead of her. Ayan said that she thought that only that one player would be suitable, although she was upset and fell silent for literally a few seconds. She noted that his diligence pleased her and asked if he wanted to get her permission. The young man answered in the affirmative, and then said that even if she did not give her consent, she would still take him with her. Kwon Kong-hyun said he knew Kim would come to him. The man received healing from the Holy Spirit for his lost arm and returned to his position as the best defender in Korea. Park Sungjin adjusted his glasses and said that they seemed to have some big deal coming up. He was still the central figure in Korea's defense among the S-rank players. Seohan Gil folded his hands in front of himself and said that he didn't even know if he could be on Kim's team after betraying Korea once. And Kwak Si-young said that he should be grateful for such an idea. The players became known for their development after the friendly tournament, where all the best players gathered in one place. Lim approached them, looking very nervous, and asked if she could be her sister's replacement. Taehyung thanked everyone for their quick response. The thing is that the call was unexpected for everyone. He also asked whether they had been given the full gist of the situation. The guy looked at everyone present and said that he wanted everyone to unite into one team. Everyone gathered silently stared at the young man. They were not prepared for such a turn of events. Pak said that it was an honor for him to be chosen as an SS rank player, but what was the point of all this? The man noted that he had heard that all the currently unopened dungeons were at least SS rank, and the players present here, other than Kim, were only S rank. The young man noticed that everything was exactly like that now, but he saw all their skills with his own eyes. He said that no matter whether it was national level or SS rank, everyone gathered had potential. And he added that they can outpace even the strongest players, and during the dungeon clearing, they will be able to see this for themselves. Tae-hyung looked at Lim Aeon and said that it also applies to her. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. She lowered her head and began to mutter something inarticulate under her breath. And Kim thought that he didn't just say this to calm her down, because all the players gathered here were very talented warriors who were SS ranks in their past lives. He understood perfectly well that he had to help them so that they could improve faster. Kwon was very happy and said that everything was fine and called the guy his brother, which surprised those present. The young man said that if they went into the dungeon now, they would die right now. He added that the trip to the dungeon would take place in about a month, and until then, they would train together with him. The guy's eyes turned crazy and he noted that he would first kill them. And just 1 month later, everyone gathered in a secret dungeon in France called the Opera House. The players began to explore the dungeon. For them, it was very interesting and exciting. The young man who had turned into a monster noticed that Cody's strength was still incredible. He added that the player does not interfere with others' attacks because he really has an incredible level. The guy looked around and noted that most likely the players would be able to clear the entire dungeon in one day. The man asked his opponent if he had heard that Korea and Kim had said that they would enter a secret dungeon today, and he called our hero a fool. And he added that the dungeon was not a playground. He was wondering what the pathetic S-rank players were going to do in a dungeon of this level, so Tae-hyung could sacrifice the best players. Cody heard about a guy saying he wanted to see their weird eye movements. At the same time, a purge was also taking place in a secret dungeon in Greece called the Snake's Hole. The guy thought that if he really died like this in battle, then Kim Tae-hyung would kill him. Kwon called the people on the team bastards and asked why they were barely crawling. Did they really want to get additional punishment? The girl noticed that the man was showing off, and the young man was talking about wanting to go home. Lim Aeon screamed that she couldn't breathe. Her eyes closed and beads of sweat appeared on her face. Kim looked at them and thought that they were obviously getting stronger. The hellish training had borne fruit. The players stopped and began to talk about the strange pile of stones they saw in front of them. They began to look closely, and the girl noted that there were not stones there at all. She was surprised. These were all the players who had once gone missing. She began to look at them. Suddenly, the young people heard a voice that said that they were stupid people. The monster said that today her collection of stones will be replenished with new exhibits. It was the owner of the Greek dungeon, Medusa. Her rank was equal to SS level. Our hero calmly said that they would still see which of them would become whose exhibit. He laughed merrily and remarked that a snakeskin wallet would be awesome. The players looked at the monster and began to say among themselves that it was Medusa, the owner of the snake hole. The young men looked at her and wondered if they could handle an SS-level monster because her cold gaze seemed to freeze their entire bodies. Then Tae-hyung screamed at the top of his lungs so that they wouldn't just stand there rooted to the spot, but would do at least something. He said that everyone who had gathered here must show the results of what they had been doing for a whole month. And he said that if they give up, deciding that they are not strong enough, then nothing will work out for sure. Pak pursed his mouth and thought that Kim was right. They had been training all this time to jump beyond their own capabilities. Lim's sweat began to drop from worry, and she thought that it was good that this creature was stronger than them. Kwon said that it was all a fuss, and they had to act according to their plan. And the players all together began to attack the monster so that Medusa would not have a chance, so that she would not attack first. The monster's eyes glowed red, and she said that she had never seen such a pitiful attack. She calmly, without unnecessary nerves, dealt with the attackers, and they lay to the side and coughed. Kwon clenched his fists, laughed, and said that he had never seen such a boring attack. Pak also did not give up, but began to attack the monster with all his might, even though it was huge. Compared to the monster, he was insignificantly small, and Medusa waved him off and said that it was nothing. But the players did not stop, but continued to attack the monster as best they could, each of them using their unique skills. But she didn't like it at all. She screamed very loudly. Her eyes glowed with the red fire of hatred. Medusa tightened her grip on the weapon she was holding and screamed that they were all vile little bastards. Our hero watched everything that was happening and thought about how SS-level monsters could take damage from players like them. Kim saw that the wizards Kwiak Shi Yun and Sohan Gil were attacking from a long distance, constantly blocking the enemy's view. At this time, Kwan Kang Hyuk protected them from the monster. The man also used his skills. The young man appreciated the work of Park Sung-jin and Lim An. They hit the enemy at close range, hitting their weak points. Thus, Medusa gradually received damage. Although it was small, it still affected her. Kim frowned and wondered how much longer their enemy would put up with all this. At that very moment, the monster screamed like a madman. She screamed that they had played, but now that was enough. The monster screamed that she was going to kill everyone here, and our hero noticed that all her movements had become excessively sweeping. She looked ahead and saw two players, then asked where the other one was. Kwan picked up speed and pounced on the monster, saying that while he was waiting, he almost died of boredom, and he activated the beast defense skill. Medusa began to fight off the attacks. She became even more angry at the uninvited guests who came to her dungeon. Taehyung watched what was happening carefully and thought that one powerful attack was still hidden. The players gathered their strength, each of them began to use their skills, and they pounced on the monster. Literally a few minutes later, she no longer posed any danger and was simply lying on the ground. Seo Han-gil asked if they had defeated Medusa. Kwiak Shin-yang remarked that she couldn't believe it, and Kwan laughed cheerfully and remarked that his new technique had worked. Someone put a hand on Lim An's shoulder and said that they were all great. The girl looked at him in surprise. Kim said he believed everyone was good enough to handle this monster. Kwan wondered if it was too cruel, since he himself hadn't even lifted a finger and noticed that they had cleared the dungeon without his help. And then he laughed and said that they had become much stronger than expected, and the young man calmly said that it would be nice if that were really the case. Suddenly, the young people heard some strange sound and fell silent. They tensed up. A bright blue portal appeared from Medusa, and the players stared at it in confusion. They started asking what it was. One of the girls asked why he suddenly appeared. Someone noticed that this was a dungeon, and it was not the only one in this place. All this came as a shock to the players. The monster that appeared from the portal asked if they had defeated the guard and remarked that it was amazing. And it reported that no one had appeared here before who could pass through their security. It was Basilisk, the owner of the intermediate dungeon Historia, SS level. The players thought that they had suffered so much with Medusa, and now there was an even stronger enemy. They couldn't move and said that they were helpless. Everyone except our hero became like the statues they met at the entrance to the cave. Basilisk asked Kim if he was the one who defeated Medusa. The young man was silent for a bit. He pointed to the petrified players and said with a smile on his face that it was all of them. The monster called them inferior creatures and remarked that he could not believe it. And Taehyung said that he simply believed in his subordinates and did not let them be lazy during training and nothing more. The guy smiled and noticed that the monster was someone's slave, and then asked what difference that made. The monster raised its head up and roared that the little man didn't know what he was talking about. The basilisk opened its mouth wide and began to cough very loudly, and various feathers flew out of it. He told our hero that it was an image, but the guy folded his arms across his chest and calmly looked at the monster, who said that he would soon find out which of them was the lower being. The young man took out his weapon and was ready to attack the monster. He was collected and serious. The monster screamed that he was a bastard and incapable of fighting, and the young man simply looked at him. The basilisk did not calm down, but yelled at the guy that he was just running around like a bug, and that's all. And he replied that the monster was angry because he couldn't even catch an annoying fly. And he added that Basilisk is a snake that only knows how to wriggle and try to present him with something. The monster said that the boy possesses the power of Igman, but imagines himself to be someone great. A few minutes later, the monster screamed at the top of his lungs so that the young man wouldn't get cocky. And he said that not only did the young man enjoy the Duke's favor, but the boy looked at him in surprise. Basilisk noted that the enchanted sea was the true power of Jormungandr of all the dukes. He added that the waters of this sea are boundless. They suppress everything in their path. And he asked if the guy still believed that the power of the vampire lord would help him defeat him. Our hero smiled and calmly replied that the duke's power had nothing to do with it, and noted that it was the king's power. Kwan stretched out his hand and screamed like a madman. His pupils narrowed greatly, and his gaze was like that of a madman. He started to stutter and then asked where this one had gone. The players from his team couldn't understand what he was talking about. Kim came up and said that since they were numb with shock, he himself dealt with that reptile. He smiled, folded his hands in front of him, and noted that the expedition to the secret dungeon of Greece had come to an end. Lim thought that it was obvious that this was a monster much higher than the SS level, and Kim dealt with it single-handedly. She became curious about who this guy even was. Kwan rushed at Taehyung and shouted why he didn't tell them right away that it was a double dungeon. The young man was surprised by this question, and then replied that he had no information about it. Yan noticed that he knew everything about the dungeons. He replied that he couldn't know such a thing, and there was no point in arguing about it, because in the end they did everything perfectly, and he also achieved his goal. The young man said that everyone was great, and their abilities exceeded all his expectations. And he himself thought about the fact that he knew that the Greek dungeon consisted of 2 stages, but he still chose it for the test, so that they could prove themselves while being on the verge of death. Kim said he had hopes for them in the future and understood that they would grow over time. And someday, they will become reliable defenders of this place when he leaves it. A huge number of people gathered. There were also journalists and video cameras filming all of this. One of the journalists noted that they had cleared out a dungeon in Paris, where for so long no man had dared to set foot, and asked the leader to talk about his emotions. Someone asked if there were any wounded. People were interested in the next target. The man laughed and said that he would answer all questions. But he asked that they address him one at a time, so that it would be easier to answer. Suddenly, one of the young men present put his mobile phone to his ear and screamed at the top of his lungs. Other journalists also started talking on the phone and were told something about South Korea. The man with the beard smiled sarcastically and remarked that most likely bad news had arrived. The guy in glasses looked at the screen of his mobile phone and calmly noted that his opponent was wrong. And he said that they had cleared the secret dungeon. He watched this news live. But the man with the beard shouted that he was joking, because how could they clear the snake's hole without a group of national players, but only with a bunch of S-class? His opponent interrupted him and noted that this was not the end, since the dungeon turned out to be double. And then he added that he couldn't believe that there were no wounded, and asked if South Korea had always been strong. At the same time, Kim opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that someone had been beaten. The man said that initially all the attention was supposed to go to their American association. And then he added that in that case they had no choice but to hurry. After the news was broadcast that Kim Tae-hyung had assembled a new army for South Korea, the American alliance and other world players, as if competing with him, began to attack all sorts of dungeons. And despite the original cause, the world finally returned to its former calm. The masked men shouted at the young man to leave, because no one would get in here without permission. But he didn't stand on ceremony for long, but immediately attacked them. They were not ready for such a development of events. The strong man made a fist and said that he could do something like that here with one blow. It was S-rank player Lee Jong-soo, the chairman of the Taesan Guild, who asked the guys who they were trying to block the passage to. He walked into the middle and noticed that it didn't look like they had left the place open for them to come in at any time. And he added that the Guild of Villains, not to mention their uselessness, since they had also become extremely insolent, as if they did not know why he came here. Lee shouted that their first condition was to get rid of Kim Tae-hyung, but that bastard had already reached SS level, and now they couldn't even lay a finger on him. Someone under Jones's command noticed that they had also created a new army that competed with the 4 great guilds, and because of this, they had lost their former place. Guild Chairman Taesan gritted his teeth and noticed that his idiot son, to whom he was going to entrust the management, imagined himself to be a demigod and could not come to his senses. He clenched his fist and screamed, how much longer were they asking him to endure this? Lee froze when he heard that they answered him, that they understood why he was angry. The masked man noted that he had said this before and asked if Desang didn't see the big picture. The boys couldn't understand what was happening to them and started calling the chairman for help. And he gritted his teeth and thought about how the young man managed to end up behind him. The opponent replied that Kim Tae-hyung's extraordinary growth had exceeded their calculations, but they would not stop because of this, and the scoundrel would collide with them. He extended his hand to Lee and offered to talk about business, and said that he had the item they stole from the Chinese Players Association and the information about the experiments they took from it. The masked guy said that if Jones is a smart leader, he should know how to use all of this to Taesan's advantage. Lee replied that they now understood each other and looked closely at his opponent. It's been a year since the World Players Association announced its intention to clear all unexplored dungeons. With the conquest of the new Koreas by the gates of Mexico, there were no more direct sources of danger left on Earth. And that was the end of it, said Park Sung-jin, but at first it seemed impossible. Kwon Kang-hyuk said that he had just gotten a taste for it, and he was sorry that there was nothing more. Kwak Shi-yan asked the man if he was not the head of the Onjmiro Guild. She was interested in how long he could be absent. He replied that his guild had a great secretary and laughed. Seo-han Gil noted that the poor girl was handling everything. Lim An ran up to everyone. She was excited and suggested that they all go together. Now that all of South Korea's players had reached the national level, Kim slowly approached them. He thought that at this rate, reaching SS rank was only a matter of time. He looked at his hand and realized that not only had the young people grown up, but his stats had also improved significantly during the dungeon clearing, and the young man said that the time had come. The young man told the respected man that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he ran up to him and greeted him. The man took Taehyung's hand and smiled sincerely. He was very glad to see him here. Kim said that he heard that his opponent had become the head of the association's skills research department and congratulated him, but he just laughed. He took a sip from the vessel and noticed that the old man who had once lost all hope could now thus atone for his guilt, and noted that what was happening still seemed like a dream to him. Our hero listened attentively to his opponent. There was a smile on his face, and he noted that everything happened thanks to the young man. It was Pan Chae-soo, a skill fusion expert who, after encountering Taehyung, surrendered to the authorities and confessed to experimenting on villains. Thanks to Kim's petition and the decision of the association's chairman, Jinwee, who highly valued his abilities, he now works for the benefit of the awakened people of the New Korea. Pan asked what brought the busiest player in the world here, and noted that the guy hardly came here just to chat. The young man was silent for a moment, and then said that he again had a request for Pan. He noted that he was surprised that he could still be useful and promised to help in any way he could. Our hero looked closely at the old man and said that he wanted to perform a skill fusion. Pan did not expect such a request. He noted that Kim had already taken advantage of such an opportunity. He replied that there was no rule prohibiting combining skills a second time, and the man looked at him in surprise. The old man shouted that no one had ever fused skills and noted that the young man himself had said that a sharp increase in skill power could cause a backflow of mana. The young man lowered his head, and Pan told him that he was already strong, and even for him this could be too dangerous. But Kim replied that there were things worth risking for, because his current strength was not enough, and only Chae-soo could help him. He smiled and told the old man not to worry, as he had prepared his body and it could withstand it. Pan grabbed his head with his hand and said that Kim really was an unbearable person. This fusion laboratory is based on the latest alchemical science. The equipment is equipped with powerful magic stones that enhance Chae-soo's skills. This is the first time he will use it. Pan noted that once it started, there would be no turning back, and asked if Taehyung was ready. He replied that he would be ready at any moment. The old man pressed a button on the device, and a system message appeared in front of him, asking whether to perform a fusion of multiple skills. The fusion process began. The old man covered his face with his hand from the bright light, and Kim stood calmly. Suddenly he saw the king, who smiled at him and said that he had not made a mistake in choosing him. He noticed that the limits of the human body were not enough to control such enormous power, and he would help him. System messages appeared that the rank was changed to S. Colossal power was awakened. New skills were registered. Kim was very surprised, because the skills not only merged together, they were organized, and new ones appeared. He wondered if he was able to acquire them thanks to the increase in rank. People ran into the labs. They were very scared and asked if everything was okay. Go saw Park Chae soon kneeling near the instruments and asked him if everything was okay. He replied with a trembling voice that everything was fine. Tevok came closer and shouted what was inside. He was very excited. Pan said that they most likely witnessed a historic moment. After that, Kim got a little bit of a scolding. The head of the association told him that he couldn't damage the association's equipment. The young man asked for forgiveness, and Ji said that he would settle the matter and noted that the boy had done the unthinkable. The man asked if the guy felt any changes. He answered in the affirmative and thought that his body was overflowing with strength. He wanted to go into the abyss right now. He was thinking about how he had acquired skills for aerial combat and was eager to try them out, and the chief wanted to ask something, but said that he couldn't detain a busy man any longer. And then he added that Kim received a request and asked what to do with it, and noted that it was from the World Players Association. Our hero asked what was there. Ji said that they want Taehyung to be the examiner for the new SS-Rank players. The guy asked with a smile that it was already time to select SS-Rank players and noted that time flies very quickly. The young people looked at our hero and wondered if this was really the same Kim Taehyung, the one who was not inferior to Cody Wood. The guy looked at them calmly, and the players thought that this was the famous SS-Rank player. One of the men thanked Kim for agreeing to their proposal. It was the president of the World Players Association, Vincent Chan, who noted that everyone was now here. Also arriving was player Thomas Proven. The man noticed he also had an SS rank. The president noted that player Cody Wood was already there, and by the way, he also has an SS rank. With 3 top SS-level players as examiners, there's no better test than this. Chan asked what format of the exam they preferred, since the association offers a point system for each player. But Kim calmly asked why complicate things and immediately used his special skill. The association president was not prepared for this turn of events. He clenched his teeth, and the veins on his face bulged. And Taehyung noticed that the player only needed fortitude and strength, and then he noticed that they would just check whether they would break or not, and he himself thought that they would also test their skills. Vincent screamed at him to wait. He noticed that it was too cruel, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Cody noticed that this was very interesting, paused for a moment, and said that he was also in on the deal. The president understood why Kim had done this, but he wondered why Wood was doing it too, the exam organizer noting that it would ruin all their plans. The young people were shaking. They thought that this was a very difficult level of exam and that it was not normal. Vincent Chan raised his hand and said that they would use the method that the examiners had chosen, and he told the SS-level players to divide all the participants among themselves, and they looked closely at the president. He continued that the first training room would be used by player Kim Taehyung and the second by Thomas. But he was interrupted by a man who said that the examiners were nasty, they were just showing off, because they just managed to get an SS-level license before them. The girl asked Jeffrey to stop because he would be heard, but he said that it was true, and that such a rank only appeared last year, and they simply did not have time. He added that these guys no longer let other players get close to them, and then he noted that Sarah can't remain in the teacher's shadow all the time. Jeffrey looked around and said that today he was going to break all the players' upturned noses. The guy looked at our hero and added that this upstart would suffer especially. Kim calmly approached the players and said that he was glad to see them there, and noted that thanks to the Players Association, he had been honored to become their examiner. He said that the rules he had made were dead simple. All they had to do was hit the right way, and asked if that wasn't too difficult. The young people were surprised. Someone said that they did not expect the exam to be so difficult. And the guy noticed that it seemed to him that this would be unrealistic for them, and suggested that they all attack him together. This proposal greatly surprised those present, and they didn't even know what to do. Suddenly, Jeffrey became very angry. He called our hero a bastard and rushed towards him. He was screaming at them for how long they could be mocked, and Sarah was screaming at the guy to stop. But Jeffrey didn't understand who he was attacking. Our hero, without further ado, hit the guy and he flew back several meters. A few seconds later, he was lying on the floor and no longer posed any danger. Taehyung looked at the other players, made a fist, and calmly said that Jeffrey was out. Sarah shouted for those present not to rush at Taehyung in a fit of emotion, and noted that everyone needed to calm down. Someone shouted that they needed to attack the man at the same time, so that they could hit him at the moment he was confused. One of the players attacked our hero, but he calmly repelled the attack, even though he tried to attack unnoticed. Other young people surrounded our hero, but he was absolutely calm. Kim fought off the attacks with absolute calm, despite the fact that there were a lot of players. Sarah told the players who didn't attack that they wouldn't be able to even touch him, especially if they rushed him mindlessly, and they asked her if Kim was a monster. And the guy walked past the players who had just attacked him, and said that they had not lived up to his expectations at all, and that those who had not rushed at him were better than those idiots, since they had not fallen for the pathetic provocation. Then he asked what would change if they just stood there and did nothing. The young man asked if they would continue to wait for better weather, and the players just gritted their teeth. Sarah, who was standing in front, said that she could share one of her ideas with them. The girl was very serious. She folded her hands into fists and went to meet our hero. She used some skill and began to stare intently into the young man's eyes. And Kim was thinking about what they were talking about so seriously. He was wondering what skills she had that was worthwhile enough to go straight to her. He himself became interested in testing it, and the young men engaged in battle. The guy attacked first. Sarah surprised him very much. Taehyung even exclaimed, "Could she really stop his blow?" The girl held him with both hands and screamed for the other players to attack him right now. Kim looked around and thought about the fact that she had decided to keep him at any cost, while taking all the brunt on herself. Our hero understood what they were up to, so he used his skill, which was called Apocalypse. One of the attacking players started shouting what was going on because he couldn't see anything. The second one started screaming that he couldn't breathe, and they wrapped chains around him. They screamed to be saved. World of Monarchs, Spirit of the Monarch in chains, and if you take into account all the original skills, you get 6 skills collected into one. Someone started saying that it was a scam, and he refused to participate. The feeling was dulled. The increased gravity pressed him to the ground, and under the action of the chains, the body lost all strength. Kim knew that the weaklings had no chance to survive, but he noticed that Sarah was holding up very well, and that surprised him. The girl replied that it was all thanks to the teacher, who once explained to her that you can't give up, because then a chance will definitely appear. The guy understood that she was feeding on magical power from outside and converting it into her own, was able to withstand his attack, and now absorbs the mana of other people. The girl clenched her fists and screamed with all her might that this was her chance now. Taehyung watched in bewilderment as parts of the chains flew in different directions. Suddenly Sarah froze, saying that her body was not moving. She could not understand what was happening. There were players lying near the young man who were trying to hit him, and he said that even though the fist didn't touch him, if you evaluate his skills, you can count it as one hit. And he said that Sarah McQueen had passed. She had the terraforming skill. She was called the future hope of America. She seemed special to Kim from the very beginning. The guy felt the presence of a person behind him and thought that it was the girl's teacher, so he congratulated him. Thus they stood for several minutes. He looked intently at his opponent and informed him that his student had passed the exam. Cody Wood stood in front of him and stared at our hero. He didn't answer him. After some time, the president was informed that all exams had come to an end. He asked in surprise that it was all over, and then asked what the result was. He was told that one person had passed and that it was Sarah McQueen from America. The president gritted his teeth and asked again if it was really only one person who passed the exams, and noticed that it was a failure. He thought that due to Kim Tae-hyung's willful actions and South Korea's continued growth, the influence that the World Players Association should have had diminished greatly, and he wanted to use the exam to reduce the situation. Vincent Chan thought that our hero had one passer, and Thomas and Co didn't have a single passer. Most likely they were in too much of a hurry when he was called. The assistant claimed that Cody Wood, under the pretext of training with player Kim Tae-hyung, wants to book a top-class training gym. After a short period of time, the young people stood there and stared at each other. The young man told the blonde that his student had passed the exam, and he congratulated him on it. He folded his arms across his chest and noted that Cody hadn't come here for this information and asked what they wanted. He said that the boy felt thirsty and noticed that there was no one there who could satisfy him. Then he put his hands in his pockets and noticed that they were birds of a feather, and therefore as equal opponents they should measure their strength. Kim had expected them to clash in battle someday, but he hadn't expected it to happen like this. He made a fist and thought about how he didn't know what Cody really wanted, but it was a good deal because he wondered how powerful his own skills were now. Our hero was interested in fighting with the strongest player in this world. The guy asked the men what they should do with them because Cody Wood and Kim Tae-hyung are ranked first and second in the world, and these two are going to fight should they stop them. Vincent said that they should be allowed to do as they wish, but that they should be told that the entire battle would be recorded. He noted that they would get valuable footage of the two fighting and might be able to attract an incredible amount of viewers. The president allowed the fight to take place and said that he would take full responsibility. The players were told that they approved the use of the premises, but there was one thing. Kim grimaced after such applications. The guys were told that the association would record everything that would happen here, and the young man was very surprised, and Wood agreed and noted that in any case, everything here would turn into a pile of junk. Our hero looked up from under his eyebrows and noted that he didn't expect someone like him to be the first to challenge him to a fight. The blonde clasped his hands and asked if this wasn't a great opportunity for him to get first place, and noticed that his opponent really wanted it. Our hero smiled and said that Cody didn't understand that if he wanted to, he could remove him at any moment. He sarcastically noted that Taehyung's tongue remains his strongest weapon and added that it doesn't work on him. And a very difficult fight began as promised. Everything was recorded by a video camera. The young people began to actively attack each other. The fight was not easy as they were very strong. Our hero used all his strength. At one point he delivered a strong blow, looked in front of him, but did not see his opponent. He looked ahead, pressed his lips together, and thought that this was all quite expected. Woody held Taehyung's hand and thought about the fact that it was impossible to determine which of them was superior in speed and strength. The young man didn't think for long. He began to attack his opponent again and kicked him in the stomach with all his might. The young man shouted that victory could only be achieved in this way. He extended his hand forward to use his special skill called Apocalypse. A few seconds later, Cody Wood found himself entangled in chains. He was trying his best to get out of these shackles. He felt incredible strength, but there was no information that he possessed such a skill. The young man smiled mysteriously and told his opponent that he didn't know much about him. Cody yelled that he would have to show everything today, or he wouldn't be able to beat him. And literally a few seconds later, he used a skill called Bright Night. Our hero smiled and thought about how Wood had so easily removed the Apocalypse debuffs from himself, as if nothing had happened, because like the student, like the teacher, he, like his opponent, took out a weapon and a fight began, in which everyone wanted to become the winner. Kim frowned, pressed his lips tightly together, and thought that he had never felt anything like this before. The young man's heart was beating wildly in his chest, which, by the way, was new to him. He now began to understand that in front of him was the strongest player in the whole world. Vincent asked what was going on there, how everything was going, since none of the cameras were working. One of his assistants said that they needed to call the equipment team and send cameras to the battle site. The subordinate noted that it was too dangerous, but the president decided to go there himself. Chang thought that the best quality training hall was set up in such a way that even if dozens of SS-ranked players were to engage in battle, nothing would happen to the room. He walked into the room and was surprised. He was worried by the fact that the strength of these two players had surpassed this level. Kim laughed and said that if this continued, the building would collapse before they could decide on a winner. Wood agreed and asked if he could stop hesitating and end this fight. The young man said that he had a strategy from the beginning and he stuck to it, and the blonde man told him not to lie to him. He looked at him through the protection on his helmet and noted that the boy had not yet used the Duke's power. Taehyung was very surprised and asked how he knew all this. He replied that he was not the only one who knew about the secrets of the very depths of the abyss. Cody paused for a moment, then added that he would also sign a contract with one of the Dukes. And he asked our hero which of the monsters he was connected with. The guy opened his mouth and eyes in surprise. And then he laughed and thought that Liu Feng, Chang Long. It turns out that not only players from China had gotten involved with monsters, he wondered if Wood had really been serving someone all this time. He began to take a weapon out of his pocket and thought that, judging by the fact that his opponent only mentioned dukes, he knew nothing about the king. The young man tensed up and decided to keep his trump cards to himself for now, in order to surprise his opponent. And he began to ask if this was the vampire Lord Igman. He was very interested to know about it. But Kim didn't answer the question and instead asked Cody what about him, who he serves. The young man replied that his patron was the fallen angel Lucifer, and again offered to put an end to this fight. Suddenly something incredible happened. Dust and dirt flew in all directions. It was not clear what was happening. Vincent and his assistants found themselves near the room where the battle was taking place. The president gritted his teeth and called out to Cody, then asked what was going on with Kim Taehyung. Wood calmly said that it seemed that they finally had an audience. Our hero completely agreed with him and looked intently at his opponent. Cody already had a huge sword at his neck, and the guy suggested they settle for a draw. The blonde lowered his eyes and said that so be it, but the next time they would meet in the abyss. The young man looked intently at Wood and suggested that they settle everything there. Vincent stood at the entrance to the room and shouted at the top of his lungs, asking if all the players were okay. Kim smiled and noticed that they had made a bit of a mess and apologized for it. And he asked the president to sort out the rest, and he shouted after him to stop. But the young man didn't even turn his head, but thought that he really should go into the depths of the abyss. The she-devil blew out the candles and noted that his difficult character seemed to have not changed at all. And she noted that he wanted to and dismantled the wall, and then asked if he really wanted to measure his strength. The opponent said that they could both take the easy way out and demanded that Rosaria call her contractor here. This request greatly surprised the Horned One, and she asked why it was necessary. And she asked him if he couldn't forget the conflict that they had never sorted out, and added that he was a duke. But it was so petty that he replied that that wasn't the reason at all. He added that he didn't know how she did it, but her contractor was using his powers without permission. Rosalia laughed and said that she had been wondering where all these rumors came from, and added, so that's what happened. And she added that unlike her powers, Igman's powers suited her boy much better and laughed. The Duke noted that Rosalia seemed to know something and ordered her to speak, but she only laughed. And then she wondered if he thought that was not the most polite way to ask for a favor. But the opponent clenched his fists and said that it looked like an ordinary request. She stood up from her seat and told the kids to step aside as she would need to teach this cheeky vampire a lesson in etiquette. Igman noted that someone as twisted as her dared to think that she could teach him anything. He frowned, his eyes glowed with a bloody light, and decided to use the blood sword skill. The vampire extended his hand forward and a huge number of red swords flew towards Rosaria. And she noted that they were not so different and said that she would leave memorable marks on his arrogant face. And they began to attack each other, each using their special skills and not wanting to give in. Rosaria waved her hands and wanted to use a skill like blood territory. The Duke smiled and asked if her subordinates had suggested this trick to her. And he added that she would have to tell him everything immediately, otherwise. But she interrupted him and noticed that he had forgotten something. Rosaria looked closely at Igman and asked if he remembered what her power really was. And he replied that personal space is a place that is entirely made up of illusions. And he could not even imagine that someone like her would play with him, and that it was very offensive. She noted that things were different when he could barely appear through his contractor's body, and added that in this space her power was at its peak. and she asked if he really thought he could defeat her not with his real body, but with an avatar, and he began to answer something unintelligible. Rosalia smiled and said that if he was so curious that he was asking her personally, then, in memory of old times, she would tell him. And the Horned One asked if the opponent was interested in how her contractor could use his powers, and noted that he should remember those events and the man who managed to bring everyone to their knees. And she asked if there was no one who could take possession of their powers. The Duke replied that this could not be. Rosalia smiled and said that it was that same control, and her contractor was the key to this person. Kim approached the group of men and asked them why they were all gathered there. They did not expect to see him here. The guy recognized Marcus Gore, who rushed to him and said that they had all been waiting for his return and were trying to contact the worldwide organization of players. The young man looked intently at the man and asked what they wanted from him. He lowered his head and said that he would get straight to the point, since the situation that had developed was difficult. Ji Jinwei and Go Taewook, who were also in the room, listened as the American Players Association formally requested Kim Tae-hyung's help. Our hero opened his mouth and eyes wide in surprise, and did not know what to answer the American player. After a few minutes, he noted that it sounded like something serious had happened. Marcus adjusted his glasses. Beads of sweat appeared on his face, and he noted that one of the players had reached the depths of the abyss and disappeared without a trace. They joined forces with the World Player Association to launch a search operation, but the squad, which consisted of 4 SS-ranked players, was wiped out. The man listed all the names and noticed that they all died in the depths of the abyss, and the young man opened his mouth in surprise. Gore said they couldn't be sure the missing player was alive, but Cody said he couldn't give up until he saw for himself, so he went into the abyss alone. The man noticed that there was a high probability that Wood was also in danger, so they turned to him because they needed help. Kim thought that the incident where 4 SS-ranked players were killed in the depths of the abyss he clearly remembered. Even in his past life, it was extremely shocking. And he asked his opponent who they were trying to find, since he did not remember who the missing player was. Marcus was silent for a moment, a drop of sweat appearing on his face from worry. And he said that it was SS-ranked player Ricky Harris, and the room became very quiet. Kim opened his mouth in surprise and thought that in his past life, it was an incident in which many players died. Now they say that it happened during a search operation. He understood that this was all because he sent Ricky, who was a unique player, to the Vanguard. The guy knew that the girl shouldn't have been there at all, but went because she was a participant in the plan, and he was the one who twisted her fate. Marcus said that Ricky and Cody are members of the American Players Association, but they are also irreplaceable for all of humanity. He noticed that 4 had already died, and they couldn't afford to lose these 2. Gore said that if Tae-hyung accepted his requests, then in the future, their association would recognize him as a key ally and provide all kinds of support. He noted that there were enough explanations and asked where he should go. And then G shouted. He called our hero's name very loudly. The man asked the guy to think again. He noticed that several SS ranks had already been killed and that more thorough preparations were needed. But the young man interrupted him and said that if everything was so dangerous, then perhaps right now, while he was hesitating here, the players were fighting on the brink of life and death. Kim remembered that conversation with the girl, where she said that he would help her when she needed it. The young man thought for a moment and said that he had a debt that he needed to repay. Go Taewook said that they should trust Tae-hyung because so far, he has always exceeded their expectations. The head of the association frowned and replied that he knew everything and knew perfectly well what blind faith leads to. But our hero did not hesitate for long, but immediately went into the abyss to look for Ricky, who was lost. Go Taewook told the head of the Korea Association that Kim was not like him and pressed his lips tightly together. Ji agreed with him, but he was very worried about the young man and thought about something, and then added that this was an old man's concern. Cody Wood, who had been in the abyss for a long time, held a weapon in his hands. With its help, he fought monsters. It was hard for him, and the guy said that no matter how many of them he kills, they never end. When he suddenly heard the proposal that they all needed to be demolished at once, the young man was very surprised. He stood in front of monsters that were very angry. They screamed with anger. Suddenly, Cody saw Kim and was very surprised, and our hero smiled and said that he came to help him. Wood took off his protective mask and asked the young man if Marcus had asked for help, and then noted that another time he would have said that Tae-hyung was bothering himself in vain. But now there was no time for words and thanked him for his help. He said that he now understood why he was needed, since one would not be enough, and our hero declared that he felt the colossal magic that envelops this castle. And then he noticed that he didn't think that the place where Ricky disappeared would belong to the Duke. Cody said that Ricky was sent here to investigate this structure discovered in the depths of the abyss. But then no one knew that this was the territory of these creatures. So the girl fell into a trap. The young man asked Wood if Harris was alive. That was accurate information, and he replied that he felt her magic as soon as he entered here. And the source was somewhere below, deep under this place. Taehyung said that on the way there they might meet the Duke himself, and if they do cross paths, the chance of winning is less than 1%. Cody noted that they needed to take it with speed and asked if the guy would be able to keep up with him. He answered in the affirmative. The players clutched their weapons tighter in their hands and rushed forward with all their might to save the girl. The young man looked at his opponent and noticed that this was a man who had just barely dealt with one of the creatures. Wood replied calmly that since the guy had come, he no longer had to hold back. And then he asked if they hadn't agreed that the next time they met in the abyss, they would have a duel, and then added that he didn't think that they would end up fighting shoulder to shoulder. Kim looked closely at his opponent and remarked that it was nice to have a partner he could trust with his back, adding that it wasn't all that bad. One of the guys said that those gathered here are, without a doubt, the strongest players in humanity. Cody thought that maybe with this man as a partner, they really did have a chance to save Ricky. Suddenly they stopped and Taehyung said that this was the place, and his partner noted that it looked like they had reached the center of the castle. They started looking around and Wood said that there was probably a descent into the basement somewhere nearby. The American player thought for a moment and suggested splitting up and wanted to say something, but didn't have time. Then something unexpected happened to the young people. There was an explosion and pieces of stones flew in all directions. A stranger appeared in front of Taehyung, grabbed him by the blade of his dagger and said that finally a celebrity was right in front of him. He began to smile sarcastically and asked if this was really Kim, the ace of the new Korea. Our hero gritted his teeth. A drop of sweat appeared on his face, and he asked who was standing in front of him. He continued to smile and asked if Ji Jin-wee hadn't told him anything. He put his hand on our hero's face and began to push him with all his might. But Kim dug in his heels and stood rooted to the spot. The guy said his name was Min Ji-hong, and he was the leader of the villain guild. He squeezed the weapon in his hands with all his might, which cracked and noticed that it could also be called his elder. And then Cody rushed towards the guys. Min didn't expect that he would attack him, and Taehyung couldn't stay on his feet and fell. The head of the villain guild recognized Woody and noted that if it had ended there, he would not have been able to obtain the title of #1 in the world. Our hero noticed that Min Ji-hong had just identified himself as the head of the villain guild. Cody said that he recognized him as he was an international criminal and had a wanted poster for him that had been hanging for a long time. And he noticed that he had a question about how such a person ended up in such a place. And he said that it was enough to think a little about how a man like him could be waiting for them in the very center of the Duke's castle. Taehyung stared ahead, his pupils narrowed, and he thought about something. The head of the villain guild laughed, his eyes shining, and he said that he was the same as them. He spread his arms wide and announced that it was time for the dear contractors of the Dukes to have a fun fight and die. As soon as the young people heard a female voice, it was called Cody. It was Harris. She did not expect to see Kim Taehyung here.